Chapter 401 Ancient Disaster Beast. Levi sat cross-legged on the rock and practiced peacefully. Shadow Attendant was standing guard nearby. Eris was in the ring not far away, using the teleportation spell to keep in touch with the others, exchange news with each other. After Levi's return, it wasn't long before Alpha abandoned the ring at the top of the mountain. There was an endless stream of challengers, and even Alpha found it very difficult. Thankless. It's better to accumulate some points elsewhere now, and then go to the mountaintop arena to redeem the arena space barrier props. This item guarantees 6 hours of ring ownership. The roll at the last moment is very crucial. Not really needed at the moment. At this stage, the space javelin is more useful than the space barrier props in the arena. After Alpha left the top of the mountain, he occupied a ring halfway up the mountain to earn points. 3,000 points are required to redeem the arena space barrier props. In an ordinary arena, it would take a full 50 hours to accumulate 3,000 points. The competition lasted only 3 days, occupying the intermediate stage halfway up the mountain. You can earn 2 points every minute. In this way, it only takes 25 hours to collect 3,000 points. In the advanced arena at the top of the mountain, you can earn 3 points every minute. It only takes less than a day. However, it is too difficult to occupy the high-level arena on the top of the mountain for a long time. Alpha withdrew after less than an hour of occupation. Eris saw Levi exiting the training state and said, "At present, the Elemental Tower has occupied 6 arenas and obtained 4 competition props, in addition to the Space Javelin and the Void Chain. The other 2 props are the Beast Control Ring and the Elemental Contract. It is both a restraint and a tool for improving summoners and elemental mages. The Beast Control Ring can control summoned beasts, and it can also improve the combat effectiveness of summoned beasts. The Elemental Contract can make the contractor immune to a certain elemental damage, and the power of the corresponding elemental spells will be greatly increased." After hearing this, Levi smiled and said, "In that case, wouldn't the Void Chain also be helpful to space mages? Since it is a restrained prop, it also has the effect of improving strength. Void Chains should have a similar effect." Eris nodded and said, "Yes. According to the latest battle report, there is a space mage who uses Void Chains to directly carry his opponent through space during the battle, throwing the opponent out of the ring." Levi looked surprised. "The effect is so outrageous?" Under normal circumstances, even a space mage cannot easily transfer an uncooperative mage unless he is crushed by strength. The mage can interrupt the space teleportation spell at any time, but under the influence of the Void Chain, the space mage has the ability to forcibly teleport the target. For ring fighting, this is simply a killer weapon. As long as the opponent is teleported out of the ring, victory can be easily achieved. Due to the rules, the opponent who is teleported out of the ring will not be able to challenge the ring leader again for 12 hours. Almost sitting firmly in the ring, Eris said, "Currently the only way to deal with Void Chains is to avoid being chained. There may be tools to restrain the Void Chain, but we haven't found any yet." Levi nodded. "It seems that the competition props are indeed very important. If you and I meet an opponent holding an elemental contract alone, it will be very difficult." Although Levi has combat methods other than fire spells. However, if the fire spell is useless, his strength will be reduced by almost 80%, even 90%. This doesn't mean Levi is weak, simply because the fire spells he mastered were too powerful. Even if he only has 10% of his strength left, his combat effectiveness is not much weaker than that of a normal 4th level mage. Levi looked up and saw that the sky had darkened. He stood up and said, "The day is over. It should be quieter at night." After the fierce battle during the day, everyone needed to repair and regain their strength. The fighting at night would probably be a lot less intense. One day passed, and everyone found the arena on the isolated island. Flowers fall on every house. There is only one hidden arena left that has not been discovered. Levi took out the food from the space ring and gave it to Eris. "Thank you," Eris said. While eating, Levi looked around and said, "Where do you think the hidden arena is hidden?" Eris took a bite of the dried meat and said, "It shouldn't be on the island. Otherwise it would have been discovered long ago." Levi nodded and said, "I think so too." He looked toward the channel between the 2 peaks. "I think it could be there," Levi said. Eris looked in the direction Levi pointed, and her mind moved slightly. That location happens to be the center point of the entire island's secret realm. Moreover, the stone bridge connecting the Twin Peaks Islands has not broken during the battle, which is very magical. Either no one goes there, or there's something special there. "Roar!" Suddenly, a dull roar like bells and drums came from under the night sky. Levi and Eris looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. The two quickly turned their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. Although the sound spread across the entire island, Levi could still clearly hear that the sound came from the strait between the two peaks. After Levi went to the island, he had a question in his mind. Before the competition, the space tower emphasized that there were ancient ferocious beasts in the secret area, which were very dangerous. But after a whole day, Levi didn't find any dangerous ancient beasts. Although the level of the magical beasts on the island is not low, they are not considered dangerous at all to everyone who is the weakest level 4 archmage. There is no trace of any ancient beasts. Now it seems that the ancient beast has not appeared yet. Night is the home of the ancient beasts. Leeway looked intently and saw a figure walking out of the strait. A ferocious ancient beast that was over 20 meters tall came out of the sea. The ancient ferocious beast was covered with long, thick brown hair, shaped like a giant, with 3 palms and feet like cow hooves. The most impressive thing is that its head is a huge curved mouth, like a giant crow's beak. When Eris saw this, he said solemnly, "Ancient disaster beast! Nitro!" Levi asked in confusion. "What is that?" Eris explained. "A very special type of ferocious beast among the ancient ferocious beasts. They were born to destroy. Disasters are everywhere wherever they go, and they are also called ancient disaster beasts. Nitro is a hairy giant with a huge crow's beak. Wherever he goes, no grass grows." Levi looked at the ancient disaster beast from a distance and assessed Nitro's strength in his mind. Bang! The ancient disaster beast walked ashore and walked towards the nearest woods. The monsters and animals in the woods sensed the approaching danger and fled frantically. Nitro ignored the weak animals running wildly on the ground and trampled a 3rd-level monster to death. Walked towards the nearest human. Chapter 402, Island Overlord. The ancient scourge beast Nitro seems to be acting with purpose. It ignored the monster in front of it and walked directly towards the mage occupying the nearest arena. The arena near the ancient disaster beast was occupied by a summoner. Seeing Nitro walking over, he felt a little nervous, but he did not choose to give up occupying the ring. In his opinion, the ancient disaster beast is not invincible. Several 4th-level summoned beasts were summoned, and a powerful 5th-level lightning lizard besieged Nitro. Crackling, the thunder lizard's dorsal fin lit up with blue lightning, and a bolt of lightning shot out from the horn above its head. Bang! A lightning powerful enough to kill a 5th-level monster hit Nitro. The lightning followed Nitro's hair and turned into countless tiny electric snakes flowing into the ground. Nitro has extremely strong magic resistance and can ignore the thunder lizard's lightning attacks. The 4th-level fire bull summoned beast was covered in flames and burst out with all its strength to launch a bull charge towards Nitro. The flaming bull weighing more than 10 tons ran wildly, and the earth shook. Even the 5th-level lightning lizard did not dare to use its edge head-on. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Nitro did not dodge and stretched out a hand. Bang! The ground beneath Nitro's feet sank and shattered. His feet sank deeply into the soil, and he was pushed backwards, creating a deep ditch 3 meters long. Nitro caught the charge of the fiery bull with one hand. Then, he slammed the bull's head onto the ground. The front legs of the fiery bull couldn't bear the huge force, and they bent and knelt down on the spot. He leaned back and plunged into the dirt. After struggling for a moment, he fell down weakly. Nitro stood up, and when he retracted his arm, his right hand was covered in blood. The fiery bull's head had been crushed with its bare hands. After the summoner saw it, he was extremely shocked. The skull of the fiery bull is extremely strong, and even a 5th-level monster may not be able to break its head. Nitro can easily crush it. It's hard to imagine how terrifying Nitro's power is. The summoner has already decided to give up. In terms of defense alone, the head defense of the blazing bull is more powerful than that of the 5th-level lightning lizard. The fiery bull was instantly killed. If the lightning lizard fights against Nitro, he will most likely die. The thunder lizard is his instinctive summoned beast. If it dies, the loss will be too great. The summoner wanted to quit. At this moment, several figures appeared not far away. After someone saw Nitro, they took the initiative to approach here. Nitro is an ancient disaster beast and extremely rare. Even if it is not a competition, the materials that can be obtained by simply killing Nitro are very precious. Not to mention, when Nitro appeared, the space tower directly announced a new rule. If you kill Nitro, you will get 3,000 points directly. The organizers of the space tower had no intention of hiding it. It's very clear that Nitro is the most important part of the game. If you kill Nitro, you will directly get a space barrier in the arena. Lock in the ownership of the next arena in advance. After the game, the space tower will also provide a more detailed ranking based on the points earned by each person. The higher the points, the higher the reward. Kill Nitro and directly gain 3,000 points. One step ahead of everyone else. Even in the advanced arena on the top of the mountain, it would take at least 1,000 minutes, or nearly 17 hours, to obtain 3,000 points. So far, no one has been able to occupy the ring on the top of the mountain for most of the day. If it can be accumulated for 17 hours, it is already very strong. Seeing someone approaching, the summoner suddenly didn't want to leave. In his opinion, as long as Nitro is held back for a moment, others will come and take over. And then it will be okay for him to stand aside and watch the battle. As long as someone comes into the arena, it will directly become an independent space. No matter how powerful Nitro is in combat, he can't break the space. Nitro strode to the ring. The summoner quickly summoned many summoned beasts, letting the summoned beasts desperately hold back Nitro, in order to let the summoned beast burst out with more powerful power. Abandon fear. The summoner casts a mass rage spell. The eyes of all summoned beasts become red. Their sanity decreases, and their strength increases. Ouch! Bang bang bang. Bang! Nitro crushed the head of a summoned beast, grabbed the summoned beast from both sides with both hands, and slapped it hard in the middle. With a bang, the heads of the two summoned beasts shattered like watermelons. Red dots and white ones are flying everywhere. Nitro walked into the ring bathed in blood. Buzz! The magic circle on the arena was activated. The summoner froze on the spot, looking in disbelief. What the hell? Can the ancient disaster beast be considered a challenger? He looked up blankly at the extremely tall Nitro, his pupils gradually widening. A wave of fear enveloped my mind. Nitro reached out to grab the summoner. Bang! Nitro crushed the thing in his hand and threw it aside. The summoner who had just escaped not far away looked horrified. What Nitro crushed just now was a summoned beast. The positions of the summoner and the summoned beast have been swapped. After Nitro crushed the summoned beast to death, he did not continue to pursue the summoner. Turn around and squat down with one punch, smashing the ring beneath your feet. Bang bang bang. After several consecutive punches, the extremely solid ring was completely shattered. The magic circle was destroyed and invalidated. Nitro grabbed a purple stone from the rubble of the ruins and threw it into his mouth. Buzz! A purple line appeared on Nitro's body, and his aura became stronger. The ring is destroyed, and the moment Nitro eats the purple stone, there was a sound in everyone's ears. Challenge Arena number 23 has been destroyed, and the remaining challenge arenas are 24. All contestants, please protect the challenge arena. The power of the ancient disaster beast will be enhanced when it destroys the challenge arena. Everyone's heart is a little bit. This forced them to deal with Nitro. As time passes, Nitro becomes more and more powerful. It's getting harder and harder to deal with. After destroying ring number 23, Nitro walked towards the nearest ring. Several mages from different camps have gathered together. The power of the ancient disaster beast is too terrifying. Let's work together to deal with it. After defeating the ancient disaster beast, we will divide the spoils. Someone suggested. Good. Agree. I have no opinion. Levi nodded and said, Okay. The first time I saw the ancient disaster beast, Levi wanted to take a closer look. I didn't plan to join the battle at first, but after hearing the new rules, I had to join the battle. Judging from the current situation, Nitro is at least a 6th level ancient disaster beast. If you let it continue to destroy the challenge arena and increase its strength, no one can be sure how powerful it will become in the end. In case Nitro breaks through to the 7th level, at that time, it will not be about killing Nitro, but about escaping from Nitro's pursuit. Therefore, it must be prevented from getting stronger. Levi glanced at the people around him. The people from the Element Tower, Space Tower, Phantom Tower, Summoning Tower, and Alchemy Tower are all here. Chapter 403 Siege. Hoo ho ho! The howling sea breeze blew across Levi's face. He stood on the rock and looked at Nitro walking towards this side. Everyone else was busy preparing various magic traps and spells. He just seemed very idle. Boom! 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 The footsteps of the ancient disaster beast kept approaching. A tall figure walked out of the forest, and the trees could only cover the lower body of the ancient disaster beast. The majestic upper body towers above the sea of trees. like an ancient giant swimming in the sea of trees. It gives people a very strong sense of oppression. Nitro walks into a magical trap. There was a loud bang, triggering the gravity suppression magic trap. In an instant, the gravity in Nitro's area reached dozens of times the normal level. The ground sank several meters directly, and Nitro's legs sank deeply into the soil, up to the height of his calves. Nitro was suppressed by gravity. His back slightly bent. Puff! Nitro pulled out his feet that were stuck in the dirt and walked forward, every kick in a hole. Poof! A cloud of smoke shot out of the woods and hit Nitro. Smoke enveloped its body, making a hissing sound. This is a corrosive potion prepared by the alchemist, specifically used to weaken Nitro's terrifying defense. Dimensional Slash! The Space Mage took the lead in attacking. Dimensional Slash tears apart space, swallowing everything in its path. Nitro sensed the danger, and the huge beak split open on both sides, revealing countless sharp teeth inside. Roar! With a roar, a terrifying wave of air suddenly blew away the corrosive poisonous mist around him. Nitro sprayed out a red beam of light from his mouth and hit the space crack created by Dimensional Slash. The two forces were in a stalemate for a moment, and then there was a violent explosion. Hoo ho ho! In the sky, a huge meteorite fell from the sky. The meteorite dragged out a long flame tail, locked on Nitro's position and crashed down. Nitro sensed the crisis above him. React immediately. He turned his head and pointed at the falling meteorite from the sky, spraying out a scarlet light wave. Bang! The meteorite exploded in midair and turned into countless rubble scattered on the island. Levi looked disappointed. Failed. The meteorite technique was performed by him. Although the meteorite fell quickly, the movement was too great. It's easy to notice. For the strong, the bulky meteorite is not difficult to deal with. Nitro grabbed the flattened trees and soil on the ground and smashed them against everyone outside the gravity suppression range. Its terrifying power caused the flying soil and trees to explode with astonishing power. It pierces trees and rocks in an instant. Bang bang bang. Someone was accidentally hit, and even the person with the magic shield was knocked away. Nitro flicked his head, and a red beam of light streaked across the ground. Boom! The ground exploded, and in an instant, the gravity-suppressing magic trap was destroyed. Nitro regains mobility. The huge body burst out with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, a mage appeared in front of him. Bang! Nitro stomped the ground hard. The earth was shattered and overturned. Cracks spread like spider webs, and all the surrounding trees were overturned. The figure of the mage attacked by Nitro dissipated in the air like bubbles. That's an illusionist. What Nitro attacked was not his true body. The illusionist attempts to control Nitro using psychic spells, but Nitro is like immune to mental spells. The illusionist's attack had no effect. The lush brown hair on Nitro's body is like a thick layer of magic. The power of magic cannot harm Nitro through this layer of hair. Corrosive potions won't do much damage to it either. It only makes the outer layer of hair appear slightly curled. Bang! A cyan fireball hit Nitro. The fireball exploded, erupting into terrifyingly high temperatures. The hair on Nitro's body was burnt black. Its body shook, and bits of burnt fur fell to the ground. Levi looked intently, and the high temperature of the green fireball caused some damage to Nitro. But the damage was not enough. Not nearly enough to kill Nitro, unless hundreds of thousands of degrees of blue flame are used to burn Nitro for a long time. Only then can the layer of magic hair on its body be burned clean. Levi felt troubled. Nitro's defense is ridiculously high, but its strength and speed are also amazing. Levi stared at Nitro, planning to use the primary flame rules to attack it. Nitro sensed the danger in an instant, disappeared from Levi's sight. A black shadow emerged from behind Levi. Bang! Nitro punched Levi on the head. The fist pierced the ground directly. It slowly raised its fist, and Levi's figure disappeared. This is also false. Nitro quickly glanced around, looking for Levi. It senses danger from Levi. Levi, who was hiding in the dark, was shocked. Fortunately, he had just used his phantom body. Otherwise, this punch would have been enough for him. After a day of repairs, Levi's broken invisible armor had been restored. Nitro couldn't kill him with one punch, but the invisible armor probably couldn't withstand several of Nitro's attacks. Its power is too terrifying. Illusions and fire spells are difficult to harm Nitro. The only dimension slash that can pose a threat to Nitro. It also has ways to deal with it. Levi's primary flame rule can destroy Nitro's fur. However, As soon as he comes forward to activate his abilities, Nitro will be locked in and hunted down. Nitro was too fast, losing the limitations of gravity and suppressing the magic trap. Nitro's speed crushed everyone. Nitro glanced around, turned and walked towards the nearest challenge arena. Rather than killing everyone, the purple stone buried under the challenge arena attracted its attention more. After Levi saw Nitro leaving, the alchemist quickly looked for something in the place where it stayed. "What are you looking for?" Levi asked. The alchemist said without looking back. "Please help me find the hair left by Nitro. I can create an alchemical potion specifically to suppress it based on the characteristics of his hair." After everyone heard this, they started looking for it. In the previous battle, there were not many opportunities to make Nitro lose his hair. Everyone worked hard for a long time before they found 4 tough broken hairs as thick as chopsticks. Nitro's hair is extremely tough and cannot be cut with ordinary swords. And it has extremely strong magic resistance. This is an excellent material for making armor. Unfortunately, it is too difficult to obtain Nitro's hair, unless you can kill it. But to kill Nitro, the first step is to destroy its extremely defensive hair. Boom! Levi and others saw Nitro breaking through a ring again, destroying the ring and getting a purple stone. After swallowing the second purple stone, 2 purple lines appeared on Nitro's body. It spreads from both shoulders to the waist, like 2 straps emitting purple light. Nitro's aura became more powerful. When the alchemist saw this, he quickly said, "You try to hold it back and buy me time." Chapter 404 Blue Nitro. Levi and others chase Nitro, find ways to slow down Nitro, prevent it from destroying the challenge arena, and continue to grow stronger. From the beginning, we worked together to kill Nitro, but now we just want to hold it back. Everyone also felt the strong sense of oppression brought by Nitro. Changes had to be made. Levi felt that everyone was not incapable of killing Nitro. It's just that no one wants to use their trump card against Nitro. The more powerful Nitro showed, the more and more people came closer. After a while, 12 mages from different camps gathered nearby. 1/5 of the mages on the island are here. "No need for illusionists. Illusionists are useless," shouted a summoner. "Illusion is of no use to Nitro. The illusionist has no effect. Let them go away." When Li Wei heard this, he shook his head secretly in his heart. Everyone gathered here to discuss how to deal with Nitro. As a result, before the discussion even started, someone was already thinking about dividing the spoils. The person who proposed driving away the illusionist had a clear intention. Since illusions have no effect on Nitro, illusionists cannot play a role in joint operations. Not qualified to participate in the battle. Not qualified to participate in the distribution of spoils. Let's drive the illusionist out first. The 2 illusionists present looked slightly ugly when they heard this. Nitro was unaffected by illusion attacks. That was a fact and they couldn't argue with it. But that doesn't mean they're willing to give up. "Our illusions are useless? If it weren't for the cover of our illusions, how many of your summoned beasts would have died long ago?" Illusions can't control Nitro, but blinders can. Blindfolds can distract Nitro. But that's all. Seeing that everyone was about to start a quarrel, Alpha quickly stood up and said loudly, "Stop the quarrel! We must work together to deal with the ancient disaster beast." There were 3 mages from the elemental tower present. Levi, Alpha and Croy. Croy is a wind mage who has been following Alpha before. There was 1 person in the 3-person team who stayed in the ring and did not come over. Croy's wind spells can amplify Alpha's fire spells. That's why Alpha chose to bring him here. Alpha's strength is obvious to all, and many people have seen his strength. When he stood up to speak, everyone was more respectful and did not refute him, mainly because what Alpha said makes sense. After discussion, everyone quickly determined their respective division of labor. Summoners and illusionists are responsible for containing Nitro. Elemental mages and space mages are responsible for attacking, trying to find Nitro's landing point as much as possible. The alchemist took the time to develop a special potion for Nitro. Everyone acted separately. Nitro, who was moving towards the next target, suddenly discovered that there were many more targets around him. Its footsteps paused for a moment, sensing that there were no purple star stones in the surrounding targets. Without turning his head, Nitro moved forward firmly towards his original goal. Bang bang bang. Real and fake summoned beasts attacked Nitro from all directions. Nitro waved his hand and destroyed a summoned beast. The summoned beast turned into nothing and disappeared. Just a phantom. Bang bang bang. The summoned beast's attack fell on Nitro and failed to cause much damage. Only Nitro's pace slowed down for a moment. Roar! After Nitro's several consecutive attacks failed, the big mouth split open on both sides, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Terrifying sound waves erupted from Nitro's mouth, and the sound waves turned into shock waves that quickly spread out, hit summoned beasts and trees within 100 meters. Boom! The phantom summoned beast was blown away by the sound waves and disappeared into the air. The real summoned beast was also like being hit on the head with a heavy hammer. It was shocked and lost the ability to move on the spot. It fell to the ground, its body trembling and its limbs twitching. The surrounding trees exploded and turned into countless debris flying everywhere. Circular wavy soil slopes appeared on the ground. Nitro's sonic attack is extremely powerful. Directly severely damage all summoned beasts that besiege it. The summoner was heartbroken when he saw this, and quickly took the summoned beast back to the summoning space. Nitro's big mouth closed, and after clearing the obstacles, he continued to move forward. It seems like a robot. The only procedure is to collect purple star stones. Bang bang bang. The ground shook and made noises as Nitro moved around. Suddenly, with a pop, Nitro's right foot sank deeply into the earth. Magic mire trap! Nitro tried to pull out his right foot, but the harder he tried, the harder it fell. The magical mire gradually swallowed up Nitro's figure. Gula gula. Bubbles appeared all over Nitro. Its entire lower body has been trapped in the magic quagmire. The magic mire can absorb Nitro's power, making it unable to rely on its own strength to break out of the trap. The purple lines on Nitro's body lit up with dazzling light. Buzz! The surrounding magical elements converged towards Nitro. Nitro's brown hair gradually turned blue. A cold breath spread. Click! 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 The magical mire was frozen, solidified into rock. Blue Nitro broke free from the soil with a strong effort. Everyone not far away showed surprise. Can Nitro still use magic? Everyone doesn't know much about ancient disaster beasts like Nitro. I was very surprised to see Nitro using ice magic to freeze the magic quagmire and get out of trouble. You know, the magic quagmire is their carefully chosen trap. It can be said to be the most suitable method to deal with Nitro. The result is just as everyone speculated. Nitro's terrifying power is useless in the face of the magical quagmire that can overcome strength with softness. Unexpectedly, Nitro can actually change his form. After turning into blue Nitro, he has the ability to ice. Click, click, click. The cold air quickly spread in all directions. The trees were frozen into ice sculptures in an instant. Levi felt the cold breath on Nitro's body, and his heart moved slightly. He releases a fireball that attacks Nitro. Call! Boom boom! The fireball hits Nitro. Ice and fire collided fiercely, resulting in an astonishing explosion. After the smoke cleared, Levi discovered that Nitro was injured. The injury was very minor, just a scratch on the skin. But this means that Nitro's defenses are weakened. Blue Nitro's resistance to fire magic has been weakened. No need for Levi to remind everyone. Everyone discovered this exciting news. Alpha was overjoyed and said quickly, "Quick! Take advantage of its weakened defense and attack with all your strength." He took out the elemental contract. Contract the fire element to enhance the power of your own fire spells. Levi curiously glanced at the elemental contract in Alpha's hand. It looked like an ordinary magic scroll. After contracting the fire element, Levi immediately felt the fire element in the surrounding heaven and earth actively rushing towards Alpha. Alpha's aura surged. Chapter 405 Frozen for thousands of miles. Alpha uses the elemental contract, and his strength skyrockets. Immortal Fire Phoenix. Get the boost from Elemental Pact. The size of the Immortal Fire Phoenix doubled. Under Alpha's control, the Immortal Fire Phoenix gathered its power and exploded with all its strength. Phoenix Firewire! A thick pillar of fire hit Nitro. Nitro raised his arm in front of him, and the hair on his arm was quickly scorched and turned into charcoal and fell off. Levi's eyes lit up. What a great opportunity! His eyes narrowed, and he activated the primary flame rules. Set the hair on Nitro's body on fire. The most troublesome thing about it is this layer of hair, with extremely high defense and magic resistance. When the flame rule was activated, Levi felt an extremely strong gaze. Although Nitro's eyes couldn't be seen clearly, Levi could feel it looking at him. Call! Nitro burst into flames. Bang! The phoenix line of fire penetrated Nitro's left arm, leaving a charred black hole. The remaining power hit Nitro's chest, barely breaking through the defense and unable to pose a threat. The hair on Nitro's body burned under the influence of the fire rules. The burning rate is relatively slow. The purple energy band on Nitro's body shines. A chill ran through his body. Levi's heart trembled, and he felt a power similar to Rule's. The cold air dissipated, and the flames on Nitro's body extinguished. The two purple energy bands on its body also became much darker. Dimensional slash. A dark space crack cut across Nitro's left arm. Cut off the injured left arm. Bang! The thick three-fingered left arm fell to the ground with a dull sound. This was the first time anyone had caused considerable damage to Nitro. Everyone looked excited. Oh! I heard it! It has to be dimensional slash. Attack its wounds quickly! Everyone cast spells to attack Nitro. He seemed to be taking advantage of his illness to kill him. Hoo ho ho! Suddenly, everyone felt extremely cold. Levi couldn't help but shudder. Looking up, I saw ice and snow falling from the sky. Thousands of miles of ice! With Nitro as the center. The frost spread in all directions to the west, freezing everything. Click, click, click. Everyone turned into ice sculptures in the cold wind. Bang! Alpha broke the ice sculpture and stepped out. He sighed and looked into the distance. Nitro's figure had disappeared. Click, click, click. Later, everyone also escaped from the ice sculpture one after another. Levi released a fireball, which hung high above everyone's heads and melted the ice. He added a hint of flame rule into the fireball. Accelerate the melting of solid ice. Levi glanced in the direction where Nitro disappeared. Nitro's final ultimate move comes with primary ice rules. Only then can he freeze everyone in an instant and seal thousands of meters of land. Ever since Nitro turned blue, Levi felt that it had a special aura attached to it. Now it seems that the perception is not wrong. It is the breath of rules. If Nitro continues to swallow the purple star stone, his strength will be further enhanced, and the power of the rules will be further enhanced. I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with everyone. The power of rules can only be countered by rules. There are very few people who can master the power of rules at the 4th or 5th level. Even 6th level mages may not be able to master the power of rules. Levi looked at the position where Nitro's broken arm fell, feeling a little pity. The broken arm has disappeared, most likely taken away by Nitro. The alchemist hurriedly collected the hair, blood, skin and other things Nitro dropped on the battlefield. They were able to create a secret medicine specifically designed to suppress Nitro based on these things. The next time they meet Nitro, they won't be so passive. After discussion, several people in the crowd went to the strait where Nitro appeared to check the situation. Levi was also in the crowd. He was flying in midair and looked towards the strait between the two islands. The water was dark and bottomless. Looking at the sea below, everyone had different thoughts. After they dispersed, Levi created a phantom body and entered the sea to find out. In less than 3 minutes, the phantom body lost contact. Before the phantom body lost contact, Levi saw the phantom body being swallowed by a huge blood basin. In addition to the terrifying ancient disaster beast Nitro, there are also a large number of huge sea beasts in the sea. The level of these sea beasts generally reaches level 4 or 5. This may be why Nitro lives in the sea. Sea beasts can provide it with an adequate food source. There are not enough monsters on the island to fill the gap between the teeth of the 20-meter-tall Nitrocii. Only giant sea monsters that can easily reach tens or hundreds of meters in size can meet Nitro's food requirements. Seeing that the sea was full of danger, Li Wei did not risk going deep. Soon after Li Wei left, people came one after another to explore the strait, but nothing was found. Some people avoided the sea beasts and went deep into the strait, but still could not find Nitro. No one knows where Nitro went. Levi returns to the ring where Eris is. Seeing new traces of fighting appearing around him, Levi looked surprised and asked, "Is someone coming?" Eris nodded. "Well, when you were fighting the ancient disaster beast, a group of people went around to capture and rob the arena. The one who summoned the tower?" Levi glanced around and saw a lot of hair, scales, and blood stains of Warcraft remaining on the ring. Eris nodded and said, "Yes. They probably also feel that there is no hope against the ancient disaster beasts, and want to take advantage of the opportunity to grab more arenas. But fortunately, the summoner I met was not very strong, so I sent him away." Levi walked to a clean stone and sat down. "Take a rest and wait until dawn." The night calmed down after Nitro disappeared. Occasionally, the sounds of fighting could be heard from afar, proving that not everyone intended to spend the night peacefully. Fortunately, Levi and Eris did not encounter enemy attacks in the second half of the night. Call. The salty sea breeze blew by, and Levi looked into the distance. A white line appears on the dividing line between sea and sky. Half an hour later, a ray of sunshine rose from the sea, illuminating the world. After Levi and Eris had breakfast, they discussed their next actions. Then it's decided. We'll split up and try to get as many points as possible in these 2 days. Then we'll reunite on the last day and fight to occupy the ring. Levi just finished speaking. Eris's expression changed slightly. He cast a 1,000-mile sound transmission spell and moved his lips as if he said something. Levi couldn't hear it. His eyes moved slightly and asked, "What's wrong?" After a moment, Eris looked at Levi and replied, "Someone in the elemental tower was eliminated." Levi was not surprised. "Isn't this normal?" Eris said with serious eyes. "The key is that 3 people were eliminated at the same time." Levi looked surprised. "What's going on? Even if we encounter a strong enemy, it's impossible for 3 people to be eliminated at the same time? What happened to them?" Eris said. "It's unclear at the moment. Alpha has sent people to find out the situation." Chapter 406 Mysterious and Powerful Enemy. Eris received news that 3 mages in the elemental tower were eliminated at the same time. In order to find out the whole story, Alpha has sent people to investigate. After discussing with Eris, Levi decided to act according to the previously discussed plan. Levi and Eris switch places. Eris has occupied the ring for a day and accumulated a lot of points. Exchange for a space javelin. There are still a lot of points left, which can be exchanged for props when you encounter good things in other arenas later. Levi took over the position of the ringmaster of Eris and continued to guard the ring. Eris goes out and earns points through other means. Before leaving, Eris helped Levi strengthen the hidden magic barrier. "Thanks. Be careful on the road." Eris nodded and said, "Contact me anytime if you need anything." Levi watched Eris go. After sending Eris away, Levi sat down to practice with peace of mind. The sun is not very big yet, so it is just right to practice the concept of the blazing sun. It won't cause much commotion. Levi visualized the rising sun, and the radiance of the sun in his heart became much gentler. As time goes by, the sun gets bigger and bigger. Levi gradually burned in the fire. Sunlight continued to penetrate into his body, gathering in the sea of heart and condensing into a sun. The sun in my heart is getting stronger and stronger, compared with the original sun. After a period of practice, the diameter of the sun in the sea of mind has exceeded 50 meters. The bigger the sun in the heart sea is, the faster it can absorb the power of the external sun. In other words, resonance. The resonance between the inner sun and the real sun becomes stronger. The power becomes more and more powerful. Relying on the sun in his heart, Levi can retain the power at his peak during the day for a short period of time, even in the dark night. Levi thought that if he met Nitro during the day, the outcome would definitely be different, especially under the scorching sun. The power of his fire spells increased several times. Nitro may not be able to stop it. Unfortunately, judging from the current situation, Nitro should be a big boss that only appears at night. I couldn't find it even if I tried to look for it during the day. Buzz! Levi suddenly felt a trace of space fluctuation coming from not far away. He opened his eyes suddenly and looked. Levi was stunned for a moment when he saw the location where space fluctuations were emitting. "This is?" The next second, a figure emerged from the air. Bang! Alpha landed on the ground. He looked behind him with a surprised look on his face. After seeing the surrounding scenery change drastically, he let out a long sigh of relief. "Finally got rid of it. Alpha, why are you here?" Levi asked doubtfully. After hearing this, Alpha turned to look at Levi, showing a look of sudden realization. "It turns out that this space coordinate was left by you." Levi saw his embarrassed appearance, frowned and asked, "What happened?" He could see that Alpha ran away in a hurry before teleporting here. Alpha shook his head, sighed and said, "I encountered an enemy that I can't defeat at all." Levi showed a look of surprise. "Who is he? That makes you feel that he is no match at all?" Alpha said, "She has a prop that can directly silence the magic elements within a certain range. All elemental spells cannot be used." Levi frowned. "Such a perverted prop?" Alpha nodded. "It is indeed a pervert. If it hadn't been for this prop, I wouldn't have run away in embarrassment." After saying that, he sighed again. "In addition to the abnormal props, that person's strength is also very abnormal." Alpha couldn't help but said with a bit of pain, "Whose mage is stronger than a bull?" Levi looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Did you mean a biological alchemist?" "Bioalchemist?" Alpha asked doubtfully. Levi explained it to him. I also met someone before who transformed himself into neither a human nor a ghost. But he was indeed very strong and very different from ordinary alchemists. Alpha shook his head and said, No, the person I met is no different from a normal person. However, she might really be a biological alchemist. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why she has such powerful power. Forget it. Let's not talk so much. I'm leaving first. Alpha looked around and walked towards the Twin Peaks. Previously, he broke off the rear alone, restrained the enemy, and let his companions go first. Now, he has to rush to join his companions. If it weren't for Levi occupying the ring, he directly challenged him, occupied the ring, and called Crow over. Levi thought of something and quickly stopped Alpha and asked, By the way, have you found the person who eliminated the Element Tower mage this morning? Alpha shook his head and said, I haven't found it yet. Be careful yourself. I heard that people in other mage towers were also eliminated collectively. We still don't know what happened. Levi frowned, full of doubts. Why is there no news at all? Is the enemy really that powerful? After Alpha finished speaking, he left. Seeing this, Li sat down and continued practicing. But that's fine. The smaller the number of people, the less competitive pressure there is. After there were fewer people, no one came to trouble him. He can practice with peace of mind. Not long after he sat down, Levi felt the arrival of an uninvited guest. He sensed danger approaching. Levi opened his eyes and looked, but did not see the source of danger. Everything seemed normal before my eyes. However, he could clearly feel something was abnormal. To be cautious, Levi quietly turned into the element of fire and covered the surface with transfiguration to maintain his normal appearance. Suddenly, an arm passed through Levi's chest, and countless sparks flew out. Levi looked down, with a look of surprise on his face. It was an arm covered with white hair. The most important thing is that the palm only has 3 fingers. Nitro! Li Wei's heart was shocked. And he realized who the enemy was? He quickly looked back. Suddenly, Levi's head was blown open and scattered into flames on the ground. The flame body quickly dispersed and regrouped in midair not far away. Levi's face emerged from the flames. He stared at the human-sized, white-haired ancient beast Nitro in front of him. It turns out there is more than one Nitro. Giant brown Nitro haunts the night. White, human-sized Nitro appears during the day. White Nitro operates silently. It seemed to be a sound that could swallow up everything around it. There was no sound. White Nitro disappeared. Levi's mental perception captured a figure moving quickly. White Nitro makes no sound as it moves. Even the sound Levi made was swallowed up by an invisible monster. Levi seemed to understand why the 3 elemental mages were eliminated at the same time. And there was no chance to spread any news. White Nitro devours sound. The flame field unfolds. The flames burn silently. White Nitro suddenly appeared in front of Levi like a white ghost. The bird's beak split open and ultra-high frequency sound waves attacked. Hum! In an instant, Levi's figure was shattered into pieces and turned into flaming debris on the ground. Chapter 407 Seizing the Body. Levi was shattered by White Nitro's ultra-high frequency sound waves. Flames scattered all over the place. Consciousness takes a hit. For a while, the body shape could not be restored. Confused. After a long time, Levi finally recovered. White Nitro has disappeared. Levi showed a solemn expression. He took a look at his own condition and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the extraordinary characteristic of nirvana and rebirth was not triggered. Otherwise, you will lose a chance to save your life. He was just stunned and passed out for a while. Levi glanced around and saw that the arena was intact. White Nitro did not destroy the ring and dig out the purple star stone. Recalling what just happened, Levi's eyes gradually showed a solemn look. White Nitro's speed and power are terrifying. It also seems to be able to swallow up the surrounding sounds, and then burst out at once to cause high damage to the enemy. If we say that Giant Nitro is a warrior with powerful strength and amazing defense, so White Nitro is undoubtedly the strongest assassin. Come and go without a trace. Levi thought about it. What would he do if he encountered White Nitro next time? His first thought was to limit White Nitro's speed. As long as its speed can be weakened, there is a way to counterattack. Otherwise, we can only be beaten unilaterally. After thinking for a moment, Levi realized that weakening White Nitro's speed was just a bad idea. He also has no related spells that he is good at. Resisting the Ring of Fire might be able to slow down White Nitro for a moment. However, with White Nitro's reaction speed, It was easy to dodge it. Using the body of the Fire Lord to resist is just a middle strategy. White Nitro can't kill Levi in a short time. But your tricky sonic attack can seriously damage Levi. Put Levi into an unconscious coma. This state is very dangerous. Levi needs a better way to deal with White Nitro than just survive. When Levi was looking for countermeasures, suddenly, Eris's voice came to his ears. Eris said, "Levi, be careful. There seems to be a monster coming to your side. There are various signs that that monster is the powerful enemy who eliminated 3 elemental mages at the same time this morning." Levi twitched the corner of his mouth. The news had come too late. He had already been attacked by White Nitro. Levi responded, "Yeah, I know. You should be careful too. Okay." The ground shook and a plume of smoke billowed out in the distance. Levi subconsciously looked up and narrowed his eyes slightly. If he remembered correctly, there should be a challenge arena over there. There was only thick smoke and the ground shook slightly. But no sound was heard. Levi was already 90% sure that White Nitro was going there. Feeling the vibration on the ground, Levi's eyes moved slightly, as if he had thought of a way to deal with White Nitro. If nothing unexpected happens, it should come back to me, Levi thought. Sure enough, it was not what Levi expected. After a while, thick smoke caused by the battle rose in the distance. Levi felt the sounds around him disappear. Although White Nitro cannot be seen, Levi can be sure that it has already arrived. Now it seems that White Nitro's goal is to eliminate the ring champion. It only attacks the ring owner and does not destroy the ring. It showed that it was not the purple star stone that attracted it. Levi stood quietly on the ring. White Nitro appeared silently behind Levi and attacked him. Punch through Levi's chest. Tick-tock. White Nitro's arm bleeds. Bright red blood dripped onto the ground, making a sound. White Nitro's silent realm seems to have been cracked. It maintained the posture of penetrating Levi's body and stood motionless. Levi looked back at White Nitro, took a step forward, and pulled out his body from its arm. As White Nitro's arm pulled out, the blade of judgment is revealed. The blade cut through White Nitro's arm, and fatal power had invaded White Nitro's body. Instant death. Levi saw White Nitro being instantly killed by the judgment blade. Breathed a sigh of relief. Any active method has a chance of being evaded by the extremely fast White Nitro. Only passively triggered attacks can cause damage to them without them noticing. Levi hid the blade of judgment within his body. I had been attacked by White Nitro once before. Levi knew that White Nitro liked to attack from behind. Attack the heart from behind. It is White Nitro's fighting instinct to attack vital points. This instinct killed it. Levi hid the blade of judgment at his heart. White Nitro punched through Levi's chest, and his arm was cut by the judgment blade. Due to the lethal effect of the judgment blade, White Nitro is destined to die, no matter how small the wound is. What's more, Levi also smeared poisonous ambergris on the judgment blade just to be on the safe side. The poison from the wind poison dragon is enough to kill legendary creatures. Even if the fatal effect of the judgment blade didn't work, White Nitro can also be poisoned by poisonous ambergris. After being poisoned, both speed and strength will be weakened. Levi would have a chance to fight back. The result was a one-hit kill, and Levi's prepared backups were of no use. He took out the tears of the goddess and relieved himself of the poisoned state. Also purify the judgment blade. During the process, the power of the goddess's tears accidentally touched White Nitro. A blue light enveloped White Nitro's body. After a while, White Nitro recovered from his injuries and regained his breath of life. Levi looked surprised. Tears of the goddess resurrected White Nitro. His face was extremely solemn, and he was about to cut with the blade of judgment. After a while, I found White Nitro standing there blankly, without any movement. Levi's movements on his hands temporarily slowed down. He felt carefully for a moment, and found that White Nitro was indeed alive, but not completely alive. What came to life was the body of White Nitro. Its physical vitality is too strong. Even the blade of judgment cannot kill it completely. After being nourished by the tears of the goddess, the vitality will immediately rejuvenate. However, White Nitro's soul is dead. What he saw before him was a soulless body. Levi's eyes narrowed slightly, and an exciting idea came to his mind. Shadow Attendant! Summon Shadow Attendant. Occupy this body. Under Levi's order, Shadow Attendant got into White Nitro's body. The black mist gradually merged into White Nitro's body. After a moment, White Nitro began to move. Shadow Attendant successfully controlled White Nitro's body. Hiss! Shadow Warrior wanted to speak, but Nitro didn't have such an organ. Can only make an inhaling sound. No language is needed to communicate between Nitro. They have a unique way of communicating. Levi had a smile on his face. Shadow Warrior gets the body of White Nitro, and his strength is greatly increased. Chapter 408 Hidden Arena. After Shadow Attendant takes Chinitro's body, the strength is greatly improved. Even if it cannot fully unleash the power of White Nitro, even if it can only exert 40 to 50% of its power, it is still extremely powerful. In terms of combat effectiveness, Nitro's combat effectiveness has definitely reached the peak of level 6, be it speed or power. After much thought, Levi decided to send a Shadow Attendant disguised as White Nitro to go out and clean up the contestants. Reduce competitors. After receiving Levi's order, Shadow Warrior controlled Nitro's body and walked away. After a while, Shadow Warrior gradually adapted to Nitro's strength and speed, moving faster and faster. Suddenly, the whole person seemed to disappear into the air. Levi's eyes moved slightly, revealing a smile. Shadow Attendant has successfully activated Nitro's silent field. Without the silent field, Nitro's attack success rate would be much lower. Depending on the situation, Shadow Warrior seems to be able to exert 60 to 70% of Nitro's strength. It's enough for most people. Levi is looking forward to the good news that Shadow Attendant will bring back. After taking care of White Nitro, Levi could finally practice with peace of mind. Meditation restores mana. Under Levi's deliberate control, Shadow Attendant pretended to be White Nitro and cleaned up the surrounding area. Levi faced no challenger all day. If anyone approaches here, they will be attacked by the Shadow Warrior. Generally, few people can beat the Shadow Warrior with the body of Nitro. Being able to escape the Shadow Attendant's attack is already very powerful. Levi stood up and looked into the distance. The sun is setting. The sun sets in the west, and the sky becomes red. Blossoming clouds dotted the sky, like blazing red flowers. Levi's eyes moved slightly, and he noticed that the fire clouds in the sky seemed to have changed. He looked intently and found that many fire clouds seemed to be forming a circle. Levi stared into the center of the circle. Natural phenomenon? Or is there something? Levi thought again and flew into the sky. After flying high into the sky, Levi saw that the center surrounded by the fire clouds was the stone bridge between the twin peaks. Levi's heart moved, and he seemed to have thought of something. Without thinking, he quickly flew towards the stone bridge. When we arrived at the stone bridge, there were already several figures here. It wasn't just Levi who noticed something strange in the sky. After approaching the stone bridge, Levi found red light strips hanging down from the fire cloud. It looks like fairy streamers hanging from the clouds. These bands of light appear to be anomalies caused by refraction of water vapor. However, Levi instinctively felt that it was definitely not that simple. Space fluctuations came from not far away. Levi looked at the space mage in the center of the group. He was casting space spells. Under the influence of space magic, the hanging light strips were concentrated in the center of the stone bridge. There is a hole there. It looks like an ordinary stone cave. But after being illuminated by the red light band of Wushayan, red light emitted from the cave. The red light spread quickly toward the outside of the cave, forming a huge circular magic circle in the blink of an eye. Levi was slightly startled when he saw the familiar magic circle. This is a challenge arena! Levi was very surprised. He didn't expect that the center of the stone bridge was a hidden arena. The first space mage to activate the hidden arena appeared on the hidden arena in an instant. Occupy the arena and become the champion. After seeing the effectiveness of the hidden props, the space mage had a look of surprise on his face, as if he was very surprised. When Li Wei and others saw the change in his expression, they all showed curiosity. What on earth did he see? You know, when the hidden arena appeared before, he didn't show any surprise. What could have surprised him so much? Some people felt itchy and wanted to know what happened. So they walked forward. Get ready to challenge. Boom! Suddenly the whole stone bridge shook. Everyone's bodies were swayed from side to side, and they might fall down at any time. Seeing this, Levi flew directly into the sky. Get off the ground to avoid falling. After flying up, he saw that the water in the strait was rising. Levi was thoughtful, and seemed to have guessed what would happen next. Bang, bang, bang. The sea water turned into streaks and rose into the sky. Water pillars surround the stone bridge, forming a barrier and forming a huge arena. Puff, puff. The huge sea beast from the sea came towards the shore. The huge body brings a strong sense of oppression. But at this moment, their faces showed fear and panic, like running for his life. Levi stared into the distance and whispered, "Here he comes!" A figure slowly walked out of the sea. The huge beak on its face identifies it. Mega Nitro. Although Nitro, who is 20 meters tall, looks much smaller than the sea beast. However, it makes all sea beasts feel fear, scrambling to escape from it. Nitro walked towards the stone bridge, one step at a time. The space mage on the stone bridge looked shocked and glanced around subconsciously, as if seeking help. Nitro impressed everyone last night. Levi looked towards Nitro's left arm. Its severed left arm has recovered as before, and there are no scars on its body. In less than a day, Nitro's injury healed, and he returned to his peak condition. Levi had seen the vitality of white Nitro before. Not surprised by this. It is foreseeable that if the Nitro in front of me cannot be killed, its strength will only become more and more terrifying. In the end, Nitro's footsteps stopped at the edge of the stone bridge arena, and did not enter the scope of the arena. It stared at the people on the ring from a distance, turned around and walked towards the nearest arena in the other direction. It's going to start hunting purple star stones again. The space mage saw Nitro leaving, and breathed a sigh of relief. The others also relaxed after seeing Nitro walking away. Oops! Why did it go in that direction? A summoner looked surprised. Over there is a ring occupied by his companions. He quickly summoned a flying summon beast and flew towards the arena, intending to report the news first. The others looked at each other. Some stood back, while others walked forward to challenge the champion. Levi was also curious about what the hidden props were. He stood and watched. The challenger is the illusionist. As soon as the illusionist came on stage, a void chain bound him. Puff! After the void chain hit the illusionist's figure, the illusionist directly turned into bubbles and dissipated in the air. The space mage was not surprised. He controlled the void chain to sweep across and wrap around an open space. The illusionist can trick the space mage's vision and perception, but it cannot change its impact on the surrounding space. Just like when a person stands on soft sand, the sand will sink. Likewise, the illusionist will cause a dent in the surrounding space. This depression is so small that only extremely high spatial awareness can detect it. Chapter 409, Survival with Broken Arm. The space mage Roger deliberately attacks the illusionist's phantom clone. Bewitch the illusionist. The moment the void chain breaks the phantom clone, he controls the void chain to launch an attack towards the real location. The illusionist was also a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the other party has discovered his true identity. Under the sudden attack, the illusionist was somewhat unable to react. He was almost caught by the void chain. Catching it basically means the battle is over. Roger can teleport the illusionist directly out of the ring. Leaving the ring? Challenge failed. No more challenges can be played within 12 hours. At the critical moment, the illusionist Macaron split into 3 parts. 3 figures appeared in front of Roger at the same time. Roger hesitated for a moment, then gave Macaron a chance to escape. Call. Void chains passed through Macaron's body. Roger's eyes changed slightly. It's fake. In a hurry. I chose one of the 3. But I chose the wrong one. Roger thought he had made the wrong choice. In fact, no matter which one he chooses, both are true and both are false. Macaron can switch positions and change reality at any time. This is the true delusion of his extraordinary character. Combined with illusion spells, the power of extraordinary characteristics can be maximized. Macaron's eyes narrowed, and he activated the illusion of eyes of fear. Buzz! The moment he looked into Macaron's eyes, Roger's eyes fell into confusion, and his pupils dilated. His hands and feet were shaking slightly, as if he was in boundless fear. Macaron just wanted to make a move, but I found that my legs and feet were weak. He was startled and suddenly woke up. The Roger in front of him turned into himself. Roger smiled proudly. Reflecting mirror! The power of the Eye of Terror is reflected back to Macaron himself. He got himself tricked. Roger took the opportunity to activate the void chains to wrap around Macaron's body. Space teleportation! Buzz! There was a flash of silver light, and Macaron disappeared. Appear outside the ring. Bang! Macaron fell to the ground, staggered a few steps, and almost fell. He looked up at Roger and frowned. When he realized that he was controlled by the Eye of Fear, Macaron had already reacted and lifted the Eye of Fear spell. But it's still too late. Being teleported out of the arena, his challenge failed. You cannot enter the ring to challenge again for 12 hours. Macaron glanced at Roger and turned to leave. Continuing to stay will not help. It is better to leave. Roger looked at the remaining 2 people, smiled, and asked, Do you also want to challenge me? The alchemist glanced at him and turned to leave. He had no confidence in dealing with Roger's void chain. Going up there is just a waste of time. Levi thought for a moment and walked towards the ring. Oh, I didn't expect anyone to dare to challenge me. It seems that you are very confident. Roger looked at Levi and raised his eyebrows. Levi walked into the ring. The magic circle is activated and the space is locked. He looked at Roger, who looked at him quietly. The two looked at each other for a long time. Roger asked, "Aren't you going to take action?" Levi smiled and said, "That's right. I am the challenger, so I should make the first move." Roger smiled. "That's right." Levi almost already knew several of Roger's methods. While watching the battle, I could already see that there were 7 or 8. Levi raised his right hand, and a fireball appeared in his palm. He threw the fireball towards Roger. Roger looked puzzled. "That's it?" He didn't even get defensive. "Let the fireball fly towards you." Bang! The fireball was blocked by an invisible space barrier. Roger's space shield. He shook his head and said, "You are testing me with this? Which mage can't withstand such a temptation?" With that said, he attacked Levi. Gravity reversal. Levi stepped lightly and felt like his whole body was about to fly. He was indeed floating upward. The direction of gravity in the world where Levi is located is reversed. It made him extremely uncomfortable and felt like he was out of place. Roger took the opportunity to use void chains to wrap around Levi. Teleporting Levi out of the ring is the least labor-intensive way to do it. Wow! The void chain flew towards Levi like a flexible snake. Levi did not dodge, but instead reached out to grab the void chain. Like a drowning man grasping at the last straw. Roger looked surprised. Without hesitation, he controlled the void chain and went up, tightly wrapping around Levi's arm. Space teleportation! Snap! An arm appears outside the ring. Before his arms even hit the ground, they turned into flames and flew back to the ring. Roger looked stunned. Gecko tail docking? Levi smiled slightly. Wow! The same sound of chains sounded from behind Roger. Roger was still in a daze, unable to react at all, until Levi's void chains wrapped around his waist and abdomen. Only then did Roger realize that he was being attacked. He looked down at the void chain coiled around his waist. Looking back, the end of the void chain disappeared into the air. Turning to look at Levi, his remaining hand was holding the end of the void chain. The flames flew back to form Levi's arms. Levi pulled hard. Void confinement! Activate the power of void chains. Freeze the space around the confinement. The void chain dragged Roger close to Levi quickly. Roger wanted to break free from the chains of the void, but without the ability to use space spells, he could only rely on strength to engage in a tug-of-war with Levi. Obviously, his power is far inferior to Levi. Levi pulled lightly, and Roger flew directly towards him with a strong force. Flaming snake! Levi raised his right arm made of flames and spread his fingers. The 5 fingers turned into 5 flaming snakes and shot towards Roger, who was flying over. Roger responded quickly. After discovering that he couldn't break free from the chains of the void, he realized that he could only confront Levi head-on. He also didn't hesitate to attack. Attack against attack. Dimensional slash. Dimensional slash swallowed 2 flame snakes. Levi flew up and did a somersault, easily dodging the space crack caused by dimensional slash. There is still time to control the remaining 3 flame snakes to attack Roger. Levi activates nuclear mysteries. The size of the 3 flame snakes suddenly expanded, and their power increased by 1 level. From a small snake to a giant python in an instant. The flame snake collided with Roger and was blocked by the space shield. 3 flaming snakes entangled Roger, constantly burning the space shield and heating the air, even though only 1/10,000th of the heat is transmitted into the interior through the space shield. It also made Roger feel that the air around him was getting hotter. It felt hot every time I took a breath. Roger was horrified. How high are the temperatures of these flaming snakes? He is not an elemental mage, let alone a fire mage. Limited high temperature resistance. Not much stronger than ordinary people. If this continues, he may be heated to death within the space shield. Chapter 410 Hidden Props. Roger was continuously attacked by the flame snake. Although the flame snake cannot destroy his space shield, it can continuously heat the air in the space shield. The rising temperature of the air made Roger a little unbearable. He responded immediately. Vacuum explosion technique! A vacuum ball appeared next to Levi. The moment the vacuum bursts, it generates extremely strong suction. Suck both Levi and Flame Snake into the center of the vacuum blast. Levi couldn't resist that terrifying power. Bang! Yin Snake and Leeway collided, turned into flames, and dissipated in the air. Levi is fine. He is immune to fire damage below level 5. Not to mention, the Flame Snake was his own power, so it was even more impossible to hurt him, unless the power is out of control. However, for Levi, this probability is infinitely close to 0. The extraordinary characteristic of advanced mana control gives Levi extremely strong control capabilities. There is no risk of losing control of the force. Roger escaped from the siege of the Flame Snake and launched a counterattack. Dimensional Exile. Roger used the 5th level spell, Dimensional Exile, on Levi. Want to banish Levi from the secret space. Casting this spell was not an easy task for Roger. A precious space gem was exhausted and shattered, and Roger felt a little distressed. However, when he thought that Dimensional Exile could directly eliminate Levi, Roger felt that the money was well spent. Levi felt the fluctuations in the surrounding space. There was a strange feeling of regression, and he felt as if he was moving away from the world. Fire Escape! Levi used all his strength to use his fire escape and rushed towards Roger. His figure gradually elongated into a long strip, and he was unable to escape the power of Dimensional Exile. Levi's eyes narrowed. Space Tear Technique! Tear! A crack appeared in the space behind Levi, and he rushed backwards into the space crack behind him. Roger was stunned. Isn't this asking for trouble? Levi's ability to tear apart space surprised him a little. However, if you use the space tearing technique in this case, you will have a high probability of getting lost in the chaotic space slit. After Dimensional Exile loses its target, the spell dissipates. Roger thought the battle was over. Suddenly, the void chain around his waist was stretched straight. The end of the void chain extends into the space, leading to another invisible space. Tear it apart. The space where the void chain disappeared suddenly split open, and a figure flew out grabbing the void chain. Roger looked shocked. Can the void chain still be used like this? He really didn't expect that the void chain could serve as the coordinate of the return space. Leeway also came up with this usage when he had an idea. At that time, I did not use the space tearing technique and took the initiative to leave this space. Then you could only be exiled to the unknown space by the dimension, directly eliminated from the game. After leaving voluntarily, Levi can still rely on the void chain to lock Roger and return to this space. The battle is over. Primary flame rules. Burning Feather! Levi stared at Roger. Roger and Levi looked at each other and seemed to see the fire burning in Levi's eyes. A red glow appeared in the corner of his eye. Roger was stunned for a moment and subconsciously reached out to touch it. What's this? His! Roger's hand was burned and he quickly retracted his arm. He glanced around and found many flame feathers floating in midair inside the space shield. This is the Burning Feather created by Levi through the rules of fire. Burning Feather uses an extremely small amount of fire element that penetrated into the space shield when the flame snake besieged Roger. More than a dozen burning feathers floated towards Roger and stuck to his body. Roger looked horrified. Bang, bang, bang. The burning feather explodes, causing even greater fire. The flames, driven by Levi's flame rules, further burned Roger's mage robe, hair, and eyebrows. Stop! 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 I give up! Roger quickly shouted stop and admitted defeat. Levi's eyes relaxed a little as he stared at him. The flames no longer hurt Roger, and hung like bright red flowers on Roger. Roger walked outside the ring, exited the ring, and admitted defeat. Seeing this, Leeway also took back all his strength. Wow! The void chain wrapped around Roger's waist was taken back into his hand. The fire plumes in the space shield also dissipated. Roger touched his singed hair and stared at Levi in confusion. How on earth did your spell bypass the space shield? There is no magic element inside the space shield he propped up. Logically speaking, it is impossible for elemental spells to bypass the space shield and cause damage to him. However, this happened. Levi smiled and did not answer his question. If Shadow Warrior hadn't taken over White Netero's body, Levi would have had an easier way to deal with Roger. That requires such a complicated method. It was another siege, another void chain space lock, and the elementary flame rules that forced Roger to admit defeat. In fact, a simple flame cannot threaten Roger's life, but Levi's flame has the power of rules. The attack directly ignores the defensive magic items on Roger. Roger was shocked by this power. After much thought, I chose to admit defeat. If you continue to fight, your chances of victory are slim. Mainly because he discovered that Levi knew the space tearing technique. Space Tier can destroy space shields. His own space movement spell was restrained by the Void Chain. In a fight with Levi, he would be at a huge disadvantage. Simply admit defeat. Seeing that Levi didn't want to answer the question, Roger didn't continue to ask. He looked at Levi and asked, "What's your name?" Levi can answer this question. "Levi." "Roger. I remember you," Roger said to Levi. After speaking, he glanced at the stone bridge under Levi's feet. He seemed to laugh a little gloatingly. "You know, in fact, after you took away this hidden arena, I felt more relaxed," Roger said. Levi was stunned, frowned and said, "What do you mean?" Roger turned around and left, saying, "You will know what the hidden props are." Levi narrowed his eyes and quickly checked the hidden props. Hide the remaining pages of the magic forbidden spell of props, and release an incomplete forbidden spell after use. Can be taken out of the secret realm. Levi's mouth twitched. He seemed to understand what Roger meant. Currently, the only people who know the properties of hidden items are Levi and Roger. McCarran failed to challenge Roger and did not have permission to view the properties of the hidden props. Now, Roger plans to reveal the properties of the hidden props. A fragment of a page of forbidden magic spells, plus props that can still be taken out of the secret realm. This attraction is undoubtedly the first in the entire secret realm. Levi has been able to meet everyone who wants to snatch this remaining page of the forbidden magic spell. I suddenly felt a lot of pressure. He looked at the conditions for obtaining the remaining pages of the forbidden magic. Chapter 411 The Power of the Dragon. Levi checked the conditions for obtaining the remaining pages of the forbidden magic curse. To obtain such an amazing prop, you must need a lot of points. After seeing the acquisition conditions, Levi was stunned. He meets the conditions. Meet one of the conditions. The first condition is to kill any ancient disaster beast Nitro. Levi had killed White Nitro not long ago. Satisfy this condition. There is a second condition. Before the end of the game, occupy the hidden ring for 3 minutes in the last hour. No points required. As long as you kill a Nitro. And then when the last hour of the game comes, occupy the hidden arena for 3 minutes. You can get the forbidden magic page. There is only one copy of the remaining pages of the forbidden magic curse. Only the person who stands in the ring and kills Nitro in the end can get this honor. Get this special hidden item. Thinking of this, Levi planned to leave directly. Anyway, as long as I come back in the last hour, it will be okay. When Levi wanted to leave, a voice appeared in Levi's ear. With no one to guard the ring, the hidden ring will be destroyed by Nitro. Levi frowned. It seems there is a hidden third condition. Protect the hidden arena from being destroyed by Nitro until the final moment. This condition is really harsh. Helpless, Levi just needs to stay in the hidden arena. He managed to contact Eris and tell him about the hidden prop. Find ways to attract others to you. The purpose is to protect the hidden arena. Roger also had the same plan. But he also had a trace of personal love and hatred mixed with it. He wanted to see Levi's embarrassing appearance as he was being fought on wheels. Unfortunately, he did not expect that Levi would directly give up the right to occupy the hidden arena. By occupying the hidden arena, you can get 5 points every minute, whether it's for ranking or to redeem props. No one will give up the generous point rewards brought by the hidden arena easily. When Levi contacted Eris was watching the battle next to a ring. Yeah, I know. I'll tell the others. Eris took a deep breath. I was also a little shocked. I didn't expect the hidden props to be so powerful. The remaining pages of the forbidden curse can also bring you out of the secret realm. TSK, TSK, TSK! I didn't expect the space tower to be willing to take out such a good thing. Eris was also a little surprised. Even if it is just a broken page of the forbidden curse, it does not have the power of the real forbidden curse. That is also an extremely precious treasure. Legendary mages can release forbidden spells, but there are very few legendary mages who can imprint the power of forbidden spells on objects. There are only a handful of them. It is almost impossible to hear anyone in this world who still possesses this ability. The last person who could make a forbidden magic scroll was the goddess of magic Mystra. I just don't know if this fragment of the forbidden magic spell is an old thing passed down from the past, or if it is a treasure made by a living legendary mage. If it's the latter, it's significant. Eris glanced at the battle in the ring and lost the idea of competition. He turned and walked away, casting the 1,000 miles of sound transmission spell as he walked to inform others of the news. Soon, news about the remaining pages of the forbidden curse spread throughout the secret realm. Almost everyone knows what a hidden item is. However, The nature of the news changed as it was passed around. From the initial fragment of the forbidden curse, it directly turned into a complete forbidden curse. Once you get it, you can directly pacify the entire secret realm and win in one fell swoop. Then, it became the lost secret book of ancient forbidden spells. Once obtained, you will have the opportunity to learn the lost ancient forbidden spell. The news is getting more and more exciting. Many people even gave up the arena they occupied and rushed to Stone Bridge. Not long after Levi spread the news, he received a challenger. Erica walked onto the stone bridge. Levi looked serious and said with a smile, "Are you going to challenge?" Erica said, "Of course. Don't you want to hide the props?" Li Weigang wanted to say, "In that case, I'll give it to you." Erica said seriously, "I'm going to attack." Bang! The ground beneath Erica's feet sank slightly. Her figure instantly appeared in front of Levi. The speed was so fast that even Levi couldn't blink in time. Erica punched Levi in the abdomen. She was afraid of killing Levi with one punch, so she restrained her strength when she struck. Bang! Click! 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 With one punch, the number of layers of invisible armor is -8. Levi's expression changed. This terrifying power was even more outrageous than Nitro. Li Weigang wanted to speak and asked what was going on. She is an alchemist. Why is her strength so amazing? Looking at Erica, Levi found that her eyes turned into golden vertical pupils. In an instant, Levi understood. Erica has the power of a dragon. Dragon blood potion? Or the dragon clan? Levi looked at Erica. Not sure. Erica looked at Levi with some surprise, and then smiled. "I didn't expect you to be quite strong, so I'm relieved." After saying that, Erica was full of fire. There are no fancy moves. It's all about brute strength. I really don't know where Erica's terrifying power comes from. She doesn't look strong either. Bang bang bang. One punch destroyed 7 or 8 layers of invisible armor. And one kick with a sweeping kick destroyed 10 layers of invisible armor. Levi's scalp was numb, and it felt like he was fighting a giant dragon. Be good. He is just a mage. Why should he fight with a dragon hand to hand? Bang! Finally, Levi was beaten to death by Erica. It exploded into flames that filled the sky. The flame rose quickly and turned into a flame lord more than 10 meters high. Levi looked down at Erica. Erica looked up at him and smiled. "Elemental body? It's not like you can't fight." Li Wei sneered. "Since you want to fight, then I'll stay with you until the end." Originally, he wanted to give it to Erica directly, but she opened it directly when she came up. And Levi also became angry. Prepare to make her look good. Fire field unfolds. A field of flame enveloped the entire arena. Unleash potential. Blue fire posture. Levi transformed into the blue flame lord and his strength skyrocketed. Hundreds of blue fireballs appeared from behind, falling like a rainstorm and hitting Erica. Erica quickly dodged and easily avoided the falling blue fireball, stomping on the ground. The shock wave exploded and extinguished the surrounding flames. She flew up and rushed towards Levi, who had transformed into the Fire Lord. Levi saw faint golden yellow fine dragon scales emerging from the corners of her eyes. Erica inspired the power of the dragon in her body. Call! The falling blue fireball did not hit the ground, but instead turned and flew towards Erica in midair. Erica looked down and kicked the flying blue fireball away. Bang! With the recoil of the explosion, Erica accelerated her ascent. Dragon Fist! Erica aimed at Levi's chin and swung with all her strength. Bang! Levi's head exploded and scattered into fireworks. Even after losing his head, Levi did not stop attacking. Extremely resistant to rings of fire. Chapter 412 Dragon Word Spell. Blue pole resists the ring of fire. A blue ring of resistance fire spread out with Levi as the center. Push Erica away in midair. Losing his head does not affect Levi's ability to perform magic in the Fire Lord posture. Technically speaking, he has no head. The Fire Lord is a whole, with no head or feet. The white robe on Erica's body was burned, and underneath the white robe was her body covered with white bandages. White bandages were tightly wrapped around Erica's proud figure. There are also fine magic runes flashing on the bandage. Levi's flames cannot destroy the bandages on Erica's body. He looked surprised when he saw Erica covered in bandages. Erica smiled mischievously. I'm so sorry to let you see me like this. I will end the fight as soon as possible. After Erica finished speaking, she suddenly stepped on the air. The terrifying explosive power directly freezes the air under your feet, providing recoil, allowing her to move in midair. Levi sensed Erica's movement trajectory and turned around to prepare for the attack. The next second, Erica suddenly disappeared from Levi's range of perception. He glanced around and found no trace of Erica. Levi suddenly woke up and looked up. On top, Erica fell from the sky like a meteorite falling into the world. For a moment, Levi seemed to see a giant dragon diving towards its prey from high altitude. Bang! The Fire Lord was directly defeated, scattered into flames all over the sky. Levi's consciousness briefly disappeared. After regaining consciousness, she heard the profound and obscure dragon text coming from Erica's mouth. Dragon spell! Levi's heart trembled as he realized what Erica was doing. Erica finished spitting out the last dragon text in her mouth. Return of the elements! An invisible force swept over Levi. He involuntarily exited the Fire Lord form and returned to his human form. Even if you want to transform, you can't. The power within the body is suppressed. Levi looked at Erica, somewhat doubting her true identity. Is she really a biological alchemist? He has the power of a dragon and can also cast dragon spells. This is not an ability that can be obtained by using Dragon Blood Potion. Dragon Blood Potion can only allow humans to obtain part of the dragon's body. There is no way for humans to master the dragon's magic, let alone the dragon spell inherited from the dragon's bloodline. The dragon's magic is aimed at the magic of the mage. The dragon spell targets the power of rules. These are two completely different levels. Erica looked at Levi, took out a white robe and put it on. You lose. Levi stared at her for a while. Well, you win. Levi walked out of the stone bridge arena. Erica is very powerful. It would not be easy for Levi to defeat her. It would be much easier to kill her by any means necessary. If she were really human. Levi doubted her true identity. A human being transformed from a giant dragon? Or a descendant of a human being and a giant dragon? Levi glanced at Erica thoughtfully. He was a little curious. Did the people in the alchemy tower know Erica's true identity? If you don't know, that's interesting. Levi glanced at Erica, who was checking the properties of the hidden props, then turned and left. He is interested in Erica's true identity, but is too lazy to explore. On the way to leave, Levi met Eris, Alpha and others who were coming together. When several people saw Levi, Alpha said in surprise, "The hidden arena was taken away?" Levi nodded. "There is no way. The opponent is too strong." Alpha frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "Let's go take a look first." Seeing this, Levi could only keep up with a few people. Levi and Eris walked behind, chatting quietly. "Are you in any danger?" Levi asked Eris. Eris shook his head and said, "I didn't encounter any danger, but I heard that there was a terrifying monster near the arena we occupied before. Basically, all the mages who encountered the monster were eliminated. It's a good thing you left. Otherwise it would have been dangerous," Eris said thankfully. Levi laughed inwardly. "Ah, yes, yes, you are so lucky." Little did he know, Levi had already met the monster and adopted the monster as his little brother. After passing Eris's body shape, Levi thought of Shadow Attendant. "Where is Shadow Attendant?" Levi contacted Shadow Attendant in his heart. No contact. He frowned. Shouldn't be. Shadow Attendant has a soul contract with him, so there is no way he can't be contacted. Unless Shadow Attendant is not in this space. Levi's heart skipped a beat. Could he have been caught by some space mage? In the woods, a miserable Roger looked at the monsters trapped in the space maze in front of him. He breathed a long sigh of relief. "Damn! What the hell is this? I'm scared to death." Roger was startled by the Shadow Attendant, who suddenly appeared and attacked him. Shadow Warrior moves silently, and the person being attacked can only detect the attack at the moment of being attacked. Fortunately, the space shield was strong enough and was not destroyed by Shadow Warrior. Roger spent some time and finally led the Shadow Warrior into the trap he had set. Trapped in a maze of space, Roger observed carefully for a while and looked surprised. "Nitro? Why is there a Nitro here?" Roger was overjoyed. "This is a great opportunity." He smiled, thinking it was an innocent disaster. But he didn't expect it to be pie in the sky. This pie is a bit too big for ordinary people to hold. Fortunately, he caught it. Roger thought for a moment and planned to capture the Nitro in front of him and bring him back to the space tower. You can get 3,000 points by killing Nitro. However, Nitro is worth more alive. Roger was about to cast a space spell to imprison the Shadow Warrior in space and take him away. The ground shook. There was dull footsteps not far away. Bang bang bang. Roger felt a shadow appear above his head and looked up. Mega Nitro appears from behind. Call. Huge feet descended from the sky and stepped on Roger. Bang. A deep footprint was left on the spot. And Roger's figure disappeared. Giant Nitro ignores the disappearance of Roger. He looked down at his companions, who were trapped in the space maze. 5 purple energy bands on its body glowed. And its beak split open, shooting out a purple beam of light that hit the space maze. Snap! The space maze is broken, and Shadow Warrior escapes from the space maze. Looking up, I saw Giant Nitro. The two stared at each other for a long time. Levi, Alpha, and others came to the stone bridge. Alpha saw Erica on the ring and was surprised. Why is it you? Levi was a little surprised and asked. Do you know Erica? Hearing this, Alpha said. So her name is Erica. Do you remember what happened in the morning? I just met her. This guy doesn't look like a mage. Why is he here? When Alpha saw Erica, she felt a headache. Chapter 413 Half-Step Legend. When Alpha saw Erica, she felt a little scared for some reason. I was deeply impressed by Erica's brute strength. Levi heard Alpha say that the powerful enemy she encountered in the morning was Erica. I was a little surprised. He suddenly remembered that Alpha said that Erica had a tool that silenced the magic element. Isn't it a prop? But Erica's dragon spell. It is also possible that Alpha did not necessarily see Erica cast the dragon spell. Return of elements. At that time. Maybe it's just a tool that can silence magical elements. Alpha turned and looked at Levi. He asked, Have you fought her? Levi nodded. Well, it's indeed very strong. I can't beat him at all. Alpha sighed. Oh, there's nothing we can do about it. We can restrain the elemental mage. So there's nothing we can do about it if we can't defeat it. He turned around and wanted to leave. Croy, who was next to him, quickly stopped him. Alpha, look, that person seems to be ready to leave. Alpha subconsciously stopped and turned to look. Erica was seen walking towards the other end of the stone bridge. It seems that he has no intention of continuing to defend the ring. Levi knew this very well. Anyone who sees how to obtain the Forbidden Magic Fragment page will make this decision rationally. You can get a lot of points by occupying the stone bridge arena. However, it faces a steady stream of challengers. Not worth it at all. It may not be possible to hold it. No matter how strong Erica was, she still couldn't bear it after several people came up to fight. After seeing Levi and others coming, Erica decided to give up. There's no use staying here anyway. It's better to leave. Alpha felt happy when she saw Erica leaving. He quickly rushed towards the stone bridge. No matter what. Let's go up and take a look first. As soon as Alpha walked onto the stone bridge, other people from the Mage Tower appeared not far away. When those people saw Alpha, they quickly walked over. Alpha glanced back, regardless of the incoming challenger, and quickly checked the hidden items. After seeing how to obtain hidden props, he suddenly understood. I understand why Erica left. It turns out that staying here is useless. Just as the challenger was about to take the stage, Alpha came down, looking at everyone's confused expressions. What's going on? Several people looked at each other and thought that no matter how many things there were, they should go up first and talk later. After one person went up, he looked suddenly enlightened and then stepped back. Something's wrong. What are you doing here? Someone asked doubtfully. The remaining pages of the Forbidden Magic can only be obtained by killing Nitro. There is no use leaving them here. Let's go find Nitro quickly. After a while, everyone from the 5 top mage towers came over. After someone came, they muttered, What's going on? Didn't you say it was a Forbidden Curse inheritance? Why did it become a fragment of the Forbidden Curse? That's right. I heard that it was inherited from a certain ancient legendary mage. The result is a fragment of a forbidden magic spell. What's the use of it? It takes the last hour to get it. It's useless. Is it possible to use them to die together? After seeing the conditions for obtaining the Forbidden Magic Fragment page, some people formed teams to hunt down Nitro. Levi seemed to understand why Nitro would appear after the hidden arena was activated. It probably also knows that after the method of obtaining the remaining pages of the Forbidden Magic Curse is announced, it will become the target of public criticism. I want to seize the time to improve my combat effectiveness. Boom! Bang! There was an earth-shaking roar in the distance, like a pillar of heaven falling down and hitting the earth. The whole island was shaking. Levi quickly flew up and looked over there. Giant Nitro is seen fighting a group of mages. Levi took a few glances and suddenly noticed a familiar figure on the battlefield. A white shadow wanders around like a ghost, assassinating and attacking the mage. Isn't this Shadow Warrior? Why did he get together with Nitro? Levi contacted the Shadow Attendant in his mind. After a while, he got a reply from Shadow Attendant and found out what happened before. Shadow Attendant followed Levi's orders and searched for the mages from the other 4 mages' towers to eliminate their opponents. As a result, he encountered a space mage, failed in his sneak attack, and was caught instead. If not for the appearance of Giant Nitro, Shadow Warrior might have been captured. The 2 parties communicated for a while, and Shadow Attendant felt that following Giant Nitro could better complete the tasks assigned by Levi. So, let's act together. Giant Nitro attacks the ring and swallows the purple star stone. Shadow Attendant took the opportunity to eliminate the mage. The 2 joined forces, and soon achieved great results. Therefore, it also attracted joint efforts from all parties. Giant Nitro has destroyed 7 arenas and his power has increased significantly. It is heading towards the 8th ring. Bang bang bang. Ignoring everyone's attacks, he moves straight forward with a clear purpose. Tread down the woods, make roads across mountains, and cross rivers when encountering water. Dimensional Slash. A dark space rift hits Giant Nitro. Purple light exploded from Giant Nitro's body, blocking Dimension Slash's attack. The space mage who released Dimensional Slash showed a look of astonishment. Not long ago, Dimension Slash severely injured Nitro and severed one of its arms. How long has it been since? Not even Dimensional Slash can break through its defense. Everyone suddenly felt their scalps numb. Levi quickly flew towards the battlefield. Seeing this scene, I felt a chill in my back. If Nitro continues to devour the purple star stone, he may not be able to break through to the 7th level. When the time comes, no one will be able to defeat him. Combustion! Levi stared at Nitro, intending to use the rules of fire to ignite Nitro's hair. Failed. Nitro turned his head slightly to glance at Levi, ignored him, and continued to move forward. Levi's brows knitted into a knot. The layer of purple light on Nitro's body has the power of rules, which can resist the attack of primary fire rules. Purple Star Stone? Levi thought of the Purple Star Stone, something that Nitro has always sought and devoured. What exactly is Purple Star Stone? If you figure this out, maybe you can know how to break Nitro's protective purple light? The alchemist looked at Nitro, who was enveloped in purple light, silently put away the special potion in his hand. This potion is specially made for Nitro's hair, can weaken Nitro's hair's defense to the greatest extent. But now the potion can't touch Nitro at all. There will be no effect. When Levi saw Alpha, Eris and others flying over, he quickly braked and asked, "What is the Purple Star Stone?" Alpha glanced at Nitro in the distance and said, "The Purple Star Stone seems to be an extraterrestrial thing, and I don't know much about it," Eris said. "It is said that Nitro is a creature from other worlds. It came to the Sky World in ancient times. Purple Star Stone is a product of Nitro's native world. It can inspire the blood of Nitro race and awaken the original power." Levi frowned. "What can we do to deal with Nitro?" He looked towards Nitro in the distance. "Right now, its power has probably reached half-legendary status." Chapter 414 Fatal Injury. Levi said that Nitro's strength is half-legendary. No one questioned it. The situation is clear. Even if Nitro doesn't have the power of a half-step legend, it will only be a matter of time before he continues to swallow the Purple Star Stone. Not to mention being a half-step legend. Even breaking through to the legendary level is not impossible. Levi even wondered if the Space Tower was deliberately cultivating legendary Nitro. Not only Li Wei, but also the elders and team leaders of all parties watching the battle in the Space Tower were already in trouble. "How did you set up the competition? Why did you bury the Purple Star Stone under the ring? Don't you know that Purple Star Stone will stimulate the awakening of Nitro's bloodline power? If this continues, Nitro's power may not be able to break through to the 7th level. End the exchange match. Withdraw everyone, and deal with Nitro first. Objection is just a Nitro, and it won't end the game." That's right. The current new generation of mages have not experienced many dangers, and they don't know how dangerous the outside world is. It's just for them to experience it. Anyway, everything is under the control of the Space Tower. We will save every contestant in time. The situation is not completely out of control yet. The proposal to terminate the competition was not adopted. The game continues. Nitro has destroyed the 9th arena and is devouring the 9th Purple Star Stone. Li Wei looked at the Purple Star Stone and felt something in his heart. Since Nitro's defense can't be broken from the outside, It's better to start from the inside. Nitro ate the 9th purple star stone, and his aura strengthened again. Everyone is trying to figure out how to deal with Nitro, who is getting stronger quickly. If this continues, I'm afraid the game will be terminated early. 9 of the 25 arenas have been destroyed by Nitro, and there are still 16 arenas left. Nitro moved on to his next goal. After Levi locked on Nitro's target, he used Fire Escape to reach the target location first. The challenger had already heard the news and ran away. Now, no one dares to stand in front of Nitro. Levi comes to the ring and tries to destroy the ring. It turns out that the arena has extremely high magic resistance. Only by using Nitro's terrifying power can the extremely strong arena be destroyed. Take out the purple star stone below. Why are you still here? That monster is coming. Erica appeared in the woods not far away. She reminded looking at Levi. Levi's eyes lit up when he saw her. Erica, do me a favor. Huh? Help for what? Erica asked doubtfully. Destroy the arena and take out the purple star stone inside, Levi said quickly. Erica looked at Levi and asked, do you want to take the purple star stone first so that monsters can't get it? Good idea. Erica's eyes lit up, and she thought Levi's idea was great. It is better to hold the purple star stone in your hand than to bury it in the soil and wait for monsters to come and dig it up. Levi shook his head and said, no, I want to give Nitro something heavy. It's too late to explain. Please help me destroy the arena. Erica thought for a while and decided to help. Entering the ring, Erica took a deep breath and punched the ground hard. Bang! The arena shook, but was not damaged. Erica frowned. Her eyes narrowed, and she became serious. Punch seriously. A full blow. Bang! Snap! Cracks appeared on the arena floor. It's not enough! Fight continuously. Bang bang bang. By the time Erica stopped, the magic circle on the ground had expired. Levi used the object control technique to overturn the ground. See the purple star stone. He took out the poisonous dragon sac, squeezed out a drop of poison, and dropped it on the purple star stone. Erica glanced at the poisonous dragon sac in Levi's hand and subconsciously took a few steps back, feeling the dangerous aura. Sizzle! The poison dripped on the purple star stone, and a small pit was corroded into the purple star stone. Levi was also a little surprised. He didn't expect the poison of the wind poison dragon to be so cruel. He quickly put away the poisonous dragon sac, took out the goddess tears, and washed his hands. Seeing that the poison was left on the purple star stone, he quickly left. Okay, let's go! Erica had already run away when Levi took out the poisonous dragon bag. The poison corrodes the purple star stone, and the faint poisonous gas emitted can poison extraordinary professionals. That is, Levi has the tears of the goddess. Otherwise, he would not dare to use the wind poison dragon's poison sac casually. Bang bang bang. The ground shook, and Nitro's figure came out of the woods. Levi and Erica had already left, hiding not far away to observe Nitro's movements. Nitro found that the purple star stone had been dug out and thrown on the ground. There seemed to be some surprises, too. However, it didn't hesitate and directly picked up the purple star stone and ate it. Seeing Nitro eating the poisonous purple star stone, Levi clenched his fists in excitement. Great! I got it. Next, wait for the poison to take effect. The poison took longer to take effect than Levi imagined. Maybe it's because Nitro is too big, or maybe it has extremely strong poison resistance. After Nitro ate the 10th purple star stone, he walked towards the next target. Doesn't seem to be affected in any way. Levi was also a little surprised. What's going on? Is it because the poison of the wind poison dragon is useless to Nitro? It shouldn't be. The poison of the wind poison dragon has an effect on legendary creatures. Levi scratched his head, feeling a little weird. Suddenly, Nitro's figure shook a little. Levi noticed it immediately. I saw Nitro's figure shaking more and more. Levi smiled. It turns out it took too long to take effect. I thought it was useless. I was scared to death. After Nitro was poisoned, the purple light on his body flickered on and off. Levi looked at Nitro expectantly. Suddenly, the purple light on Nitro's body shone, turning into a layer of faint purple cloud that enveloped Nitro's figure. Nitro's hair turned purple black. Stand still. Levi looked surprised. What's happening here? Call. A figure appeared next to Levi. Erica looked wary, and was about to attack the arriving shadow warrior. Levi stopped her. Stop! Shadow attendant stayed beside Levi, and Erica looked surprised. She didn't expect that this special-looking Nitro didn't attack Levi. Shadow Attendant looked at Giant Nitro and communicated with Levi through his mind. When Nitro encounters fatal danger, he will evolve and transform by adapting to the fatal danger. It is transforming. When Li Wei heard this, his heart skipped a beat. The good news is that the Venomosaur's poison has an effect on Nitro and cause fatal injuries. The bad news is that Nitro is extremely adaptable, can adapt to the poisonous poison of the wind poison dragon. Call. The purple cloud around Nitro's spread. An alarm bell rang in Erica's heart, and she quickly retreated away from the clouds. Levi took a sip and couldn't help coughing. Cough, cough. His face turned a little purple. The clouds are poisonous. Chapter 415 Decisive Battle. Nitro swallowed the poisonous purple star stone. Affected by the poison of the wind poison dragon, he fell into a near-death situation. Accidentally activated Nitro's racial passive talent adaptive evolution. The world in which the Nitro race lives is full of dangers. As the rulers of that world, all members of the Nitro race possess extremely strong adaptability to the environment. As long as there is enough energy, it can theoretically evolve and transform to adapt to any environment. In order to adapt to the poison of the wind poison dragon, Nitro evolved a super detoxification ability. Continuously atomize and expel the poisonous substances in the body. It cannot detoxify and can only reduce the harm of toxins to itself by expelling them from the body. The poisonous poison of the wind poison dragon is extremely overbearing. The toxins discharged by Nitro turn into clouds and spread with the wind. For Nitro, the poisonous mist that is diluted and discharged from the body is no longer fatal. But for other creatures, these poisonous mists are extremely dangerous. As the poisonous mist spreads, more and more animals and monsters accidentally inhaled and were contaminated by the poisonous mist and died suddenly. Levi did not expect that this situation would result. If he knew it would lead to this consequence, he would definitely not make this decision. Nitro becomes a real disaster, dying wherever it goes. Wherever he went, there were no survivors. Everyone was surprised when they discovered that Nitro had shown new abilities. The alchemist obtained the meager poisonous mist, studied the ingredients, and created an antidote. This kind of poison is extremely overbearing, unlike the poison that exists on the island. One day has passed since the game. The alchemist has already studied all the plants, animals, and even the soil, rocks, and water sources on the island. Very clear about what's on the island. However, they had never seen anything similar to the poisonous mist that Nitro gave off. No matter where the poison is, with all of you alchemists, don't you have a solution? Now we don't dare go near Nitro at all. There are solutions. This toxin is very tricky, but it's not an insoluble poison. Alchemists gathered to discuss making an antidote. Everyone observed Nitro's movements. After Nitro adapted to the poison of the wind poison dragon, he began to move forward. Now Nitro is covered in poisonous mist, and no one dares to come close. There was no one to stop Nitro from moving forward. The sun sets and night falls. Under the darkness, a figure radiating purple light walked on the dark land. Nitro has destroyed 16 arenas and swallowed 16 purple star stones. The strength becomes more and more terrifying. His strength skyrocketed, and Nitro's adaptability further improved. It no longer emits toxic fumes, and has evolved the ability to store and release toxins. Alchemists also developed an antidote to the poisonous mist. The remaining 20 or so mages on the island gathered together. The alchemist distributed the antidote to everyone. Alpha stood in front of everyone and said, "Tonight is our last deadline. If we cannot defeat the ancient disaster beast, we will not see the sun tomorrow." According to the information obtained from many previous tests, the level of the ancient disaster beast has reached half-step legend. Surely everyone knows what this means. This means that if we don't unite and rely solely on individual strength, no one will be able to deal with the ancient disaster beast. So, we have to stick together. Next, we start the battle against the ancient disaster beasts. Before Alpha spoke, everyone had already discussed tactics. The strategy is divided into 3 steps. The first step is to trap Nitro and weaken it as much as possible. The second step is to break through Nitro's defense. The third step is to kill Nitro. According to the original tactics, more than 20 mages dispersed and returned to their respective positions. The summoner uses the summoned beast to drive away all the monsters near the target battlefield, clean up the periphery, and prevent other monsters from affecting the battle. At critical moments, the summoned beast also plays an important role in attracting Nitro's attention. For this reason, everyone dug out several purple star stones in advance as bait. The others separated and placed magic traps on Nitro's path ahead. Use various means to weaken and limit Nitro's power at all costs. At this time, everyone did not care about hiding their clumsiness, and took out the abilities and treasures at the bottom of the box. Now, the meaning of hunting Nitro has changed. As the best group of mages in the 5 top mage towers, they couldn't tolerate being chased and beaten by an ancient beast, even if it is already as strong as a half-step legend. They want to prove their ability. So what if it's half a legend? They are also capable of killing, just like the mage who faced the gods a long time ago. So what if the gods are powerful? Then I will kill you too. Killing gods is a great honor. At this moment, killing Nitro has become an honor that everyone pursues. Everyone no longer cares about the outcome of the game. He just wants to kill the nearly invincible ancient beast Nitro. That's all. Levi followed Alpha, Eris and others to the final battlefield. Elemental mages are responsible for draining Nitro's power. The space mage is responsible for breaking through Nitro's defense and delivering the final kill. Illusionists and alchemists are responsible for consumption, weakening, restrictions, and trap placement along the way. Levi and others have arrived at the final battlefield chosen by Alpha, a valley at the foot of Twin Peaks. The space mage arranged a space-blocking circle around the valley to prevent Nitro from entering and exiting. Prevent Nitro from escaping. Elemental mages set up a large number of attack arrays in the valley. Use magic circles and foreign objects as much as possible to weaken Nitro's power. Nitro is too strong. Only rely on the mage's own power to consume its energy. I'm afraid everyone's magic power was exhausted first. Boom! The ground shook, and sounds and magical glows came from the distant woods. Nitro overcame all difficulties and walked step by step into the trap set by everyone. Maybe Nitro knew this was a trap, and he had to come. Because all the purple star stones are concentrated here. It has no choice. Or maybe it doesn't care whether it's a trap or not. As long as it swallows all the purple star stones, it can break through the 7th level in one fell swoop and have invincible strength. Even if everyone prepares again, it will be of no avail. Levi stood at the top of the valley, looking at Nitro, who walked into the valley from the woods. Nitro's hair has completely turned purple. Brilliant. Every hair on his body exudes a powerful aura. Buzz! After Nitro walked into the valley, the space-blocking array is activated. There was a flash of silver light, and Nitro was transported to the center of the valley. The moment Nitro landed, all attack magic circles in the valley were activated. Fire, thunder, ice, rocks, and trees all turned into weapons to attack Nitro. Colorful magical light flooded the valley. Chapter 416, Meteor Fireball Technique appears for the first time. Boom! Magical radiance erupted in the valley. The dazzling explosion light made it impossible for everyone to look directly. Everyone looked sideways, paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. Everyone naturally hopes that this wave can hurt the ancient disaster beast. However, everyone understands that this possibility is too small. Suddenly, a crimson beam of light shot out from the magical glow in the sky and swept across the top of the valley. The attack came so suddenly that many people did not react. Bang, bang, bang. Several figures disappeared into the white light, being teleported out of the secret realm. Li Wei narrowly dodged the attack again and again to avoid being eliminated from the secret realm. Before the battle even started, there were already attrition. Everyone felt a lot of pressure. Nitro's beam of light cut open the valley and destroyed most of the magic circles in the valley. Strong winds poured in through the gap in the valley, blowing away the fireworks and light in the valley. Nitro's figure is revealed. The purple light on it became much lighter. The purple energy shield weakened. You can already see the purple fur on its body. Alpha was the first to react and cast a spell to attack. Attack with all your strength! Fire, rain, and meteors! Dimensional Slash! Vacuum Blast! Thunder Dragon Tianxiang! Everyone released powerful spells one after another to besiege Nitro. Bang, bang, bang. Nitro's figure was submerged in the light of various spells. Someone sensed a powerful energy wave erupting from the center of the battlefield. He warned loudly, "Be careful!" After experiencing the previous sudden attack, everyone was prepared to dodge at any time. However, what happened next made everyone's expressions freeze. Suddenly a large number of purple stars appeared in the sky. Stars all over the sky fell from the sky. The attack range covers the entire valley, and no one can avoid it. Bang, bang, bang. The entire valley became a battlefield. Everyone gathered together and tried their best to resist the strike of stars falling from the sky. Absolute Space Barrier! The remaining 4 space mages teamed up to cast the spell. Absolute space barrier. The absolute space barrier formed an indestructible space shield above everyone's heads. Bang, bang, bang. Countless purple stars fell, and the absolute space barrier blocked all attacks. The burst of purple light has flooded everyone's sight. After a long time, the attack finally ended. The 4 space mages also consumed most of their mana. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the attack was over. Levi turned his head, looking for traces of Nitro. The attack just now was so violent that it had already torn his mental perception network to pieces. Lost Nitro's position. Now that the attack is over, mental perception is back in action. In an instant, Levi felt the breath of death. The spirit perceives extreme danger. Careful! Levi just shouted. Puff puff. People around him fell one after another, and Levi's face and lips turned purple and black. The brain is dizzy, and he may faint from poisoning at any time. Levi used his last bit of strength to take out the tears of the goddess. Holding the tears of the goddess in his hand, the purple-black poisonous energy on Levi's face dissipated a lot. He was trying to use the power of the goddess's tears to purify other people of their toxins. Others had already encountered life-threatening danger and were teleported away from the battlefield by the power of the secret realm. Whoosh whoosh. The white teleportation glow flashed one after another. In the blink of an eye, only Li Wei was left on the battlefield. Call! A huge figure came out of the poisonous fog and looked down at Levi, who was the only one left. Levi held goddess tears in his hand, turned around and looked up. He was alone. Nitro stared at Levi, seeming to be thinking. It recognized Levi. Nitro's beak opened slightly and spit out a drop of purple-black venom. Tick-tock. The venom fell in front of Levi, instantly corroding the ground. Although Nitro had no expression, Levi could see its proud smile. It was mocking Levi. The poison Levi used to kill it became its most powerful weapon. Levi sighed inwardly, seeing that Nitro was able to adapt to the poison of the wind poison dragon and evolve similar abilities. He was already worried. Unexpectedly, the most feared thing happened. Nitro truly adapted to the venomous dragon's poison and evolved the same abilities. Looking at Levi, Nitro was not in a hurry to kill him. In his opinion, Levi alone could no longer stop it, let alone pose any threat to it. Nitro bent down and reached out to grab Levi. It's going to take Levi away. Let Levi witness its destruction here. Call! A white figure appeared on the battlefield. Bang! Shadow Warrior knocked away Nitro's giant hand, picked up Levi and flew away quickly. Giant Nitro's movement stopped for a moment. It seems a little surprised why its kind would help that human being. Seeing Levi and his kind walking away, Nitro finally chose to move in the direction of the purple star stone. As long as he swallows the last purple star stone, he can break through to the 7th level, possess invincible power. It won't be too late to go to Li Wei to settle accounts by then. Nitro found the purple star stone where everyone gathered. It grabbed it from the air, and the purple star stone flew out of the soil and flew towards Nitro's mouth. A magic rune stone in the purple star stone is shining brightly. This is the last resort for everyone. If you can't break Nitro from the outside, then break it from the inside. Nitro ate the purple star stone and felt the powerful power fluctuations in his body, and couldn't help but feel happy. Suddenly, it felt something was wrong. The power in the body seems to be too strong. The level of power fluctuations continues to increase. It's beyond the normal range. Become a bomb about to explode. The last resort for everyone was to detonate the power of the purple star stone in Nitro's body. Blast Nitro from the inside. Netero realized what was about to happen and looked angry. This destroyed its hope of breaking through to level 7. Face the coming devastating explosion. Nitro raised his head slightly and turned to face the direction where Levi disappeared. The beak was completely split on both sides. Bang! Boom! The power of the purple star stone being detonated burst out from Nitro's body. Let it out through the only outlet. In an instant, an extremely dazzling thick purple beam appeared in the dark night. The purple beam streaked across the night sky and hit the twin peaks on the left side of the island. With a loud bang, the twin peaks disappeared, leaving only half of them. Quack quack. After releasing the destructive power in his body, Nitro was covered in white smoke. Hit hard, but not dead yet. Levi stood on a hill after missing the blow that destroyed the mountain, looking at Nitro, who is still alive in the distance. Make the final decision. Levi took the beast control ring he got from others, and took the body of Nitro occupied by the Shadow Warrior into it. The next attack will destroy everything. He will also die. Boom! There was a cry from the sky. The only people left on the island looked up and looked horrified. The night disappears. A huge fireball fell from the sky, just like the sun falling into the world and burning all things. Chapter 417 ending. Harvest. Boom. Levi activates the meteor fireball technique. A huge meteorite with a diameter of more than 100 meters fell from the sky. During the meteorite's fall, the material inside is continuously converted into energy. It turned into a huge fireball and fell to the ground. The severely injured Nitro looked up and watched the huge fireball fall, staying in place without any reaction, because it knows that in the face of this power, any struggle will be useless. Death is the only destination. Outside the secret realm, everyone in the space tower saw what happened on the isolated island. Everyone looked shocked. What's going on? Who cast the forbidden spell? Someone was extremely shocked and asked loudly. Don't worry about that. Teleport everyone back quickly. The elders of the space tower reacted immediately. He quickly controlled the space magic circle and teleported everyone in the secret area back to the space tower. White light flashed continuously in the square outside, and the contestants returned to the safe space tower one by one. Suddenly, his face turned ugly. Oops! There's one person who can't be teleported back. Who is it? I don't know. There is a power in him that restricts space teleportation. No. I've tried several methods, but can't teleport him back. Damn it! Damn it! Under the attack of the forbidden curse, the entire island will probably be destroyed. If you stay there, you will definitely die. No. There is a place where there is still a possibility of survival. Where? The stone bridge where the arena is hidden is located. We have placed a defensive array on the stone bridge that can withstand a 7-level full blow. Tell him quickly, and let him take refuge at Stone Bridge. When the forbidden curse ends, we will go and bring him back. I've told him that the forbidden curse has broken out, and he doesn't have much time left. The Space Tower Elder was a little helpless. The contestants are all the treasures of each family. If there is a casualty, or a casualty due to an accident, it may have a very bad impact. Levi was a little surprised when he got the news. He originally planned to use the opportunity of Nirvana and Rebirth to survive this wave of burst damage, then persist until the last hour and take away the remaining pages of the forbidden magic spell. Unexpectedly, there is a safe spot to avoid harm. Levi quickly flew towards the stone bridge. He exploded with all his strength. Fire escape flew across the island. Under the brilliance of the huge meteor fireball technique, the movement caused by his fire escape was not noticed at all. Everyone was nervously paying attention to the falling fireball. Nitro looked at Levi from a distance. His eyes locked on him. He was unable to attack Levi again. Bang! Levi fell on the stone bridge. Damn it! You have to activate the magic circle to trigger the defensive magic circle. Now that he is the only one left in the entire secret realm, who will challenge him? If no one challenges, the magic circle will not be activated. His remaining on the stone bridge would have no effect. Looking at the meteorite fireball that is about to fall, Levi, who was extremely anxious, had an idea flash in his mind, and quickly released the white nitro from the beast-controlling ring. The moment white nitro landed, the magic circle on the stone bridge was activated. A space defense magic circle that can withstand a 7-level full blow unfolds. In addition to the contestants, Nitro can also challenge the champion on the isolated island. Levi thought of this rule at the last moment. The space defense magic array was deployed less than 2 seconds ago. A meteorite fireball landed on an isolated island. The moment he landed, the stone bridge under Levi's feet broke instantly. The entire island and the sea were stirred like dough by a huge force. And the green, blue, yellow, and black were all mixed together and mixed into a ball. Levi saw the earth being overturned and flying into the sky, seeing the water receding rapidly, revealing the dense reefs and corals on the seabed. Then, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Levi lost his hearing instantly, even if he is not directly facing the falling ground of the meteorite fireball. With his eyes closed tightly, his vision is still pale. The extremely dazzling light penetrated his eyelids and reflected on his retina, make him completely blind and deaf. Buzz! The space defense is shaking crazily and may collapse at any time. Everything outside seemed to disappear. For a long time. It passed half an hour, or several hours. A faint white light appeared at the edge of the sky. The night has passed, and the day is coming. Hoo ho ho! The mournful wind howled in Levi's ears. Except for the stone bridge beneath his feet. The entire Twin Peaks island had disappeared. A huge pit appeared in the endless sea. Wow! The noisy sound of sea water awakened Levi, who was immersed in the power of the meteor fireball technique. Levi looked around. The seawater poured back into the destroyed island, forming a huge whirlpool. For humans, this is a huge pit. The diameter is over 16 kilometers, and the depth is over 100 meters. However, for the endless sea, for nature, it's just a small pothole. Seawater poured into the deep pit, submerging the traces of past destruction. It won't be long before this place will be covered by seawater. Everything that once was will be hidden under the water. No one can tell that an island once existed here. As the instigator, Levi felt a deep sense of shock and guilt. He destroyed countless lives. This may be why the forbidden curse is a forbidden curse. Forbidden magic. The harm caused by the forbidden spell is too great. Levi looked into the distance and saw a dazzling purple flash at the bottom of the pit. Shadow Attendant! Shadow Attendant controlled White Nitro's body and rushed towards the bottom of the pit quickly. 3 minutes later, Shadow Attendant returned to Levi with the remains of Nitro after his death. It was an irregular crystal clear purple star stone. No, it should be said to be purple star crystal. The power of the half-stepped legendary Nitro is condensed in this purple star crystal. Levi didn't know what the purple star crystal was used for, but since it can be preserved intact under the attack of the meteor fireball technique, it must be a treasure. He put away the purple star crystal. Wait for the last time to come and take away the remaining pages of the forbidden magic spell. Click. Levi heard the breaking sound and looked down. The space defense array on the stone bridge was shattered. After enduring all the damage, it was still overwhelmed, and the magic circle began to collapse from its most vulnerable point. After the first crack appeared, not long after, the entire space formation collapsed. Leeway accidentally discovered that after the space magic circle collapsed, the hidden props buried inside the stone bridge were exposed. He obtained the remaining pages of the forbidden magic spell in advance. Levi was also a little surprised. After getting the remaining pages of the forbidden magic spell, Levi put away the void chains wrapped around his body, prepared to return to the space tower. It turned out that due to the influence of the meteor fireball technique, the surrounding space had already become extremely chaotic. He cannot return to the space tower until the space is restored to stability. A figure emerged from the sky continent, quickly crossed the sky, and entered the endless sea. Chapter 418 returned to the space tower. Levi stayed on the wreckage of the stone bridge, waiting for the teleportation array of the space tower to return to normal. By noon, the sun is high in the sky. There were no clouds around. The fierce sun shone on Levi, and the air temperature reached 40 or 50 degrees. If Levi were an ordinary person, he would have started losing water and would be in danger of life. The seawater has completely submerged the sunken island. Only the solitary remains of the stone bridge remain protruding out of the flat sea, become the only foothold in the sea, the only island. Levi sat on the stone bridge, looking at the blue sea around him, and looked up at the dazzling sun. He tried teleporting back to the space tower again, but failed. It's been a long time. Why is it still not working? Levi was a little helpless. It's over. Is he going to be lost in the endless sea? This is not the western desert wasteland. The endless sea is much larger than the western desert wasteland. If you really get lost here, you may not be able to find land for the rest of your life. Levi didn't want to drift on the endless sea for the rest of his life. Although, this place is quite suitable for him to practice the concept of the blazing sun. Suddenly a few small black spots appeared on the horizon. Levi rubbed his eyes, stood up quickly, and looked with wide eyes. What? After 10 minutes, the small black spots became larger. He finally saw clearly what it was and showed excitement. Levi quickly got up and flew over there. The little black dots are people. He is the mage of the space tower and the elemental tower, affected by the meteor fireball spell. The space tower mage cannot teleport directly to the island. They can only find a way to teleport near the island, then fly over again. However, because the island has disappeared, it's a bit difficult to find Levi on the endless sea. It took the mages of the space tower and elemental tower a long time to finally find Levi. Levi quickly flew into the sky and flew towards several people. Several people breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Levi was still alive. In fact, the real purpose of their coming this time was not to find Levi. After all, in their opinion, Levi's chances of survival were slim. Mainly to explore what the Forbidden Curse is all about. Why did the Forbidden Curse suddenly appear on the Twin Peaks Islands? Elder Harris, how great it is to meet you, Levi said excitedly. Harris recognized Levi, nodded and said, It's really amazing that you can survive the attack of the forbidden curse. Levi quickly explained. Thanks to someone telling me a safe place, I was able to survive. The space mage Victor next to him looked at Levi and said, Why didn't you return to the space tower then? Levi heard his voice and remembered that he was the one who told him the news. Levi explained, I wanted to go back, but the transmission failed. I don't know why this happened. When Victor saw this, he didn't ask any more questions. Please go back to the space tower and ask for details. They came here this time mainly to explore the reasons for the emergence of the forbidden curse. Harris glanced at Levi and said, Follow us first, and we will take you back together later. Levi nodded. Okay. Thank you, Elder. Several people walked around where the island sank. There are also people who go deep into the seabed to examine the shape of the island after it sank. Victor came out of the sea with doubts in his eyes. The thing he was looking for disappeared. Victor glanced at Levi and suspected that he had taken it away. That kind of thing shouldn't be destroyed by the forbidden spell. But the matter is so important that it is certainly impossible to ask Levi in front of other people now. We can only wait until we return to the space tower. After everyone collected enough information, they left the chaotic space area and teleported back to the space tower. After returning to the space tower, Levi finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'm finally back. There shouldn't be any suspicion about the forbidden curse on me, Levi thought. When several people explored the island, they asked Levi some relevant questions. Ask him if he had noticed any abnormalities before the forbidden curse appeared? Has anyone else appeared on the island? Levi was naturally in denial. Asking means you don't know anything. No one suspected that Levi had done it. With Levi's strength there, it is impossible to release the forbidden spell, unless he uses the remaining pages of the forbidden magic spell. Speaking of the fragments of the forbidden magic spell, Victor discovered that the fragments of the space tower placed in the stone bridge had disappeared. Levi is the only survivor. Victor seriously doubted that he had taken it away. Some people also raised the possibility that the power of the remaining pages of the forbidden magic spell was accidentally activated. That's why the forbidden curse can appear without any warning. The space tower was naturally unwilling to take on this responsibility and denied it. The question is, it is absolutely impossible for this to happen. After returning to the space tower, Levi was not free, and he was soon called to inquire about some more detailed matters. It wasn't until nightfall that Levi ended his questioning and left. I don't know if I can fool him. Levi shook his head, feeling a little hung up. However, at least no one has suspected Levi yet. This is good news. After a while, Levi left the space tower and returned to the element tower. It won't matter what happens then. Levi recalled the inquiry just now and felt a little doubtful in his heart. When he was alone with Victor, Victor asked him if he had found anything special on the island. Victor didn't say it was related to the ancient disaster beast Nitro. But Levi immediately thought of the purple star crystal. Levi was naturally full of it. Victor didn't ask too much. Although there were only 2 people at the time, there were others not far away. Victor didn't want to reveal too much. Levi walked on the road, thoughtful. He felt that Victor might come to him tonight. Halfway through, Levi met Erica. Erica greeted Levi happily. Hi, Levi. I'm glad you're okay. I heard that a person was left in a secret realm. I thought something happened to you. Levi shook his head and said, No, it was just a little accident. Oh, what happened in the end? The elders kept silent about what happened in the secret realm. Those who came back at the end said that the sun fell in the sky. Erica asked very curiously. She participated in a decisive battle in the valley and was accidentally poisoned and teleported out of the secret realm. Therefore, we don't know what happened next. Li Wei thought for a while. Since the senior elders were unwilling to leak it, he didn't want to cause trouble either. Levi said, I'm not sure. I was unconscious at the time. Erica was a little disappointed. Oh, you don't know either. After a while, she stopped worrying about these things. Erica said, This exchange competition ended early due to an accident. I don't know if the rewards will still be distributed. Only then did Li Wei remember that the rewards for the exchange competition had not yet been received. Talking to the elders today, he seemed to have heard the elders discussing this matter. Li Wei naturally hopes that the reward will arrive as expected. Chapter 419 Reward Book of Truth. The day after Levi returned to the space tower, the elders of the space tower announced that the rewards for the exchange competition would be distributed as scheduled. Everyone was very curious as to how this reward should be distributed. After all challenge arenas were destroyed in the end. According to the rules of the competition, everyone's score is 0. How to rank. Finally, The Space Tower announced new rules and ranked everyone according to the points they earned. The ranking of the Mage Tower is based on the total points of everyone in the same camp. The first place is the Elemental Tower, with a total score of 22,063. The second place is the Space Tower with a total score of 15,456. The third place is the Summoning Tower, with a total score of 13,452. The fourth place is Phantom Tower, with a total score of 12,405. The fifth place is the Alchemy Tower, with a total score of 11,023. The Space Mage and the Space Tower occupied the arena for the longest time and gained a lot of points from challenging the arena. It should have been number 1. However, a bug character appeared in the Elemental Tower. Levi's total points reached 8982. The overall ranking of the Elemental Tower was suddenly pushed up. The elders of the Space Tower believed that Levi lived to the end in the Secret Realm, and the spirit of the Secret Realm calculated the points generated by all creatures that died in the Forbidden Curse on Levi. Originally, everyone wanted to eliminate the impact of Levi's points on the rankings, but under the arguments of the elders of the Element Tower, in the end, Levi's points were taken into account. Heli smiled extremely happily when he saw that the total points of the Elemental Tower far exceeded the other 4 top Mage Towers. Under normal circumstances, the Elemental Tower would probably only be ranked 2nd or 3rd. The Summoning Tower had a numerical advantage and achieved 3rd place. In the past, the Summoning Tower and the Alchemy Tower were competing for 4th and 5th place. Phantom Tower only achieved 4th place due to its numerical disadvantage. Alchemy Tower 10,000 years old 5. Alchemy Tower has long been accustomed to this. They are not good at fighting. If the Alchemy Tower ranks first, then it must be the Alchemy Tower as the organizer of the exchange competition. The ranking of the Mage Tower determines the reward pool. The Elemental Tower ranks first and gets the highest reward pool. As the Mage of the Elemental Tower with the most points, Levi received the highest reward in the highest reward pool. Harris looked at Levi and said with a smile on his face, "Levi, congratulations on getting an opportunity to read the Book of Truth." Levi showed an unexpected look. Book of Truth? He originally thought he would have the opportunity to learn any top Mage Tower spell. Harris nodded and said, "The Book of Truth records the truth of magic and the rules of the world, and is kept by the president of the Magic Association. Reading the Book of Truth gives you the opportunity to face magical truths. What you gain depends on your own understanding. Seize this opportunity. After missing this opportunity, it will be difficult to touch the magical truth again." Harris warned earnestly. Levi said doubtfully, "The exchange competition is not held every year. Doesn't this mean that if you get first place every year, you will have the opportunity to read the Book of Truth?" When Harris heard this, he paused slightly and glared at Levi. "I thought to myself, do you really have no idea? If I hadn't fought against all the odds to win this opportunity for you, do you still think you could really test your ability and get the chance to read the Book of Truth?" Harris just thought about it in his heart and did not say it out loud. He nodded with a half smile and said, "Yes, what you said is correct. Come on. Continue next year. I'm optimistic about you." Levi felt his tone was a bit strange. "It seems a bit strange. Forget it. Never mind. Let's get the benefits first," Levi said. "Elder Harris, when can we go to the Magic Association?" Harris asked in confusion. "Why go to the Magic Association?" Levi looked at him. "Isn't the Book of Truth in the hands of the president of the Magic Association?" Harris suddenly understood and replied, "Oh, you said this. You don't need to go. The president of the Magic Association will send the Book of Truth to the Space Tower later." "Oh, I know." Others also receive corresponding rewards based on their points ranking. After everyone's rewards are distributed, the Great Elder of the Space Tower called Leeway to the 7th floor. The Book of Truth will be briefly transported to the 7th level. Livy had a chance to read the Book of Truth. After reading it, the Book of Truth disappears. Levi was very curious about how powerful the president of the Magic Association was. The Book of Truth records magical truths. The president of the Magic Association has always held the Book of Truth, so he can read the Book of Truth at will and peek into the truth of magic at will. He must be very powerful. Levi was a little confused and asked as he walked, "Elder Harris, if the Book of Truth records the magical truths in the world, then why do we still need to explore magical truths? Isn't it just okay to read the Book of Truth?" Harris said without looking back. "What do you think the truth of magic is?" Levi thought for a moment and said, "It should be the way everything in the world works." Harris smiled and said, "Your opinion is very unique. In a sense, He continued to explain. But how do you think the Book of Truth can reveal magical truths to you? Levi asked in confusion. Words? Symbols? Harry said. No. It will show you the most real world. It depends on you whether you can understand how the real world works. He pointed around and said, Look, don't these rocks on which houses are built contain the way the world works? Magical truth also exists inside the rock. But the magical truth is obscured by its appearance. And it is difficult for us to reach the essence of magical truth contained in it. And the Book of Truth will reveal all the characteristics, essence, rules, and changes contained in such a rock in front of you. Whether you can clearly understand the deepest truth and essence contained in it depends on yourself. The Book of Truth is not magical truth. Magical truth is everywhere in the world. When Li Wei heard this, he seemed to understand but not understand. Magical truth is the operating rules of the world. And everything contains the operating rules of the world. A grass, a flower, a grain of sand, a drop of water, a wisp of wind. Anyone can see it. But no one can see through or touch the illusory magical truth. Levi thought for a moment and asked one last question before walking into the main hall door on the 7th floor. What exactly is the Book of Truth? Harry's asked. Have you ever heard of the Book of Genesis? Li Wei was slightly stunned and asked. I've heard of it. But what is the relationship between the Book of Truth and the Book of Creation? Hallie smiled and said, Legend has it that when the world was born, 3 books were born in the chaos that recorded the past, present, and future of the world. The Book of Creation that records the past, the Book of Truth that records the present, and the Book of Destruction that records the future. Chapter 420 Understanding the Intermediate Flame Rules. Levi was very surprised when he heard Harris's explanation. He was surprised and said, Is there really a Book of Creation and a Book of Destruction in the world? Harris shook his head and said, I don't know. No one knows. He smiled and said, In fact, even if it is the Book of Truth, so far, we cannot confirm that it is the legendary book that records the present. The Book of Truth is just a name given by the mage. However, these are not things you have to consider. Okay, let's go in. Harris stood at the door and let Levi enter the hall alone. Levi nodded, saluted Hellies, and walked into the hall. The great elder of the space tower has been waiting in the hall for a long time. As soon as Li Wei walked in, he saw a simple book floating in the center of the hall. The great elder glanced at Levi, without seeing him make any move. The door behind Levi closed with a bang. Levi glanced back subconsciously. The great elder said, Now you can read the Book of Truth. Levi nodded and walked forward. After getting closer, Li Wei saw clearly that the cover of the Book of Truth was covered with insects, fish, birds, animals, mountains, rivers and plants. It seems to record everything in the world. Levi reached out and opened the Book of Truth. The moment he touched the Book of Truth, his consciousness was suddenly pulled into the world in the book. The great elder looked at Li Wei, who was standing motionless with his eyes closed, holding the Book of Truth, his expression as usual. In a daze, Levi came back to his senses and still appeared in a huge library. He looked around and saw that the bookshelves were piled with books. Looking up, you can't see the end of the bookshelf. The bookshelf stretches to the end of the sky. Endless. Prompts came to Levi's mind. In this library that records the truth of the world, he can choose any aspect of truth to read. However, time is not infinite and depends on Levi's own ability. The more advanced truth you read, the greater the consumption. You may have just scratched the surface and quit the Book of Truth before you gain anything. Therefore, choosing the appropriate truth, reading based on your own abilities is the right choice. Levi thought for a moment and chose to read The Flame. A book flew off the shelf and landed in front of Levi. Just as Li Wei was about to open it, the book automatically burned and turned into a ball of flame. Levi was stunned for a moment, feeling the consumption of mental energy, and understood that it had already begun. Looking at the burning flames, Levi felt like he was a ball of flame. Burning. He became a flame. Levi understood the changes in the burning process of flames and the nature of flames. He uses primary flame rules to analyze flames. New handwriting appeared before my eyes. The extraordinary abilities attached to the Fire Lord are independent and form a brand new extraordinary characteristic. Elementary flame rules, understanding, 1/10,000. Levi was shocked and smiled. It would be easier if you could see the progress. The liver is done. Prior to this, The primary flame rules had always been an incidental ability of the Fire Lord's extraordinary characteristics. It is not an extraordinary ability that Li Wei independently comprehended. Cannot be promoted independently. It can only be upgraded with the level of Fire Lord's extraordinary characteristics. But now, Levi has begun to understand the rules of fire and transform the primary fire rules from the innate ability of the Flame Lord into his own abilities. This allows the fire rules to also increase experience. The Book of Truth plays an extremely important role in this process. If it weren't for the Book of Truth that revealed the rules of fire in front of Levi, allowing him to experience and understand the rules of fire in every detail, Levi can only use the primary flame rules just like Warcraft uses natural magic. Little understanding of its nature and significance. Talent is the most mysterious and cannot be explained. When talents are transformed into abilities and skills, they can be continuously improved. The meaning of the flame rule becoming independent is not to become an independent extraordinary characteristic. Its most important significance is that it means that the growth of the flame rules no longer has limits. Levi can improve the flame rules to intermediate and advanced levels, even liver to law level. This is a legendary road. This is a path to becoming a god. Levi took the time to understand the rules of fire in the Book of Truth. I don't know how much time passed, but Levi's mental power was completely exhausted and he exited the reading state. The great elder of the space tower looked at Levi in surprise, not expecting that he could read the Book of Truth for so long. However, it was not too surprising. Reading time is related to both reader ability and choice. Weak people can read small pieces of her truth for a long time, but the improvement they can bring is not great. A strong person may only get a brief glimpse of the magnificent truth. Although the time is short, it may bring about earth-shaking changes. The great elder did not ask Li Wei what he had read. He said, "It's over. You can go out." When Li Wei heard his voice, he came back to his senses, saluted and nodded. "Thank you, great elder." Turn around and leave. After Li Wei left, the great elder returned the Book of Truth to the president of the Mage Association. Levi walked out of the 7th floor hall, and Harris had already left. He walked down alone. Hazy handwriting appeared in front of my eyes. Intermediate flame rules, 25/10,000. Upon exiting the Book of Truth, the state of realization disappears. If Levi wants liver experience again, it will become much more difficult. However, Levi was very happy to be able to understand the intermediate flame rules at once. No matter how difficult it is, at least there is hope, a direction and a goal. Sooner or later, he will be able to master the advanced flame rules. Levi was very excited. "Levi!" While walking on the road, Levi suddenly heard someone calling his name. He subconsciously stopped and turned to look. Victor stood in the corner of the corridor and looked at Levi. Levi saw him and reacted quickly. The other party came for the purple star crystal. Levi thought for a moment and greeted Victor with a smile. "Master Victor!" Dodging and hiding makes you look guilty. It's better to go head on. Anyway, as long as I don't admit it. Can you still steal it? Victor is the elder of the space tower, and a 6th level space mage. Although he is very powerful, he is not an invincible enemy to Levi. He has many things in his hand that can deal with powerful 6th level enemies. Therefore, Levi is not afraid of Victor. If Victor dared to do anything to him, he wouldn't mind letting Victor disappear. Victor looked at Levi and said, "Follow me." Levi was silent for a moment and followed his footsteps. At this time, you can't even show your timidity. Victor took Levi to the 4th floor of the space tower. Each floor of the space tower is an independent space. The 4th floor belongs to the research institution, and a large amount of magic research is conducted on this floor. Outsiders are not usually allowed to enter. Led by Victor, Levi was not blocked when he came in. Levi was confused. Why did he bring him here? Is it easy to get started here? Chapter 421, Stop Pretending. You dare to touch me and try it. Victor walked ahead. Levi was 2 positions behind him, secretly alert and ready to fight at any time. Victor asked, "I heard that you are a member of the Temple of Truth in the Elemental Tower?" Li Wei was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect him to ask this. He replied, "Well, I just work odd jobs in the Hall of Truth and don't do much." Victor laughed and said, "Master Li Wei, don't be too modest. The Solar Research Laboratory in the Palace of Truth cooperates with the Space Tower. I know the role you play in the Solar Research Laboratory. Very much." Levi was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect Victor to know everything. He was also a little surprised that the Elemental Tower would cooperate with external forces in such an important study of Sunyao? After thinking about it, it's not surprising. Solar radiance comes from the astral sun. It seems that there is no one more suitable than a space mage to go to the star realm to collect solar energy. When Li Wei saw this, he stopped hiding. He asked directly, "Is there anything wrong with Elder Victor asking me to come here?" Victor smiled and thought, "Just wait for this sentence." He clapped his hands lightly and said, "Of course. When the space tower was exploring the outside world, it accidentally discovered a strange substance that can quickly increase the mage's physical fitness and magic power." Levi looked at him doubtfully. "What does this have to do with me?" Victor said. "Listen to me first. This substance has a very special property. Although it can quickly improve the physique and mana of the mage, it will show signs of assimilation, causing the mage who uses this substance to turn into a monster. We want to eliminate the side effects of this substance." Levi shook his head and said, "Then you should find an alchemist or a pharmacist. I don't know these things." Victor stopped and stared back at Levi. Levi looked at him. The two looked at each other for a while. Then Victor moved his eyes away and said, "The space tower has been conducting research for a long time, and finally developed a method that can eliminate the side effects of the amethyst source. That is to let Nitro leave the original world, swallow the purple star stone with astral radiation at the main material interface, and use Nitro's own strong adaptability to eliminate the astral radiation attached to the purple star stone and obtain pure amethyst source. Master Li Wei, the source of the purple crystal is in your hands." "Right," Victor said, staring at Levi. Li Wei denied it. "What is the source of amethyst?" "I don't know. Nitro died under the forbidden curse, and it has nothing to do with me. Perhaps the amethyst source you are talking about has already been destroyed by the power of the forbidden curse." Victor stared at Levi for a while, chuckled, and said, "It's possible what Master Levi said." Levi asked a little strangely, "If Nitro is your experimental subject, why do you take the risk to set the venue for the exchange competition there?" Victor said, "Nitro needs external stimulation to maximize the energy of the purple star stone." Levi understood. This was using the contestants as catalysts. He suddenly thought of the remaining pages of the forbidden magic spell hidden in the stone bridge. An amazing possibility comes to mind. The remaining pages of the forbidden magic were placed there deliberately by the space tower, ready to be detonated at the last moment and erase all traces. Levi's eyes narrowed. The space tower may not dare to kill all the contestants before the power of the remaining pages of the magic curse is detonated. Everyone should be teleported out of the island. This is also the reason why the remaining pages of the forbidden magic are restricted to the last hour before they can be taken away. In fact, from the very beginning, the forbidden magic curse fragment page was not a competition prop. Rather, it is a means of clearing out sealed islands. However, an accident occurred during the game. Levi released the meteor fireball technique and destroyed the entire island. Killed Nitro. The game ended early. Until now, people inside the space tower are still wondering whether the power of the remaining pages of the magic curse was detonated in advance. It's not impossible. The remaining page of the forbidden magic spell itself is incomplete, and its power is unstable. There is a possibility of accidental detonation. The most coincidental thing is that the forbidden spell recorded on the remaining pages of the forbidden magic spell is Star Falling Technique. The Star Falling Technique is a super enhanced version of the Meteorite Technique. Levi's Meteor Fireball Technique and Star Falling Technique look very similar. Now Victor is not sure whether there is something wrong with the remaining pages of the forbidden magic. Victor said, "It's useless for you to hold the amethyst source. You don't have the formula to make the amethyst source into a magic potion. Hand over the amethyst source. Afterwards, the space tower will give you a bottle of amethyst source potion." Levi shook his head and said, "Sorry, I don't have the amethyst source you mentioned." Victor's expression turned cold and he said, "I've told you enough. If you still don't know how to measure things, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ha ha. Even the element tower can't protect you if you trespass into the space tower's research center and steal the confidential information of the amethyst source research," Victor threatened. Levi suddenly realized that what he had said before was just to prepare for this moment. He asked why the other party suddenly told him such important news. It turns out it was all for this moment, regardless of whether it was a secret stolen by Levi or not. He now knew the space tower's confidential research information on the source of amethyst, and it was impossible for the space tower to let him leave casually. The other party has made blatant threats. Levi stopped pretending. "I'm showing off my cards." Levi laughed and said, "Elder Victor, guess what I picked up in the secret realm?" Victor stared at Levi. Oh, you are planning to admit it. It would be okay if you said no earlier. There is no need for me to say so much nonsense. Levi planned his words and said, No, no, no. You guessed wrong. The things I picked up are definitely more exciting than the amethyst source. Victor was a little surprised and looked at Levi suspiciously. Suddenly, he reacted. His expression changed, and he stared at Levi. The remaining pages of the forbidden magic spell? Levi smiled, and with a flick of his right hand, the remaining page of the forbidden magic spell appeared in his hand. Guessed it right. But it's a pity that there is no prize. He looked around and asked, What do you think would happen if a forbidden spell broke out here? Victor's face was extremely ugly. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed it, and the remaining page of the forbidden magic spell in Levi's hand disappeared. The remaining pages of the forbidden magic spell appeared in his hands. Victor smiled. Ha ha. You don't think you can threaten me like this, do you? The expression just now was just for Levi. He was indeed very surprised to know that Levi actually picked up the remaining pages of the forbidden magic spell. But there is no way to deal with it. Levi also smiled. Do you want it? I still have more here. There are plenty. He turned his hands and crossed them in front of his chest. Both hands were filled with fragments of pages of forbidden magic spells. Victor's smile faltered. He squeezed it hard, and the fragments of the forbidden magic spell in his hand shattered into pieces and turned into magic light spots that dissipated in the air. It's just a creation of transfiguration. Chapter 422, I not only want to threaten you, but also rob you. Victor looked at the fragments of the forbidden magic spell in Levi's hand. The corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. He held on and said, Ha ha, the things in your hands are all fakes. And you still want to threaten me? Levi sneered. Do you want to try it? Victor twitched the corners of his mouth. Did he dare to try it? Don't dare at all. Levi was able to create something exactly like the remaining pages of the forbidden magic spell. It means that he must have seen the fragments of the forbidden magic spell. There is a high probability that he actually has a fragment of a forbidden magic spell in his hand. The consequences of a forbidden spell exploding in the space tower were not something Victor could bear. Now at close range, he might not be able to dodge. Victor looked at Levi for a while and said helplessly, Don't be impulsive. The forbidden curse has been detonated and you won't survive. Levi smiled and said nothing. He didn't know whether Victor would survive, but he will definitely survive. Levi put away the remaining pages of the forbidden magic spell and said, Now we can sit down and talk. Victor glanced at Levi and said, What else do you want to talk about? Levi took out the void chain and the beast taming ring and said, Remove the restrictions on these two magic items. There are magic restrictions from the space tower on the void chains and beast control rings. After leaving the secret realm, it can no longer be used. Under normal circumstances, the two props should be recovered together when they are teleported back to the space tower. But Levi's return to the space tower is different from normal. The props are still on him, but the magic restrictions left on the props made it sealed and unusable after it left the scope of the secret realm. Victor looked at the two props in Levi's hands and frowned. What do you mean? You still want to take away the magic props of the space tower? Levi said. If you don't want to, then I have to try the power of the remaining pages of the magic forbidden spell. Anyway, I know so many of your secrets, and the space tower probably won't let me leave here. With that said, Levi took out the remaining page of the forbidden magic spell and prepared to activate it. The magic fluctuations emanating from the remaining pages of the forbidden magic spell startled Victor. He quickly stopped Levi. Wait a minute. Don't be impulsive. Victor was sweating profusely. Why is this young man so impulsive? Don't want to die? Levi gestured to the void chain and beast controlling ring in his hand. Victor said quickly, I will help you unlock the restrictions. You calm down first. Levi said. You lift the restrictions first. Sensing the magic fluctuations emanating from the remaining pages of the forbidden magic spell in Levi's hand, Victor did not dare to hesitate and quickly cast a spell to remove the seals of the void chain and the beast taming ring. Levi felt that the void chain and the beast taming ring had returned to normal. He smiled, put away the props, and scattered the fake pages of forbidden magic spells in his hands. The magic fluctuation just now was just deliberately created by him. Victor is also concerned and confused. I saw that the fragment of the forbidden magic spell in Levi's hand turned out to be a fake. Victor's heart froze, and his face turned pale. Suddenly I felt out of breath, and my heartbeat almost stopped. A terrifying rage surged in his heart. and he wished he could tear Levi to pieces for deceiving him. But when he thought of the fragments of the forbidden magic spell in Levi's hand, he could only hold back his anger. He looked at Levi and thought, can we restrain Levi and regain the remaining pages of the forbidden magic spell without him noticing? Having seen Levi's performance in the game, Victor knew that this possibility was very small. Levi may not be as strong as him, but there are too many different methods. He was not sure whether the leeway in front of him was real or fake. Victor never thought that one day he would be forced to this extent by a small 4th level mage. Levi was very happy after getting the permanent use rights of the Void Chain and the Beast Control Ring. This was an unexpected bonus. He originally planned to go back and find a way to lift the seal, now that Victor has delivered it to his door. Of course, we must make good use of it, and it can be regarded as making up for the little heart hurt by his threats and intimidation. Levi narrowed his eyes slightly and thought of another thing. Victor's heart skipped a beat when he saw his expression. What else does this guy have in mind? Levi smiled and said, Elder Victor, can you give me a copy of the Amethyst Source magic potion formula you mentioned? I am also one of the core members of the Palace of Truth. Maybe I can help you improve the potion formula. Victor's heart froze. Yu Hacking said before that you were a pawn in the Hall of Wushan. He also said that he was not good at it. Why do you have the nerve to say it now? This skin is thicker than that of a deep-sea giant whale, Victor said with a dark face. Impossible. No. Li Wei took out the remaining pages of the forbidden magic spell, sighed, and said, Oh, if nothing goes as you wish in life, it's better to just die. Victor's face turned darker. He cursed in his mind and said with a serious face, Levi, don't try to threaten me in this way. It's impossible for me to hand over the Amethyst Source potion formula to you. The Space Tower will not allow this to happen. Levi curled his lips and put away the remaining pages of the forbidden magic spell. Forget it. You're so stingy. Victor's angry blood rushed to his head, and his vision almost went black. And he did not recover. This guy is so arrogant and infuriating. He. Victor took a few deep breaths before he calmed down. I almost got mad to death when he heard that Li Wei asked for the Amethyst Source magic potion formula. He knew that Levi must have obtained the Amethyst Source. He stared at Levi and gritted his teeth with hatred. This guy is really lucky. He got all the benefits. In his opinion, if Levi had not unexpectedly survived to the end, there would have been no chance of obtaining the source of the amethyst and the remaining pages of the forbidden magic spell. It's all good luck. Only Levi understands that this is strength. If he had to say it was luck, then he had to admit that luck was also part of his strength. After Victor calmed down, he looked at Levi and said, It's useless for you to hold the Amethyst Source. Give me the Amethyst Source. After I make the Amethyst Source potion, I will give you a bottle. Levi asked, How many bottles of magic potion can be made from a piece of Amethyst Source? Victor said, According to our expected results, we can probably make 4 to 5 bottles of magic potion. Levi said, I want 3 bottles. Victor immediately refused. No way. Do you know how precious the Amethyst Source potion is? The cost of 1 bottle alone is tens of thousands of gold coins. A bottle of Amethyst Source potion can allow a 6th level mage to upgrade by a small level. Li Wei looked surprised when he heard this. I didn't expect the effect of the purple crystal source potion to be so amazing. The cost is also really high. After repeated arguments and discussions between the two parties, Victor finally reluctantly agreed to give Levi 2 bottles of Amethyst Source magic potion. I don't care about what happened today. The Space Tower will not recover items such as the forbidden magic pages, void chains, and beast taming rings from Levi. Levi must also keep everything today secret and must not reveal the truth about the source of the amethyst and the remaining pages of the forbidden magic spell. Chapter 423 Return to the Elemental Tower. Levi and Victor finished their discussion. He said, For safety's sake, let's sign a magic contract. Victor didn't stand in the way. After the two parties signed a magic contract, Levi was completely relieved. Putting away one of the magic contracts, Levi handed the amethyst source to Victor. Victor accepted the amethyst source with an expressionless face. The price he paid for this amethyst source was not a small price. But it's okay, as long as this method can be verified to eliminate the side effects of the amethyst source. The costs are worth it. In the future, more amethyst sources without side effects can be produced. The overall strength of the Space Tower's mages will be improved. After getting the amethyst source, Victor didn't want to look at Levi again, for fear that he wouldn't be able to hold back and explode. He turned and left. Levi waved and shouted, Goodbye. Remember to give me the amethyst source potion early. Victor was unmoved. Levi shook his head. I don't have any big heart at all. Alas. He smiled and turned towards the exit. There was a little problem when leaving the 4th floor. He was stopped by the magic puppet guarding the door, saying that he had taken away things from the space tower and not letting him out. Things have to be handed over. This also alerted the mage on duty. Finally, after calling Victor over, Levi left the 4th floor safely. When Victor sent Levi away, he had a stinky face. His face was full of displeasure. Levi likes to see his expression of being unhappy and unable to do anything with him. Who asked him to threaten himself before? The exchange competition ended. Everyone received their rewards and prepared to return one after another. Levi was walking on the road and met Erica. Erica greeted Levi. Hi, Levi. Congratulations on getting first place. Erica. Thank you. Levi responded to her. She asked curiously, what does the Book of Truth look like? What is in it? Levi briefly described it. Erica nodded in understanding. People who have not been exposed to the Book of Truth cannot understand Livy's description. Levi didn't have a good explanation for this. Erica, let's go! A tall man came over and said. Levi looked back and recognized the other party as one of the leaders of the Alchemy Tower. Good teacher. After hearing this, Erica quickly said goodbye to Levi and ran behind the teacher. He looked very obedient to the teacher. Erica's teacher looked down at Levi and smiled. Are you Levi? Levi nodded and said. Well, H. Lowe. Senior. You're welcome. I'm Erica's teacher, Rox. Rox took off his hat and said. Rox was probably over 2 meters tall. And Levi had to look up to see his face. He doesn't look old. However, the opponent can become the leader of the Alchemy Tower. He must be very strong. And his actual age is probably much older than his appearance. I don't know if it's an illusion. Levi saw the flaxen curly hair on Rox's head, and felt that his hair seemed to be moving, like a living thing. Rox took out a card from the hat and handed it to Levi. Then put on the hat. If you have a chance, come to the Alchemy Tower to see me. Erica thinks highly of you, Rox said. Out of politeness, Levi reached for Rox's card. Ding! The moment he touched the card, Levi's invisible armor was triggered. His movement stopped and he looked down. Under the card, a flaxen curly hair tried to get into his finger. In an instant, Levi's expression changed. He stared at Rox warily. Seeing this, Rox smiled, took back the card and put it in his pocket. It seems that the children are still a little wary, which is a pity. He looked at Levi unscrupulously. What a great sample material. Ha! We will meet again. Let's go. Erica. Yes. Teacher. Rox leaves with Erica. Levi kept staring at Rox warily. The other party just tried to do something to Levi, but was blocked by the invisible armor. Rox also didn't expect that Levi would be wearing a magic shield for a long time. It is impossible for a normal mage to maintain a magic shield in a safe area. After all, magic shields consume mana all the time. He also didn't expect Levi to be so cautious. I wanted to collect some of Levi's blood as a sample, but unfortunately failed. Levi watched Rox disappear down the street. He glanced down at his fingers. Under the protection of the invisible armor, the fingers were not injured. He didn't know what would happen if that hair got into his finger. Now he understood that his previous feelings were not an illusion. Rox's hair is some kind of living thing. Like a bug. I feel sick just thinking about it. Levi couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Erica's teacher Rox is really special. I don't know what he did to turn his hair into something like a bug. Levi shook his head to get rid of unnecessary thoughts. Clear your mind and walk towards the stronghold of the Elemental Tower. Eris saw Levi coming back and said with a smile. How was it? What's the gain? Levi forced a smile and said. The harvest is quite big. Eris noticed Levi's expression and her smile disappeared. He looked around and asked in a low voice. What happened? Levi told Eris about meeting Rox. Rox? I'm not sure. I've never heard of this person. He may be a newly promoted elder in the Alchemy Tower in recent years, Eris said. According to your description, he should also be a bioalchemist and has performed some biochemical transformations on himself. However, since his attack has failed, you don't have to worry too much. He doesn't dare to attack you rashly. You are the focus of everyone's attention now. If anything happens to you, Rox won't be able to escape. Eris comforted. Levi nodded. He was not worried about encountering evil hands. I just feel a little bad. I thought I could make friends with Erica's teacher. In the end, they were enemies. Harris glanced at Levi and said to everyone, "Okay, everyone is here and ready to return to the elemental tower. Oh, I can finally go back." Everyone couldn't help but cheer. After all, staying in the space tower is not as comfortable as being in the element tower. Everyone can't wait to go back. Under the leadership of Harris, everyone took the world teleportation array of the space tower back to the element tower. Levi returned to the elemental tower and stayed quietly for 2 days to become familiar with the intermediate flame rules. After becoming familiar with the new ability, he began to think about his next plan. The space tearing technique has been learned. He can return to Maple Leaf City and go to the secret realm of Falling Dragon Slope to retrieve the dragon corpse. Since I am going back to Maple Leaf City, I also want to bring the dragon soul here. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time to make another trip for the dragon soul. After obtaining the dragon corpse and dragon soul, Li Wei can reincarnate the small bone dragon and get a real giant dragon. Realize the freedom of dragon's blood and dragon's blood plants. Chapter 424, Your Excellency the Archmage. Welcome to Maple Leaf City. Levi is preparing to return to Maple Leaf City. The dragon corpse is too large to be transported from Maple Leaf City. Li Wei planned to take the little bone dragon directly to Maple Leaf City. After obtaining the dragon corpse and dragon soul, directly perform the dirt reincarnation ceremony for the small bone dragon and resurrect the small bone dragon. Levi came to Warren's manor. The magic butler Clow opened the door and welcomed his arrival. "Master Li Wei, are you coming to see the master today?" Kuro asked. Levi nodded and said, "Well, does Teacher Warren have time?" Crow said, "Please wait a moment. Let me ask." The small bone dragon originally belonged to Valen, but Levi transformed the small bone dragon into an undead without Valen's consent. Strictly speaking, he violated Varen's property. Now, he still wants to take the little bone dragon away. This matter must be communicated to Warren first. Otherwise it would be too rude. No matter what, Warren is also Levi's nominal mentor and must be given enough respect. When Crow went to inform Valen, Levi came to the backyard to check on the dragon blood tree and the small bone dragon. After the dragon's blood tree absorbs the essence of plants and trees, it grows very vigorously. The condition of Xiao Gulong also looks very good. After Li Wei arrived, his face was full of joy. Although there is no flesh and blood on its face, it can be seen from its jumping soul flame that it is happy. Levi smiled and touched the little bone dragon's head without saying anything. There was still a worry in his heart. Worried about what the legendary lich did to the small bone dragon. So far, Levi has not understood the purpose of the legendary lich to resurrect the small bone dragon. He looked up at the sky. Maybe I should just ask him face to face. However, the legendary lich seems to have been avoiding him. Never had direct contact with him. The closest one came was escaping back to the Millennium Blood Pool with Savinia. That time, Levi also failed to see the true face of the legendary lich. Although Levi knew that the legendary lich was Toresta, he still wanted to get an accurate answer. Before that, everything was just his speculation. Kuro found Li Wei in the backyard and said, "Master invites Master Li Wei to meet in the study." Levi nodded. "Yes, I understand." A familiar road. Levi soon came to Warren's study. When Warren heard the door open, he put down the book in his hand, looked up at Levi, and smiled. "Levi, I heard that you won first place in the top mage exchange competition." Warren was still very surprised when he got the news. Then feel proud. Although he did not teach Li Wei much, Li Wei was his nominal student. Warren feels extremely gratified that the students have achieved such great results. He never expected that Levi could get first place. I heard from Harris that Levi's grades were very impressive. But number one is number one. It doesn't matter whether he has enough moisture or not. Li Wei's water content can be ranked first. So what's the use of other people's water content? Anyway, in Warren's opinion, Levi is the best student. Levi smiled and said, "It's just good luck." Warren shook his head and said, "Appropriate humility makes people progress. But don't be too humble. You must affirm your own abilities, and don't attribute all success to fate and luck." He thought that Li Wei was influenced by the water theory, and was not confident in his own strength. After hearing Valen's teachings, Levi nodded repeatedly and responded, "Yes, yes, I understand Master Valen." After the two chatted for a while, Warren asked Levi about the purpose of his visit. Warren knew that Levi was a person who would go to the Three Treasures Palace for everything. When he comes, something will definitely happen. Warren said, "Tell me, What's the reason for you coming to my place this time? Levi said. Do you remember the little bone dragon in the backyard? I want to take it away. Warren was a little surprised, but without hesitation, he nodded and said, Okay, the little bone dragon is the undead creature you resurrected, and it belongs to you. Levi thanked. Thank you, Teacher Warren. Varun asked. Where are you taking it? Levi said. Go back to Maple Leaf City. There is a place suitable for it to grow. Warren was not very familiar with the situation in Maple Leaf City, and did not doubt Levi's statement. Although the small bone dragon is weak, it is still a bone dragon after all. If it is cultivated, it will not be weak. Cultivate it well, Valen said. Levi nodded. Yes, I will. Leaving Warren's study, Levi went to the backyard and put the small bone dragon into the beast control ring. He glanced at the tall dragon blood tree and did not move. There is no need to transplant the dragon blood tree for the time being. Not to mention that he has no more suitable place to plant it. Why not put it here first? Gone. Levi left the manor and headed to the teleportation square of the elemental tower. Use the world teleportation array to return to Maple Leaf City. This time it was not a mission, so Levi had to pay for the transmission costs himself. The transfer fee is up to 50 credits. That is 5,000 gold coins. Fortunately, Levi achieved good results for the elemental tower in the exchange competition. After the exchange competition, the elemental tower awarded Levi 500 credits. Otherwise, he might not even be able to get the travel expenses. Levi glanced at the floating island floating in the sky, turned around and walked into the teleportation array. Gone back. Whoosh. Levi disappeared into the teleportation array. A figure appeared in the teleportation circle of the Maple Leaf City Mage Association. The mage responsible for maintaining the teleportation circle was in awe when he saw the Archmage's magic badge on the visitor's chest. The Archmage is considered a strong person wherever he goes. In a remote place like Maple Leaf City, the number of Archmages may not exceed 5 fingers. Throughout recent years, Maple Leaf City has achieved great development, but the number of Archmages is still growing slowly. The Archmage has the ability to go to Middle-earth for further development. There is no need to stay in a bitter cold place. So far, there are only 4 great mages in Maple Leaf City. Toresta, Allen, President of the Mage Association, Retired Elder of the Mage Association. Li Wei's status as Archmage can be described as completely noble here. Dear Archmage, welcome to the Maple Leaf City Mage Association. Levi nodded slightly and responded politely. Walk out of the teleportation array and walk outside. The mage with his head lowered cautiously raised his head and glanced at Levi. Seeing Levi's face, he looked shocked. He recognized Levi. Who is Levi? Half a year ago, he was a man of the hour in Maple Leaf City, known as the most powerful genius mage. Basically all the mages and nobles in Maple Leaf City knew Li Wei. Even if you don't know Levi personally, you have at least heard rumors about Levi. Li Wei has become the idol and target of the new generation of Maple Leaf City Mage Tower. Famous. What surprised him most was that Li Wei turned out to be the Archmage. Everyone knew about Levi's deeds. After 3 years of hard training, he barely managed to become a trainee mage. Once he had an epiphany, he made rapid progress. Within half a year, he broke through 2 levels in a row and became the youngest and most talented second-level mage from a trainee mage. Gain the favor of the Elemental Tower, and go to the Elemental Tower to study. How long has it been since he becomes the Archmage? Chapter 425. Is it possible that I am the Archmage you are looking for? After Levi returned to Maple Leaf City, the news that he became the Archmage spread throughout the city instantly. For a time, almost everyone knew that he was back. However, few people dare to believe, or are willing to believe that Li Wei has become the Archmage. Little John Bieber, who was studying in the academy, was so shocked when he heard the news that he couldn't hold the knight's sword and dropped it to the ground. After he changed his profession from a mage to a knight, he gave full play to the knight talents of the Golden Shield family. He became an official knight in 1 year, and it's not far from the second order knight. This cultivation speed is astonishing and makes others envious. However, there is a sister in front of him who is even better. While everyone was envious of John Bieber Jr.'s talent, they also kept comparing him with Lena. It made little John feel a bit stuck. More than what is lacking is more than what is lacking. The aura of a genius knight that should have been lost. Little John Bieber was extremely shocked when he heard that Levi had become the Archmage. He recalled his experience studying with Levi. I feel a deep sense of illusion and dislocation, he murmured. How is this possible? Little John Bieber couldn't help but want to go to Levi to verify the authenticity. However, when he thought of Levi's current identity, he was a little afraid. Li Wei is a great mage. He is no longer the classmate who is not even a trainee mage. His status is noble and intimidating. Little John Bieber couldn't help but be curious, and planned to take a look at Levi from a distance. At least see it with your own eyes.
Levi has become a great mage. But I don't know if my sister has become a great knight.
Rena has been studying at the top knight academy in Middle-earth for more than half a year. No news came back. If the Jean-Dun family hadn't remitted money to Rena every month, someone would still have received it and signed the receipt. Little John even doubted whether Lena was dead. Why is there no news at all? Little John changed out of his conspicuous knight armor into a simple outfit and hurried to the mage tower. I want to meet Levi. After Levi returned to Maple Leaf City, the first thing he did was to find Toresta. He wants to know Toresta's true identity. Now, it's time to reveal the truth. Standing under the mage tower, Levi looked up and narrowed his eyes slightly. Now, he can sense the space separated by 2 floors above the mage tower. This is the slightest bit of space perception that he only had after learning space magic. The 6th and 7th floors are actually together. The 6th layer of space wraps the 7th layer. If you want to enter the 7th floor, you must pass through the 6th floor. This is what Li Wei perceived while standing outside the mage tower. Now, he knew why no one knew what was on the 7th floor of the mage tower. Because if you want to enter the 7th floor, you must defeat Toresta. Unless Toresta takes the initiative to let him go. Levi walked towards the mage tower. Many young faces had never seen Levi before. When they saw the magic badge on his chest, they all showed respect and stopped to salute. Lotta heard that a great mage came outside. He quickly ran out to greet him. 1 year after becoming an official mage, Luo Ta had already taken the position of the logistics director of the mage tower. He is also responsible for entertaining important people throughout the city. Suddenly a great mage arrived, making Lotta very nervous. He was not even prepared for it. I was afraid that the Archmage who came would be dissatisfied.
Your Excellency, Archmage, I apologize for missing you from afar,
Lotta said as he walked out. Li Wei heard his voice, turned around and said with a smile,
Master Loda, why are you so polite?
Rhoda was stunned for a moment when she heard a familiar voice. He looked up at Levi and found that it was really him. And he suddenly showed a look of surprise.
Ah, Levi, you're back. You didn't tell me earlier when you came back, so I could have someone clean your room. Oh, by the way, Li Weiqian, wait a moment. We will catch up with each other later. A great mage is coming to the Maple Leaf City Mage Tower today. I have to receive him well.
After Rhoda was pleasantly surprised, she quickly said. Levi had a strange look on his face. Lotta looked outside, looking for the Archmage. Li Wei was silent for a moment and said to Loda,
Tell me, is it possible that the great mage you are looking for is right in front of you?
Lotta looked at Levi and quickly asked,
Where is it?
Levi pointed at himself. Luotal looked behind Levi and saw no one. Li Wei said helplessly,
Is it possible that I am the Archmage you are looking for?
When Luotal heard this, he was immediately shocked.
Ah!
Only then did Loda react and quickly glanced at the magic badge on Levi's chest. When he saw the Archmage's magic badge, he was instantly shocked. His pupil shrank suddenly, his face full of disbelief.
You became the Archmage?
Lotta stuttered a little when she spoke, shocked beyond measure. I didn't know what to say for a moment. Levi nodded seriously and said,
Yes.
Lotta was silent. Seeing that he might not be able to recover for a while, Levi patted his shoulder.
Master Luata, I'm going to go find the teacher first. There is no need to trouble you to entertain me.
Levi smiled and walked towards the mage tower. Lotta froze on the spot. The people around looked at Li Wei's retreating back, all showing unbelievable shock. Some people were extremely surprised.
Is he Levi? The strongest mage genius in Maple Leaf City. Levi? Idol! I finally meet my idol. Wow! Lord Levi is so handsome. Master Levi is so strong.
The mage apprentice who regarded Levi as his idol instantly transformed into a brainless fan. He is extremely sought after and admired immensely. At this moment, the status of gods in their hearts was not as high as that of Li Wei. Levi is God, the only one. Levi came to the 3rd floor of the mage tower and saw the magic butler who looked exactly like Clow. He was a little distracted for a moment and almost shouted Crow's name. Levi felt that he might have been affected by Loda's emotions just now. Otherwise, he would not have this illusion. Levi said,
I'm going to the 6th floor.
After a moment, the magic butler replied,
The portal to the 6th floor has been opened. Your Excellency, Master Levi, please come in.
In the magic butler's memory bank, Levi's information is still from half a year ago and has not been updated. However, Levi had gained the freedom to go to the 6th floor half a year ago. There is no need to trouble Toresta about this matter. Levi passed through the teleportation gate and arrived at the 6th floor of the Mage Tower. This is an independent space. Only the 3rd level portal can be reached. The 6th floor is still the same as before. Dozens of stone pillars support the ceiling and floor. There are no walls, and the surroundings are endless clear skies. Levi looked at the figure in the center of the 6th floor. Toresta was still sitting in the center of the 6th floor as usual, with his back to Levi. But starting today, nothing will be the same in the future. Chapter 426: The True Identity of Little Bone Dragon.
Teacher.
Levi broke the quiet atmosphere and shouted. Although Toresta had his back to Levi, he had already known that Levi was coming. He didn't speak. Levi had no choice but to break the silence first.
This day has finally come.
Toresta sighed. Levi looked at Toresta's back and said,
Teacher, you should know what I want to ask.
Toresta said nothing. Levi went straight to the point and asked,
What is your relationship with the legendary Lich on the ancient battlefield in the western desert wasteland? Are you a phantom created by him?
Toresta spoke, slowly and unhurriedly.
Phantom body? In your opinion? Maybe it is. I prefer to call it another life.
When Levi heard this, he showed a hint of surprise.
Seizing one's body? Reincarnation?
Toresta said.
That's not important. After I was reincarnated as a lich hundreds of years ago, I have been staying in the ancient battlefield. I have been corroded by the breath of the undead for a long time. My consciousness is becoming more and more biased towards the separation of the undead from humans. That's when I realized what might happen in the future. And I thought of a way to maintain my own human consciousness. I divided a part of my soul and used apparition to create a human body for my soul. I used a new identity to walk in the world and experience human emotions to maintain human consciousness, so as not to completely degenerate into a heartless and desireless undead lich. Toresta is one of the identities I have walked the world with for hundreds of years.
Upon hearing this, Levi already understood the origin of Toresta. Levi pondered for a long time and asked,
Why do you want to resurrect the small bone dragon? What is your purpose?
Toresta smiled and replied,
Why? Do you need any reason to resurrect my daughter?
When Levi heard this, he stared at Toresta's back with wide eyes. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. He asked in surprise,
Is Little Bone Dragon your daughter? But you're human and it's a dragon. Her mother was also a dragon. And we fell in love and she was born,
Toresta said. Levi took a breath and felt that his mind went blank for a while. This. He couldn't relax for a while. Toresta suddenly laughed.
Didn't this happen in the legends you wrote? Why can't you accept it? I thought you'd heard my story.
Levi. Novels are novels. They were all made up by him. Reality is more magical than fiction. Levi's mind pictured Toresta and a giant dragon making a baby together. It's hard to describe. He thought about Erica. Maybe the dragon would turn into a human form. Anyway, he definitely doesn't have to worry about how to make a baby. After all, the baby bone dragon has already been born. Unless Toresta is lying. However, there should be no need for him to lie. At least Levi could hear that what he said was true. When he mentioned that Little Bone Dragon was his daughter, Toresta's voice trembled slightly. Levi looked at Toresta's back and asked in confusion,
I have a question. The Little Bone Dragon is really the offspring of you and the giant dragon. Why does she look like this? Logically speaking, you two should be very powerful, and no one should be able to harm the offspring of a legendary couple.
Toresta nodded and said,
Indeed, Phyllis and I are both powerful. We were already legendary powerhouses thousands of years ago. But the enemy we face is more powerful.
Levi's heart moved slightly, and he was keenly aware of the key information in Toresta's words. He was already a legendary powerhouse, and an even more powerful enemy thousands of years ago. This means Toresta's true identity is deeper than Levi suspected.
Who is your enemy?
Levi asked curiously. Toresta replied,
The Dragon King, the Dragon Slayer and the God.
Levi's heart was shocked, and he felt like he was opening up the secrets of ancient times. Toresta's past actually involves gods. What happened to the Demon Dragon King and the Dragon Slayer? Levi suddenly remembered a glorious period in the past of the human empire. The birth of dragon blood potion created countless dragon blood war gods and powerful dragon slayers. And the strength of the human empire reached its peak. It even drove the dragon clan to extinction for a time. Could it be that era? Thousands of years ago. The time point would be similar to what Torresta said. Levi continued to ask.
What happened 1,000 years ago?
Torresta said.
Thousands of years ago. The dragon clan was divided within itself. And a war broke out between the demonic dragon king and the holy dragon king, which became the trigger for the dragon clan's decline and destruction. It was during that period that the human empire obtained the formula for dragon blood potion and hunted dragons everywhere, almost annihilating the dragon clan that was divided due to internal conflicts. My wife Phyllis also fell victim to the division within the dragon clan. In order to deal with the holy dragon king, the demon dragon king unscrupulously attacked Felice. Felice was still pregnant at the time, and was seriously injured and fled deep into the ancient battlefield. When I arrived, Felice was already dead. She left her last. All the vitality is transferred to the dragon egg, and the unformed dragon egg is born. Later, the demon dragon king found Felice's body and poached her dragon heart and soul. Under the eyes of the demon dragon king, I could only keep the dragon eggs. After the demon dragon king left, I took the dragon egg away and wanted to hatch it. But the life in the dragon egg was born in advance before it took shape. Even with Felice's last vitality, the life in the dragon egg was still very small. There is a high probability that he will die young. As a last resort, I can only transform her into a bone dragon to preserve the last glimmer of life. The dirty soil reincarnation ritual can make up for the vitality and soul that she lost during her lifetime, allowing her to truly complete her resurrection and have a complete life. This is a millennium plan from a father, just to resurrect my daughter. Levi felt a deep shock from his heart. After the shock, Levi came back to his senses and reflected on what Torresta had just said. He asked with some confusion, Isn't this a tragedy caused by the internal conflicts of the dragon clan? What does it have to do with the gods?
Torresta said.
Dragon blood potion is given to humans by the gods.
Levi understood instantly. There is a divine force behind the extermination of the dragon clan. Why the gods want to exterminate the dragon clan is another question. It's impossible to be idle anyway. Torresta stood up and said,
After talking so much, I think all the doubts in your heart have been answered. Let's go and take away the last thing needed to resurrect Xingxi.
Xingxi was Xiao Gulong's name during his lifetime. Levi was a little strange.
Don't we still need the dragon corpse?
He followed in Torresta's footsteps. Walked towards the 7th floor. Torresta said as he walked,
I have already prepared the dirty earth reincarnation ceremony array. You will understand when you bring the things over.
Chapter 427. The conditions are gathered. Levi followed Torresta to the 7th floor. The 7th floor is dark and lightless, like a prison that never sees the light of day. In fact, this is a prison. A cage specially prepared by Torresta to trap the fire dragon soul. In the cage, the fire dragon soul suddenly sensed Levi's aura and felt extremely excited. I go! That human is finally here. He finally found me. A strange light flashed in the fire dragon soul's eyes. As long as that human being is tricked and his body is taken over, he can leave this lish place. I'm finally going out. Fire dragon soul was extremely excited. It hurried towards the exit of the cage. When it rushed to the exit, it felt that something was not quite right. Why did the old man who was guarding him come over too? Are they in the same group? No matter who he is, as long as he can escape from here. After Levi entered the 7th floor, he also felt that the power of dragon blood in his body became active. Torresta glanced at him and said with a smile,
Have you accepted the power of that red dragon?
Levi nodded.
Yeah,
Torresta said.
No wonder the red dragon was so excited when he felt your arrival.
Levi's heart moved slightly, and he quickly asked,
Is there something wrong with the power in my body?
Torresta said.
No problem. His dragon soul is imprisoned here. Even if it has the ability to reach the sky, it will not be able to affect the outside world. It's just that if you have its bloodline, it will be much easier for it to take over your body.
Levi twitched the corners of his mouth. Is this still a problem? This red dragon is indeed not a good thing. I was thinking about his little bit of dragon blood power. He was actually thinking about his body. Levi shook his head. Now he no longer had any psychological burden on using the red dragon's soul to perform the filthy earth reincarnation ceremony. Previously, he felt a little embarrassed. After all, the red dragon had given him benefits. Doing this by yourself seems to be a way of repaying kindness with enmity. Now, This idea is completely gone. Levi and Toresta came to the cage. A ball of flame suddenly emerged from the darkness and turned into a huge fire dragon head, staring at the two people outside. Seeing Levi and Toresta standing together peacefully, Red Dragon murmured in his heart. However, it did not change its original mind. This is his only chance to escape. Toresta stretched out his hand and said,
I'm going to open the cage. Are you ready?
Levi nodded.
Ready. It's not the first time.
The monster that got into his body last time and tried to take his body had turned into ashes. There is no scum left. Toresta glanced at him and thought, what have you been through? Without thinking much, he reached out and opened the cage. The moment the cage opened a gap, the red dragon soul couldn't wait to squeeze out and quickly got into Li Wei's body, trying to seize his body. As soon as it got into Li Wei's body, the red dragon soul was stunned. What the hell is this place? Isn't this a human body? Levi has already become an elemental, using the illusion technique to maintain his external appearance. As soon as the red dragon soul got into his body, it went directly into the elemental furnace that Levi had built for it. The elemental furnace, formed by millions of degrees of high temperature and intermediate flame rules, has become the new prison of the red dragon soul. When the red dragon soul realized something was wrong and wanted to escape, as soon as he touched the wall of the elemental furnace, he felt his soul being burned, and the pain was excruciating.
Ouch!
The red dragon soul roared angrily in Levi's body. Li Wei's heart was constantly shaken by its roar. The soul is trembling. However, this was not enough to pose a threat to Levi. Toresta glanced at Levi and asked,
Are you sure you can do it? If it doesn't work, just let me do it. Although I don't have much power left now, it's still enough to control a dying dragon soul.
Levi glanced at Toresta's increasingly illusory body that was about to disappear. He shook his head and said,
Forget it. I can handle it. I'm going to the secret realm of Zwolongpo. Well, be careful on the road,
Toresta warned. Levi nodded, and with the help of Toresta, he teleported directly outside Maple Leaf City. He rushed to the falling dragon slope as quickly as possible. Find the location of a previously marked secret vulnerability. Cast a spell.
Space Tear Technique.
Tear it apart. The fragile space connecting the secret realm and the main interface was torn apart. Open a passage to the interior of the secret realm of Falling Dragon Slope. Levi walked in quickly. After he walked in, the space crack quickly disappeared. The patrolling mage, who arrived belatedly, saw the scene where the space crack finally disappeared and quickly reported it to the Mage Association. Li Wei entered the secret realm of Falling Dragonpa. He glanced around and found that there wasn't much change here from before. Levi flew towards the deepest part of the secret realm. There is a large-scale forbidden air barrier within the secret area of Zwolongpo, which extends above the tree crown. Levi can only fly at low altitude, and his speed is much slower. He unleashes the Skeletor.
Unleash the dragon's power.
The small bone dragon roared, and the power of the dragon spread. Boom! The animals, monsters, and dragon-blooded creatures in the surrounding woods felt the intimidation of the dragon and all fled away. The little bone dragon looked at the surrounding scene curiously. Levi grabbed it to keep it from flying behind.
Don't look at it. There will be plenty of time.
Levi glanced at the small bone dragon and couldn't see any characteristics of the female dragon. The bones should all be the same. The small bone dragon continued to release dragon power. Wherever Li Wei went, animals and monsters all retreated 3 feet. Creatures with dragon blood will actively attack creatures containing dragon blood to steal more dragon blood. However, they definitely dare not take the initiative to attack the real dragon clan. Just the power of the dragon can make them feel tremors in their blood and make them incapacitated. Soon, Li Wei took the small bone dragon to the deepest part of the secret realm. Find the hidden cave and walk into the cave with the small bone dragon. When the little bone dragon saw the body of the dead red dragon, it grinned with a ferocious expression. Levi was a little surprised. After thinking for a moment, he understood why. The red dragon belongs to the 5-color evil dragon camp. During the Battle of Dragon Clan split 1,000 years ago, it belonged to the Demon Dragon King camp. The mother of the little bone dragon is a giant dragon from the Holy Dragon King camp. Dragons usually pass on their memories and instincts to their offspring through blood. Obviously, the little bone dragon inherited its hatred for the 5-color evil dragon. This is not difficult to explain. After all, little bone dragon's mother died in the hands of the Demon Dragon King. It is normal for hatred before death to be passed on to future generations. Levi patted the little bone dragon on the head and told it to calm down. Then he turned around and looked around. Levi discovered that the magic arrays scattered throughout the caves were actually the arrays used in the reincarnation ceremony of the dirty earth. He looked again at the place where the red dragon's body was fixed. It happens to be the place where the dragon corpse was placed in the dirty earth reincarnation ceremony. Levi smiled.
It seems that Toresta has long been ready to resurrect the small bone dragon.
Chapter 428 Resurrection of the Small Bone Dragon. Levi glanced at the dirty soil reincarnation ritual circle in the cave. Let the little bone dragon stay at the reincarnation position in the center, and don't run around. The little bone dragon seemed to understand the importance of the matter. Lying peacefully on the central reincarnation position of the dirty soil reincarnation ceremony. Waiting for Levi's resurrection. Levi placed dragon heart, blood soul flower, poison ambergris, and goddess tears at specific locations. Dragon heart symbolizes vitality. The blood soul flower symbolizes the soul and body. Poisonous ambergris can stimulate life potential at the cost of death. Goddess tears can detoxify and prevent death caused by poisonous ambergris saliva. The huge power contained in the red dragon's corpse is the key to building a new body of the small bone dragon. The dragon soul strengthens the soul of the little bone dragon and makes up for what was missing when the little bone dragon was born. Everything is essential for the dirty soil reincarnation ceremony. All of them were prepared by Toresta in order to perfectly resurrect the little bone dragon. Xiao Gulong was born prematurely, so he was deficient in all aspects. It can only be completed in this way. From death to life. Reborn into the world. Live a second life. The little bone dragon was lying on the reincarnation position. The soul flames in his eyes kept beating. And he seemed very nervous. Levi was also nervous. He was afraid of making mistakes and causing the reincarnation of the dirty land to fail. Although he has simulated it many times in his dreams. Dreams are still simulations after all. It is impossible to take into account all the problems and accidents that occurred during the reincarnation of the dirty land. Li Wei carefully escaped the dragon soul from his body. The elemental furnace constructed of flames trapped the dragon soul within it. Li Wei placed the dragon soul in the last place of the dirt reincarnation ceremony. The red dragon soul saw the scene around him. Although he didn't know what Li Wei was going to do. He also realized that something was wrong and struggled desperately. Li Wei frowned. If he were to distract himself from suppressing the red dragon soul, it would probably affect the dirty soil reincarnation ceremony.
Quiet!
Levi's eyes flashed with flames. The red dragon soul in the elemental furnace burned. Let out a miserable cry. After a while, Li Wei let go after seeing the red dragon soul calm down. The intermediate flame rules are more than enough to deal with a lingering red dragon soul. Li Wei began to hold the filthy earth reincarnation ceremony. The distant endless sea. A ray of holy light streaked across the sky. Suddenly disappeared. And then appeared further away. The holy light flies quickly in the form of space jumps. Suddenly, the holy light stopped and fell towards the sea. Cardinal Minos, who came to find Levi on the orders of the Holy Lady of Light, was floating in the air. He quietly looked down at the sea below, showing a trace of doubt. This is where the final fluctuation of goddess tears comes from. But why is there nothing here? Is it under the sea? Minos hesitated for a moment, then flew into the endless sea. After a while, he surfaced, find the only place to stay on the endless sea. A broken rock. Minos stood on the rock, looking at the ocean in front of him, and thought for a long time. He cast the magic of revelation.
Great God of Light, please give the confused people the revelation of the truth and reveal the past of this place.
After a while, the scene of Twin Peaks Island sinking under the attack of meteor fireball appeared in Minos' mind. Minos frowned. Were the tears of the goddess destroyed? But even if it is a forbidden curse, it may not be able to destroy the goddess tears with divine power. Finally, he saw a young man standing on the rock where he was standing and waving his hands in the distance. Minos' eyes narrowed slightly. This person. His intuition told him that there was definitely something wrong with this person. Otherwise, the revelation spell would not be able to show him a person's back.
He took away the tears of the goddess?
Minos mused. Suddenly, a holy light appeared above Minos' head. The holy light cut through the sky of the endless sea from outside the sky and fell down to hit Minos. Minos was stunned for a moment, did not resist, and disappeared into the holy light. After a while, he returned to the Temple of Light. He met the saint, and it was the saint who used the holy light to bring him back. The saint turned her back to Minos and said,
"The location of the goddess Tears has changed and appears in the north."
Minos bowed his head and listened. He was a little embarrassed. If he hadn't gone too late, the tears of the goddess would not have moved from the endless sea to the north. The north that the saint pointed to was the bitter cold land in the north. Minos was also a little surprised as to why the tears of the goddess suddenly crossed such a long distance. From the endless sea to the bitter cold land in the north. The saint said,
"This time it is not as far away as the endless sea. You go back quickly."
Hearing this, Minos quickly responded,
"As you command."
The saint did not blame Minos. There is no way. The endless sea is too big. Minos used the teleportation array to reach at most the edge of the sky continent. The place where the sky continent borders the endless sea is still extremely far away from where the tears of the goddess appeared. Minos traveled day and night, but still missed the tears of the goddess. This time is different. Tears of the goddess appear in the north, and Minos can directly use the teleportation array to go to the north. I definitely won't lose it this time. It would be unreasonable to follow him again. Minos teleported to the Great Ice Wall, and then teleported from the Great Ice Wall to the north. The specific location the saint did not say. Minos could only wait for the power of the goddess tears to be activated before he could lock in the detailed location. He took a look at the situation in the north, and planned to visit the Maziel Kingdom first. After all, the Makir Kingdom is also the largest country in the north. The main reason is that there is a Temple of Light with a somewhat decent size in the royal city of the Maziel Kingdom in the north. The Temple of Light in other places is no different from thatched mud houses in the countryside. Minos teleports to the Kingdom of Makir. Maple Leaf City Magic Association. 2 figures, one tall and one short, walked out of the teleportation circle. When the mage on duty saw the identity of the visitor, he was so frightened that he didn't know what to say. A 6th level archmage. A 4th level archmage. The two ignored the mage who was on duty at the teleportation array in the Magic Association. Diel walked outside. After seeing the two people walking away, the mage on duty realized what they were doing and quickly reported it to the Magic Association.
"My dear, something big is going to happen in Maple Leaf City. These great mages are coming one after another, and even the 6th level mages have appeared."
The president of the Magic Association was also very surprised when he received the news. I wanted to meet the visitor, but he had already left.
"Lord of Oz, I am here under the order of Prince Obert, and I ask you to cooperate with my mission."
Rox looked at Oates and smiled. Oates saw the order in his hand stamped with the emblem of Prince Obert. His eyelids couldn't help but twitch. He smiled and said,
"If Lord Lox needs anything, I will do my best."
Rox said,
"I heard that a giant dragon fell outside Maple Leaf City, and I asked Lord Oz to help find out the truth."
Oates raised his eyebrows.
"You're talking about Falling Dragon Slope, but that's just a legend."
Lox looked at him with a smile and said nothing, but he felt very oppressive. Oates said helplessly,
"Okay, I will check everything out. If this is just a rumor,"
Rox said,
"then it has nothing to do with the Lord of Oz."
Chapter 429. For epic extraordinary characteristics of the contracted sacred dragon. The north is in turmoil. Minos, the Red Archbishop of the Illuminati cult, came for the tears of the goddess. Rox came for the mythical legend of Falling Dragon Slope. In the secret realm of Zwilongpo, the dirty soil reincarnation ceremony has reached a critical moment. Levi calmly controlled every process. The red dragon corpse and dragon heart have disappeared, and the poisonous ambergris saliva and goddess tears have also taken effect. The small bone dragon gets a new flesh and blood body. Under the dual effects of poisonous ambergris saliva and goddess tears, the vitality of the flesh and blood body has been fully stimulated. Except that it has no soul. It is no different from a real dragon. At the last moment, Levi will borrow the dragon soul to supplement and enhance the soul of the small bone dragon, and rely on the blood soul grass to fuse the soul of the small bone dragon with the new body. The red dragon soul was unwilling to die. Fight with all your might. See, there is no chance. It would rather self-destruct than turn into someone else's treasure.
"I will never let you succeed."
The red dragon soul roared angrily and decisively self-destructed. Levi raised his right hand and pinched it, and the elemental furnace quickly shrank, compressing the power of the dragon soul. The forge of elements quickly changes from cyan to purple. The red dragon soul showed a look of horror. This force is so powerful that it feels terrifying. Ultra-high temperatures of tens of millions of degrees combined with intermediate flame rules directly burn the red dragon soul into the most basic soul particles. Levi lost his soul particles to Xiaogulong. The purple elemental furnace was quickly extinguished, and the red dragon soul had become a remnant soul, unable to self-destruct anymore. Levi's mana was also exhausted. He was originally unwilling to use this move. Although the power is strong, the consumption is too high, and most importantly, it is uncontrollable. Li Wei didn't know what would happen after the purple fire burned the dragon's soul. Maybe the dragon's soul will be burned directly. That's it. Fortunately, the result is not bad. After the small bone dragon absorbed all the power of the dragon's soul, its soul replenished and grew stronger, absorbing the power of the blood soul flower. The soul and body merge. The moment when soul and body completely merge, Levi felt a frightening power fluctuation. The little bone dragon exudes golden sacred light, and rays of sacred light emerge from the void and merge into the new body of the little bone dragon, making its body become more sacred. The dragon scales glowed golden. Xingqi opened his eyes, and his pupils exuded a sacred and majestic light. Levi felt a deep and powerful dragon power spreading in the cave. Li Wei looked surprised when he saw his form change drastically and turned into a small golden bone dragon.
Is this the sacred dragon?
Levi recognized Xingqi's race. The sacred dragon is a top race within the dragon clan, the royal family within the dragon clan. At the same level as the sacred dragon, there are only a few extremely rare dragon races such as the time dragon, the ancient dragon, and the world-destroying demon dragon. After Levi came back to his senses, he was shocked. What is the origin of Xingqi's mother? He recalled Toresta's statement. In order to deal with the Holy Dragon King, the Demon Dragon King unscrupulously killed his wife Felice in a sneak attack. Why can you deal with the Holy Dragon King by killing Felice? Now, Levi seems to have the answer. The Holy Dragon King is most likely a sacred dragon. The original race of the small bone dragon is the sacred dragon. Then, her mother's race is also easy to deduce. The Holy Dragon King and Felice are probably related by blood.
Master!
The little sacred dragon floated in midair and spat out a human voice nervously. Lolita sound. After hearing this, Li Wei focused his attention on the little sacred dragon. He smiled and said,
"You can talk now."
"Yes." Soon, the little sacred dragon let go, moving its new body excitedly, flying around in the cave. Levi looked up at the little sacred dragon with a smile on his face. Xingqi's resurrection was successful, and Toresta would be very happy. However, Xingqi is the teacher's daughter. Wouldn't it be a little bad to adopt her as a pet or a mount? Levi suddenly thought of this. After playing for a while, Xingqi remembered something. She quickly landed in front of Li Wei, stretched out her head, and cupped Li Wei's right hand. He blinked his cute big golden eyes. Xingqi said,
"Master, after my resurrection, I need to sign a new soul contract."
Levi looked at her in surprise and asked,
"Don't you want freedom?"
Xingqi replied,
"The master has given me a new life, and following the master is my freedom."
Hearing this, Li Wei smiled, touched her head, and said,
"It's enough for you to think this way. There is no need to conclude a soul contract."
He thought about it, and thought it would be better to send Xingqi back to Toresta. After all, Toresta has been waiting for hundreds of years to resurrect Xingqi. Levi retracted his hand and prepared to take Xingqi away from here. Xingqi became a little anxious when he heard what Levi said. She opened her mouth and bit Levi's right hand.
His.
Levi felt a stinging pain in his right hand, and his finger was bitten by Xingqi. She didn't use any force. She just bit Levi's finger and sucked a drop of blood.
"What are you doing?"
Levi asked quickly. Xingqi didn't answer. She closed her eyes, and a light gradually lit up between her brows. A golden hexagonal magic circle emerged. The magic circle is extremely complex, and a drop of Levi's blood floats in the center of the magic circle. A strand of Xingqi's soul separated and merged with the blood. The blood split into 2 drops, shot into the eyebrows of Levi and Xingqi and disappeared. Xingqi took the initiative to conclude a soul contract with Levi. The moment the soul contract was successfully concluded, Levi felt a powerful force pouring into his body. That is the power of the sacred dragon. What Xingqi and Levi concluded was the most advanced soul contract of living together and dying together. Half of the vitality belonging to the sacred dragon was given to Levi. Levi's vitality exploded instantly, and his whole body was filled with vitality. At the same time, Levi also gained the power of the sacred dragon. Writing appeared before his eyes. Sacred dragon's life-sharing, epic, lifespan plus 5,000 years. In the juvenile stage, the lifespan of the sacred dragon increases with growth, reaches its peak in the full stage, and gradually declines in old age. Body of the holy dragon, epic, immune to negative states such as curses, poisons, petrification, paralysis, burning, and dizziness. Dragon power, epic, gain the strength and physique of the sacred dragon. Infancy stage, improves with the strength of the contracted dragon clan. Holy Power, Epic, all attacks are additionally added with Holy Power. And Holy Power ignores energy defenses such as shields and barriers. Looking at the 4 new extraordinary characteristics that appeared in front of him, Levi's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. After contracting with the Sacred Dragon, he actually got 4 epic extraordinary characteristics at once. Before that, he only had 2 epic transcendent characteristics, Arcane Enlightenment and Core Mysteries. More than that, after gaining the power of the Sacred Dragon, the extraordinary characteristics of the primary Dragon Fire that Levi acquired earlier have also been improved. Holy Dragon Breath, Advanced, the breath of dragon flames contains divine power and can ignore defense and magic. Chapter 430 Xingqi's Growth Stage. Levi looked at the 4 new epic level extraordinary characteristics he had obtained. I couldn't be by myself for a long time. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. The Sacred Dragon's life shared extraordinary characteristics, which did not bring him a direct increase in strength, but it greatly extends his lifespan. Who doesn't want to live longer? Levi doesn't have to do anything. As long as nothing happens to Xingqi, he can easily live for 6,000 years in the future, and the lifespan will increase as Xingqi continues to grow. It is normal for a complete Sacred Dragon to live for 100,000 years. Levi immediately got what countless people dreamed of. If Toresta wants to live longer, he has to abandon his human identity and transform into a lich in order to survive for thousands of years. Levi can now easily outlive Toresta. As a lich, his lifespan is not endless. It will also be limited by the lifespan of the material used to make the phylactery. Levi has no such restrictions at all. Best of all, he didn't have to abandon anything that was human. In addition to the life limit of the phylactery, the lich also faces a huge risk, which is the lack of emotions. If you live too long, you will become a truly undead creature. Become an undead lich. Toresta was able to barely maintain his human emotions through complicated methods. Levi had no worries about this at all. With a lifespan of 6,000 years, it makes no difference whether the human empire still exists after 6,000 years. At least, the human empire has not been established for more than 2,000 years so far. It was at its peak 1,000 years ago. It's going downhill now. The second extraordinary characteristic, the body of the Holy Dragon, is also very powerful, directly giving Levi the ability to be immune to most negative states. Simple and crude. At least any negative status below the legendary level cannot affect him. Negative status above the legendary level involves rules and laws. It depends on whether the body of the Holy Dragon is more powerful, or whether the rules and laws involved in the negative state are more powerful. That's too far away. Li Wei hasn't met a few legendary powerhouses yet. There is no need to worry about illusory enemies in the future. At least the Holy Dragon's body is powerful enough now. Almost invincible. The third extraordinary characteristic, the power of the dragon, needs no introduction. The effect is equivalent to using Dragon Blood Potion, and the effect is more powerful than the Dragon Blood Potion. The Dragon's Blood Potion can only allow the user to obtain a small part of the dragon's power. The power Levi got from Xingqi may not be as effective as the Dragon Blood Potion now. But as Xingqi grows, his power will inevitably exceed the effect of the Dragon Blood Potion. This is unmatched by Dragon Blood Potion. Dragon power has extremely high growth potential. The fourth extraordinary characteristic, divine power, is completely related to the race of the Sacred Dragon. The reason why the Sacred Dragon can become one of the top dragon clans. It relies on the extremely powerful divine power. One of the most important characteristics of divine power is that it can directly ignore energy defense. No magic shield, or barrier can withstand the divine power. The restraining effect of divine power on physical defense is not as strong as that on energy defense. But it should not be underestimated. The damage caused by divine power can basically be regarded as real damage. The most important point is that divine power can be attached to any of Levi's attacks. This means that after adding divine power to Levi's spell, he can directly ignore the enemy's magic shield and cause real damage to the enemy. The magician was completely defenseless in front of Levi. The mage's body is already weak. Even the magic shield that he relied on for survival was ineffective. It can be said that no mage is qualified to fight Levi head-on. They couldn't resist Levi's attack at all. After the dragon flame advanced into the Holy Dragon's breath, the level was upgraded from elementary to advanced. Advanced Dragon Flame is already the power of the Dragon Flame breath of an adult dragon. This means that the power of the Holy Dragon's breath is no longer lower than level 6. In addition, the Holy Dragon's breath comes with sacred power, and its power is comparable to the breath power of a 7th level dragon. Roam was promoted to one of Levi's trump cards. Among the skills currently mastered by Levi, the power of the Holy Dragon's Breath is probably only weaker than the Meteor Fireball technique. The Meteor Fireball technique has approached the level of forbidden spells. Even a 7th level legendary powerhouse can hardly resist the attack of the forbidden spell. Ouch. After the little sacred dragon took the initiative to sign the most advanced soul contract with Levi, he looked tired and yawned. She had just been resurrected, and her powers had not yet fully adapted. He gave half of his life force to Li Wei. It's a big burden on oneself. The body of the sacred dragon also needs a strong supply of life force to thrive. Levi touched the head of the little sacred dragon and said, "Xingqi, please enter the beast control ring and rest for a while." Xingqi shook his head and didn't want to go in. There is also a body of nitro in the beast controlling ring. It made her feel uncomfortable. After Xingqi's resurrection, his level was only level 4. As she grows, she should be able to reach the 6th or even 7th level when she leaves the infant stage and reaches the growth stage, baby dragon stage, juvenile stage, growth stage, mature stage, complete stage, peak stage, decline stage. The 7 stages are in line with the growth path of most dragons. Usually, dragons will naturally transition to the next stage as long as they live to a certain age. The strength level will also increase accordingly. The infant dragon stage is the stage when the dragon is still in the egg and has just hatched, and has no ability to survive independently, mainly based on the time before the dragon egg hatches. After the dragon clan breaks out of its SHL, it can quickly master the ability to survive. It can take as short as a few hours or as long as a few days. The dragon clan has blood inheritance, and they can directly obtain the survival instincts of their predecessors. The level of dragons at this stage is usually from level 1 to level 3. Dragons of different races have huge differences in strength during the SHL breaking period. The sacred dragon belongs to the dragon clan that can reach the 3rd level just after breaking out of its SHL. Therefore, the young dragon stage starts at the 3rd level. Xingqi has grown to the 4th level and is not far away from the next stage of growth. After entering the growth stage, Xingqi's strength will increase rapidly. After reaching a certain level, it will enter the maturity stage. Strength improvement will slow down during the mature stage, and the time will be the longest in the dragon's life. A dragon that has lived for 5,000 years may have been in maturity for 3,000 to 4,000 years. When most dragons reach this point, they may not enter the next stage. Skip the perfection period and peak period directly and enter the decline period. The dragons in the full stage are extremely terrifying. Even the dragons with weak races can beat the mature dragons of some powerful races after entering the full stage. The strength of the dragon in its full stage can probably reach the 8th level. If the mature stage enters the complete stage early, the duration of the complete stage will be very long, which is basically the same as the duration of the mature stage. After the completion period, it is the shortest period in the dragon's life. Peak period. Chapter 431 Potentially Huge Crisis. The growth stages of most dragons are divided into infant dragon stage, young dragon stage, growth stage, mature stage, complete stage, peak stage, and aging stage. Most dragons only reach maturity. At the end of the maturity period, it jumps directly to the aging period, and its strength begins to weaken. Very few dragons can grow to the full stage. There is another very important peak period in the complete term. The weakest dragon in the complete stage is the 8th level. The dragon's strength at its peak is extremely terrifying, and it is the most powerful time in a dragon's life. Use one sentence to describe the power of the dragon at its peak. The gods retreated. Even the gods are not willing to provoke the dragon at its peak. If the dragons at this stage fight for their lives, even the gods will have to pay an extremely painful price. Even fallen. It's a pity that the dragon at its peak is extremely powerful, but the duration was too short. If a giant dragon can live for 10,000 years, its peak period may be less than 100 years. For humans, 100 years may be a long time, but it was too short for the dragon. It's like a 100-year-old human being only has 1 year of peak life. Not to mention gods whose lifespans are longer than dragons. They have plenty of time to wait for the peak dragon strength to gradually weaken. There is no need to sharpen the edge of the dragon at its peak. This is also the truth behind the retreat of gods. It's not really that you're afraid of the peak dragon. It's just that there's no need. After the peak period, you will enter the aging period. The aging period lasts about 1/5 of a dragon's life. The strength of most dragons will continue to decline during their aging period until they die. There are a very small number of dragons that can transcend the aging period and become the legendary ancient dragons and ancient dragons. If you can become an ancient dragon or an ancient dragon, your lifespan will no longer be a shackle that limits the dragon's strength. The power of ancient dragons and ancient dragons will only continue to accumulate and become stronger as time goes by. Some ancient dragons that have just exceeded their lifespan may not be as powerful as the full-stage dragons because they have just gone through the aging period. Even the mature dragon is stronger than the newly born ancient dragon. However, the elder dragon's real advantage is its endless lifespan. They can continuously accumulate strength. On the one hand, they use the passage of time to make the young and middle-aged dragon boys gradually grow old. On the one hand, it draws strength from time and gradually returns to its peak period until it crosses the peak and goes higher. The growth rate of ancient dragons is far inferior to that of young dragons, because they do not have a growth and maturity period in which their strength can increase rapidly. It is possible that even if he lives for thousands of years, his strength will only be restored to the level of maturity. But as long as you can survive and live for 100,000 or 1,000,000 years, it will become very scary. The million-year-old ancient dragon is almost like a god. If there are ancient dragons that are thousands of years old, or even hundreds of millions of years old, it can be called the creation dragon god. The sky continent has never heard of ancient dragons or ancient dragons appearing. There is a kind of giant dragon that is completely different from the ancient dragon that lives longer than its life. Their strength does not depend on how long they grow. It just depends on the moment. That is the time dragon. The time dragon travels in time. In an instant, you can go from the infant dragon stage to the peak stage. Then, it remains at its peak forever. It is also possible that the baby will be in the infant dragon stage and the young dragon stage throughout his life. Always stay in the moment of a growth stage and never change. The time dragon is even more ethereal than the ancient dragon. After Li Wei planned to resurrect Xingxi, he had a detailed understanding of the dragon clan. Already have a general understanding of the dragon clan. I have also heard about some of the famous races among the dragon clan. He touched Xingxi's head and said with a smile,
"If you don't want to go in, you won't go in. Let's go!"
Levi walked out of the cave. Xingxi's wings did not move, and he floated quietly in midair, following behind Levi. For short legs drooped, looking like a puppy floating in midair. The tears of the goddess and the poisonous ambergris have been consumed in the filthy earth reincarnation ceremony. Li Wei has obtained the body of the holy dragon, and there is no need for goddess tears to detoxify him. The only regret is that he can't help others detoxify. The body of the holy dragon can only make himself immune to negative conditions. There is no way to help others. After leaving the cave and walking far away, there was a loud collapse sound from behind. Levi turned to look, and Xingxi followed him. The foul earth reincarnation circle in the cave exhausted all the magical energy left by Toresta, and could no longer maintain the cave. The cave collapsed directly. Levi and Xingxi came out in time. Otherwise, they would have been buried underneath. It would not pose any danger to the two of them. However, there should always be some disgrace. Levi glanced at Xingxi, turned around and continued walking towards the exit. Xingxi didn't hold back at all and followed Levi's footsteps. Levi asked,
"Xingxi, do you remember what happened before?"
He wanted to verify the truth of what Toresta said from Xingxi. All are Toresta's personal words. It's not that Levi can't believe him. He just wants to understand what happened thousands of years ago from more angles. Xingxi shook his head and said in a sweet voice,
"I don't remember. When I was just born, my consciousness was still vague. At that time, my father transformed me into a bone dragon. After transforming into a bone dragon, my life force and soul were completely silent, and I had no awareness of the outside world."
When Levi resurrected the small bone dragon, he felt that its undead body was radiating vitality. This was not an illusion. That was Toresta sealing Xingxi's life force into the body of the small bone dragon. When Xingxi regained consciousness, his life force overflowed slightly and was sensed by Levi. Because when Xingxi's consciousness first recovered, he was still an undead bone dragon. Therefore, the life force belonging to the sacred dragon and the life force of her mother Phyllis were not released. Until now, Xingxi was completely resurrected and became a true sacred dragon. She just inherited the vitality that Toresta had left for her, inheriting the last vitality of Mother Phyllis. Xingxi didn't lie. She really didn't remember what happened before. However, she gained her mother's life force and some of Phyllis's memories. Knowing that his enemy is the extremely powerful Demon Dragon King, Xingxi didn't want Levi to worry, so he didn't say anything. Thousands of years ago, The Demon Dragon King was already in its perfection stage. If he is not dead yet, he is probably still in his full stage now. The strength is extremely terrifying. It's even possible to go one step further and reach the peak of your powers. Xingqi can only hope that in a few thousand years, when he grows up, the Demon Dragon King will have entered the aging stage. Then kill it while it's old. Revenge for mother. Youth is capital. I heard Xingqi say that he didn't know what happened before he was born. Levi did not continue to ask. The two souls are connected, and Levi can sense what Xingqi is worried about. He just didn't say it. Xingqi thought he could hide it. Chapter 432. The crisis is coming. King Maciel learned that the Red Archbishop of the Temple of Light was coming to the Maciel Kingdom. Immediately summoned all the strength of the city to greet him. Cardinal Minas had just arrived at the Temple of Light in King Maciel's city. The Bishop of the Temple of Light is preparing to greet him. He suddenly turned his head and looked in one direction. The look in his eyes was a bit scary. He felt the fluctuation of the goddess's tears. But the fluctuations of the goddess's tears were rapidly weakening. This has never happened before. This means that the power of the goddess tears is gradually disappearing. That is the holy weapon of the Temple of Light. Who on earth did such a heinous act? Minas frowned and disappeared into the Temple of Light without saying a word. The bishop and clergy who were preparing to welcome his arrival in a grand manner were left standing there in confusion. After a while, King Maciel also hurried to the Temple of Light. He quickly asked in a low voice,
"Where is the Red Archbishop?"
The bishop looked complicated, shook his head and said,
"Let's go! Gone!"
King Maciel couldn't help but exclaimed. A look of disbelief. He hasn't even met the person yet. Why did the other person leave? Seeing the king's incomprehensible look, the bishop explained,
"The Cardinal Archbishop may have encountered an emergency."
When King Maciel heard this, he could only sigh helplessly, turn around and leave. When he walked out of the Temple of Light and saw the various welcoming teams with great fanfare outside, he felt a little disheartened. After the loss, I felt extremely painful again. These are all money. Originally, there were constant frictions between the Kingdom of Maciel and the Kingdom of Beixian. The wars, big and small, never ceased. Money is being burned every day. The grand welcome ceremony he prepared today, in terms of the consumption of Jinqiao alone, is probably enough for a month of fighting on the front line. It just so happens that the finances of the Makir Kingdom have been tight recently. The money needed for a month's war was wasted in vain, which was another huge loss for the Maciel Kingdom. The situation on the front lines is probably going to be even worse. He expected to beg for some support from the Temple of Light after meeting the Red Archbishop. As long as the Temple of Light gives him a little help, he can easily solve the serious problem of Beixian Kingdom. But unexpectedly, he didn't even see Minas's face. A month's worth of military expenses were wasted. Minas quickly rushed to the location where the power fluctuation of the goddess tears disappeared. After the power of goddess tears disappeared, he could only lock on the approximate location. With his strength, he can find the target as long as he has an approximate location. The Mage Association received news of an abnormality in the secret realm of Zhuangpo. Send someone to investigate the situation as soon as possible. Just happened to run into the personnel sent by Oates to investigate. Lox asks Oates to investigate the authenticity of the dragon falling incident on Dragon Falling Slope. Oates sent his men to investigate the situation. After the two sides met, the Mages Association drove away irrelevant personnel in the name of blocking the Dragon Slope.
"We are the secret guards of Beixian, and we are here to investigate Zhuangpo on the order of the king."
The visitor shows his identity token. Beixian Secret Guard is a brand new organization established after the founding of Beixian Kingdom. There are all-powerful extraordinary professionals who are loyal to Oz. The mage who came to investigate Falling Dragon Slope glanced at the opponent's team. I was shocked to find that these people were all third-level extraordinary professionals. The team leader is still a fourth-level professional. If a fight really breaks out, the Mage Association will not benefit. What's more, the other party is from Oates. This makes it even harder to offend. Among the people from the Mage Association who came this time, there were only 2 third-level mages, and the rest were first and second-level mages. They are no match for the Beixian Secret Guard team. Even a mage can crush other professionals of the same level. But the level is there. The first and second-level mages are no match for the third-level extraordinary professionals. James, the head of the Mage Association, said quickly,
"It turns out to be Beixian's Secret Guard. That's really rude. If you need any help from us, you can just say it. If we can help, we will definitely help,"
James said politely. Unexpectedly, the other party was not polite to him at all. Susan, the team leader of Beixian's secret guard, said.
Then please ask Master James to tell us all the news about Falling Dragon Slope, so that we can go back and reply to His Majesty.
When James heard this, his expression froze slightly. Are you really rude? He glanced at Susan, who had a serious face, and sighed in his heart. James asked.
What do you want to know?
Susan said.
Let's start with the legend of Zhuangpo. Is it true that a giant dragon fell from Zhuangpo?
James answered Susan's question. The two sides asked and answered each other, which took a long time. James felt a little impatient. Susan finally asked,
What are you doing here today?
James said.
Someone discovered that the secret realm of Falling Dragon Slope has been opened. Let's come over and see what's going on.
When Susan heard this, her eyes became sharp. She ordered,
Seal down the Dragon Slope and prohibit all unrelated personnel from entering or exiting. As commanded?
Susan looked at James and said,
Please ask Master James to help open the secret realm.
James frowned.
I can't open the secret realm. I can only wait for the secret realm to open automatically.
As soon as he finished speaking, a space crack suddenly appeared in a place on Zhuangpo. Breathe in everything around you. After a while, the space crack stabilized, and the scene in the secret area was transmitted to the outside. A figure came out of the secret realm. Levi froze in place when he saw the situation outside. What's happening here?
Do you want me to come out and help?
Xingqi's voice sounded in Levi's mind. Li Wei said to her,
Don't come out. It will be even more chaotic if you come out.
A living sacred dragon hatchling appeared in front of so many people. I'm afraid it won't cause a huge stir. It is impossible for Levi to kill everyone. He also doesn't have a memory clearing spell. Under the current situation where the dragons are hiding from the world, Xingqi must not be exposed. The cracks opened by Levi using the space tearing technique were not stable. The shrinkage soon began to disappear. Levi took a few steps forward, away from the space crack that was about to disappear. Everyone stared at him and followed him. Levi smiled kindly and asked,
Sorry, my appearance was a bit abrupt. I'll leave right away so I won't disturb you all.
When he saw this situation, he thought someone was besieging and killing the people from the Mage Association. Levi didn't want to get involved. When Susan heard Levi wanted to leave, she immediately stepped forward and shouted,
Stop!
When Levi heard this, he turned to look at him. When she saw the person behind her, she looked surprised.
Lanya?
Levi's shout was heard. Lanya, who was standing behind Susan, was stunned for a moment, then raised her head and looked at Levi carefully. She looked surprised.
Levi?
After hearing this, Susan and James looked at Levi. When James saw Levi's face, he remembered that he had met Levi once. Susan frowned.
Are you Levi?
She heard that Reina and Levi had a good relationship. Before becoming Beixian's secret guards, Susan and Reina were classmates and best friends at the Night Academy. Chapter 433 Life Potential Potion.
Are you Levi?
Susan's question surprised Levi. He felt that the other party seemed to have a problem with him. But he didn't know Susan. Levi looked at her and asked,
I am Levi. Who are you? Captain of the 6th team of Beixian's secret guards. Great night, Susan.
Susan told Levi her name seriously. When Levi heard Susan's name, he felt a little familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere, but forgot. Probably not too important to remember. Susan looked at Li Wei and said seriously,
Master Li Wei, please come back with us to accept the investigation.
Levi frowned slightly, looked at her and asked,
What do you mean? What's wrong with me?
Susan said,
His Majesty is investigating the incident related to Zhuangpo. Master Li Wei has just entered the secret realm of Zhuangpo. Naturally, he needs to explain the specific situation to us.
Li Wei laughed and said seriously,
What I do is my business. You don't need to worry about it. Right. Besides, what does your investigation of Zhuangpo have to do with me? Just go and investigate Zhuangpo. The secret realm is here. If you have the ability, go in by yourself. I still have something to do, so I won't accompany you.
Levi turned around and left. Susan directly pulled out the knight's sword, pulled down the mask and prepared to fight.
Stop. Please cooperate with our actions. Otherwise, we will be punished for violating the laws of Beixian Kingdom.
Lanya stood behind Susan and couldn't bear to see what happened like this. However, she did not dare to say anything more. The military regulations of the Beixian secret guards are very strict. As the team leader, Susan made the decision that Lanya could only unconditionally obey. After Susan got ready for battle, others drew their weapons and pointed them at Levi. Levi glanced at everyone and laughed out loud.
You are so brave,
Susan said seriously.
This is not bravery. This is the responsibility of the Beishian secret guards. Even if it means death, we must move forward. Is this your chivalry?
Levi asked her back.
He is truly a competent knight.
He laughed. After thinking of the so-called chivalry, Levi suddenly remembered who Susan was. In order to find the missing Susan, Lena ventured out of Maple Leaf City in the winter and was besieged by orcs wandering outside. Levi even went to help. I heard Susan's name from Lena's mouth. He glanced at Lanya. And now it seemed that all the professionals who had disappeared had been recruited into soldiers by Oates. Since Susan was going to be tough with him, Levi didn't mind letting them know the strength gap between the two sides. Not everyone can provoke the Archmage. Levi released his spiritual perception and became serious. After sensing the strength of Susan and Lanya, he was slightly shocked and a little surprised. It's not that they were surprised because of their strength. Not to mention the 4th level knight. Levi has even encountered legendary level enemies. What surprised him was how quickly Lanya and Susan's strength improved. If he remembered correctly, Lanya was only a 1st level swordsman a year ago. In just 1 year, Lanya has become a 3rd level swordsman. This growth rate is simply outrageous. Susan and Reina were classmates at the beginning, so they should be about the same strength. In other words, Susan was also a 1st order knight a year ago. In just 1 year, she has broken through the 4th level and become a great knight. The speed of improvement is simply incredible. Suddenly, Levi felt that the vitality of the two people seemed to be a little too strong. The vitality has been so strong that it is overflowing outwards. His mental perception swept across the other members of the Beishian secret guard around him. Discovered that everyone has life force overflow. Levi's eyes narrowed, and he realized something was wrong. He carefully sensed Lanya's physical condition. I found that the overflowing vitality was just a false appearance. Her vitality is very strong on the surface, but internally it has become empty and empty. In other words, her life potential has been exhausted. Li Wei suddenly understood why Lanya could be promoted to the 3rd level in just 1 year. She paid a huge price. Use special means to stimulate your own life potential. The strength will be improved extremely quickly, but the lifespan will be reduced, and the level will easily reach the upper limit. It is difficult to continue to improve. Lanya's vitality has shown signs of depletion. This means that stimulating life potential can no longer make her strength continue to increase rapidly. Once her life potential is exhausted, her strength will rapidly weaken. The strength of normal extraordinary professionals weakens countless times faster. After Li Wei saw through the current situation of Susan, Lanya and others, there is only pity left in my heart. He was too lazy to argue with these short-lived ghosts. Levi put down his right hand and said,
Okay, you can ask whatever you want. I'll go back with you for interrogation or whatever. I don't have time. You are not qualified to interrogate an Archmage from the Elemental Tower.
After everyone heard this, they noticed the Archmage's magic badge on Levi's chest. Susan looked surprised. Lanya was very surprised. She didn't expect that the original genius mage had become an Archmage. She was heartbroken again, and couldn't help but glance at Levi a few more times. I thought to myself, could it be that he also used the potential stimulating potion? However, doesn't the potential stimulating potion have no effect on mages? Potential stimulating potions are mainly aimed at extraordinary professionals, whose main focus is on physical fitness. It can greatly improve the speed at which a professional's physical fitness becomes stronger. For mages who need to accumulate mana and magical knowledge, potential stimulating potions have almost no effect. When James heard Levi say that he was the Archmage, he finally confirmed that the people around him were the Archmage who came to the Mages Association in the morning. The rumored genius mage Li Wei from Maple Leaf City. James's eyes were full of brilliance. He didn't expect Levi to really become the Archmage. Last time I met Levi, Li Wei seems to be only a 1st level mage. At that time, Li Wei's superficial identity was a 1st level mage. But in fact, he had already become a 2nd level mage. Only Torresta knew about this. They all claimed to be 1st level mages. Therefore, James believed that when he met Levi, Levi was only a 1st level mage. Only a short time had passed since then, and Li Wei had already cultivated from the 1st level to the 4th level. People are more infuriating than people. James couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He has been at the 3rd level for nearly 10 years, and has yet to find an opportunity to break through to the 4th level. Whether he can break through the 4th level and become an Archmage in this life is a question. After Susan knew that Levi was the Archmage, her attitude immediately became much friendlier. She also knew very well what kind of strength the Archmage had. If Li Wei is angry, one person may be able to destroy everyone. Seeing that Levi was unwilling to go back for questioning, Susan had no choice but to ask Levi questions on the spot. She said,
"Before I ask questions, would you like to ask His Excellency Master Li Wei to explain what you were doing just now?"
Chapter 430 for the First Mage in the North. Susan asked Levi to explain what he had just done in the secret realm of Xuelongpo. Li Wei naturally wouldn't explain. He didn't need to explain.
"This is my private matter, and has nothing to do with you. What you are looking for is information related to Falling Dragon Slope. Do not involve my privacy."
After hearing this, Susan wanted to continue talking and wanted Levi to explain clearly. However, her reason told her that she could not continue to ask questions. If she asked further questions, Levi might not tell her. Secondly, it was Levi's ability to refuse her question. "I've already declined once." Susan also didn't want to be unable to continue with the follow-up questions. Seeing this, she ignored what Levi was doing in Falling Dragon Slope. Susan asked about her mission objectives.
"Your Excellency, Archmage Li Wei, have you seen the giant dragon in the secret realm of Falling Dragon Slope?"
Susan asked. Levi's heart moved slightly. He looked at Susan and asked,
"Who asked you to come?"
Susan said,
"Master Li Wei only needs to answer the following questions. If you insist on knowing who sent me here, then I can only tell you that it is your Majesty."
Levi recalled his last experience in Falling Dragon Slope. Most of the things about the dragon cannot be concealed. Levi shook his head and said,
"I haven't seen it before."
Susan's eyes narrowed, and she was very sure that Levi was lying. Just as she was about to speak, Levi continued,
"I have never seen a giant dragon, but I have seen the traces left by a giant dragon."
After hearing this, Susan quickly asked,
"Master Li Wei, please elaborate."
Li Wei said,
"There's nothing to say. You can see it when you go in. I suspect that a long time ago, there might have been a giant dragon in the secret area of Xuelongpo, but it has been too long, and the giant dragon may have died or left. In the deepest part of the secret realm of Xuelongpo, there is a collapsed cave, and there are some traces left by the giant dragon in it. I can't describe the specific situation to you. If you insist on knowing, you can go and see for yourself."
Susan looked at Levi and pleaded,
"Then please ask Master Li Wei to help open the passage to the secret realm."
Random things. But Levi didn't want to help her so easily. Levi said,
"This is not my obligation. If I can answer your questions, I will be very cooperative with you. Please don't push yourself too far."
Levi said the word, "please," very strongly and told Susan clearly, "If it's just an invitation, then there's no need to discuss it. Who doesn't say nice things? Please ask Levi to help her. It's too much to look down on the identity of the Archmage." Susan's heart froze, and she didn't know what to do. Nor could she force Levi. Even if everyone in the Beixian secret guard team pressed forward, they might not be able to defeat Li Wei. Seeing this, Susan turned to look at James and said,
"Master James, do you have a way to open the secret realm?"
James lay feeling shot. I cried out in my heart, "Why do your conflicts involve me?" He glanced at Li Wei quietly, and saw that Li Wei had a faint smile on his face, as if he was watching a good show. James then knew that Levi actually had the ability to open the secret passage. "Just don't want to." James quickly shook his head and said,
"You think too highly of me. If I had the ability to open the secret realm, the Mage Association would not guard the secret realm of Falling Dragon for a year. Not to mention the Mage Association. Looking at the entire Maple Leaf City and the entire Northern Territory, only Archmage Li Wei has this ability."
Levi glanced at James. "I'm a little speechless in my heart. You've exaggerated too much. Also the entire Maple Leaf City and the entire northern border." Susan was immediately in a dilemma. She reluctantly bowed her head again, expressed a more sincere attitude, and begged Levi for help.
"Your Excellency, Archmage Li Wei, I have offended you many times before, so please forgive me for my recklessness. Please help me open the secret passage. This is of great importance. Afterwards, I will report your contribution to your Majesty."
Levi had goosebumps when he heard it. He really wasn't used to being flattered by others. Levi thought in his mind, "Forget it. End this matter as soon as possible and leave as soon as possible." He looked at Susan and said,
"Let me explain first. I can help you, but after helping you, this place has nothing to do with me, so don't cause trouble for me again."
After hearing this, Susan quickly responded,
"It should be so. Thank you, Archmage, for your help."
She had something else on her mind. Li Wei just wanted to leave. But of course, it was impossible. He still had many things that he hadn't explained clearly. So naturally he couldn't just let him go. However, Susan did not intend to pester Levi. Levi's strength is too strong and his background is too deep. Susan felt untouchable. Get ready. Go back and report Levi's matter to your superiors. And let your superiors worry. Levi cast the space-tearing spell and swiped it casually. The space next to it cracked open, and a passage leading to the secret realm appeared. Levi said,
"This channel is a temporary channel and can last for up to 3 minutes.
Susan was just about to go in. But when she heard Levi's words, she was immediately in a dilemma. What should I do if I can't get out? James saw Levi opening the secret passage, and his eyes lit up when he heard his words. He hurriedly stepped forward and said,
"It doesn't matter. You can leave this matter to me. I can stabilize this space channel."
Since the Mage Association missed the secret realm of Falling Dragon Slope last time, he has been thinking of ways to take possession of the secret realm of Zwolangpo as his own. The most important thing for owning it is to have a stable secret passage. Therefore, the Mage Association has long prepared the magic props to maintain the secret passage. James brought it over. After hearing this, Susan looked at James and said,
"Then I'll leave it to you."
James said something to the people behind him, and everyone quickly dispersed, taking out various props and setting them up. Time is very urgent, and James is afraid that the space channel will disappear within 3 minutes. It looked very nervous when setting it up. 5 minutes later, the magic props were all arranged. The space channel has not disappeared yet. Levi glanced at the magic props arranged by James and others. A space-stabilizing magic circle and a space portal. James looked at the time and glanced at Levi gratefully, knowing that Levi was helping to maintain the space channel. Otherwise, the space passage would have disappeared long ago when they arranged it. James activated the space stabilization array. The rapidly fluctuating space cracks gradually stabilized. He seized the opportunity and inserted the space portal into the space crack. Activate the space portal, and the space crack will automatically fit into the portal and turn into a space portal. At this point, a space passage leading to the secret realm of Zwolangpo has been stabilized. James smiled and said,
"Successful."
Ha ha ha. It was also the first time for him to do such a thing. Before that, everything was theoretically feasible. The joy of success made James forget the purpose of coming to Zwolangpo for a moment. Susan did not forget her purpose. She sent people to explore the secret territory and find the cave that Levi mentioned. Levi quietly left after the space portal was stabilized. Chapter 435, Grudges Spanning Thousands of Years. Susan sent people to explore the secret realm of Zwolangpo. Soon, the people she sent to explore the secret place escaped in confusion.
"The monsters inside are too strong."
Susan realized that even if she opened the Falling Dragon Slope, she would not be able to complete the exploration in a short time. She must go back and report the progress of the matter to His Majesty. At the same time, matters related to Levi must also be reported back quickly. Levi has a lot to do with it. Susan left a few people to guard the entrance to the secret realm of Zwolangpo. When James saw that the secret realm of Falling Dragon Slope was opened, but they were not allowed to enter, his face turned red with anger.
"It's too much. Don't go too far."
Susan quickly comforted James and said,
"Master James, please calm down. I'm not saying that you can't enter the secret realm of Falling Dragon Slope, but you can't enter here for the time being. When we finish exploring Zwolangpo and get what His Majesty wants, the secret realm of Zwolangpo still belongs to the Mage Association."
James frowned, and Susan moved out oaths to suppress him again. This made James very unhappy. If it were in the past, Oates was still the Lord of Maple Leaf City. As a third-level mage of the Mage Association, he doesn't have to worry about Oates' face at all. In the past, he could not give Oates' face. On the one hand, his strength was considered top-notch in Maple Leaf City. On the other hand, the Mage Association is more powerful than the City Lord's Mansion. But things are different now. A third-level mage is no longer considered a top powerhouse. Oates' power is also much more powerful than the Mage Association branch in Maple Leaf City. James was helpless. As long as he agreed, he planned to go back and tell the president of the Mages Association. Let the president go negotiate with Oates. James and Susan both chose to leave the troubles they couldn't handle to their superiors. No way. This is beyond their capabilities. As they prepared to leave, a holy light appeared in the sky, and then a figure walked out of the holy light. Everyone subconsciously looked up and felt a deep sense of awe after just one glance. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at the person coming. There was a very unique sense of majesty about that man. It is sacred and inviolable, cannot be looked at directly, and cannot be spoken falsely. James was shocked. What is the origin of this person? Seeing the holy light, he subconsciously thought of the light cult. This is a super powerful man from the light god religion. Susan felt the sacred majesty of the cardinal, and her head almost buried in her chest, like an ostrich with its head buried in the soil, under the illumination of the red archbishop's holy light. Many dark things in her heart could not help but emerge. The holy light did not purify the darkness and pain of the past in her heart. Instead, it makes the pain worse. An idea suddenly came to Susan's mind. Perhaps only by imitating the holy light and immersing yourself in the holy light can you eliminate your own filth. Reason suppresses inner conflicting impulses. She almost lost control of her emotions several times. James knew that only by guarding his mind under the illumination of the holy light could he avoid being assimilated. Susan was completely unaware of this. You can only fight against your own emotions and instincts. Fortunately, Minos didn't stay with everyone for long. He was in a hurry, completely ignoring the impact that the holy light may have on the people and things around him. The fluctuation of the goddess's tears completely disappeared. This means that the goddess has no more tears. Minos was naturally as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. It took a moment to locate the place where the breath of the goddess's tears last appeared. He immediately used the power of the holy light to teleport here. Minos looked down and saw the space portal at a glance. He could feel that the last breath of goddess tears came from inside. Without a trace of hesitation, Minos flew directly into the space portal. Its huge power has exceeded the limit that the space portal can bear. The moment he entered the space portal exploded with a bang. Cracks appear. Minos frowned, and the holy light forcefully opened the space portal to maintain its last dignity. Enter the secret realm. The first time Li Wei entered the secret realm of Falling Dragonpa, the Mage Association said that only professionals below the 3rd level could enter. The reason is that the space channel is unstable. A force exceeding the 3rd level will cause the space channel to collapse. This is what happened to Minos at the moment. The space channel opened by Levi using the space tearing technique is inherently unstable. It is not restricted by levels. However, if a strong man like Minos wanted to pass through, it would cause the unstable space channel to tear apart at an accelerated rate. A space channel that could last for a few minutes may close in a few seconds. Minos entered the secret realm and soared into the sky. Feel the restrictions of the forbidden area. Holy light bloomed from his body, directly breaking the air restrictions. The so-called restrictions are only for the weak. The strong ignore any limitations. He glanced around and shot towards the final resting place of the goddess's tears. Minos stood in midair, overlooking the ruins in front of him.
Divinity! Time travel!
Minos used the power of the gods to go back and rebuild the ruins. The collapsed rocks flew up quickly, like a movie played in reverse, returning to its original position. Soon, the entire cave returned to its original state. Minos fell down and walked into the cave. He saw the traces left after the power of the goddess tears was exhausted. Minos picked up the broken blue gem after losing its power. His eyes calm.
The tears of the goddess contain divine power and cannot be destroyed by ordinary means. Who did it?
Minos suddenly felt a slight movement in his heart, feeling a residual aura of power that was very similar to the holy light. After he felt it carefully, he was very surprised.
Is this sacred power?
As far as he knew, apart from the holy angel, the only person with divine power in the world was the holy dragon. The holy power of the holy angel contains the will of the gods, completely different from the sacred power of freedom. Minos's eyes widened, feeling very incredible.
The sacred dragon that has disappeared for thousands of years has reappeared.
Minos quickly realized that this matter was probably more important than the damage to the goddess tears. The tears of the goddess are nothing but holy vessels condensed with divine power. As long as you beg to the gods, you can get new tears of the goddess at any time. But the sacred dragon is different. The sacred dragon has disappeared for thousands of years without any trace or sound. The most important thing is that the last sacred dragon to disappear was the Holy Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. The whereabouts of the Holy Dragon King are extremely important to the Guangming cult. 1,000 years ago, the Light cult is looking for the missing Holy Dragon King. Since the end of the Dragon Clan separatist war 1,000 years ago, the Demon Dragon King has achieved a tragic victory. The defeated Holy Dragon King disappeared. The only thing that is certain is that the Holy Dragon King is not dead yet. There is something very important in the Holy Dragon King. That is the treasure that the Guangming cult has been searching for thousands of years. Minos immediately reported the news of the discovery of the sacred dragon to the saint. Chapter 436, Old Friends. Past. Future. When Minos arrived at the falling dragon slope, Levi has left. He didn't know that Minos had discovered Xingqi's identity through clues. What is even less clear is that there is a huge crisis that spans thousands of years hidden behind the sacred dragon. So far, Levi thought that the only problem brought by Xingqi's status as a sacred dragon was the demon dragon king. Xingqi thinks so too. No one knows that the light cult is also looking for the sacred dragon and the missing holy dragon king. Levi returns to the mage tower. Plan to take Xingqi to meet Toresta. Meet little John Bieber at the door. He was standing at the gate of the mage tower and looking around inside. Little John heard that Levi was back and wanted to see him. But I was too embarrassed to go in to look for anyone. So I thought of waiting outside to see if I had a chance to take a look. After all, Levi is now the Archmage. The status is noble. Little John felt that he might not have the chance to contact such a big shot. He was still a little worried. Now that Li Wei has become an Archmage, will he look down on his sister Reina? Levi recognized this old acquaintance at a glance. When he was still a mage apprentice in the mage tower, he and Little John had a pretty good relationship. Of course you have to say hello when you see an old acquaintance. Levi patted Little John on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Who are you looking for?" Little John thought it was Master Mage Tower who was passing by, and said without looking back, "I'm not looking for anyone. I just came to take a look." Suddenly, he noticed something was wrong. This voice seems familiar? He glanced back subconsciously. Seeing Levi's face, he was stunned for a moment. "Levi, Levi!" Little John never expected that Levi would appear behind him. Levi smiled and said, "As for you, are you so surprised to see me?" After hearing this, Little John saw Levi's smile and felt that he seemed to be the same as before. Can't help but relax. He also smiled and said, "Of course. I heard that you became the Archmage, and I was wondering if you have changed too much. I didn't expect you to be the same as before." Levi smiled and said, "Being an Archmage is true, but it's not a big deal." When Little John heard this, he was stunned for a moment. "Huh? Isn't it a rumor?" Levi pointed to the magic badge on his chest. Little John opened his eyes and stared. "I am sure this is a genuine Archmage magic badge." He had seen it before in Master Alan. Alan is considered the most famous mage in Maple Leaf City. He is now the Grand Master of the Kingdom Mage Teaching Group of the Baishian Kingdom. His status is lofty, and his identity is far more noble than that of an ordinary great mage. He also appears in front of the public more often. He is considered a celebrity in the Baishian Kingdom and the Northern Territory. Little John felt that Levi's magic badge was more gorgeous than Alan's Archmage magic badge. It seems more advanced. Of course, Alan's Archmage magic badge was issued by the Mage Association, the generally recognized magic badge of the Archmage. Levi's Archmage magic badge was issued by the Elemental Tower, and was recognized by both the Elemental Tower and the Magic Association. The difference is like the difference between an ordinary undergraduate degree and a top university. Ordinary people can see the difference at a glance. After Little John discovered that Levi was the Archmage, he became at a loss for words again. Don't know what to say. Levi saw him gaping, looking like he wanted to say something but couldn't. He punched his chest angrily. "Say what you want. Don't act like a bitch." "What? Are you worried that if you say the wrong thing in front of me, what will I do to you?" "I still can't let go after seeing him," Levi said. "Let's go in and take a walk. Go to the place where we studied and practiced." When Little John heard this, he nodded and said, "Yes." The two of them walked towards the Mage Tower and walked to a familiar place. After a while, Little John saw familiar sights and familiar people. "I finally let go of the twists and tensions in my heart." He looked at Levi and understood that Levi was still Levi and did not become someone else just because he became the Archmage. Little John sighed with emotion. "We were all mage apprentices at the beginning. No one expected that you, the most inconspicuous person, would become the Archmage first." Levi smiled and said nothing. Before he traveled through time, his predecessor was indeed a transparent person. He didn't even interact with Little John at all. After Levi traveled through time, Little John gradually interacted with him. Little John lamented the past, thought of his old friend, and said with emotion, "At the beginning, you seemed to be the weakest among us, with the worst magical qualifications. It was even difficult for you to become a trainee mage. I didn't expect that in less than 2 years. You have surpassed everyone and become the Archmage. And I gave up magic and became a knight." "Ha ha." Levi smiled. I didn't mean to be sarcastic. I just thought it was funny, Little John said.
Do you remember Delise?
When Levi heard this, he asked with some surprise.
Remember? What happened to Delise? She gave up on becoming a mage,
Little John said.
Last month, she successfully passed the Mage Tower assessment and became a trainee mage. However, not long ago, she gave up studying magic and went back to being a princess.
Levi was a little surprised. He remembered that Delise wanted to become a mage more than anyone else. Work harder than anyone else. Delise has already become a trainee mage. Why should she give up? Levi asked.
Why give up? Even if she chooses to be a princess, she can continue to learn magic,
Little John said.
You may not know it well, but Delise's father Arnold is the mastermind behind the plan to destroy the miraculous ritual.
Levi was a little surprised. He really didn't know about this, Little John said.
After Arnold's plot failed, he ran away, leaving Delise and her mother behind. Fortunately, Delise's mother is the sister of His Majesty Oates. Otherwise, this crime would have been hanged long ago. But even so, Delise's situation is not very good. Although Your Majesty doesn't say anything, others will inevitably criticize Delise's father privately, and will also discuss Delise and her mother. Delise's mother fell seriously ill because of the rumors and has not recovered yet. Dallas also plans to leave this place of right and wrong and stay away from Maple Leaf City. Next month, she will be the first princess of Beishian Kingdom and marry the third prince of Nan's Kingdom. Your Majesty has no heirs. Delise is equivalent to his daughter. Marrying Princess Delise to the Nan's Kingdom can greatly improve the relationship between the Nan's Kingdom and the Beishian Kingdom.
Levi could hear the reluctance in Little John's tone. He seems to like Delise. Levi looked at him and said,
If you like Delise, you can tell her directly. Do you want to be her knight for the rest of your life?
Little John smiled bitterly and shook his head.
This political marriage is not something I can change.
Levi frowned, looked at him, and said,
If you want, I can help you. Forget it. This is Delise's own choice.
Chapter 437 Father and Daughter Reunited. Levi looked at Little John, feeling helpless. If he is not willing to fight for it himself, then there is nothing Levi can do if he wants to help. With Levi's current strength, he is fully capable of helping Little John pursue happiness. Without any exaggeration, he already has the power to shape the fate of the country. A single meteor fireball spell can directly destroy the royal capital of the Maciel Kingdom. The imperial capital was destroyed, and the king, generals, and ministers all died. The kingdom of Maciel was no different than being destroyed. Levi and Little John walked in the Mage Tower for a while, and then they went separate ways to do their own things. Little John was sincerely happy to see Levi. He originally thought that Levi would be difficult to get along with after becoming the Archmage. Unexpectedly, he didn't change at all. The only change may be that it becomes stronger. Levi entered the Mage Tower and came to the 6th floor to see Torres Tower.
Teacher, I'm back.
Torresta stood in the middle of the hall, waiting for Levi to arrive. He had known for a long time that Levi was back. I saw Levi and Little John walking and chatting under the Mage Tower. Although he wanted to see his resurrected daughter very much, he did not rush Levi. Torresta smiled slightly.
Welcome back.
Levi released Xingxi from the beast control ring.
He
glanced at the beast control ring strangely. Why couldn't he release Xingxi? Is the beast control ring broken? He communicated with Xingxi in his heart.
Xingxi, come out. Is there something wrong with the beast control ring?
Xingxi responded in a low voice.
I'm a little scared.
When Li Wei heard this, he immediately laughed. Is this considered timid? Levi can understand Xingxi's feelings. He said,
Don't be afraid. He is your father, and he is the person who loves you most in the world.
Xingxi fell into silence. Torresta seemed to realize that Levi was communicating with Xingxi. He looked at Levi quietly, his eyes kind, without showing any impatience. There was no word to urge Levi and Xingxi. Xingxi struggled for a long time before finally taking a step and walking out of the beast control ring. Torresta looked at the sacred young dragon floating in midair. His eyes could no longer calm down. Although he was trying his best to control his emotions, Levi could still feel the turbulence deep in his eyes. Torresta has been waiting for 1,000 years for one day. It's hard to imagine what kind of emotion can keep him obsessed for thousands of years. Torresta stepped forward gently and held out his hand. His hands were shaking. It is unimaginable that Torresta is a phantom. And logically there is no so-called trembling at all. But he was too excited, so that it is unable to control itself, and instinctively exhibits some human reactions. Xingxi looked at Toresta with some fear. Not the fear of facing fear, but the fear of facing family affection. In other words, expectations and hopes. Xingxi hid beside Levi, not daring to come forward. Seeing this, Levi pushed Xingxi on the back and pushed her towards Toresta. Xingxi was a little panicked, and his limbs were scratching randomly in midair, as if trying to grab a straw to stabilize his body. She threw herself into Toresta's arms. Toresta hugged Xingxi and whispered with mixed emotions, "My child, you are finally back." Hearing this, Xingxi's struggle gradually weakened. He stretched out his paws and hugged Toresta. Her body is still small, and her arms are a bit short, although she hugged her very hard. But it looks like a puppy in its owner's arms. Toresta hugged Xingxi for a while, and let her go. He looked at Xingxi and said seriously,
"Son, I know that you are carrying a heavy hatred in your heart, but I hope you can live happily and don't have to worry about the hatred in the past. You don't have to worry about the Demon Dragon King. I will kill it and avenge your mother."
At this moment, Toresta's eyes shone with the light of extremely firm belief. When Levi heard this, he looked at Toresta blankly. He knew that what Toresta said was true. Toresta did not give up revenge. He regarded the Dragon King as his lifelong enemy. It's hard to imagine the turmoil a lich or mage would have caused by a millennium of hatred. A mage spends thousands of years plotting to kill an enemy. Even if this enemy is as powerful as the Demon Dragon King, he will still feel frightened. At any time, a well-prepared mage is the most terrifying enemy. Not to mention the legendary mage who has been preparing for this for thousands of years. Hearing this, Xingxi quickly grabbed Toresta's arm and said nervously,
"Father, don't go. The Demon Dragon King is too powerful."
Possessed the memory of Phyllis before her death, Xingxi knows the power of the Demon Dragon King better than anyone else. At the same time, it also left an indelible fear in her heart. This fear must be eliminated by killing the Demon Dragon King. Fortunately, this is not without hope. Xingxi inherited the bloodline of the sacred dragon. As long as he grows steadily for thousands of years, he can reach the full stage of the sacred dragon. By then, she will have enough strength to seek revenge against the old Demon Dragon King. Toresta smiled happily when he saw Xingxi caring about him. He touched Xingxi's head and said,
"Don't worry. I know very well how strong the Demon Dragon King is, so I won't act rashly without absolute certainty."
In his heart, he thought that he could not act rashly and alert the enemy. If it fails to kill the Demon Dragon King the first time, wait until it knows that there is a legendary mage in the world who has been planning to kill him for thousands of years. There is almost no hope for Toresta to kill the Demon Dragon King anymore. The Demon Dragon King will definitely be extremely careful. At the same time, he will also try to kill Toresta. Currently, Toresta is in the dark, and the Demon Dragon King is in the light. Levi walked to the edge of the hall, leaving Xingxi and Toresta enough time alone. Toresta talked to Xingxi about her mother, and recounted some past experiences with her mother. Xingxi inherited some of the memories of his mother Phyllis, but most of them are memories before death. And there are very few memories of Phyllis and Toresta getting along. Almost none. The only thing Xingxi knows is that his father is Toresta. This is an undoubted fact. Levi stood on the edge of the 6th floor. Although he didn't deliberately eavesdrop, he could still hear the past stories told by Toresta. His physical fitness is amazing. In terms of pure physical strength, he is even comparable to knights of the same level. Even more powerful. This is a huge improvement brought about by the contract with Xingxi. Before this, although Levi's body was much stronger than that of ordinary mages, but at most it is the level of a 3rd-level warrior professional, with a physique comparable to that of a 4th-level knight. Levi has extremely excellent hearing and eyesight. Bored, Levi looked towards Maple Leaf City. Suddenly, he saw a group of people rushing towards the Mage Tower. He frowned slightly, recognizing the origins of these people.
Trouble is coming.
Chapter 438. Trouble is coming. Tap tap tap. Bang. Dang. Dang. The heavily armed Baishian secret guard surrounded the gate of the Mage Tower. It caused countless people around to look surprised. This was the first time for everyone to see this formation.
Who dares to act so arrogantly at the entrance of the Mage Tower?
Soon, a mage appeared at the gate of the Mage Tower and confronted the Baishian secret guard surrounding the Mage Tower. The atmosphere was tense. This is the first time that the Mage Tower has been blocked at the door. This is simply stepping on Mage Tower's face and rubbing it on the ground. No arrogant mage can bear it. The mages in the Mage Tower came out one after another.
Who gave you the courage to surround the Mage Tower? Give you a minute to disappear in front of me. Otherwise don't blame me for taking action. That's too much. Have you ever put the Maple Leaf City Mage Tower in your eyes?
Everyone was filled with righteous indignation and took out their staffs and prepared to fight. Never bow your head. All the Baishian secret guards were wrapped in armor, and their expressions could not be seen clearly, facing the angry rebuke of many mages. Everyone nervously clenched their weapons, ready to fight at any time. Even they feel great pressure. You know, what is in front of you is the force that represents the top power of Maple Leaf City. Almost half of the mages in Maple Leaf City came from the Mage Tower. Even within the Kingdom Mage teaching group, there are many people who have studied in the Mage Tower and later joined the Kingdom Mage teaching group after leaving the Mage Tower. The leader of the Baishian secret guard stood up and said loudly,
Master Mages, please don't get excited. We are not targeting the Mage Tower. In fact, we are not here to fight, but to meet an adult from the Mage Tower.
When everyone heard this, they breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, curiosity arose again. Who was the master mentioned by the commander of the Baishian secret guards? Do you need such a shrouding posture to greet you? Luota stood in the crowd, looking at the Baishian secret guards outside, and frowned. His intuition told him that it was definitely not that simple. This formation doesn't look like a greeting at all. More like an escort. Who needs such a large formation to escort him? What big names are there in the Mage Tower? A name suddenly popped into Rhoda's mind.
Levi.
Apart from Li Wei, he could not think of anyone else who could be called a big shot by the Baishian Dark Guard commander who needed to be welcomed. If there's one person left, it's probably Toresta. But Toresta has not left the Mage Tower for decades. I have never had any grudges with outsiders. It is unlikely that the person the Baishian secret guard commander was talking about was him. Martin stood up, looked at the commander of the Baishian secret guards and asked,
Who are you looking for?
The commander of the Baishian secret guard said,
Great Master Li Wei.
When Martin heard this, his eyes narrowed. He heard that Levi was back and became an archmage. When he heard the news, he still couldn't believe it. I haven't had a chance to meet Levi in person yet. Now that he heard that the commander of the Baishian secret guard said that he was here to find Li Wei, Martin quickly asked the people next to him.
Levi is back?
Soon. Lotta walked up to Martin and whispered.
He's back. He came back this morning. I went out for a while and just came back not long ago. As soon as he came back, these people came to the door. It was probably because Levi did something during the time he appeared.
Martin heard this and nodded, almost understanding. He looked at the commander of the Baishian secret guards and said,
Okay, I will report this to Archmage Li Wei. In order to avoid misunderstandings and adverse effects, please leave here first.
The leader of the Baishian secret guard shook his head and said,
No, we will not leave until we see Archmage Li Wei.
Martin frowned, feeling that the other party was going too far. Didn't take him seriously at all. He concentrated on sensing the opponent's strength for a moment and sighed helplessly. The opponent turned out to be a 5th-level great swordsman. His strength is inferior to others, and Martin is not even qualified to be tough. He had no choice but to say,
I will inform Master Li Wei. Whether he is willing to see you or not is not my decision. Before that, please get out of the way and not hinder the normal entry and exit of the members of the Mage Tower.
The commander of the Baishian secret guards agreed this time. He nodded and said,
Okay.
He waved his hand, and everyone at the door separated neatly and stood on both sides of the entrance to the Mage Tower. Prepare your troops for war. Although they made way, they did not continue to block the gate of the Mage Tower. But no one would dare to walk into this formation. Martin and Lotta looked at each other and had no choice but to let Lotta go find Levi and tell him what happened here. Lotta came to the 3rd floor, found the magic butler, and wanted to contact Levi. He is not qualified to go to the 6th floor.
Magic butler, please help me contact Levi,
Lotta said. As soon as he finished speaking, Levi walked out of the golden portal. Rhoda heard the movement and turned to look at Levi. Seeing Levi, he was slightly relieved, and then became nervous again. He didn't know what Levi was doing outside. Why did the Baishian secret guards mobilize so many troops? Luota quickly walked towards Levi and said,
Li Wei, those people outside said they are looking for you.
In desperation, Lotta had forgotten the identity of Master Li Wei. It was like talking to Levi when we were familiar with him before. Levi nodded and said,
I understand. I will go see them.
He knew why the Baishian secret guards came. It's just about falling to Longpa. This time Baishian secret guards blocked the entrance to the Mage Tower. Levi knew it wouldn't be okay if he didn't resolve the matter. There's no point in dragging it out. Why not go meet Oates and see what he wants to do? It was such a commotion that it mobilized everyone. Levi walked outside, and Lotta quickly followed his footsteps. Lotta found that Levi was walking very fast, and he had to trot to keep up with Levi. With other things on his mind, he didn't notice these anomalies. Everyone noticed Levi's arrival. They all made way for each other. Many people looked at Levi with excitement and curiosity. I want to see the genius mage who walked out of the mage tower. Li Wei walked up to the leader of the Beixian secret guards and glanced at the Beixian secret guards guarding the door outside. He said,
"Let's go. I will go back with you. You can go."
The commander of the Beixian secret guards nodded and ordered a retreat. Gurgling, a carriage drove to the gate of the mage tower, and the commander of the Beixian Dark Guard personally opened the door for Li Wei. He stretched out his hand to invite.
"Master Li Wei, please get on the carriage."
Levi glanced at him and walked into the carriage. The commander of the Beixian secret guards lowered the curtain of the car and ordered,
"Return to the palace."
Tap tap tap. The Beixian secret guards escorted Li Wei's carriage towards the palace with neat steps. The people who didn't know the truth were envious when they saw that Li Wei was treated so grandly. The ignorant sigh of,
"When will I ever have the opportunity to be like this?"
Chapter 439 Goodbye Rocks. Li Wei was escorted all the way to the palace. Perhaps escort is more appropriate. Grant, the commander of the Beixian secret guards, helped Li Wei open the car door.
"Master Li Wei, we have arrived at the palace."
Levi stepped out of the carriage. He glanced at the scene around him and chuckled.
"It looks better here than before."
Li Wei came to the palace once, but it used to be called the City Lord's Mansion. After the Beixian Kingdom was founded, the City Lord's Palace expanded a lot and was rebuilt into a more magnificent palace. Grant did not speak. He said,
"Master Levi, please come with me."
Levi asked,
"Go to see Oates?"
Grant said seriously.
"Please don't call the king by his first name. You can call the king your majesty or king."
Levi chuckled and ignored him. That was their king and his majesty, not Liddy's. Why should he follow the rules? Although Grant emphasized it, he did not pursue this aspect further. He took Levi towards the palace where Oates was. After a while, Li Wei saw a huge palace, which was the largest and tallest building in the palace. Grant took Levi to the door of the palace and said to the guard at the door,
"Please help me inform His Majesty that Archmage Levi has brought him."
Just as the guard was about to move, the palace door opened automatically.
"No need to inform. I heard you." "Ha! Levi, come in quickly."
Grant looked shocked when he saw Oates opening the door for Levi himself. He quickly bowed his head in salute and said respectfully,
"Your Majesty."
Several guards nearby also bowed their heads and saluted in greetings. Oates nodded to Grant, looked at Levi and said,
"Come in quickly. The last time we met was a year ago. I didn't expect that in just 1 year you would become the Archmage. I remember you were only a first-level mage at that time."
Levi nodded and followed Oates' footsteps into the palace. He said,
"Well, at that time, I had just broken through the first level and became an official mage."
Oates smiled and said,
"Do you still remember what I said to you?"
Levi glanced at him and said,
"Remember."
Oates smiled and said,
"If you are willing, I can now fulfill your original promise for you."
Levi laughed, shook his head and said,
"Forget it. I don't want to compete with Master Alan for the position of the kingdom's chief mentor."
At this time, Alan's voice sounded next to him. He smiled and said,
"Levi, you said it wrong. How is this a robbery? If you are willing, I will willingly give up this position to you. You are the real chief mentor of the kingdom and the well-deserved first mage."
Levi heard the sound and turned to look at Alan. He smiled and greeted,
"Master Alan, long time no see. Levi, long time no see."
Alan looked at Levi with mixed emotions and emotion on his face. In the past, he valued Li Wei very much and felt that Li Wei had great potential in the future. But I didn't expect it to be so big. Just unbelievable. He even wondered if Li Wei had been snatched away. How could he go from a magic apprentice to an archmage in just 1.5 years? If it weren't for the magic badge on Levi's chest that was certified by the Elemental Tower. He even doubted whether Li Wei was faking it. Looking back now, his original vision was correct. Levi's potential is far beyond his imagination. In other places, Levi might still be in the mood to chat with Alan. But here Levi is here to solve trouble. He looked at Oates and asked,
"Why are you looking for me?"
Oates did not use an honorific for Levi and was not offended. The so-called honorifics are nothing more than a product of superiority and inferiority. With Levi's strength and potential, he is fully qualified to be on an equal footing with him. Oates said,
I am not looking for you. There is someone looking for you. Oh, who is it?
Levi showed a strange look. He was a little strange. Who could let Oates help so hard? Oates said,
Follow me. He is waiting for you behind.
Levi's eyes narrowed slightly, followed Oates' footsteps, and walked towards the back. Spiritual perception has spread first. He discovered that the walls of the hall could isolate spiritual perceptions. It seems that Oates specially prepared it to deal with the mage's mental perception and prevent being peeped. Levi became even more curious about who the person behind was. Under the leadership of Oates, Levi came to the inner hall of the palace. When he saw the people inside, he looked surprised and very surprised. I didn't expect to meet Rox here at all. Soon, a look of vigilance appeared in his eyes. Rox is not a good person. The first time they met, he wanted to do something to Li Wei. Rox looked at Levi and said with a smile,
Levi, I said we would meet again.
Levi said coldly,
but I don't want to see you.
Oates and Alan hear Levi and Rox talking to each other. Everyone looked surprised. Do they know each other? And it seems that the relationship is not very good. Oates and Alan couldn't help but glance at Levi a few times, feeling very surprised. I didn't expect Levi to dare to talk to Rox like this. You must know that Rox is a 6th level mage, and his strength is far more powerful than Levi. His status is much higher than that of Levi. Levi looked completely unafraid of Rox. Rox smiled and said,
It's actually easy if you don't want to see me. Just give me some of your sample materials and that's it. From now on, I will never bother you again.
Levi sneered.
Ha ha. What a beautiful idea.
God knows what Rox did with his sample material. Rox's profession is a biological alchemist, which means he is a scientific madman. Levi wouldn't be surprised if he did anything outrageous. Rox shook his head, sighed and said,
Levi, why are you so wary of me?
Levi said,
I'm afraid no one can have a good impression of a stranger who just meets him.
Oates and Alan looked at each other after hearing this. I guessed that there might be some conflicts between Levi and Rox. Locke said,
We will not discuss the private matters between us. I came to you to ask about the Falling Dragon Slope. Have you seen the giant dragon on Falling Dragon Slope?
Rox asked. Levi said decisively,
No.
Rox stared at him and said calmly,
You are lying. Yes. So what?
Levi admitted directly. Rox smiled.
It seems like you won't cooperate unless I come up with something. Erica,
Rox called. Erica walked out from behind him and walked towards Levi. It's just Li Wei. It's not his turn to do it himself. Erica walked up to Levi and said,
Levi, just tell the teacher everything.
Chapter 440 Erica vs. Shadow Attendant. Erica stood in front of Levi, her eyes serious. She looked at Levi and said,
Levi, we actually don't need to fight. Just tell the teacher everything you know.
Levi laughed.
Ha ha. I'm not targeting you. I really looked down on your teacher. He's a loser. Why should I tell him?
As soon as these words came out, Oates and Alan stayed where they were. Damn it. So fierce. Isn't Levi afraid of offending Rox? Isn't he afraid of death? Erica was also stunned and could not recover for a while. Rox always maintained a light smile and always seemed calm and collected. But after hearing Levi's words, he also broke his guard and his face darkened. Rox stared at Levi.
Levi, am I too disrespectful to you? Do you really think you can be equal to me? Erica, break his limbs, as long as he can breathe and still speak.
Rox ordered without hesitation. Erica took a deep breath. Feeling helpless, she obeyed the teacher's order and instantly entered a fighting state, her eyes becoming extremely sharp. Oates and Alan looked into her eyes and felt a chill coming to their hearts. Erica gave them an extremely dangerous feeling. Levi shook his head and had no intention of fighting Erica.
Shadow Attendant.
Whoosh! A white shadow jumped out from Levi's side and stood in front of Erica. Erica's eyes showed surprise when she saw the white Nitro standing in front of Levi.
Is this Nitro?
Erica was very surprised. She didn't expect Levi to bring a Nitro. When Locke saw this, his eyes flickered and his fingers flicked slightly, as if he had some idea. Nitro is a rare species. Creatures not of this world. Rox had never gotten a sample of Nitro's material before. Now that I saw that Levi actually owned a Nitro, I immediately wanted to snatch it. While watching the battle, he had already seen the power of Nitro's species. If the species Nitro can be studied in depth, it will be of great benefit to his biological alchemy. Maybe it would allow him to find a way to advance to become the legendary biological alchemist. After all, in the exchange competition, the giant Nitro's strength almost exceeded the legendary level several times. In Rock's view, as long as Nitro is fed enough purple starstones, Nitro has great potential to break through to the legendary level. This is perfect material. Rox immediately changed his attention and ordered Erica.
Don't worry about him. Catch this Nitro.
Li Wei came to deal with it himself. Li Wei also had this intention. Erica listened and felt relieved. If she didn't fight Levi, she wouldn't have so many worries. Bang! Erica jumped up and rushed towards Nitro. Shadow Attendant turned into a white rainbow and hit Erica, who was rushing towards her. Boom! The two sides collided, and an astonishing wave of air erupted. A wave of air swept through the inner hall, instantly blowing away all the surrounding objects and accessories. Crackling on the floor and walls, countless precious and priceless ornaments were smashed to pieces. Oates couldn't help but feel his eyelids twitching when he saw it, and his heart ached. Rather than worrying about money, he cared more about the battle between Nitro and Erica summoned by Levi. The way the two fought surprised Oates. He is simply a beast, punching to the point of physical contact and relying entirely on brute force in hand-to-hand combat. There is no combat skills at all. Forget it about Nitro. It looks like a monster at first glance. It's normal to have such terrifying physique and strength. But what happened to Erica? Isn't she a disciple of Rox? Isn't she an alchemist? Why do you have such a strong body and strength? This is completely unreasonable. Alchemist is one of the sub-professions of mage. Logically speaking, one should not rely on spells to fight like a mage, and one should only be physically weak. But the scene before them completely overturned Oates and Alan's views on the alchemist profession. Bang bang bang. Erica and Shadow Warrior fight each other. One punch and the other. It's completely a battle of brute strength and physical fitness. There is no technicality at all on either side. Tear it apart. Erica tore her robe and took off this obstructive thing, revealing his body covered with magic bandages. Bang bang bang. Shadow Attendant controlled Nitro's body and punched Erica. The magic bandage on Erica's body inspired bursts of light, canceling out 50% of the force. Erica blocked Shadow Warrior's attack. A whirlwind whip kicked Shadow Warrior away. Shadow Attendant flew out in midair and activated the silent field. In an instant, the entire inner hall fell into silence. The silent field absorbs all sound waves within the field. Erica stepped on the ground, but no sound was heard. She felt a little uncomfortable for a while, as if she had not stepped on the ground. Erica flew to catch up with the Shadow Warrior, who was knocked away. The figures of the two were running around in the inner hall. Alan looked at the shadows flying in front of him blankly, feeling like he couldn't see anything clearly. He silently took a few steps back and retreated to the door of the inner hall. Avoid being affected. He also put a magic shield on himself to prevent the aftermath from hurting himself. Alan actually wanted to leave directly, but he couldn't bear to miss the battle in front of him. It's still a bit dangerous for him here. Alan also didn't expect that he would become the weakest person in this battle. Even the aftermath may hurt you. Oates could barely see the two fighting clearly. He was also a little shocked. This Erica looked so young. Why did she have such great strength? This speed is probably comparable to that of a 6th level assassin professional. He is only a 5th level senior swordsman. Even watching the game was a bit reluctant for him. In addition, he was also frightened by Levi's abilities. Unexpectedly, Levi could summon a 6th level monster to fight for him at will. Levi and Rox are seen confronting each other. Oates suddenly realized that Levi might really have the ability to fight Rox. This made him feel weird. In such a short period of time, it was already shocking that Levi could become the Archmage. What's even more unimaginable is that Levi's strength is far more than this. Levi and Rox looked at each other, not paying attention to the fierce battle beside them. Lox himself has been modified and his eyes have dynamic vision, which can easily see the moving Erica and Shadow Warrior. Levi relied entirely on the powerful physical fitness and vision brought by the Sacred Dragon. You could also clearly see the movements of Erica and Shadow Warrior. Lox looked at Levi, raised the corner of his mouth, and chuckled.
Is this how you think you can compete with me?
Levi looked at him quietly.
Don't think too highly of yourself.
Rox sneered.
I hope you can continue to be tough in the future.
Chapter 441 Levi vs. Rox. Erica and Shadow Warrior got into a fierce battle. There is no winner in a short period of time. Erica's elemental return, dragon spell is useless against Shadow Warrior. Therefore, The two sides can only decide the outcome through the most brutal physical combat. Erica possesses strength, physique, and speed comparable to a 6th level monster. The white nitro controlled by Shadow Attendant is equivalent to a peak 6th level monster. It can't exert its full strength, but it can also explode with power and speed exceeding the 6th level. The two sides can be said to be evenly matched. Most importantly, both have extremely strong recovery capabilities. If you can't inflict serious damage with one blow, it may be difficult to end the battle in a short time. Levi also doesn't expect Shadow Warrior to be able to take down Erica. He just wants Shadow Attendant to hold Erica down while he takes care of Rox. It would be okay to go back and deal with Erica together. Rox stood in front of Levi, smiled and said,
"What are you waiting for?"
As soon as he finished speaking, Levi felt attacked. The invisible armor was corroded by a force and was being destroyed rapidly. Levi stared at Rox.
"Is this your attack?"
Flame shield. The invisible armor emerged, forming a round red flame shield. The fire burned brightly, crackling. There were constant sounds in the air, and countless tiny and undetectable insects were burned to ashes by the flames. This is Rox's attack. The tiny insects he releases have the ability to swallow energy and destroy magic shields. Rox looked at Levi in surprise, as if he was surprised that his shield could attack. He shook his head, walked towards Levi, and moved his right hand a little. The next second, his right hand expanded violently and turned into a ferocious claw, slamming towards Levi's head. Bang! The terrifying power pressed against Levi's shield. Click! 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 There are cracks in the magic shield made of hundreds of hexagonal crystals. The ground beneath Levi's feet also sank suddenly. A circular pit was pressed into the ground by the magic shield. The magic shield withstands tremendous force. Click! 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 Rox's claws grabbed Levi's magic shield, ignoring the burning flames. My fingers became tighter and tighter, forcibly buckled into the magic shield. Levi looked up and saw the radiance of armor-piercing runes flowing on the sharp nails at the top of the beast's claws. Nails can pierce magic shields directly. The moment it pierced the magic shield, the nails separated directly from the beast's claws and flew out, piercing Levi's body. Puff puff. The nails penetrated Levi's body and the ground, leaving 5 bottomless black holes. Levi transformed into the Fire Lord form. Field of Fire. Call. The flame field spread out, covering the entire inner hall. Oates and Alan quickly withdrew from the fighting range and stood at the door looking inside. Seeing this scene in front of me, Oates regretted a little. Why did he let them meet in the palace? If he had known that the two would fight, he would definitely have chosen another place for the two to meet. Before that, he never thought that the 4th level Levi would have a conflict with the 6th level Luck. Even if there is a conflict, in the face of the gap in strength, it's impossible for Levi to fight Rox. But the development of things was beyond Oates' expectation. The two not only fought, and it seems to be a bit evenly matched. Alan asked with an extremely complicated expression.
"Is Levi really a 4th level mage?"
When Oates heard this, his heart froze. He didn't know. He didn't speak.
"Holy fireball technique."
Levi raised his right hand, and a golden fireball appeared in his palm. He pressed the fireball directly into Rox's face. The fireball technique with added divine power directly ignores the magic shield on Rox. The magic defense items on Rox's body flashed a few times, and were stimulated to generate a magic shield. But to no avail. The sacred fireball directly penetrated all magic shields, and stuck on Rox's face. Bang! Boom! Rox took a few steps back, and regained his footing. Very unexpected.
"I didn't expect you to hide this kind of trick in the game to no avail."
Rox was also very surprised. When the firelight dissipated, Rox's face had been burned, and his skin and flesh were scorched and condensed together, turning into an ugly figure. He raised his left hand, and directly tore off the injured face. It's like a snake shedding its skin. After tearing off the old skin, his skin underneath became smoother and whiter. This is an ability he obtained by merging the power of a snake-like monster that can recover from injuries by shedding its skin. By consuming energy, most injuries can be recovered through shedding. Levi's sacred fireball technique really surprised him. However, this alone is not his opponent. Locke's right hand returned to normal size, and his hair floated and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the hair grew more than 10 meters long, covering the entire inner hall like countless spider webs. Sizzle! His hair appears to be highly resistant to magic. Levi's flame domain cannot easily burn it down. It can burn some hair, but it is not as fast as Locke's hair. Hiss! Countless hairs surged toward Levi, overwhelming the sky and drowning everything. Levi snapped his fingers. A wisp of purple flame appeared on his fingertips. Flame impact. With a flick of his index finger, the purple flame shattered and instantly spread into a cone-shaped flame that burned everything in front of him. This is the power of the intermediate fire rules. Before this, Levi could not release the purple flame so easily. Hoo ho ho! Crackling. The purple flames burned all the hair that rushed toward Levi into ashes. The inner hall was filled with an extremely pungent smell. Bang! The roof of the palace was broken, and rocks flew out. He didn't want to continue fighting with Levi here. As Levi released the flames, the temperature in the room grew higher and higher. It's already been somewhat detrimental to him. Levi raised his head and glanced at the ceiling with a big hole in it. He raised his hand and aimed at Rox, who was flying into the sky, and made a gesture of pulling the trigger.
Phoenix Firewire!
In an instant, the purple flames condensed into a slender purple fire pillar at Levi's fingertips and shot out. Hit Rox in the air. The terrifying high-temperature rays directly penetrated Locke's body. From the lower abdomen to the shoulder blade, the wound was still burning with purple flames. The purple flames are like maggots on the tarsal bones, difficult to remove. If an ordinary mage had withstood this blow, he would have been seriously injured. Rox just grunted and shed his SHL through, snake sloughing, to get rid of the burning of the purple flames. When the peeling skin fell to the ground, it was burned to ashes by Levi's purple flames in midair. A faint blue light appeared on Levi's body and flew straight outside. The Phoenix Fire line, just now, was a spell he used to simulate alpha using the intermediate flame rules. They are at least 70 or 80% similar. Bang! The ceiling above Levi was pushed open by a force, and he flew out of the palace. Oates looked up and sighed helplessly. Another hole was broken. Chapter 442 Erica's True Identity. 2 bat wings sprouted from Rox's back. He stared at Levi and said solemnly,
"You are giving me more and more surprises. I didn't expect you to have mastered the rules of fire."
Levi chuckled lightly.
"There are so many things you didn't expect. Don't worry. You don't have to think about it anymore. Dead people don't need to think."
Rox stared at Levi.
"You are too arrogant. You just gained a small advantage. Do you really think you have a chance to win? You are still too young. Don't worry. I won't kill you. You will be with me forever." Ugh. It's getting more and more disgusting.
Levi felt a little nauseous after hearing his words.
"You talk too much."
Fire Dragon Technique. Roar. A huge fire dragon head appeared in midair and swallowed Rox's figure in one gulp. Countless people in Maple Leaf City saw the huge fire dragon head in the sky. All looked frightened. They didn't know what was going on either. However, this is definitely not a good thing. Bang! Rox rushed out of the fire dragon spell's attack range, and a layer of red dragon scales grew on his body. This layer of dragon scales helped him reduce fire attack damage by 90%. The wings behind Rox shook violently and accelerated instantly. Disappeared from Levi's sight. Levi's spiritual perception spread out like running water, covering every corner around him. Suddenly, a figure quickly broke into the range of spiritual perception. He raised his head suddenly and attacked above without hesitation. The golden sacred fireballs were scattered out as if they were free of charge, flying into the sky. It was like a giant net covering Rox, who was swooping down rapidly. In an instant, Locke's figure disappeared. Levi felt a spatial fluctuation appear from behind. Puff! Rox's right hand penetrated Levi's body, sparks flying. The attacks just now were all lies. He deliberately induced Li Wei to attack the sky. Then, he took the opportunity to teleport to behind Levi and launch a fatal attack on him. Rox's arm penetrated Levi, who was in flames. All the dragon scales on the forearms were raised, and a strange substance was released from the pores. This substance renders magical elements inert. Levi felt numb, as if he had been anesthetized, losing control of the most flaming body. The body of the holy dragon is immune to negative status. Buzz! The sacred power in Levi's body was inspired. The flames turned into golden holy flames. Sweep away all paralysis and loss of control. Rox saw Levi's body turn into golden flames. Suddenly I felt something bad, just about to pull away. Levi's body expanded rapidly, turning into an 18-meter-tall flame giant in the blink of an eye. Swallow Rox's hole into his body. Rox wants to use teleportation to escape, activate abilities, and discover ineffectiveness. Looking down, he saw a translucent void chain already wrapped around his waist. Rox's expression changed.
Damn it! Why does Levi have a void chain?
Isn't this a competition prop? Why can he be brought out? Rox remembered that among the rewards in the exchange competition, there was no void chain as a reward. As Levi said, there are still many things he doesn't know. Levi transformed into a furnace and burned Rox. The temperature inside the body continues to rise, and the red gold flame turns into a blue gold flame. The blue gold flames turned into green gold flames. Locke's body was quickly burned to char. He tried his best to resist the high temperature outside, but he still couldn't survive. Rox understood that when he was trapped in Levi's body, he had already lost. It is impossible for anyone to survive such horrific temperatures. Rox had been burned until only his head was left. He looked at the boundless flames and made a hoarse voice.
You win this time.
Call. Rox's head was burned to ashes. After Levi was sure that Lox was completely reduced to ashes, he regained his strength and returned to his normal posture.
It's over.
Levi wasn't sure. Rox's comments before his death were so bizarre. What does it mean that you win this time? Is Rox not dead yet? Levi used his mental power to carefully sense his surroundings more than 10 times, but found no trace of Rox's mental power. He should be dead. Not even ashes were left. There's no way this is still alive. Right? Even if it is the resurrection magic of the light god religion, it still requires a corpse. Rox even lost his body. Definitely dead. The magic of resurrection is useless.
To be on the safe side, go ask Erica.
Levi fell downwards. Erica is still fighting Nitro.
Erica! Stop! Your teacher is dead!
Levi said loudly. After hearing this, Erica was stunned for a moment, then raised her head and looked around. Indeed, Rox was nowhere to be seen. She felt carefully for a moment and confirmed that Rox was really dead. Erica stopped fighting. Shadow Attendant stood aside, staring at Erica, ready to take action at any time. Levi fell in front of Erica. The magic bandage on her body had been damaged in the battle with Shadow Warrior. Many places are exposed. What was underneath the magic bandage was not the girl's skin, but pieces of flesh of different colors. There are still traces of stitching in many places. Erica is like a doll sewn together, with the flesh and blood of countless monsters. Levi couldn't help but frown when he saw it. He almost knows Erica's true identity now. She is not a descendant of the dragon clan, nor is she a human transformed from a dragon. Rather, it's Rox's bioalchemical masterpiece. Rox transformed Erica into a combat weapon through biological alchemy. Erica noticed the change in Levi's expression, and she said calmly,
Levi, my teacher is not dead yet. You only killed one of them.
Levi looked up at her and asked,
What do you mean?
Hearing Erica's words, he was not surprised or surprised. When Rox said those words, Levi had a premonition. Rox is most likely not dead yet. Erica tore off the magic bandage on her arm, exposing the flesh underneath. She held out her arm to show Levi.
As you can see, I am a biochemical transformation person, and my real profession is actually a biochemical transformation person. The teacher you just killed was also a biochemical demon. It was just one of the teacher's biochemical transformations. In the Alchemy Tower, I have seen at least 3 teachers in different forms.
Levi nodded.
Yes, I understand.
He looked at Erica and asked,
What about you? What are you going to do next?
Levi could see that Erica didn't really obey Rox, just being controlled by others and having to obey. Erica wrapped the magic bandage back on her body and said,
I am going to return to the Alchemy Tower. Without the teacher's special medicine, my body will collapse sooner or later.
Her body has been transformed countless times and has long exceeded the scope of normal biology. Must rely on medication to maintain. Even the skin below the neck cannot be maintained because the transformation is so drastic. The magic bandage becomes her external skin. Chapter 443 Rox's Purpose of Coming. Hearing that Erica was preparing to go back to the Alchemy Tower and continue to be enslaved by Rox, Li Wei wanted to help her. But there was no good way. This is not something that just having power can help. Even if Levi can destroy a kingdom, he can't do anything to deal with the predicament Erica faces. He was thinking of someone. If it was Toresta, maybe there would be a way. However, the relationship between him and Erica has not yet reached that deep level. Erica herself never thought about getting rid of Locke's control. Levi seemed a bit nosy when he proposed it. Levi looked at Erica and said,
I have one last question. What is Rox here for?
Erica replied,
To find the dragon. To be more precise, it's to find the dragon's heart.
Li Wei asked doubtfully.
Dragon heart?
He thought of something and said with some surprise,
Is it to make dragon blood potion?
Erica nodded and said,
Yes, but it's not right either. It's not an ordinary dragon's blood potion, but an immortal dragon's blood potion. A special dragon's blood potion that can increase the user's lifespan. Rox wants to live forever. With his ability, he shouldn't need this kind of potion. Right?
Levi asked. Rox can change his body at any time, and can also transform himself. Is it not easy to achieve a long life? Erica said.
The person who wants the longevity dragon blood potion is not the teacher. I don't know who it is specifically. Anyway, the teacher seems to have been working for that person.
Levi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that someone as strong as Rox could be someone else's wage earner. Oates strode over and said,
The man behind Rox is Obert Norman, the Emerald Prince of the Empire.
When Levi heard this, he turned to look at Oates.
How do you know?
Oates replied,
Rox and I are both working under Norman, but we are responsible for different directions.
Li Wei suddenly realized what happened before. He said,
Oh, it turns out he was the one who helped you build the country behind the scenes.
Oates shook his head and said,
It's not him.
Levi was stunned, frowned and asked,
What do you mean?
Oates said,
Although I am helping Norman, he is not the object of my allegiance. Norman is just one of my employers.
Levi looked at him and asked,
Then who are you loyal to?
Oates said,
I can't tell you yet.
Levi waved his hand.
Forget it. I have no interest in the power dispute between you. And you don't need to tell me.
Oates said,
You may not be interested, but with the strength and potential you have shown, you will definitely be involved in this great dispute in the future. This is a crisis and an opportunity. This is the worst of times, and it's also the best of times. We will create a golden age, and I sincerely invite you to join us.
Oates said seriously to Levi. Levi shook his head and refused.
Sorry, I don't want to get involved in your affairs. Let's talk about it one day.
Oates nodded and said,
You are welcome to join us at any time. We want to change not just the North and Middle Earth, but the entire world.
When Levi heard this, he couldn't help but laugh.
It sounds a bit interesting.
Unfortunately, he didn't want to get involved in Oates' affairs. It sounds dangerous. If you want to change the entire world, the first problem you have to face is the superior gods. The gods will not allow the world to change beyond their expectations. Levi turned and left. After knowing the purpose of Rox coming to Maple Leaf City, Levi also learned about a major event that was about to happen in the future. Of course, it could also be stillborn. What Oates and the others want to do is too difficult. Although Li Wei didn't know what they were going to do, it was nothing more than a fight for power. It is nothing more than a change of dynasty. The ancients in previous lives have long warned future generations of an unchanging truth. If they are separated for a long time, they will be united. If they are united for a long time, they will be divided. The human empire has maintained its rule for thousands of years. There are too many internal contradictions. This stage has been reached. Levi cares more about the Emerald Prince, in Oates' words, than what Oates and the others want to do. If Prince Jade wants to find the
Eternal Life Dragon Blood Potion,
then he will inevitably have a conflict with Li Wei. After all, Levi now owns the only sacred dragon in the world. It can even be said that it is the only living dragon in the world. In the hundreds of years since the Dragon Clan had disappeared, Xingxi could be called the only one. Otherwise, Prince Jade would not be chasing a mythical legend of falling dragon slope. Otherwise, given his ability, how could he not get more accurate and detailed information? This shows that falling dragon slope is the closest news he can get to the dragon. Levi put white nitro into the beast controlling ring. Shadow Warrior returned to his body. He walked towards the mage tower.
After such a long time, Xingxi and Toresta should have almost chatted?
Call. A figure cut through the sky and descended on Maple Leaf City. Levi stopped and looked up. Seeing clearly who was coming, he couldn't help but frown. He found that he had been frowning more and more recently. This is not good, as the skin on your forehead will wrinkle in advance. There's nothing I can do about it. I've encountered too many bad things recently. For example, right now, a red archbishop of the light cult appeared in the sky above Maple Leaf City. Although Li Wei didn't know Minus, he recognized the red archbishop's dress at a glance. After snatching the goddess tears from the Guangming cult, Li Wei had a detailed understanding of the Guangming cult for a period of time. Basically know the composition of the members of the Illuminati cult. The red archbishop is already considered a high-ranking member of the light religion. The strength is naturally extremely terrifying. Lancelot is just the bishop of the Temple of Light, and his strength has already reached legendary level. His status is much lower than that of the cardinal. The Cardinal Archbishop is someone who can go out and do things on behalf of the Pope. Walking outside basically represents the will of the light religion. Li Wei was secretly worried. Could this Red Archbishop come here for the tears of the goddess? The tears of the goddess have been consumed in the filthy earth reincarnation ceremony. We can only hope that the other party will not find him again. Midas paused for a moment above Maple Leaf City and flew towards the Mage Tower. He felt the breath of the sacred dragon. Previously, he felt the fluctuation of divine power in the distance. After arriving at Maple Leaf City, he felt the faint breath of the sacred dragon, just inside the Mage Tower. Levi was shocked when he saw Midas flying towards the Mage Tower. Damn it! Isn't he also here for the sacred dragon? Levi hurried towards the Mage Tower. He was extremely irritable. I knew that the sacred dragon was a big deal, but I didn't expect that there would be so much trouble. Chapter 444 Legendary Mage Toresta vs Red Archbishop. Li Wei hurried back to the Mage Tower. He has signed the highest level soul contract with Xingxi. With a total death, even if there is no soul contract of living and dying together, he will not give up Xingxi easily. Why should he give up his treasure to others? Levi only hoped that Toresta could sense the danger in advance and let Xingxi run away quickly. Toresta is an old lich who has lived for thousands of years, and he should be aware of the crisis behind the sacred dragon. There should be some coping strategies. Right? Levi could only comfort himself in this way. The Red Archbishop of the Temple of Light is too powerful. With his current strength, he simply cannot handle it. Can only rely on Toresta's backhand. In the Mage Tower, Toresta patted Xingxi on the head, smiled and said,
Okay, kid. It's time to go.
Xingxi raised his head and looked at him, and asked with confusion,
Where are you going? Why are you leaving?
Toresta stood up and said,
Someone is coming. You can't let them see it yet.
He took out a 7-color reverse scale and handed it to Xingxi.
Take this with you, and go to the far north ice field to find the treasure left by the time dragon.
Toresta was explaining the aftermath. Xingxi was keenly aware of the potential meaning in Toresta's words. Father. Toresta shook her head, interrupting what she was about to say.
Be obedient and leave here. I won't die, and we will meet again in the future.
Xingxi paused for a moment, showing sadness. It swallowed the colorful reverse scale in Toresta's hand. Toresta concealed her aura and teleported it into the underground passage of the Mage Tower. He looked up at Midas coming outside.
The call of light.
Although Toresta's figure is a bit unreal, his momentum at this moment is extremely high. Next, he will fight for the one he loves. In the past, he missed one. It became his lifelong regret. This time, he won't miss it again. Levi was rushing to the Mage Tower, and he saw that Midas had entered the Mage Tower. The pace couldn't help but slow down a bit. He was a little confused. Isn't the 6th floor of the Mage Tower in another dimension? How did Midas get in? Unless someone takes the initiative to let him in. As Levi guessed, Toresta took the initiative to put Midas into the 6th floor of the Mage Tower. It's not even the 6th floor. He chose the battlefield on the 7th floor of the Mage Tower. The purpose was to use the cage that trapped the Fire Dragon soul to trap Midas, hold him back, and give Xingxi and Levi time to escape. Midas flew into the 6th floor of the Mage Tower. I saw a bright portal appearing at the end. The breath of the sacred dragon came from the portal. Without any hesitation, he flew towards the portal. Midas didn't think anyone here could threaten him. There may not be anyone more powerful than him in the entire north. What's more, even if he encounters an enemy that he can't defeat, he still has a trump card. Being backed by the light god religion and the god of light is such a confidence. Midas flew into the 7th floor, and everything around him became dark and fell into a place of nothingness. The teleportation light portal behind him disappeared. Midas looked back and didn't pay much attention. He knew that the other party brought him here deliberately. Midas looked at the figure in front of him. Feel that the strength of the other party's aura is constantly increasing. Levi was still rushing towards the Mage Tower, and Shang-Chi's voice came from his heart.
Levi, Father asked us to leave here and go to the far north ice field to find the treasure of the time dragon.
When Li Wei heard this, he was stunned for a moment. He looked up at the top of the Mage Tower. A war is breaking out in another invisible space. For some reason, he felt a little sad. For Levi, Toresta is Toresta, and the legendary lich is the legendary lich. Toresta was his teacher. The legendary lich is not Toresta. After this battle, Levi would never see that teacher again. Levi stopped and stood staring at the Mage Tower. After a while, he came back to his senses, calmed down, and asked in his mind,
Where are you now?
Xingxi said.
I am underground in the Mage Tower.
Levi said.
Okay. Just stay there and don't move. I will come right away.
This was also the first time he heard that the Mage Tower had a basement. Walk into the Mage Tower and meet Lotta.
Where is the entrance to the basement?
Levi asked quickly. Lotta looked confused.
What basement?
Levi didn't continue to ask. And it seemed that Lotta didn't know either. This place is probably only known to Toresta. Maybe he had already prepared for today. Levi must know someone when he thinks of him. Arriving at the 3rd floor of the Mage Tower, he looked at the magic butler, who was exactly the same as Kuro, and said,
Go to the basement.
The magic butler opened his eyes and glanced at Levi to confirm his identity.
Okay. The passage to the basement has been opened for you. Keep going along the underground passage, and you can leave Maple Leaf City.
The magic butler reminded. Levi nodded and walked into the secret door that opened on the 3rd floor. After he walked in, the secret door closed. Levi walked down the stairs, and the magic lamps and candles in front of him lit up one after another, illuminating the way forward. Reaching the end of the stairs, Levi saw Xingxi waiting in the underground passage. Xingxi rushed towards Levi and said with some tears,
Father! He is disappearing soon.
She could sense Toresta's life. Levi comforted.
Don't worry. He won't die. His true body is still thousands of miles away, and no one can kill him. Come on. It's time to get out of here. Don't let down the teacher's efforts.
Li Wei put Xingxi into the beast-controlling ring and walked toward the end of the underground passage. The 7th floor of the Mage Tower. Toresta burns his soul and gains temporary great power. After all, this is part of the soul of the legendary Lich. After the sacrifice, the power obtained even vaguely surpasses the legendary level. Toresta briefly got a chance to fight with Midas.
God said, Let there be light in the world.
Midas performed divine magic. A ray of holy light illuminates the dark 7th floor. Resist the power of the seal on the 7th level. Midas stared at the soul-burning Toresta and said calmly,
This is the breath of the Lich.
He saw through Toresta's true nature at a glance. As a cardinal, Midas had a wealth of experience that was unmatched by ordinary people. He has seen countless foreign races in his life. Many liches died in his hands. Not every lich is as powerful as Toresta. Toresta did not answer Midas' question, and he was the first to attack.
The Great Sleepwalking Technique. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Dream.
The attack came very suddenly. Even Midas was unprepared. In an instant, he was struck. Didn't even react yet. Toresta disappeared, and Midas forgot what he had come to do. He glanced down, holding the holy sword of light in his hand, with 8 wings of light spread out behind his back. The way of heaven and humanity. He became an 8-winged angel of light under the throne of the God of Light. When he looked up, he saw the God of Light calling him. Out of faith in the gods, Midas did not think much and flew towards the God of Light, responding to the call of the God of Light. Chapter 445 The Treasure of Time Dragon. Midas was trapped on the 7th floor of the Mage Tower by Torres Tower. Immerse yourself in the dream of 6 reincarnations constructed by Toresta. This is the 6th level dream world. For a short time, Midas could not escape. Levi and Xingxi had enough time to escape Maple Leaf City. Wait until Midas escapes from the 6th-path reincarnation dream composed of 6 dream worlds. Toresta has disappeared. He burned out the last of his strength. After losing the control of Toria's tower, Midas easily broke the cage on the 7th floor of the Mage Tower. Boom! A large hole opened on the top of the Mage Tower, and a figure flew out. Everyone heard the sound and subconsciously looked up, seeing the falling building debris above their heads. They all looked horrified. What scares them is not that they will be hit, but the top of the Mage Tower was actually broken. Martin walked out with a worried look on his face, looked up at the red archbishop in the sky, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He was extremely shocked. What happened up there? Why was the 7th floor of the Mage Tower broken? Where is the tower owner? He didn't dare to think further. If Toresta dies, it will be no less than the sky falling for the entire Maple Leaf City Mage Tower. Although it is difficult to see Toresta all year round, Toresta's existence is the support of all the mages in the Mage Tower. Now, this pillar may be falling. This is something that no one can accept. Midas lowered his head and glanced at the people below, not paying attention to their gazes. He carefully sensed the breath of the sacred dragon. The breath has disappeared. He knew that the sacred dragon had left. He has lost track of the sacred dragon. However, this also means good news. He actually discovered a sacred dragon that was still alive. Midas was disappointed and excited at the same time. However, As long as the traces of the sacred dragon appear in the world, he will be able to find the sacred dragon sooner or later. Midas flew towards the sky, and he was going to look around again. If he found nothing, he would return to the Temple of Light. The next task of finding traces of the sacred dragon will be left to the rest of the Light cult. The followers of the Light God religion are all over the world. As long as the sacred dragon exposes any trace, it will be discovered by the Light God religion. Even if it doesn't work, you can also ask the gods for help and borrow their power to find the sacred dragon. Half a day has passed since Midas escaped from trouble. Levi and Shang-Chi had already left Maple Leaf City hundreds of kilometers away. Shang-Chi stayed in the beast control ring. She also has special means left by Toresta, which can hide the breath of the sacred dragon. Coupled with the isolation of the beast control ring, almost no one could find Shang-Chi, unless she is directly exposed to other people's vision. Levi asked,
"What does it mean when the teacher asked you to search for the time dragon treasure in the far north ice field?"
Shang-Chi said,
"My father gave me a time dragon's reverse scale. The reverse scale can sense the location of the treasure. In the legend of the Dragon Clan, the dragon who finds the time dragon treasure can instantly transcend time and reach the most powerful period in the dragon's life."
Levi showed a look of surprise.
"You mean the treasure of the time dragon can allow you to grow directly to the complete stage? Or even the peak stage?"
Shang-Chi shook his head and said,
"I don't know either. After all, it's just a legend. No one has ever found the treasure of the time dragon."
Li Wei couldn't help but think deeply. Does the treasure of the time dragon really exist? Many legends will gradually change in flavor as they spread. But no matter what, since Toresta asked Shang-Chi to find the treasure of the time dragon, then he should also think that the treasure of the time dragon can allow Shang-Chi to grow up quickly, gain powerful power, and resist the covetousness of the outside world. A trip to the Arctic ice sheet is a must. But before that, Levi had to return to the elemental tower. So far, all that has been exposed is Shang-Chi's identity as the sacred dragon. No one except Toresta knew that Shang-Chi was following Levi. Levi is safe for now. Returning to the elemental tower should be no problem. Li Wei took out the map and glanced at it, and found that the nearest city was Feihua City. So he flew towards Feihua City. He wants to borrow the teleportation circle from Feihua City's Mage Association to return to the elemental tower. There are two things to do when returning to the Tower of Elements. Soon, Levi arrived outside Feihua City. Li Wei didn't know much about the current situation in Feihua City. After he helped Evelyn rescue Alice, the old city lord of Feihua City, he never contacted Evelyn and Alice again, returning to Maple Leaf City this time. So many things happened in just one day. He didn't have time to understand the situation in Feihua City. As a result, he now came to Feihua City with a dark eye. It's not even clear whether Feihua City is controlled by Kira or Alice. However, none of this mattered to him. Anyway, he just wanted to borrow the teleportation array of the Mage Association in Feihua City. "I won't stay here long." Levi flew directly into the city from the air. The soldiers on the wall looked up at him. The archer was about to raise his bow, an arrow to threaten Li Wei, and make him fall down. He was restrained by the officer next to him.
"Don't move. That's an archmage."
Levi flew directly to the door of the Mage Association. There was too much movement when he flew in. As soon as he landed, people from the Mage Association came out to greet him.
"Welcome the archmage to the Mage Association in Feihua City. Please forgive me for being a little disappointed. Your Excellency, Archmage, please come in. We have prepared a banquet for you."
It was already night when Li Wei arrived at Feihua City. It happened to be time to eat. Levi waved his hand and said,
"No, I want to borrow the Mage Association's ultra-long-distance teleportation circle to return to the elemental tower."
The mage who received Li Wei was shocked when he heard this. I couldn't help but take a second look at Levi. But I didn't expect that he was the Archmage from the famous Elemental Tower. The Archmage of the Element Tower has a much higher status than the ordinary Archmage. The strength is equally strong. He nodded quickly and responded,
"Then please wait a moment. Archmage, I will go to the President for instructions immediately. Halea, you are here to receive the Archmage."
A sweet-looking young mage girl came over and looked at Levi with a smile.
"Your Excellency, Archmage, please come with me."
She couldn't help but look at Levi a few more times, feeling very surprised. I didn't expect a great mage to be so young. Looks younger than her. Halea secretly thought, maybe it is because of the Archmage's superb cultivation that he is so young. She couldn't help but have a greater desire for strength. That woman doesn't like being young and beautiful. Levi didn't know that Halea had misunderstood. He followed Halea towards the Mage Association. I saw a familiar figure in the hall.
Master Senna, I leave this matter to you. Please make it as soon as possible,
Evelyn said. Senna nodded and responded.
Mrs. Rose, please rest assured. Since the old city lord needs it, I, Senna, will definitely do my best. Evelyn?
Levi shouted. Hearing this, Evelyn turned around and saw Levi. A little surprised.
Levi?
Chapter 446 Passenger.
Levi!
Evelyn looked at Levi with some surprise. She was also very surprised to see Levi here. Hearing this, Alaya secretly glanced at Levi's profile and wrote down his name carefully. Then, she felt that the name seemed familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere. She couldn't remember it for a while. I had no choice but to give up. When Levi saw Evelyn, he asked about the current situation of Feihua City.
How are you doing now?
Evelyn shook her head and said,
The situation is not good.
Levi was a little surprised.
Oh, didn't Alice say she had a way last time?
He did not continue speaking. When it comes to black cultists, it's not suitable for too many people to know about it. Evelyn also understood what Levi wanted to say, and she asked,
Levi, do you have time now? We can chat.
Li Wei thought for a while, but he was not in a hurry anyway, so he agreed.
Evelyn looked at Soraya and said, Please help me find a quiet room.
Halaya quickly responded.
Okay. You too. Please come with me.
Whether it is Levi or Evelyn, they are both important figures in Zalea's eyes. Levi is the Archmage from the Tower of Elements. Evelyn is one of the 400 Flowers families of Feihua City, the Rose Lady of Feihua City, and a distinguished guest of the Mage Association. The two sat down in the room arranged by Shirlea. After Salaya closed the door, she exited the room.
2 adults. If you need anything, you can call me at any time. I'm at the door,
Halaya said when she went out. Levi nodded slightly.
Yes, I understand.
After Salaya closed the door, Levi looked at Evelyn. When alone with Levi, Evelyn no longer concealed her emotions. She sighed and said,
The current situation is not optimistic.
Levi asked a little strangely.
Don't you have a way to catch Kira? As long as you expose his collusion with the black cultists, won't it be easy to bring him down?
Evelyn said.
That's the problem. The black cultist is dead. Dead?
Levi showed doubts. Evelyn said.
Dead, but not dead. Kira deliberately did it to show us. He executed the black cultist who colluded with him. And the black cultist took another person's body and was still alive and well. The person who died was just a scapegoat. But we also lost the evidence that Kira colluded with the black cult.
Levi took a sip of water and said,
Even if there is no evidence that Kira colluded with the black cultists, you should be able to take back Feihua City with your strength.
Evelyn shook her head and said,
It's not that simple. If you use brute force, even if you take back Feihua City, you will still get a ruin. What's more, Kira is now deeply colluded with the Maciel Kingdom. With the help of the Maciel Kingdom, his strength is far stronger than ours today.
Levi shook his head, feeling that Evelyn and the others were just too indecisive. Worry about this and worry about that. After Feihua City was destroyed, wouldn't it be okay to rebuild it? Anyway, Feihua City was built by Alice from scratch. By the way, how old is Alice this year? Levi couldn't help but feel curious. He had to mind his own business. It was up to Evelyn and Alice to do whatever they wanted. Levi asked out of curiosity.
What are you going to do next?
Evelyn said.
Alice is preparing to hold a ceremony to sacrifice the gods to pass on the power of the flower god to more people and increase its power.
Levi's eyes lit up slightly, and he suddenly became interested. He has always been very curious about the flower god. What exactly is the flower god? Evelyn said.
Kira will definitely find ways to stop the flower god's sacrificial ceremony, and may also want to take the opportunity to seize the flower god's power while the ceremony is being held. This is what he has always wanted to do.
Levi immediately smelled the smoke. This ceremony to worship the flower god is probably not simple, Evelyn said.
So, we also plan to lure you into the urn.
Levi was surprised.
Is this a trap?
Evelyn shook her head.
It's not a trap. If Kira comes, it will be the Hongyan banquet specially prepared for him.
Levi understood. The ritual of worshipping the flower god is real, and Alice really intends to distribute the power of the flower god to more people. In addition, they are also ready to welcome Kira's arrival. Levi and Evelyn chatted for a while, and almost understood their current situation. The current situation in Feihua City is unpredictable. The city is mainly divided into 2 factions, the new city lord and the old city lord. At present, Alice's faction is at a disadvantage, although she also has the support of Oates. Water from afar cannot quench her thirst for nearness. Oates also clearly told her that there was not enough power to help her take back Feihua City now. She can only guarantee that after she recaptures Feihua City. If the Mayseal Kingdom wants to send troops to attack Feihua City, the Beishan Kingdom will definitely send troops to stop it. This relieved Alice from worries. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Levi shouted, "Come in!" The door opened, and the middle-aged mage who had previously received Li Wei said respectfully, "Master Li Wei, the long-distance teleportation array of the Mage Association is under maintenance. I'm afraid it won't be available tonight. It will be available at noon tomorrow at the latest." Hearing this, Li Wei nodded and said, "Well, I understand. I'm sorry to bother you," the middle-aged mage said quickly. "No trouble. It is our honor to serve Archmage Li Wei. If you have nothing else to do, I won't disturb you too. I'll take my leave now." The middle-aged mage closed the door and left. Li Wei guessed that the long-distance space teleportation array of the Mage Association was rarely used. That's why it won't be able to open for a while. Not to mention Feihua City. The long-distance space teleportation array of the Maple Leaf City Mage Association was only used less than once a year and a half before the founding of Oz. That is to say, in recent times, it has been used more frequently. But not everyone can afford it. The cost of one transmission alone is enough to bankrupt many mages. Even the Archmage will feel pain in his body. Levi also had no choice. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to part with it. Evelyn and Levi chatted for a while, and then left. Celia arranged for Levi to live in a VIP room, the highest standard room in the Mage Association. Li Wei will stay at the Feihua City Mage Association for one night, and return to the Elemental Tower through the remote teleportation array tomorrow. Lying on the comfortable big bed, you can smell the light fragrance filling the room. Levi smiled. Not to mention, the VIP rooms of the Master Association are really comfortable. Lying on this bed, he almost wanted to sleep. There are too many things that have happened today. Levi felt a little tired. He closed his eyes and felt his body sink into the soft bed. Consciousness has entered the dream world and traveled. Chapter 447: Killing Someone with a Borrowed Knife. The next day, Levi was enjoying the exquisite breakfast prepared for him by the Mage Association. The vice president of the Mages Association was outside the door and asked to see Levi. Li Wei was a little strange. What did the vice president of Feihua City want to do with him? "Invite him in," Levi said. Halia walked out and walked in with Asba, the vice president of Feihua City Mage Association. Asba saluted Li Wei and shouted, "Your Excellency, the Archmage." Levi looked at him and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Asba said, "It's like this. Recently, a group of flying monsters have often come to attack the Baiyuan Garden outside Feihua City. So I hope that the Archmage can help to deal with these flying monsters. The president is good at natural spells, and I am not good at offensive spells. I heard that the Archmage is a powerful elemental mage from the Elemental Tower. So I implore you to help me. Of course, the Mage Association will not let you do it in vain. As a reward, the Mage Association can bear the cost of this long-distance teleportation for you." After hearing this, Li Wei thought for a moment, nodded and said, "Well, where is the lair of those flying monsters?" Abak said with some embarrassment, "Sorry, we haven't found the nest of the flying monsters yet. But every day at 9 o'clock in the morning, these flying monsters will come to the Baiyuan Garden on time to destroy." Levi said, "I know." He looked at the time and said, "It's almost time. Let's go." Abak quickly thanked. "Thank you, Master Archmage, for your help," Levi said. "To each his own. Take what you need." He didn't really want to help, but the Mage Association was willing to bear the cost of teleportation back to the Elemental Tower. What's more, it means taking advantage of others with short hands and eating others with short mouths. Levi was also unwilling to owe favors. It's better to do a small favor and end the favor. Anyway, it is not difficult for him to deal with some monsters. Soon, under the leadership of Arbuckle, Li Wei came to the Baiyuan Garden outside the city. Baiyuan Garden is located outside Feihua City. It is a vast botanical garden with hundreds of species of flowers that are special to Feihua City. Feihua City's main income relies on these exotic flowers. When Li Wei arrived, he saw that many flowers in the Baiyuan Garden had disappeared. The nakedness is particularly eye-catching. It's like fresh cowhide. which makes people feel uncomfortable when they look at it. Abak looked into the distance and said,
"Those flying monsters are about to come. I'll leave it to the Archmage next."
Levi nodded and stood there waiting quietly. Just before 9 o'clock, a group of black dots appeared on the horizon. The black dots quickly flew towards Baiyuan Garden. After getting closer, Levi could clearly see the appearance of these flying monsters. He showed a strange look. These flying monsters were giant flower-picking bees. A dense group. At least hundreds of them. Each flower-collecting bee is half the size of a human. There are also some larger flower-collecting bees in the swarm, which seem to be much stronger. The longest flower-collecting bee can exceed 3 meters in length, compared with the flower-picking bees next to them. They are simply two different species. Buzz! The vibration of the bees' wings reached Levi's ears. The entire Baiyuan Garden was enveloped by this buzzing sound. The caregivers in Baiyuan Garden fled quickly. Arbuckle shouted,
"Your Majesty, the Archmage!"
Levi didn't respond to him, and a fireball condensed in his palm. Fireball shot towards the swarm of bees in the sky. Abak looked puzzled. What could a small fireball do? Could it be that Levi wanted to test the strength of these flying monsters first? That was all he could think. The fireball flew toward the bee swarm. Many flower-collecting bees noticed the fireball and turned to avoid it. Fireballs are also avoiding flower-gathering bees. Abak's eyes widened. Is this accuracy too bad? There were so many flying monsters, but not even one could be hit. He couldn't help but look at Levi, showing suspicion. Could this guy's identity as an Archmage be fake? The magic is so rubbish. Although he is not good at attacking spells, he is not like Levi, who can't even hit a flying monster with a fireball. Abak said quickly,
"Your Majesty, Archmage, you can just use the large-scale 4th-level spells. These flying monsters are all below 3rd-level monsters."
Levi looked at the sky calmly and said,
"Don't be anxious."
Abak was speechless and had no choice but to look up at the sky. He gradually discovered something was wrong. How did the fireball fly into the dense swarm of bees without hitting a flower-picking bee? Under Levi's precise control, the fireball entered the center of the swarm. Suddenly, extremely violent magic fluctuations came from inside the fireball. Core mysteries inspire the power hidden within the element of fire. The power of seemingly ordinary fireballs is increased dozens of times. The fireball expanded violently and gradually turned blue. The flower-picking bees also realized the danger and flew outside as hard as they could. But the fireball expanded much faster than the flower-gathering bee could fly. In just a few seconds, the originally inconspicuous fireball expanded into a super blue fireball with a diameter of more than 100 meters. Blue fireballs burned in the sky. The flower-gathering bees howled and moaned in the flames, all reduced to ashes. The ashes are scattered in the garden and become the best fertilizer for growing flowers. Out of hundreds of flower-picking bees, less than 20 managed to escape. The flower-picking bees that were lucky enough to survive did not dare to stay any longer and fled quickly. The fireball burned in midair for more than 10 minutes before burning all the flower-picking bees to death. Levi saw the flames gradually dissipating, looked at Arbuckle and said,
"That's it."
Abak's eyes were wide open, dumbfounded, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Is this really a fireball technique? He had never seen this kind of spell before. This power is too exaggerated. A small fireball killed hundreds of flying monsters. After Abak came back to his senses, he couldn't help but look deeply shocked when he looked at Levi. Is this the Archmage of the Elemental Tower? So perverted. Levi was about to leave, when suddenly, there was a roar of thunder in the sky. Boom! A bolt of lightning flew from the sky and landed in the sky above Baiyuan Garden. Bella's hair flashed with electric blue light, and arcs of electricity appeared in her eyes. She glanced at the garden below and said angrily,
"Who killed the city lord's flower-picking bee? If you have the ability, stand up!"
Levi looked stunned. He looked at the angry Bella and then at Arbuckle. Feeling that something was wrong, Levi reached out and shot a small fireball. The fireball flew towards Bella. Bella turned her head suddenly and swept over, and a bolt of lightning shot out, breaking the small fireball that was flying towards her. Only then did she notice Levi. Bella was a little surprised, and she quickly fell in the direction of Levi.
"Levi, why are you here?"
Bella asked a little strangely. Levi said with some embarrassment,
"The person you are looking for may be me."
When Bella heard this, she was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately and said angrily,
"Levi, you are actually Kira's lackey."
With that said, she was about to fight Levi. Levi quickly shouted,
"Calm down first. This is a misunderstanding."
Chapter 448 Remedies. Bella calmed down a little after hearing Levi's words. She stared at Levi and asked,
"What do you mean?"
Levi turned to look at Arbuckle, his eyes a little cold, and said,
"Of course, I have to ask him."
Bella looked at Arbuckle, her eyes focused.
"Aback."
Bella's tone was very unkind. Arbuckle looked at Levi and Bella, feeling very surprised and complaining secretly. He didn't expect Levi and Bella to know each other. Aback quickly explained,
"General Thunder, please calm down. I really didn't know that these flying monsters belonged to the city lord. I saw these flying monsters often coming to destroy Bayuan Garden, so I wanted to ask Archmage Li Wei to help solve them. Actually, as long as we drive away these flying monsters, that's it. Who knew that Archmage Li Wei acted too quickly and killed all the flying monsters in one go? I really don't blame him."
Arbuckle made excuses and put all the blame on Levi. After hearing this, Li Wei sneered twice.
"Okay, put all the blame on me."
While angry, Levi also realized that he was being used by Arbuckle. Bella stared at Arbuckle and yelled,
"Bart, don't you know these flower-picking bees are raised by the city lord? Don't explain. You are Kira's lackey, and you will die."
With that said, Bella was about to attack Arbuckle. Arbuckle retreated in panic and hurriedly shouted,
"General Thunder, you must calm down. Don't forget the agreement between the two city lords."
Bella heard this and calmed down for a moment.
"Damn it! If I don't kill you, you won't be able to feel better."
After saying that, she struck down a bolt of lightning on Arbuckle. Click! Crackling. The magic shield on Aback's body was instantly exploded, and all the defensive magic items on his body were damaged. His limbs were shaking wildly. Black smoke was coming out of his body, and his hair exploded into an afro. Bang! Arbuckle was electrocuted and fell to the ground. Gasping in horror, Bella looked at Levi and asked in confusion,
"Why do you want to help him?"
Levi spread his hands and said helplessly,
"How do I know that he is from Kira? He said that he wanted me to help solve some of the monsters plaguing Feihua City and help me reimburse my travel expenses back to the Elemental Tower. So I agreed to help. It turned out to be like this, and I was very helpless."
Levi shook his head and sighed, irritable. "I thought it was just to deal with some obstructive flying monsters." Unexpectedly, he was plotted against. Levi glanced at Arbuckle, wishing he could burn him to ashes with a fire. "It's just that there are too many people around, so it's not easy for him to start. You still have to take into account the reputation of the outside world to some extent. Just settle the score with him secretly. After blatantly killing the vice president of the Mage Association, he might no longer be able to use the Mage Association's teleportation array." Bella glanced at the shocked Arbuckle. After getting angry, she began to worry about what to do next. These flower-picking bees come to the Bayuan Garden every day to collect flowers in preparation for the ritual ceremony of the Baiwa god. Now, hundreds of flower-collecting bees that he had worked so hard to cultivate were burned to death by Levi. Whether the Baiwa god's sacrificial ceremony can be held as scheduled is a big problem. Levi was also a little embarrassed. He asked,
"What are these flower-picking bees used for? Is there any remedy?"
Bella heard this and thought about remedies. She said,
"The function of flower-picking bees is to extract the essence of flowers, which is a necessary material in the ceremony of worshipping the god of flowers. You have basically killed all the flower-picking bees kept by the city lord. It is impossible to find so many flower-picking bees to help in a short period of time. The remaining dozens of flower-picking bees cannot be collected before the ceremony of the 100 Flowers god. Enough essence of flowers."
Levi was keenly aware of the key.
"So the key is to have enough flower extracts, and flower bees are not necessary," he said.
Bella said,
"Without flower-gathering bees, it would be impossible to collect the essence of flowers."
Levi smiled and said,
"It seems that you don't know much about mages. Nothing is impossible for mages."
Extracting the essence. He had done this many times. Levi said,
"First let me see the essence of the flowers you collected, and then see how the flower-picking bees made the essence of the flowers."
Bella heard this and glanced at Levi.
"Do you have any idea? Okay, then come with me."
Bella took Levi and flew towards their current location. Soon, Levi saw a group of circular tents sitting on the hillside. He asked in surprise,
"You guys live here?"
Bella said.
"Kira now controls Feihua City. In order to avoid conflicts with him as much as possible, we have no choice but to move outside."
Levi remembered what Arbuckle had said, and he asked,
"What was the agreement between the two city lords that Arbuck mentioned before?"
Bella said, "Oh," and said,
"Oh, what you said is a verbal truce agreement. Neither Alice nor Kira want to destroy Feihua City. So they agreed to prohibit professionals above level 4 from fighting near Feihua City.
Levi nodded, indicating that he understood. The two fell towards the largest white circular tent. The flying flower swordsman, who was patrolling around the tent, saw the two people falling, and only after seeing clearly that the person coming was Bella, he relaxed his vigilance. Bella opened the tent door directly and said,
City Lord, do you think I brought him here?
Alice was standing in the tent looking at the map. When she heard Bella's voice, she smiled and said,
Could it be Levi?
Bella looked surprised.
Huh? How you know?
Levi walked in, and Alice greeted him with a smile and said,
Levi, long time no see. Long time no see. Lord Alice,
Levi responded. Alice said,
You're welcome. Just call me Alice,
Bella urged.
You haven't told me yet.
How do you know it's Levi?
Alice didn't show off and said,
Evelyn told me yesterday that Levi came to Feihua City.
Bella's face fell immediately.
She will tell you, but she won't tell me either. Do you know who killed the flower-picking bee?
Bella looked serious and asked again. Alice hesitated for a moment, looked at Levi, and asked tentatively,
Isn't it you?
Levi smiled bitterly.
This is all a misunderstanding.
He explained things. After Alice learned the cause and effect, she nodded. Not much was said. The immediate priority is to figure out how to fill the gap created by the deaths of hundreds of flower-picking bees. Levi told Alice his purpose of coming. Alice immediately agreed and personally took Levi to the hive to observe the production process of Baiwa essence. Levi was inadvertently used to ruin Alice's plan. He also felt guilty and wanted to make up for his mistakes. The two came to the underground hive. Chapter 449 Royal Jelly 100 Flowers Essence. Levi and Alice arrive at the underground hive. The underground hive is where flower-collecting bees live, brew honey, and extract the essence of flowers. There are several sturdy combat bees guarding the door. Several combat bees are all third-level advanced monsters. If ordinary people get close, they will be attacked by combat bees immediately. Under the leadership of Alice, Levi can safely enter the underground hive without being attacked by combat bees. Levi looked around and asked,
Were these built after you came here?
Alice shook her head and said,
No. I only conquered the queen bee of this hive before I could order the flower-picking bees to do things for me. This underground hive has been around for a long time.
Levi asked strangely,
There should be more than a few hundred flower-picking bees in that hive.
Right? Alice glanced at Levi and said,
There are only a few hundred flower-picking bees that can purify the essence of flowers. Counting those bees that are not monsters, there are at least tens of thousands.
Oh,
I understand.
Levi nodded. Not all the bees in an underground hive are monsters. There are tens of thousands of bees, but only a few hundred flower-gathering bees have grown to the first and second levels. The more flower-gathering bees can't even be considered as zero-level monsters. At best, they are physically more toxic bees, but it is also very dangerous for ordinary people. Therefore, before Alice conquered the queen bee of this underground hive, not many people dared to get close to it. As soon as Levi walked into the underground hive, a group of flower-picking bees discovered Levi's scent and sounded a buzzing alarm, attracting many battle bee guards to surround Levi and Alice. Because of Alice's presence, the combat bees did not launch a direct attack, but merely surrounded the two. Otherwise, the combat bees would directly launch a drive. Alice comforted the fighting bees and flower bees, and led Levi through the underground hive to the deepest part, where honey and flower essences are produced. Levi also met the queen bee here. It was white and tender, like a giant meatworm, not like a bee at all. When the queen bee saw Alice, she made a purring sound and wanted to squirm over to nuzzle Alice. Alice gently reassured the agitated queen, pointing to the pink droplets dripping from the rock nearby.
That's the essence of hundreds of flowers. I don't know exactly how it's made. After the flower-gathering bees collect the flowers, they hide them in the grotto above. After a while, the flowers will turn into flower essence and drip down. In addition to being used as a material for the flower god's sacrificial ceremony, the flower essence is also an important resource for the advancement of the queen bee, flower-collecting bees, and fighting bees.
After hearing this, Li Wei nodded and said,
I'll go up and have a look.
Alice communicated with the queen bee, and the queen bee spat out a ball of golden viscous substance. Alice reached out to catch it and handed it to Levi.
Eat it, and the bees in the underground hive will not be hostile to you.
When Levi saw that this thing was spit out from the queen bee's mouth, he suddenly felt extremely twisted.
Ah, can you not eat this?
Levi didn't really want to eat it. Alice smiled and said,
No one else can eat this. This is top-quality royal jelly specially provided for the queen bee. After consumption, it has great benefits for the body, and can also increase mana.
Hearing this, Li Wei hesitated for a moment and glanced at the white queen bee. With a strong heart, she grabbed the jelly-like top-quality royal jelly in Alice's hand and stuffed it into her mouth.
Well, it's really delicious.
The taste is extremely mellow and sweet. Even if you put it all into your mouth, it will not taste bitter. That sweetness is just right, Alice said.
After eating royal jelly, you will have the aura of a queen bee. All the bees in the underground hive will treat you as a queen bee.
Levi nodded.
Well, okay. Then I'll go up.
He walked alone towards the cave where the flowers were stored. When the bees around him saw him, they all fell to the ground and bowed their heads in submission. Levi glanced at the bees around him, showing surprise. He didn't expect royal jelly to be so effective. The effect is surprisingly good. Even a third-level combat bee instinctively stopped and bowed its head when seeing Li Wei. Bees identify themselves by smell. Levi smells like a queen. And to other bees, that's the queen. The journey was smooth. Levi came to the stone cave where flowers were stored, and saw the few dozen remaining flower-picking bees busy carrying flowers into the stone cave. The busy flower-picking bees ignored Levi's arrival. They have been given higher-level orders, and do not need to bow to the queen while working. Working hard is their job. Levi walked into the cave, and found a strange smell permeating the cave. It's a bit like the smell of rotten flowers, but it feels a little fragrant. Not a pure rotten smell. He released his spiritual power to sense the situation in the cave. Soon, Levi found the source of the smell. The flowers at the bottom of the cave are gradually decaying. He found that after flower-picking bees dropped flowers in the cave, they would also spill some transparent liquid. It is this liquid that ferments the flowers to produce the initial essence of flowers. Then the thin essence of flowers passes through the infiltration and filtration of the rock formations, and gradually condenses into the pink essence of flowers in the queen bee cave.
Isn't this the production of flower essence through microbial fermentation? So, the essence of flowers is wine?
Levi shook his head, feeling that he could not use his previous thinking to infer the laws of another world. Flower essence is produced through microbial fermentation. After knowing this principle, Levi collected microorganisms and flowers in transparent liquids for experiments. In reality, he didn't have that much time to experiment. Levi went directly into the dream world. By simulating the birth process of 100 flowers essence, Li Wei soon confirmed his guess. After more than 10 simulations, Levi found the most suitable temperature, ratio and filtration method. Levi exited the dream and returned to the queen bee's cave with some transparent liquid and flowers. When Alice saw Levi coming back, she said,
"It doesn't matter if you can't help it. I have discussed it with the queen bee. It is barely enough to consume some flower essence to spawn a group of 0-level flower bees."
Levi shook his head and said,
"No, I've found a better solution. I have a way to increase the production of flower essence. 20 or so flower-picking bees are enough."
Allowing flower-picking bees to produce flower essence through natural fermentation is a very slow and inefficient process. Levi has found the most suitable production conditions in dreams. Through human intervention, the production efficiency of Baiwa essence can be greatly improved. Increase efficiency dozens or even hundreds of times. It is enough to have 20 or so flower-collecting bees responsible for collecting flowers. Humans can also do it if we collect flowers. If it is not possible, we need to hire some workers to help. Alice looked at him in surprise when she heard Levi was so confident.
"Do you really have a way?"
Chapter 450 Rich Woman.
"Do you really have a way?"
Alice looked at Levi in surprise. She was very surprised. Unexpectedly, Levi just watched the so-called 100 flowers essence production process for a while. The solution was found. You know, she has visited the cave where flowers are stored more than once. But I don't understand how the essence of flowers is produced. She only knew roughly how to do it, not the principles.
Because Alice does not have the concepts of microorganisms and fermentation in her mind. That's why I can't understand. Levi took out some collected microbial liquids and flowers and showed them to Alice. He placed the flowers in a clear glass. Sprinkle on some clear liquid containing microorganisms.
Look, this is the production speed under normal circumstances. It takes about 3 days to ferment all the flowers into the essence of flowers full of impurities.
Alice looked at the thing in his hand with confusion on her face. She couldn't understand what Levi was doing at all. Alice was about to ask a question. A ball of flame appeared in Levi's palm, which frightened the queen bee to move back a few meters away from Levi. He placed the flame outside the glass. Under his control, the flame surrounded the glass and continued to emit a 42-degree firelight that illuminated the glass. At the right temperature, the rate at which microorganisms decompose flowers is greatly increased. Enlarging spots visible to the naked eye appear on the surface of the flowers. This time Alice understood. She had seen similar flowers in the grotto.
You mean roasting with fire can improve the efficiency of producing flower essence?
Alice asked. She only saw the surface. Levi said.
Yes, but the key is not the flame, but the temperature. Maintaining the temperature in the cave at 42 degrees can speed up fermentation. And then there's nutrition,
Levi said. Took out a small piece of meat and threw it into the glass. When meat comes into contact with microorganisms, they disappear quickly. Alice looked surprised. She didn't understand why the meat disappeared. After eating meat, microorganisms receive a large amount of nutrients and energy, multiply and divide rapidly, and their numbers surge. As the quantity increases, the fermentation speed further accelerates. In just a few minutes, the flowers melted into a pool of pale pink liquid before Alice's eyes. Li Wei poured out the pink liquid, and after simple purification, he got the same flower essence as in the cave. Alice's eyes widened in disbelief when she saw Levi easily create a drop of 100 flowers essence with just a few operations.
How did you do it?
Alice exclaimed. Levi explained the principle to her. Alice asked in confusion.
What are microorganisms?
Seeing this, Li Wei waved his hand and said,
Forget it. As long as you know this can improve production efficiency, that's fine.
He didn't have time to explain the concept of microorganisms to Alice from scratch. When Alice saw this, she pouted dissatisfiedly, feeling that Levi was dissing herself for being too stupid and was unwilling to explain to her.
Soon,
she said seriously.
Then it's up to you. What do you want?
Levi said.
Help me find some magic stones and filters. The finer the filters, the better.
Alice nodded and said,
Well, I'll have someone bring the things over right away. Then I'll prepare the magic circle first.
Levi walked towards the cave where the flowers were stored. After walking a few steps, he remembered something and said,
Oh, by the way, prepare some more meat. Although these microorganisms are good at fermenting flowers, they prefer to eat meat.
Alice nodded.
Yes, I understand. Is it okay to eat the meat of ordinary animals? Or does it have to be Warcraft meat?
Alice asked. Levi said,
It is best to use Warcraft meat. Warcraft meat contains more energy.
Alice responded.
Okay, I'll get ready right away.
Levi went to prepare the constant temperature magic array and modify the filtration system. Alice prepares supplies. Come to the cave where flowers are stored. Levi is not good at magic arrays. He has not even learned how to set up magic arrays. However, he has his own methods. Levi's method is very simple and crude. He placed several immortal fireballs directly in the cave. This is much easier for him than making a magic circle. You only need to use the intermediate flame rules a little bit to do it. These fireballs will automatically absorb the surrounding fire elements to replenish energy and emit constant temperature. A little over 42 degrees. After all, when the firelight is transmitted to the layers of flowers, the temperature is definitely not as good as the top layer. In addition to automatically absorbing the fire element to replenish energy, Levi is also preparing to use the magic stone to power several fireballs. This is why Levi asked Alice to prepare the magic stone. Then the underground rock formations were hollowed out and the filtration system rebuilt. Relying on sandstone cracks for filtration efficiency is too low and too slow. Levi used red mother copper to build pipes to collect the essence of flowers, and arranged multi-layer filtration and purification devices on the pipes. When the essence of flowers flows out from the pipe, it will be the essence of flowers that Alice needs. Levi finished these things. Alice brought things too.
Levi, I brought everything you asked for. Where are the magic stones and monster meat?
Levi climbed up from the ground. He said,
It's okay to just throw the monster meat directly into the cave. Don't worry, it won't contaminate the essence of the flowers. Give me the magic stone.
Alice handed all the Philosopher's Stones to Levi. The Philosopher's Stone is housed in a separate space ring. Levi took the space ring and took a look, showing surprise. Unexpectedly, Alice prepared thousands of magic stones. He was speechless.
You don't need so much,
Alice said.
You can use it as you like, and I'll give you the extra.
Levi's heart moved slightly, and he suddenly felt that Alice was extremely generous. This is thousands of gold coins. She is worthy of being the lord of a city and a rich woman. Alice took out another space ring and poured monster meat into the cave. Seeing that the cave was almost filled with monster meat, Li Wei quickly called her to stop.
Wait a minute. Even if you pour it casually, it won't fill up the cave. Just put a layer on the ground and that's it.
Levi was a little ashamed. Is this too much money to spend? Such luxury. After hearing this, Alice took back some of the excess monster meat. After Li Wei arranged the magic stones, there were still more than 800 stones left. He tried his best, but he only consumed more than 100 magic stones. 5 constant temperature fireballs, each equipped with 25 magic stones. Levi handed the remaining magic stone back to Alice. Alice waved her hand and said,
I've said it. The rest is yours.
Levi had no choice but to accept it. Then tell Alice how to replace the filter on the copper pipe.
The filtered residue will clog the filter, so it needs to be replaced every once in a while,
Levi explained. Alice stood aside and watched him operate, nodded and took note of it. Then, the two came to the end of the copper pipe. Drop after drop of Baichao essence dripped down. The speed is dozens of times faster than before. Chapter 451 The Queen Bee's Gift. Alice looked at the endless dripping of flower essence and was extremely happy. Even the queen bee buzzed with excitement when she saw it. Seems very happy. Buzz. Levi heard the sound of bees flying outside. Turning around, he saw a swarm of bees flying in, and the bees rushed into the stone kiln where the essence of the flowers was preserved. Levi saw that after swallowing the essence of the flowers, the honey quickly grew in size, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a fist-sized zero-level monster, bee picker. The queen bee buzzes. When Alice heard this, she smiled, looked at Levi and said,
To thank you, the queen bee has prepared a gift for you.
Levi was a little surprised and subconsciously turned to look at the white queen bee.
A gift?
The mining bee flew towards the queen bee, landed on the queen bee, curled up into a ball, and quickly shrunk. Eventually it turned into thumb-sized golden oval gems. After doing this, the queen bee seemed to be exhausted and lay motionless on the ground. Alice said,
These are her gifts to you.
Levi was a little curious and picked up a golden oval gemstone from the queen bee. After picking it up, I discovered that these things were very elastic and would deform even if I pinched them lightly. Alice said,
These are the eggs of mining bees. After feeding them with mana or magical energy, a mining bee can be quickly hatched. Forager bees can help you find the nearest flowers and plants. These bee eggs can also be eaten directly. The energy and nutrients contained in each bee egg are equivalent to the same volume and weight of royal jelly.
Levi looked surprised. He didn't expect such a magical thing. He took a look at the eggs given by the queen. There were probably more than 30 eggs. Even if you don't need foraging bees to help you find your way, eating it all as royal jelly can still be of great benefit. Alice said,
I suggest you keep it. Maybe it can play an important role at a critical moment.
Levi nodded and put away the bee eggs.
I see.
It was already evening when Levi and Alice left the underground hive. Looking at the setting sun outside, Levi remembered that he was going back to the elemental tower today. He looked at the sunset on the horizon, feeling a little worried that because he had offended Arbuckle, he might not be able to use the teleportation circle of the Mage Association. If it hadn't been for what happened today, he would have returned to the elemental tower by now. Alice invited Levi back to the station for dinner, and thanked Levi for his help. Levi thought that he had already missed the time agreed with the Mage Association today anyway. It's not too short a time. So he agreed to Alice's invitation. Alice treats Li Wei to Feihua City's specialty Bai Hua banquet. Food made using various flowers as ingredients. Li Wei has been to Feihua City once before, and ate flower cake on the recommendation of Luo Ta. It tasted very good. At the 100 Flowers banquet, Li Wei saw more delicacies made with flowers. Osmanthus cake, peach blossom wine, rosemary barbecue. Halfway through the meal, the chef walked in pushing a cart. On the trolley was tonight's main dish, fireworks. Alice smiled and introduced to Levi.
This is Feihua City's most famous delicacy. Fire trees and silver flowers. Ordinary people have no chance to enjoy it. Oh, I'm looking forward to it.
Levi showed curiosity. The chef ignited the liquid in the tray of the trolley, and in a blink of an eye, the tree trunks piled with ingredients on the trolley burst into flames. The burning branches gradually bloom with various flowers. The scent is captivating. A double enjoyment for sight and taste. Levi couldn't help but show surprise. It was the first time he saw such a thing. Just when he was wondering if the tree was edible, the chef had broken off a branch full of flowers and put it on the dinner plate and handed it to Levi. Levi took a bite out of curiosity and suddenly showed a look of surprise. The taste is very strange. The fragrance of plants, the freshness of flowers, and the light smell of meat. An hour later, the party ended. Alice bid farewell to Levi in person. Levi looked at Alice with a smile and said,
"Thank you for the dinner tonight."
Alice smiled and said,
"I have to thank you. Although some accidents happened, everything is developing in a better direction. Next time we meet,
maybe we won't have to be here."
Levi smiled and said,
"Then I'll wait."
He walked towards the distance, waved his hand and said,
"Okay, just send it here. I'm leaving. Go slowly and have a pleasant journey."
Li Wei returned to Feihua City and came to the Mage Association. As soon as he entered the Mage Association, a group of people surrounded Levi. He glanced at the people around him and found that these people were all from the City Lord's mansion.
"What do you want to do?"
Levi asked calmly. A man came out and said,
"I just want to invite Master Li Wei to sit in the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord sincerely invites you."
Li Wei laughed and said,
"If you, the City Lord, are really serious, you should come to see me in person instead of sending you to ask me. Don't push yourself too far. I tell you, this is Feihua City."
Levi's face turned cold. He glanced at the people and said coldly,
"Get out of the way."
A few people were indifferent. Levi's body exuded powerful magic fluctuations. Several people's expressions changed. Magical fluctuations attracted the attention of mages in the Mages Association. Several mages ran out quickly.
"Who is making trouble here?" "Master Li Wei."
When the master saw Li Wei, he quickly saluted and greeted him. When the people surrounding Li Wei saw this, they looked at each other and turned around to leave, not daring to stop him again. Levi glanced at the deacon who had received him and asked,
"Where is Arbuckle?"
The deacon quickly replied,
"The vice president went to the City Lord's mansion and has not come back yet."
Seeing this, Levi gave up the idea of causing trouble with Arbuckle. No need to waste time on him. Levi said,
"Has the teleportation array been maintained?"
The deacon replied,
"It has been maintained. Do you want to use it now?"
Levi nodded.
"Yeah. Okay. I'll get ready right away."
Levi suddenly stopped the deacon and said,
"Oh, by the way, your vice president promised me that if I help the Mage Association deal with the flying monsters that harass Baiyuan Garden, your Mage Association will reimburse me for the teleportation expenses."
Hearing this, the deacon quickly said,
"Then please wait a moment, and I'll ask the vice president for instructions."
Levi said,
"Go and tell him, by the way, this matter is not over yet."
The deacon felt a little confused after hearing what Levi said, but he still nodded and said,
"Okay."
When Abak got the news, his face was uncertain. I originally wanted to erase Levi's reward, but after much hesitation, I finally agreed. He didn't dare to offend Levi anymore. Having seen Levi's terrifying magic, Abak was also very worried. Seeing that Arbuckle did not stop him, Li Wei temporarily let him go, step onto the long-distance teleportation circle, and return to the elemental tower. Chapter 452 New Level 6 Spell. Buzz! A ray of silver light fell on the ground. After the light disappeared, Levi walked out. He returned to the teleportation square outside the elemental tower. It is already night, and there are basically no people in the teleportation square. The pilot of the flying boat waiting to pick up passengers at the edge of the square saw Li Wei and quickly asked,
"Do you want to fly? 1 gold coin per trip."
"No,
thanks."
Levi directly used the object control technique and flew towards the floating city. Seeing that it was getting late, Levi did not disturb Warren's rest. He returned directly to the realm of Mingtian.
"Eris, are you asleep?"
Levi sends a message to Eris through the magic badge. After a while, Eris replied,
"What's the matter?"
"Levi,
do you have a way to contact the space tower?"
"Eris,
what are you going to do?"
"Levi,
I left some things in the space tower last time. Please ask their people to help deliver them."
"Eris,
no problem. Who are you looking for? I'll contact you."
"Levi,
Victor."
"Eris,
Elder of the space tower?"
"Levi,
yeah."
Eris was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Levi had already established a relationship with the elders of the space tower. Surprised for a moment, he came back to his senses. "Eris,
I will try my best to help you contact him. Milan may not be able to find Elder Victor."
"Levi,
just try your best. If it doesn't work, I'll go to the space tower myself."
"If possible, it would be natural to save a trip to the space tower." One trip and one trip. The cost is extremely high. Levi would also feel pain in his body.
Eris.
I contacted Milan for you. She should go to rest now and see if she will reply tomorrow morning.
Levi.
Okay. Thank you.
Eris.
You're welcome.
The next day, early in the morning, Eris used a magic servant to send Levi a communication crystal. The magical servant relayed Eris' exact words.
This communication crystal was given to you by Victor.
Levi accepted the communication crystal. Text Eris.
Thank you.
Afterwards, he sat in the study and opened the communication crystal. The communication crystal glowed, and a figure emerged. It was Victor. Victor looked at Levi and asked,
What do you want from me?
Levi said,
When will the amethyst source potion be ready?
After hearing this, Victor paused for a moment and said,
It'll be fine in 2 days. I will send it to you directly. Keep this crystal and contact you again then.
After saying that, he looked at Levi again and asked,
You didn't tell anyone about the things between us, did you?
Levi said,
We signed a magic contract. Don't you know very well whether I have leaked the secret?
Victor laughed.
It would be best if you don't. As for the magic contract, you and I both know its use.
After saying that, Victor closed the communication crystal. Levi knew what Victor meant. Although the magic contract restricts the two of them, it is not impossible to break it. Neither of them are ordinary mages, and there are many ways to break the magic contract. After Levi and Victor signed the magic contract, they also found many ways to unilaterally cancel the magic contract and violate the magic contract without being punished. There are many methods, and although they are troublesome, they are not without solutions. The simplest way is to rely on your own strong strength to directly resist the consequences of the magic contract. The contract the two signed was not a contract approved by the gods. Therefore, even if you violate the contract, you don't need to pay a huge price. Li Wei naturally never thought about violating the contract, mainly to prevent Victor from violating the contract. It seems that Victor does not intend to violate the contract, and reminds Levi to remember to abide by the contract. Levi felt a lot more relieved. He put away the communication crystal and looked at the sky outside.
In a few days, we can get the purple crystal source potion.
This is one of the purposes of Levi's return to the Tower of Elements. Victor promised him to give him 2 bottles of amethyst source potion. With these 2 bottles of amethyst source magic potion, Levi's breakthrough to the 5th level is just around the corner. The second thing is to take away the dragon blood tree. Another problem is how to take away the dragon blood tree. Simply removing the dragon's blood tree is easy to do. Just put the dragon blood tree into the space ring and that's it. But Levi hopes to find a way to carry it with him and plant dragon blood trees. There is a spell that can bring Levi's idea to life.
Mistra's magic house.
This is a very special space spell. When the goddess of magic Mistra was young, she created this spell in order to create a safe area where she could avoid danger at any time. It is different from ordinary space opening spells. The space created by Mistra's magic house is very stable and exists for a long time. Non-temporary space. It is equivalent to a portable little secret realm. As the creator of this spell, Mistra did not regard it as her own. Selflessly share it with all mages, hoping that every magistrate can have a safe nest. However, learning spells is very difficult. Up to the 6th level, it's only a little simpler than forbidden spells of level 7 or above. Therefore, even Mistra is willing to share the
Mistra's magic house
spell with everyone. Only a few mages can learn this spell. This spell is recorded in the St. Villia Library in the Tower of Elements. Although traditional mages are not very fond of the goddess of magic, they have not yet enjoyed the benefits in the name of the goddess of magic. Mistra's magic house spells are free for everyone to learn. Although it is said to be free, basically only 6th level mages have access to it. After all, this spell is too difficult to learn, and it is stored on the same floor as the 6th level spell. It is basically impossible for non-6th level mages to come into contact with it. As an important member of the Palace of Truth, a student of the purple class, and one of the 5 top mages, Li Wei ranked first in the exchange competition. Naturally, he has the authority to enter the 6th level spell storage floor. Levi came to the St. Villia Library to learn new spells.
There are really few 6th level spells.
He glanced at the surrounding bookshelves and found that there were only a few magic books on the bookshelves. No more than 20. Levi probably knew what was going on. First, the 6th level spells are too advanced. The more advanced the spells are, the more difficult they are to create, and the natural number will be smaller. On the other hand, usually such advanced spells are private items, and few creators will share them selflessly. These 6th level spells that can be learned in the St. Villia library are either 6th level spells that were created a long time ago, or were actively disclosed by the creator before his death, or were shared for a fee. Only a handful of spells can be learned for free. Levi found Mystra's Magic House to learn spells. Mystra's Magic House, level 6 entry, 0/1000. With his current ability, learning this spell is very difficult. But at least there is hope. Chapter 453 Magic House. After Levi learned Mystra's Magic House spell in the St. Villia library, in the next few days, he stayed in Mingtian territory and concentrated on practicing spells, waiting for Victor to deliver the prepared amethyst source secret medicine. After 2 days of unremitting efforts, Levi finally successfully gained access to Mystra's Magic House spell. He has been practicing diligently in his dream for the past 2 days, with the blessing of 8 times the flow rate. It is equivalent to him having practiced this spell for more than half a month. Normally, taking into account the speed of time in dreams, it would only take Levi a few days at most to learn the spell. Mystra's Magic Cabin took Levi half a month. One can imagine how difficult it is. Mystra's Magic House, level 6 mastery, 1 out of 2000. Back in reality, Levi casts a spell. The mind is infinitely elevated, breaking through the sky and crossing the star realm. Come to the time and space where the God realm is located. This time and space is endless, with no end in sight. Levi looked around, and could only see a few dazzling stars hanging high in the sky. That is the world of gods. Although his mind has come to this time and space, it is still hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the real world of gods. That's not a distance that can be covered by flying alone. According to the spellcasting conditions of Mystra's Magic House, Levi's mind selected a place in the void space, leaving a space-time anchor. Infuse all the mana into the time and space anchor point. The space-time anchor expanded rapidly, and turned into an independent space bubble in the blink of an eye. The amount of one's own mana determines the size of the space bubble. Soon, Levi's mana was exhausted, and the space bubble expanded to its limit. It becomes a cube space 10 meters long, wide and high. Levi looked at the magic cabin in front of him with satisfaction. The mind returns to the body. Levi drank a bottle of mana recovery potion and recovered some mana. Cast Mystra's enchanted cabin spell again. A door appeared in front of him, and when he opened it, opposite was the magic cabin he had just created in the time and space of the divine world. Open the door from anywhere to return to the safety of this magical cabin, because the magic house is located in the void time and space of the divine world. Without space-time coordinates, it would be almost impossible to be discovered. Therefore, the magic house can be said to be an absolutely safe place. The location of the original magic house was not in the space-time plane of the god realm. Later, after Mystra became a god and ascended to the divine realm, the location of the magic house was transferred to the plane of time and space to further enhance the concealment and safety of the magic house. Even the gods would find it difficult to find an inconspicuous magic hut in the vast void of the divine world. The magic house has been constructed. Levi left the realm of Mingtian and headed to Warren's manor. It's time to transplant the dragon's blood tree into the magic house.
Teacher Valen, I'm going to take away the dragon blood tree,
Levi said.
Well, the dragon blood tree belongs to you, so you must ask me for this matter,
Valen said. Warren paused for a moment and then asked,
How is your teacher doing lately? I heard something happened in Maple Leaf City.
When Levi heard this, he paused slightly, and after pondering for a moment, he said,
Teacher is fine now. Teacher Wallen, don't worry.
Valen nodded and said,
That's good. I don't know when Toresta will have time to come to the elemental tower to see me.
Levi asked with some curiosity.
If you want to see the teacher, why don't you go to Maple Leaf City?
Warren smiled and said,
Maybe we don't have time,
Levi said.
Yes. By the way, Teacher Warren, I forgot to tell you one thing. My teacher said that he will leave Maple Leaf City for a trip recently, and I don't know when he will come back. So if you want to go to Maple Leaf City, please let me know first, and I'll ask the teacher if he's back.
Warren nodded and said,
Yes, I understand. Did he tell you what you were going to do?
Levi shook his head and said,
No.
Toresta has disappeared. Warren couldn't see Toresta when he went to Maple Leaf City. Levi only had an excuse to say that Toresta had left Maple Leaf City. Anyway, no one except him knew that Toresta had disappeared. Even the mage of the Maple Leaf City Mage Tower only knew that something happened on the 6th and 7th floors of the Mage Tower. It's not clear what exactly happened. If Martin, Comas and others do not get a response from Torresta for a long time, they may think of this. Levi also already has a solution. Leaving Warren's study, Levi came to the backyard. Diana stood at the door of the backyard, saluted and asked,
Master Levi, do you need my help?
Levi shook his head and said,
Thank you. No need.
Walk into the backyard and come to the dragon blood tree. He used the object control technique to uproot the dragon's blood tree and the soil below. Put it into the space ring first. Returning to the realm of Mingtian, Levi opened the portal to the magic cabin. After entering the magic hut, move the dragon blood tree out. After taking a look at the dragon's blood tree lying crooked on the ground, Levi slapped his head and then remembered that there was no soil in the magic hut. It would be impossible to plant the soil carried by the roots of the dragon's blood tree alone. Levi only needs to go out and dig a hilltop, move the soil and rocks into the magic house, and occupy a corner of the magic house. Alpha saw that Levi had not gone to Sunrise Peak to practice for a while. So, we walked towards Cheery Peak. When he reached the top of Cheery Peak, he was stunned. The top of Cheery Peak is gone, leaving only a big pit.
Damn it! Who the H? I'll poach Cheery Peak?
Alpha looked confused. It's okay for Li Wei to occupy Cheery Peak to practice. Who directly destroyed Cheery Peak? Alpha completely lost an excellent training place. Li Wei straightened the dragon's blood tree and released Xingxi from the beast control ring. In the magic cabin, he didn't have to worry about Xingxi being discovered by the people of the light cult. Xingxi happily ran around in the magic cabin. The time spent in the beast controlling ring was almost suffocating her to death. After his resurrection, Xingxi became restless. Unlike when he was a small bone dragon, he could lie motionless under the dragon's blood tree from morning to night. Xingxi arched Levi's arm, looked up at Levi with his huge eyes, and asked,
When are we going to find the treasure of the time dragon?
She also couldn't wait to become stronger. Levi touched Xingxi's head and said with a smile,
When I finish my work here, I will go to the Arctic ice field. Okay. You will stay here for the next period of time. This place is much more spacious than the beast control ring. Ouch. Okay.
Xingxi happily flew to the dragon blood tree and lay down on a thick branch. The breath of the sacred dragon infects the dragon's blood tree, and the dragon's blood tree becomes more colorful and exudes a faint sacred breath. Levi left the magic cabin, and as soon as he closed the door, the communication crystal in his pocket vibrated.
Coming.
Chapter 454, the 4th level peak of the Amethyst Source Potion.
Coming.
Levi felt the fluctuations of the communication crystal. He took out the communication crystal and activated it. Victor's figure appeared in front of him. Victor glanced at Levi and said,
I have sent you the Amethyst Source Potion through the teleportation array. Remember to get it?
Levi nodded and said,
Okay. If you send it here directly, aren't you afraid that it will be taken away by others?
Levi asked. Victor said,
Do you think I'm stupid? You'll know when you get it. We'll contact you then.
The communication crystal was interrupted, and Victor disappeared. Levi went to the 7th floor of the Element Tower, which is the ultra-long distance teleportation array.
Hello, Elder. I have a package from the space tower. Has it arrived?
Levi politely greeted the Elder guarding the ultra-long distance interdimensional teleportation array. The Elder said,
Wait a moment. Let me take a look. Oh, there is a package from the space tower. What is your name?
The Elder asked.
Levi.
Levi replied.
That's right. It's yours. Please show me the magic badge.
After checking Levi's magic badge and confirming Levi's identity, the Elder handed a magic box to Levi. Levi knew why Victor said that. Opening a magic box requires a magic spell, and without the right magic spell, forcing the box open will simply destroy everything inside. Back in the room, Levi contacted Victor through the communication crystal. Victor was nowhere to be seen this time. Only a spell came from the communication crystal. When the magic box heard the spell, it clicked and opened automatically.
The deal between us is over.
Victor's voice came out. Click. The communication crystal also shattered. Li Wei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Victor was too anxious to break off the relationship with him in such a hurry. No matter so much. Levi first checks the contents of the magic box. 2 bottles of Amethyst Source Potion. Levi picked up a bottle and looked at it. The Amethyst Source Potion looked like a gorgeous purple nebula concentrated in the bottle. It looks extremely mysterious, with stars twinkling from time to time in the nebula. Gently opening the bottle of the Amethyst Source Potion, Levi instantly felt an extremely pure and powerful magical energy. See the purple nebula that is about to appear. He quickly sealed the amethyst source potion tightly. This should be the real amethyst source potion. Levi had never seen such a precise and powerful potion. It seems that the power of this nebula is really sealed in the bottle. Levi carefully put away the 2 bottles of amethyst source potion. The magic box had been scrapped. So he casually put the magic box into the space ring. Even if it is scrapped, it still looks good and can be used as a storage box. Levi thought for a moment and decided to break through in the elemental tower first, and then go to the Arctic ice field. After all, it's not clear what's going on in the Arctic ice sheets. After passing there may not be a safe place for Li Xiu to practice. His training time this month has not been used yet. Li Wei went to the realm of cultivation and came to the secret realm of fire element cultivation. Entering the realm of cultivation, he shot straight into the deepest part. Call! A figure quickly flew towards the depths of the secret realm, seemingly without any intention of ending. It aroused curiosity from many people around.
Who is that? Why does he dare to be so arrogant? I didn't see it clearly. It looks like he is at least a great mage. Archmage. That's okay. We can still do our own business.
Li Wei came to the deepest part of the secret realm of cultivation. This is the place closest to the elemental plane of fire. The endless fire element in the secret cultivation realm penetrates from the fire element plane from here. Levi has always known that the fragments of the fire elemental plane in the realm of cultivation are connected to the fire elemental plane. After mastering the intermediate flame rules, he perceived this connection more clearly. He can even stand here and directly induce the power from the fire elemental plane. In the past, he had to activate his flame body before he could stay here. Otherwise, even he wouldn't be able to withstand the high temperature here. Now, Levi has basically become immune to the high temperature here, except for the intermediate fire rules. He also possesses the intermediate fire immunity extraordinary trait. Can ignore fire damage below level 5. Even a 4th level monster cannot withstand the high temperature flames here. In Li Wei's eyes, it was almost the same as warm water, just a slightly warmer place. Levi sat down, took out a bottle of amethyst source secret medicine and drank it in one gulp. Gulu. Bang! The medicine bottle fell to the ground and was quickly consumed by the flames. Li Wei closed his eyes and practiced with all his strength. After taking the amethyst source secret medicine, a powerful and pure magical energy surged out, devoured crazily by hungry magic cells. After the magic cells swallow the magic energy of the amethyst source secret medicine, they quickly grow and iterate. At the same time, Levi was also rapidly absorbing the fire elements and fire spirits from the outside world. Further enhance your fire lord body. Under the intersection of internal and external forces, Levi's body was undergoing an astonishing transformation. Mana increases rapidly. The blazing sun in my mind received a steady stream of fire elements, and its volume expanded rapidly. Levi's power is increasing every minute and every second. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Levi took a long breath of hot breath and slowly opened his eyes. After half a month of hard training, he finally absorbed the energy of a bottle of purple crystal source secret medicine. Strength has been greatly improved. From the intermediate level of the 4th level to the peak level of the 4th level. Fear Sun Concept, Level 4, 9142/10,000. There is also a bottle of amethyst source secret medicine. But Li Wei had no time to practice. Leaving the secret realm of cultivation, Lilith found Levi. Levi was surprised to see Lilith coming to him. He hadn't seen Lilith for a while. Lilith said,
"The light cult already knows that you took the goddess tears."
Her first words were like thunder. Levi was very surprised and asked,
"How do you know?" "The teacher told me,"
Lilith said. Lilith said,
"The light cult asked the elemental tower to hand you over."
Lilith's teacher is Heros, a top shadow mage in the Tower of Elements. If the light cult has contacted the elemental tower, it's not surprising then that Haros knew about this. Levi's eyes narrowed. He pondered for a moment, and then asked,
"What is the opinion of the top management of the element tower now?"
Lilith said,
"I heard from the teacher that the elemental tower seems to be planning to compromise with the light god religion. However, since you are already very famous in the elemental tower and have a certain reputation in other top mage towers, it is not easy for the elemental tower to hand you over directly. The opinion of the top management of the elemental tower is that you should return the tears of the goddess to the Guangming cult, and then you will be punished within the elemental tower. This can be regarded as an explanation to the Guangming cult."
Levi smiled bitterly in his heart. It would be better if he could hand over the goddess tears. But the problem is, the goddess tears have been used up. His eyes narrowed. And it seemed that he couldn't wait any longer, and had to leave the elemental tower. Chapter 455 Escape from the Elemental Tower. Lilith looked at Levi and asked,
"What are you going to do next?"
Levi looked up at her and said,
"Leave the elemental tower." "Is the teleportation array from the element tower to the outside world blocked?"
Levi asked. Lilith said,
"As soon as the people from the light god religion arrived, the elemental tower has banned you from using the teleportation array. If you weren't in the realm of cultivation, you would have been interviewed by the higher-ups of the element tower."
Levi asked.
"Can you help me with something?"
Lilith asked in confusion.
"What's the matter? Help me open the teleportation array,"
Levi said. Lilith shook her head and said,
"I don't know how to use the teleportation array. Besides, the teleportation array is currently under surveillance by the element tower. Even if I can open the teleportation array, you can't enter,"
Levi said.
"No. What I mean is that you use the teleportation array, and I will teleport behind you. You want to sneak across?"
Lilith understood what Levi meant. She thought for a moment, nodded and said,
"Okay, but where do you want to go?" "Maple Leaf City. Just say you want to go back and take a look,"
Levi said. Lilith said,
"No problem."
After the two of them discussed the countermeasures, Levi and Lilith walked towards the elemental tower teleportation array. He followed Lilith invisible. Levi tightened the invisibility cloak tightly, but he didn't expect that this piece of equipment would play an extremely crucial role in the end. Levi watched from a distance as Lilith went to buy a teleportation ticket back to Maple Leaf City. He didn't dare to get close for fear of being discovered. Soon, Lilith came back. Lilith glanced at where Levi was standing and walked towards the teleportation array. Levi followed her footsteps carefully. The top brass of the elemental tower are discussing how to deal with Levi. Hera sat in the shadows and yawned, feeling very bored. According to him, there is no need for the elemental tower to pay attention to the light religion, since it was Li Wei who took away the tears of the goddess from the Guangming cult. Then just let the Guangming cult find Li Wei. However, some people are afraid that the Church of Light God will use this matter against the elemental tower. Therefore, he offered to hand over Li Wei to calm the anger of the Guangming cult. But Levi's identity is too crucial. If it weren't for the limelight in the exchange competition, Levi would at best be a purple-level student in the elemental tower, and an important member of the Hall of Truth. Only people from the Hall of Truth faction would stand up for Li Wei. But now, Levi has become famous in 5 top mage towers. The other mage towers all know Li Wei. If the elemental tower rashly handed over Li Wei to the light cult, how would the other 4 top mage towers view the elemental tower? Due to emotions and reasons, the elemental tower cannot compromise too quickly. To put it bluntly, the higher-ups of the elemental tower wanted to save face, but were unwilling to offend the light religion. Bang! The door opened, and Lancelot, the representative of the light cult, walked in. He glanced at everyone and asked,
"How long will you continue to discuss? Where is the Levi? Let him come out to see me quickly,"
Lancelot said. After the goddess's tears were stolen, the more Lancelot thought about it, the more something was wrong. In the end, suspicion came to Levi. Through clues, he finally determined that the person Auget went after according to the divine magic of revelation was Levi, because Levi happened to be out of the city at that time. Although it was a coincidence, Lancelot was very sure that this was the truth. Levi teamed up with the legendary Lich to steal the tears of the goddess. When the higher-ups of the elemental tower heard Lancelot's question, someone said angrily,
"Bishop Lancelot, please don't be anxious. We will return the tears of the goddess to you right away."
Lancelot frowned and said,
"I want you to hand over Levi. Not for the tears of the goddess. The tears of the goddess have long been destroyed."
As soon as this statement came out, everyone showed surprise. Even Heras, who had always been with the old god, was a little surprised. Everyone knows what goddess tears are. It was a divine creation that even forbidden spells could not destroy. What was the power that destroyed the tears of the goddess? The top management of the elemental tower also realized that there was nothing to discuss about the decision to hand over the tears of the goddess and leave Levi behind. The tears of the goddess were gone. Judging from Lancelot's intentions, he didn't come for the tears of the goddess at all this time. Just come here for Levi. According to the wishes of Red Archbishop Minos, Lancelot came to the Tower of Elements to bring Levi back to the Temple of Light. Ding ding ding. A warning sounds. An elder quickly checked the alarm and said loudly,
"No! Levi left the elemental tower through the teleportation array."
Lilith stood in the teleportation array, and the elder who controlled the teleportation array activated the teleportation array and teleported her to Maple Leaf City. After the teleportation array was activated, a faint light gradually enveloped Lilith's figure. At the moment when the teleportation light was about to take shape, Levi rushed into the teleportation light. Call out. The light disappeared, and both Levi and Lilith disappeared. The elder beside Sora looked confused. He even wondered if he had seen it wrong. Why was there an extra person just now? Until a magic alarm rang in my ears. Only then did he realize what was happening. This is an alarm specially prepared for Levi by the elemental tower. Whenever he uses the teleportation array, the alarm is activated. Levi also understands this. If the people from the element tower discover him, the transmission will inevitably fail. Therefore, he had to rush to teleport at the last moment. In this way, even if the people from the elemental tower find him, they can't stop him from leaving. Lancelot heard that Levi had teleported away. With his eyes focused, he quickly said,
"Hurry up and see where he went." No record of his transmission was found. What happened?
Heros was a little worried about Lilith, so he took out his magic badge to contact Lilith. It was found that Lilith could not be contacted and was no longer in the Tower of Elements. He was stunned for a moment, and a smile appeared on his lips.
I see. I really have your boy.
He guessed how Levi left, silently put away the magic badge, and sat in the corner watching the show quietly. The great elder shouted,
"Kaye out all the teleportation destinations just now."
Lancelot was keenly aware of a location. Maple Leaf City. This is Levi's hometown. Lancelot is 80% sure that Levi has gone to Maple Leaf City. There are also 20% that Li Wei did this on purpose. Return to Maple Leaf City. Levi let go of Lilith and said,
"Thank you."
During the transmission process, Levi kept holding Lilith. Lilith teleported to Maple Leaf City alone, so the teleportation channel opened was not large, and the two of them could barely squeeze in if they hugged each other. Lilith responded softly,
"Yes."
The earlobes are slightly reddish. Levi said quickly,
"If you go back to the elemental tower after a while, just say you were attacked by me."
Lilith nodded and said,
"Yeah, I know. So, goodbye."
Levi walked outside, and Lilith watched his back go away. Chapter 456 God of Flowers. Levi walked out of the Mage Association, and no one noticed him. He tightened his invisibility cloak and walked out of the city. As he walked, he split into two people, one walking towards the Mage Tower, and the other walking towards the outside of the city. The Maple Leaf City Mage Tower cannot be without a leader for a day. Martin and Comas have been unable to contact the tower owner for more than half a month, and they are both very worried. This worry soon spread to lower-level mages. The entire Mage Tower was shrouded in uneasiness. On this day, Martin went to the third floor as usual and asked the magic butler to meet the tower owner. He had no hope. The tower owner has not replied for more than half a month. Maybe he's long gone. After Martin made his request, he waited a few minutes and turned around to leave. The magic butler suddenly said,
"Master Martin, the master of the tower has agreed to see you."
Martin stopped in his tracks and turned around suddenly, with a look of disbelief on his face.
"What did you say?"
The magic butler repeated. Martin turned around and saw the golden door to the 6th floor open. There was an indescribable excitement in his heart.
Tower Master is back."
Martin quickly ran towards the golden door. Passing through the golden door, Martin saw the familiar figure on the 6th floor. Toresta always had his back turned to everyone. No one knows what he looks like. However, the powerful aura of the Tower Master is unmistakable. Martin was very sure that the person in front of him was the tower owner.
"Tower Master!"
Martin shouted excitedly.
"I thought you were."
"Tower Master."
"Don't panic. I'm always here."
When Martin heard this, he quickly calmed down and asked quickly,
"What happened half a month ago? What happened to the Red Archbishop?"
"Tower Master."
"It's okay. He just came to me to find out some things. I went out with him for a while."
Martin suddenly realized.
That's it.
He said why he couldn't get in touch with Toresta for half a month. It turned out that the Tower Master followed the Red Archbishop out. Martin was a little confused. Why didn't he see Toresta when the Red Archbishop left? However, for an expert like the Tower Master, it was normal for him not to notice his traces. Martin had no more doubts. He reported to the Tower Master what had happened in the past half-month.
"Well, you did a good job. Thank you, Tower Master, for your compliment. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave."
Martin leaves the 6th floor. After the tower owner was fine, he walked much more upright. The whole person became energetic. Torres Tower is the spiritual pillar of the Maple Leaf City Mage Tower. As long as this spiritual pillar remains, the Maple Leaf City Mage Tower will not fall. Levi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Playing Toresta was not easy either. This is his illusion. Since Toresta is the phantom of the legendary Lich, he can also use his phantom to continue to maintain the image of Tower Master. Levi didn't want the Maple Leaf City Mage Tower to decline. This is his first home after all.
Hope it goes well.
On the other side, the real Levi has left Maple Leaf City. He headed in the direction of the Arctic ice sheets. Suddenly, a pillar of light appeared in the sky hundreds of kilometers away. Levi stopped, turned around and looked over there. Even though he was hundreds of kilometers away, he could feel the powerful aura over there. He looked moved.
Is this feeling like a god?
Li Wei's eyes narrowed slightly.
That's Fei Hua City over there. God? God of flowers.
Levi was shocked. He thought for a moment, then turned around and hurried towards Fei Hua City. At least before leaving, meet the God of Flowers and see what the God of Flowers is? This is a curiosity that has been hidden in Levi's heart for a long time. Now I finally have the opportunity to see the true appearance of the flower god. Levi naturally didn't want to miss it. At this time, he did not know that the Light Cult had learned about his arrival in Maple Leaf City. Levi thought that the Elemental Tower was discussing with the Guangming cult whether to hand over him or to hand over the goddess Tears. After all, Tear of the goddess was destroyed in the north. The Elemental Tower is located in the western desert wasteland, tens of thousands of miles away from the northern border. Li Wei felt that the Guangming cult should come so quickly. Anyway, he just went over to take a look and left. Don't waste time. Call. Levi's figure quickly crossed the sky. Soon, he arrived outside Fei Hua City, following the signs of divine light in the sky. Levi found the place where Alice and others held a ceremony to worship the flower god. The area around the sacrificial altar was shrouded in dazzling white light, making it difficult to see what objects were inside. Li Wei could only see the sacrificial altar surrounded by soldiers from Fei Hua City. Thousands of heavily armed soldiers surrounded the sacrificial altar. In front of all the soldiers is Kira, the current lord of Fei Hua City. Levi scanned the whole place and did not see Alice, Bella or anyone else. He guessed that they were probably on the altar filled with dazzling light. Seeing this scene, Levi stepped forward in no hurry. He tightened his invisibility cloak and hid his figure in midair, observing the changes in the situation from a distance. For now, it's unclear which side has the upper hand. Kira seems to have a lot of manpower, but only high-level professionals can really decide the outcome of the war. Ordinary soldiers, no matter how numerous they are, cannot pose a threat to high-level extraordinary professionals. But Kira still came with so many soldiers. On the one hand, he wanted to create pressure on Alice. On the other hand, it also makes Alice, Bella and others unable to fight freely. Alice, Bella and others were unwilling to overkill in order to avoid causing huge damage to the original foundation of Fei Hua City. They only want to deal with Kira and the loyalists around him. The ordinary soldiers who were kept in the dark and exploited by Kira were not within the scope of Alice's hostility. Soon, Levi saw a figure appearing in the divine light. For elf-like wings grew out of Alice's back, and flower-like light beams lingered around her body. Colorful light strips of different colors floated behind her, and each colorful light strip was covered with various flowers. At this moment, the god of flowers descended on Alice. Alice gains the power of the flower goddess. But it seems that she has not lost herself and has completely become the puppet of the flower god. She is still Alice. Alice took a step forward, stepping into the void, and flowers grew under her feet. Everyone was shocked by her posture at this time. Many soldiers subconsciously put down their weapons and did not dare to point them at Alice. This seems to make them feel a sense of blasphemous guilt. Kira looked at Alice, eyes as hot as fire. That was the power he dreamed of. Belongs to the power of the flower god. At this moment, he finally saw it. Alice looked at Kira, her eyes as cold as mountain snowdrops.
Kira! Surrender!
Chapter 457 Betrayer.
Kira!
Surrender.
Alice looked at Kira and said, facing Alice with the power of the flower god. Even Kira felt great pressure. However, that doesn't make him give up. Kira pulled out the sword and pointed it at Alice. Her sight, which was like fire, gradually cooled and turned into ice. He calmly shouted, "Attack! The god of flowers comes to the world. This is the best moment for him to seize the power of the god of flowers." Whoosh! Kira gave an order, and 20 giant crossbows appeared in the army. The city-defending giant crossbow was originally supposed to be a super powerful weapon fixed on the city wall and used to deal with siege equipment and siege beasts. Difficult to move. But Kira transferred him to a specially modified huge carriage. Each city-defending giant crossbow requires 8 to 10 soldiers to operate. It takes up to several minutes from loading to firing. Each of the crossbow arrows of the city-defending giant crossbow is as thick as an adult's arm. And the end is an armor-breaking and magic-breaking arrow made of magic metal. It has extremely powerful penetrating ability. And its terrifying power can even defeat 4 people holding heavy shields. A heavily armored warrior inflicts fatal damage. In the case of a frontal attack, even a 5th-level warrior may not be able to defeat a 4th-level heavy-armed warrior holding a heavy shield. The heavily armored warrior itself has extremely high defensive capabilities. Coupled with the defense of the heavy shield, its terrifying defense power can scare away ordinary 5th-level professionals. The specially built giant crossbow for city defense can pose a fatal threat to it, because the city-defending giant crossbow was originally used to deal with the giant beasts of the orc tribe. This thing is not designed to deal with humans at all. At this moment, all 20 of the city's giant crossbows were aimed at Alice. The terrifying power equivalent to the full blow of 25th-level extraordinary professionals is about to pour out. Alice's eyes narrowed slightly, and she seemed to feel a little pressure. Kira noticed the change in Alice's expression and made a quick decision. Swung her sword and shouted, "Launch!" Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 20 explosions were heard from the army. The soldiers surrounding the city-defending giant crossbow were dizzy from the loud sound, and some could not stand firm. The ground also raised large amounts of dust under the action of its terrifying recoil. 20 giant arrows, as thick as an adult's arm and equipped with magic-breaking and armor-breaking arrows, flew toward Alice with terrifying kinetic energy. Several colorful light ribbons floating behind Alice flew up, forming a huge bud that tightly wrapped Alice. Boom! 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 15 arrows hit the flower bud and were inserted deeply into the flower bud, leaving less than half of the arrow shaft exposed. The remaining 5 arrows were shot in a wrong direction, and 2 hit the ground, leaving 2 bottomless black holes on the solid altar, and the surrounding rocks were shattered to pieces. The 3 arrows flew to nowhere. No one could clearly see the arrow that was instantly accelerated to several times the speed of sound. All attacks are completed and ended in an instant. Everyone looked nervously at the motionless flower bud in midair. Suddenly, 15 huge crossbow arrows stuck on the flower bud were slowly squeezed out. Bang, bang, bang. The huge and heavy arrow fell to the ground, and the buds bloomed like flowers, revealing the unharmed Alice inside. Kira finally took a breath and felt deeply shocked. All such terrifying attacks were blocked by Alice. If Alice had ducked, he wouldn't have been so surprised. But Alice resisted. This is no less than Alice resisting the full blows of 15 5th-level masters at the same time. Such a terrifying attack cannot break Alice's defense, and it's hard to imagine how powerful she is at this moment. But Kira didn't show any fear. Alice, who has gained the power of the flower goddess, is indeed very powerful, but she is not invincible. Alice ignored the many shocked soldiers outside and looked at Kira. With a thought, the surrounding light strips turned into several sharp blades and stabbed Kira. Kira swung the sword, and the sword was filled with the deep blue sky-colored sword energy light. Bang, bang, bang. The sword energy collided with the light belt, and the light belt was knocked into the air. Kira was also knocked back several meters. However, he only managed to repel a ray of light, and Alice controlled 8 light belts to attack Kira at the same time. There are also 7 light belts attacking Kira from all directions. It was very difficult for him to resist the attack of a light belt, and he could not withstand the siege. Kira shouted, "What are you waiting for? Do it quickly!" After saying that, he exploded with all his strength. 16 streaks of sword energy were struck in a row, each one faster than the last. 16 sword energies were superimposed together, bursting out with unparalleled terrifying power. Bang, bang, bang. The superimposed sword energy shook away the 6 light belts in front of him, leaving only 1 light belt flying towards Kira's chest. Kira held the sword in front of her. There was a loud bang, and broken light splashed everywhere. Kira was sent flying more than 10 meters. His arms kept shaking, and he could hardly hold the sword in his hand. Alice was wondering what Kira meant by just shouting. She planned to pursue the victory, but found that her strength was rapidly weakening. The power of the flower goddess is disappearing from her body. Alice was startled and turned her head suddenly to look behind her, seeing what was happening on the altar. She was extremely shocked. "Curies, what are you doing?" A pitch-black crystal appeared in Curlis's hand, and the power belonging to the flower god
was being swallowed by the pitch-black crystal. After the dark crystal swallowed the power of the flower god, the interior gradually lit up, and a black mandala was born. Kuri's eyes were as cold as December, and he stared quietly at Alice, whose face was full of doubts and shock. He did not explain his actions, but Alice already understood. Kuri's betrayed her, and Kuri's became Kira's man.
Bella!
Alice shouted. Kuri's finally spoke, and he said calmly,
Stop screaming. Bella is no longer here. I exiled her.
This is the ability of the wind messenger. Bella had been carried by the wind to a distant place 100 miles away. Even if Bella came with all her strength, it would still take some time. This period of time is enough for him to seize the power of the flower god. Alice was heartbroken, as if her heart had been stabbed with a spoon. She asked Kuri's in a hoarse voice,
Why are you doing this?
Kuri's didn't answer Alice's question. Kira made a sharp mocking sound, mocking Alice wantonly.
Ha ha ha. Why? Because you are too selfish and unwilling to give more power to him. The power obtained by the 400 Flowers families, whether it is Els the Wise, Evelyn the Rose, or Bella the Thunder General, is far more powerful than him. What is the power you gave him? Hyacinth. What is that? It is just a weed that grows on the roadside, and no one cares about it. Even if it is trampled to death, it will not be discovered. What kind of thing is it?
Kuri's growled.
Stop talking. That's enough.
Chapter 458. The situation looks a little bad.
That's enough. Stop talking.
Kuri's became angry and growled. What Kira said was what was in his heart. He has always been the weakest among the 400 Flowers families, and the one with the lowest sense of presence. Even the residents of Feihua City don't know that there is a Baiwa family member named Kuri's. Everyone only remembers Lady Rose, General Thunder, and the Wise Man. He alone is unknown. It's like a hyacinth on the roadside that no one will pay attention to even if it is trampled to death. Kuri's longs for more power. Kira gave him this opportunity and promised Kuri's that as long as he took the power of the flower god, he would give him more powerful flower seeds. Kuri's struggled for a long time before agreeing to help Kira. Very early on, Kira contacted Kuri's because of the unique abilities of Kuri's 100 flowers. No one knew that even though Kuri's was trapped in the Peach Blossom Land of Poison Dragon Cave, he still maintained contact with Kira. The reason why the black cultists around Kira died before Alice and others came back, it's because of the news about Kuri's. Kuri's exposed Alice's plan to Kira, so Kira arranged this drama for Alice to see. Kira also needs the power of the black cultists, so he will not give up his companions easily. Alice fell to the ground and looked at Kuri's with his eyes blank, frozen on the spot, at a loss. She never thought that Kuri's, who had taken care of her in the Peach Blossom Land for so long, would choose to betray her. Obviously in the Peach Blossom Land, he had so many opportunities to attack her. While Bella is away, Kuri's can easily take Alice's life. But Kuri's didn't even take action. Maybe it was because he was afraid that even if he killed Alice, he wouldn't be able to get the power of the flower goddess. That's why Kuri's has been without anything. Until now, Alice held a sacrificial ceremony to summon the flower god to come to her. The power of the flower god finally emerged. Kurlis just got this opportunity. The divine light on the altar disappeared, exposing all the scenes on the altar, except for Kuri's, who was still standing. Everyone else had fallen to the ground and seemed to be unconscious. When Alice saw the scene, she woke up and her heart trembled. She realized that even if she'd lost the power of the flower god, she could not give up. Alice's first reaction was to take back the power of the flower goddess. A purple-black mandala has grown out of the black crystal in Kuri's hand. Alice saw the purple-black mandala inside the black crystal, and felt a painful wail from the flower god deep in her heart. I don't know what means Kuri's, and Kira used to change the power of the flower god into the scene. This is anything but normal. Alice drew her sword and rushed towards Kuri's. Hoo ho ho! A breeze blew across Alice's face, and for a moment, she felt some tiny particles flying into her nasal cavity, which seemed to be some kind of tiny pollen. Her consciousness was dazed for a moment, and then she woke up. Pollen! Alice seemed to understand the reason why everyone at the altar fainted. Kuri's mixes the ecstasy pollen into the surrounding wind. He can control the wind and make everyone poisoned and pass out in an instant when they are not prepared. But Alice is unaffected. She has the blessing of the flower god. Even though the power of the flower god has been sealed by the black crystal, Alice still has some power left in her. Although this part of the power cannot allow Alice to show the extremely powerful posture before, but it can protect her from the toxins of all flowers, and plants in the world. This is power at the level of rules. Even the enchanting pollen that can charm legendary monsters cannot affect Alice. Curry seemed to have realized this, and he quickly rushed in the direction of Kira. Kira also held the sword firmly and rushed towards Alice. At this moment, in the far distance, a figure was rushing towards the altar with thunder and lightning all over its body. Bella's face was full of anger. Her eyes were filled with the anger transformed from thunder and lightning, and bursts of thunder could be heard in the clear sky around her, which was a sign of the incomparable anger in her heart. Just now, she was pushed to the distant horizon by Kuri's power. That's the power that goes with the wind. Bella couldn't resist before her power dissipated. While flying into the distance, Bella had a long time to think. She thought for a long time before she realized what had happened. Why would Kuri's use this ability on her? There is only one explanation. Kuri's betrayed Alice.
Step aside!
Rose Lady Evelyn stood at the door of the Mage Association and shouted angrily. Aback led a group of masters from the City Lord's palace to surround Evelyn. His head was also wrapped in white gauze. The injury Bella caused to him has not healed even after half a month. He hated Bella with all his heart, because Bella had made the few hairs he had left become even thinner. He had to cover his hair all day so that no one would notice. Arbuckle stared at Mrs. Rose Evelyn.
Mrs. Rose, please calm down. Stay here honestly, and don't wander around.
Evelyn glanced around, and Arbuckle had already set up a magic circle around it. These magic circles are specifically used to deal with Evelyn. In addition, surrounded by several fourth-level professionals around Arbuckle, Evelyn had no chance to break through the encirclement and support Alice in a short time. Evelyn was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with Arbuckle, and took action directly, trying to forcefully break the surrounding magic barrier and leave here. Arbuckle yelled,
"Stop her!"
Bang bang bang. Whoosh. Alice and Kira fight. A long time ago, Alice fought Kira once. That time, Alice was injured and couldn't beat Kira. But that time she didn't use the power of the flower god. Otherwise, with Alice's attitude just now, Kira would not be qualified to fight her. You will be defeated in one encounter. As the years passed, Kira became even more powerful. This time, even though Alice was in her prime, she still felt a huge pressure when fighting Kira. Mainly she faced the siege of 3 people. Kira, Kuri's, and a stranger shrouded in black robes. Even though the other person's aura was completely different, Alice could still recognize him as the black cultist who had attacked her. He changed his body, but his moves remained the same. It's still the familiar taste. Kuri's did not contribute. Although he betrayed Alice, he did not want to kill Alice. He just wanted to get the power of the flower god. Kuri's was paddling next to him, using Hyacinth's ability to assist Kira in the battle. Even so, Alice was at a disadvantage when being surrounded by 2 people.
Things are looking bad.
Levi looked at the scene below and murmured. Chapter 459, As soon as I made a move, I reached the limit of this segment.
Things are looking bad.
Levi looked at the battlefield below. The development and speed of changes in this situation were somewhat beyond Levi's expectations. Originally, Alice showed an invincible attitude that swept the entire field. As a result, in the blink of an eye, before he had even been handsome for a minute, he was knocked back to his original shape. Stabbed in the back, his strength plummeted, and he was besieged by everyone and put himself in a dangerous situation. Bella and Evelyn aren't here either. If the 2 of them were nearby, they might still be able to fight. But that's not necessarily the case. After all, there are other masters on Kira's side who haven't taken action yet. Maybe it was biding his time. Or maybe it was to prevent Alice from escaping. This time, Kira plans to kill Alice to completely eliminate future troubles. The last time he accidentally let Alice go, he was frightened and worried for several years, fearing when Alice would come back. Kira didn't want to go through that again, so it is determined that Alice must be killed. Anyway, he has already obtained the power of the 100 Flowers God. Alice's life and death no longer affects the power of the flower goddess. Therefore, every attack he made was aimed at killing Alice. And he tried his best with every move, without any intention of letting go. Alice also understood Kira's thoughts, gritted her teeth, did not dare to relax at all, and tried her best to deal with the siege of the 2 men.
TSK. 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 It's too shameless for so many people to besiege a woman.
Kira heard the sound and turned around suddenly.
Who is it?
Kira looked up and saw Levi standing in the sky. His eyes narrowed and he ordered,
"Deal with him."
Not far away, A professional marksman holding a bow and arrow raised his weapon and pointed it at Levi, aiming and shooting a powerful arrow. Buzz! Call out! Bang! The arrow hit Levi and was instantly deflected by an invisible shield. Unable to withstand the huge force, the arrow fell apart and shattered into fragments that scattered all over the ground. Levi didn't even look at his attacker. He waved his hand and sprinkled the flames. The flames were like waterfalls from the Milky Way. The moment they left his hands, they swelled up in the wind and turned into a waterfall of flames flowing to the ground in the blink of an eye. Everyone retreated in panic, with panic and fear in their eyes.
Ring of fire wall!
Under Levi's control, the flames spread like running water, separating the three of Kira from the surrounding soldiers. Some people tried to break through the burning wall of fire, but when they got closer, they felt the scorching heat contained in the wall of fire and stopped. Even metal will be melted by the flames, and the physical body cannot pass through the wall of fire. There was no magician powerful enough to extinguish Levi's spell. Levi fell towards where Kira was. When Kira saw this, his eyes became stern, and he took the sword back to his side and made a charging gesture. Be prepared to launch an all-out attack on Levi instantly when he falls into the attack range. Unexpectedly, something strange appeared in the surrounding fire wall first. 7 or 8 flames spurted out from the fire wall, forming a huge fire snake more than 10 meters long in midair. The fire snake stared into the burning eyes of fire, its body burning in the air and making a crackling sound. Call! The fire snake's body shrank, then suddenly ejected, flying towards Kira. Kira quickly dodged, but couldn't get out of the fire snake's locked attack range. As a last resort, he was forced to fight back.
Supersonic impact!
Kira swung his sword, and the sword energy condensed on the sword instantly turned into a stream of light and flew out, piercing the fierce fire snake that was coming. Bang! The sword energy collided with the magic flame, and the fire snake was exploded and scattered on the ground. Kira felt a sense of pride in his heart. He looked up at Levi and snorted in his heart.
Nothing more than that.
The next second, his face turned stiff. A huge fireball fell from the sky. Kira roared in her heart. Did she want to kill him and Alice together? If he read it correctly, this should be the most powerful attack spell. Meteorite. Among the rumored forbidden spells. Hoo ho ho! A huge fireball fell from the sky and fell into the circle of fire drawn by Li Wei. Bang! The bursting flames instantly overwhelmed everyone's sight.
Hateful!
Kira swung the sword desperately, stimulating the sword energy to try to cut through the flames. Hoo ho ho! Alice stood there blankly, staring blankly at the blazing flames around her, at a loss. The moment the fireball fell, his vision was flooded with flames. She felt threatened by death and thought she was going to die. As a result, the erupting flames bypassed the place where she was and spread in all directions, except for the 1-meter-wide open space under her feet that showed no sign of flame invasion. Alice looked up, with a look of emotion on her face. She hadn't seen Levi yet, but she vaguely guessed who it was. Levi looked at the 4 people below who were submerged in the flames. Within the scope of the flame domain, he has absolute control over the flames. To kill or not to kill was all in his mind. The spell he cast just now was just a weakened version of the Meteor Fireball spell. Even if it were the full version of the powerful Meteor Fireball technique, he wouldn't be able to control its power. Everyone here is going to die. After a few minutes, the flames in the fire ring gradually died down. Alice finally sees Levi. At the same time, she also saw 3 fallen figures around her. Kira was half kneeling on the ground, holding the sword in both hands and inserting it into the ground to support his body. Heat was rising all over his body. After the last magic tool used to save his life with the sword was shattered, he managed to hold on for a minute before surviving. A purple-black oval light shield appeared on Kuri's body, resisting all attacks. The black crystal in his hand was emitting a strange light. This is the power of the flower goddess. Kurlis borrowed the power of the flower goddess and survived, seemingly unscathed. The last person was lying on the ground, turned into charcoal, completely unrecognizable, burned into black charcoal. Those are the black cultists who take other people's bodies. He is dead. Kira raised her head with difficulty and looked at Levi. The clarity in her eyes mixed with 3 parts of horror, 3 parts of hatred and 4 parts of reluctance. He no longer had the strength to stand up and fight with Levi at this moment. Levi landed next to Alice and glanced at Kira and Kuri's. He said,
"The next step is up to you. How to deal with the 2 of them."
Alice looked at Levi, and after a long time she nodded and said,
Yes.
Alice looked at Kira, glanced at him, and then turned to look at Curies, with a look of heartache in her eyes. She still hasn't accepted Curies betraying her. Curies looked at Alice. His face twisted, and there was a look of struggle in his eyes. For a moment, he weakly lowered his hands, and threw the black crystal that sealed the power of the flower god to Alice. Using the power of the flower god to resist Levi's attack is already his limit. Facing Alice and Levi, he was no match for him, who had not yet fully mastered the power of the flower god. Curies gave up resistance.
I lost.
Chapter 460. The dust has settled.
I lost.
Curies whispered in a hoarse voice. Alice picked up the black crystal and crushed it hard. The magical crystal that sealed the power of the flower god. Click! The crystal was crushed, and the power of the flower god returned to Alice. The crystal has a very strong sealing power, but it is not strong and powerful in itself. Alice easily broke the seal of the black crystal from the outside, and regained the power of the flower god. She stretched out her hand and pointed it at Curies. The stiffness was as biting and cold as the cold wind howling crazily under the cold winter moon.
Deprive the 100 flowers of their power.
Curies felt the familiar power being pulled out of his body, and his whole body became empty and empty. He subconsciously raised his right hand to grab the power that had been taken away, but his palm could only grab the air, and he watched the power drain out of his body. Curlis was completely deprived of the power of the flower goddess by Alice. His strength instantly dropped to the 3rd level of advanced level. After obtaining the power of the flower god, Curies seldom exercised to improve his strength. As a result, after being deprived of this power, he was even weaker than before he obtained the title of 100 Flowers Familiar. After doing these things, Alice didn't look at Curies anymore. She turned to look at Kira, who was half kneeling on the ground. Kira struggled to stand up. Even if he lost, he was unwilling to kneel down in front of Alice. Puff, 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 puff. Alice fulfilled Kira's wish. Several thick vines quickly emerged from the soil around him, tied Kira's limbs, and lifted his body up and hung it in the air. It looked like he was waiting to be tortured. Prisoner. Sonorous. The sword fell to the ground. Kira stared at Levi beside Alice. After a moment, he looked at Alice and said in a hoarse voice, "Kill me, even if it means death." He is not willing to suffer failure. He has been successful, brilliant and glorious. He would rather take these glorious and glorious paths into the grave than accept Alice's trial or face the criticism and accusations from everyone in Feihua City. He is a person with extreme personality. If not, he would not have risked his life and cooperated with the Black Cult to assassinate Alice in order to overthrow Alice's rule and obtain the power of the Flower God. Kira knew that when he lost to Alice, he had lost his role in the Maciel Kingdom. He did not expect that the Maciel Kingdom would come to save him. The king of the Maciel Kingdom would only try to distance himself from the relationship, and then try to curry favor with Alice and have a good relationship with her. Even if they can't become allies, they don't want Alice to fall to Beijing Kingdom. Kira will inevitably become an abandoned pawn. Alice looked at Kira and said indifferently,
"Although you seek power and usurp the throne, Feihua City has indeed grown and developed under your management after I left Feihua City. So I will not judge you alone. The matter of judging you is all the people of Feihua City, as well as those who were killed during your rule of Feihua City."
Kira struggled desperately and yelled,
"Kill me!
"Kill me, Gulyalu." The vines grew branches and leaves and covered Kira's mouth, making him unable to make any sound. Alice looked at Levi and said,
"Thank you."
Levi smiled, hummed, and dispersed the wall of fire that separated the battlefield. After the wall of fire dissipated, everyone outside stretched their necks to look inside, wanting to see the outcome of the battle inside. Everyone fell silent when they saw Kira being caught by Alice. Kira's men looked at each other, and after a moment, the first man dropped the weapon in his hand. Clang, 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 clang. With a roar, everyone put down their weapons, and everyone chose to admit defeat. Kira has already lost. What else do they have to hold on to? Even if someone is a die-hard member of Kira, who has seen Alice, who previously had the power of the Flower God, and has seen the power of the powerful mysterious mage standing next to Alice, no one dares to provoke again. Boom! Soon after everyone put down their weapons, thunder sounded in the sky. A thunderbolt pierced the sky, and Bella rushed towards Curies with great anger. Blue lightning lingered on her fist, and she punched Curies hard.
"Ku! Lee! See!"
Bella expressed her extreme anger in this way. Curies looked at Bella's fist with a look of horror and felt the breath of death. Bella's full blow in anger was simply not something he could withstand now, even in his prime. He was no match for Bella. At most, use the power of the 100 flowers to restrain Bella. Blah blah blah. Kuri spread flowers in front of him to block Bella's fist. Bang! The terrifying power and thunder annihilated the flowers. And behind the flowers, Kuri sat on the ground with a dull expression. A water stain appeared underneath him. After Bella's furious blow was blocked by Alice, her anger was temporarily vented, and she calmed down a little. She looked at Alice and asked,
Alice, what happened?
Seeing Levi next to Alice, she looked surprised.
Levi, why are you here?
Alice glanced at the soldiers around her and said,
Things are a bit complicated. We'll talk about it later. Let's go back to Feihua City first.
She waved her hand, and a moon-white Qinshan flower bloomed, releasing its fragrance to relieve the poison of the enchanting flower on everyone who fell on the ground.
Your Majesty the City Lord, this is a neglect of duty. Please punish me. Your Majesty the City Lord.
Alice glanced at Fox, who had been providing support to her. She shook her head and said,
This has nothing to do with you. Let's go back to Feihua City first.
Fox immediately arranged for everyone to take action. Before that, he had been the leader of the tribe of wanderers in the wild. When Alice returned to Feihua City and had no place to stand, Fox gave Alice his tribe's headquarters as a base. Full support for her counterattack against Kira. Naturally, Alice cannot blame Fox for Kuri's betrayal. Instead, she's grateful for Fox's help. He plans to apply for Fox as his butler in the future. Help manage the government affairs of Feihua City. Alice led the army back to Feihua City. But Evelyn was still in a stalemate with the people led by Arbuckle. When Abak received the news, his face instantly turned the color of pig liver. The whole person was almost fainted from fright. He didn't care about the people who were besieging Evelyn. Quietly exited the circle, and quickly ran home to pack up his belongings and prepare to escape. Alice won. He can't stay here any longer. After packing up his things and preparing to escape, Abak met another vice president of the Magic Association as soon as he went out.
Abak, where do you want to go?
George!
Don't block my way,
Arbuckle said anxiously. George laughed and said coldly,
You have been using the name of the Magic Association to do things that violate the rules of the association. And you just want to walk away like this?
In the past, Abak had Kira's back, and he could only turn a blind eye. Now, Arbuckle must be made to bear the consequences, which can be regarded as an explanation to the Lord Alice, to prevent Alice from affecting the Magic Association. Chapter 461 The Blessing of the Flower God. Levi followed Alice back to Feihua City. He originally wanted to leave after the battle. Levi has not forgotten his current situation. However, Alice said she wanted to give him something important. Levi asked her what it was, but Alice didn't answer. But tell Levi that it is related to the god of flowers. She joked.
Rather than saying that I want to give it to you, it is better to say that the god of flowers wants to give it to you.
Only then did Levi stay. Wasn't his purpose in coming to Feihua City just to see what the 100 flowers god was? Alice didn't keep Levi waiting. After she made arrangements, she quickly took Levi to a separate small room. Alice and Levi were the only two people in the room. Levi looked around, looked at Alice and asked,
Where is the person you are talking about?
Alice knew who he was talking about, and she smiled and said,
Don't worry.
After saying that, she raised her hands and clasped them together in front of her chest. An ray of light appeared in the dark room. Colorful light escaped from between Alice's hands, causing Levi to look curious. Alice slowly opened her hands, and a small figure appeared in her palms. Levi looked surprised.
Fairy?
Alice said.
Well, this is the blessing given to you by the flower god.
The thumb-sized goblin let out a clear laugh like a wind chime, flew towards Levi, circled around him several times, leaving colorful light spots, and then dived into his body. Levi shuddered and felt a new force in his body. Writing appeared before my eyes. The blessing of the flower god, epic. The flower god favors the one who speaks of flowers, and the one who nature favors. Levi gained a new supernatural trait. Epic extraordinary characteristics blessed by the god of flowers. This is the power Kira dreams of. Further understanding the blessing of the flower god, Levi gradually understood the power contained in it. The flower god's favorite is more powerful than the 100 flowers. The abilities of the 100 flowers cannot affect Levi, and any attacks and abnormalities related to flowers cannot have an effect on Levi. The mystic flower used by Kuris can charm legendary monsters, but it was of no use to Levi, who had the favor of the flower god. Although Levi himself possesses the extraordinary characteristics of the holy dragon's body, He is immune to most abnormal conditions. Those who are favored by the flower god can be regarded as the stronger and the icing on the cake. The flower whisperer's extraordinary trait branching ability gives Levi the ability to communicate with plants. It's not just flowers. A simple yet unusual ability. The ability to communicate with plants is usually only possessed by elven druids. Ordinary elves cannot communicate with plants. With this ability, Levi can be said to be half a druid. The extraordinary branch ability of nature's blessed one is even more powerful. The favorability of all plant-type monsters towards Levi has been greatly increased, and they will not actively attack Levi. Levi once encountered myconids, underground mushroom men, in the Poison Dragon Cave, which were plant monsters. If he had obtained this ability in the first place, the myconids would not have attacked him, and might even have taken the initiative to lead him to the third level of the Poison Dragon Cave, or even to the Peach Blossom Spring, in addition to not being actively attacked by plant monsters. In addition, Levi's recovery ability will be further improved as he is in areas with lush vegetation such as forests, grasslands, and woodlands. At the same time, the surrounding plants will spontaneously send warning messages to Levi, informing him of the upcoming danger. It can be said to be nature's darling. The ability is very powerful and easy to use. Levi came back to his senses, looked at Alice, and showed a smile full of surprise. He didn't expect the blessing from the flower god to be so powerful. It's just a pity that I couldn't see the true form of the flower god. Levi looked at Alice and asked curiously,
"Although it's a little disrespectful, can you let me meet the real god of flowers?"
He was very curious about it. Alice heard the voice ringing in her ears. Her eyes were gentle, and she nodded with a smile.
"Okay. The god of flowers said he also wants to see you. Give me your hand,"
Alice said. Levi was on the right hand, and Alice took his hand. For a moment, Levi felt that his consciousness was separated from his body and rising continuously, as if he was about to break through the sky. The next second, he felt a sense of weightlessness as he fell rapidly. Just when he thought he was going to fall, he felt a solid feeling under his feet. He looked around. It was completely white, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Suddenly, the white mist dissipated, and a figure slowly floated from midair to Levi. Levi looked up at the figure in front of him, showing surprise. Flora looks exactly like Alice. He suddenly remembered. I have seen this image before. Alice looked like this when she and Kira first started fighting. Levi hesitated and said,
"Alice, are you the god of flowers?"
The god of flowers spoke, and his voice was as sweet and gentle as flowers.
"Yes and no."
When Li Wei heard this, he looked confused.
"What do you mean?"
The god of flowers showed a look of recollection and explained.
"A long time ago, when my consciousness was still hazy and shapeless, I only relied on instinct to act. I accidentally became a god sacrificed by humans. I enjoyed the sacrifices of human faith. My power became stronger and stronger. The stronger. Until one day, I met Alice. Alice made me escape from the ignorant instinctive period and became the goddess of flowers in the mouth of mankind. However, I have always had a huge sense of crisis. I feel like there is a sharp sword hanging above my head that may be chopped down at any time. I feel like I am like a crop waiting to mature and may be harvested at any time. So I have been hiding in Alice's house. I dare not come out of my body."
Levi looked surprised, judging from the power Alice had shown previously. Even though the goddess of flowers is not a true god, her strength has at least reached the legendary level. However, she has been hiding in Alice's body and dare not come out. What is it that can make even the 100 flower gods with legendary strength and above feel fear and fear? Levi asked.
"Do you know what that threat is?"
The god of flowers shook his head and said,
"I don't know. I can only vaguely perceive the threat above my head. But I can't know where the threat comes from."
The goddess of flowers looked at Li Wei, and she said calmly,
"Perhaps I will disappear quietly soon, and I will leave part of my power to Alice. Then I ask you to explain the situation to Alice. Tell her not to worry about me."
Levi's eyes narrowed, as if he noticed something. Bai Washen's tone made him feel that the other party seemed to be aware that the end was approaching and was explaining the funeral arrangements. Levi said,
"Why don't you tell Alice yourself?"
Flower God.
"I don't want Alice to worry."
Chapter 462 The Arctic Icefield. Levi walked out of the room, Alice following behind him. She rubbed her neck, looked at Levi's back, and asked,
"What did you say to her? Why didn't she let me listen?"
Levi looked back at Alice and replied,
"Nothing. Just some private matters related to me."
Alice looked at Levi and blinked.
"Really?
She didn't believe that when Bai Hua God and Li Wei met for the first time, they would talk about Li Wei's personal affairs. The relationship between the two is not that good yet. But since Levi said so, Alice didn't intend to continue asking. Alice looked at Levi and asked,
"Are you leaving?"
Levi looked at the sky in the distance and said,
"Well, I can't stay any longer. If I stay any longer, I'm afraid the enemy will come." "Enemy?"
Alice looked confused. She looked at Levi, her eyes as firm as fine steel, and said extremely seriously,
"Who is the enemy? I will help you."
When Levi heard this, he smiled, shook his head and said,
"That's not necessary. That is an existence that none of us can fight against. Don't worry. I will come back one day. I'm leaving. Take care of yourself."
After saying that, Levi turned into a red rainbow light and flew towards the sky. Alice waved goodbye to Levi and shouted,
"Goodbye, and have a nice trip."
Li Wei told her that after leaving Feihua City, he would go to the far north icefield. It was a place far away from the human world, with almost no trace of humans. Even the orcs who live in the desolate areas of the north will rarely step into the extreme northern ice fields. The temperature there is minus 40 to 50 degrees all year round. And even the orcs with naturally strong bodies cannot withstand the low temperatures of the Arctic ice sheet. Alice didn't know why Levi wanted to go to such a harsh place. The environment of the far north icefield is no less harsh than the poison dragon cave. For most living beings, it is a dangerous place and a forbidden area of death. However, with Levi's strength, if he didn't encounter any accidents, he could still survive simply in the Arctic ice field. When Li Wei left Feihua City and rushed towards the Arctic ice field, several heavily armed paladin figures appeared in Maple Leaf City. The paladin walked on the streets of Maple Leaf City, and the crowds of people on both sides dispersed in silence, not even daring to look up and look directly at the oppressive paladin. Everyone was very frightened and uneasy. What happened to attract the holy knights of the light religion to such a remote place? The leader of the paladin glanced at the pendulum clock of destiny in his hand, walking towards the outside of the city. The pendulum clock of fate has locked Levi's position. The 4 paladins came here to bring Levi back to the Temple of Light. Every paladin is half-step legendary, and the leader of the paladins has already entered the legendary realm. This formation is not unpowerful. The Guangming cult attaches great importance to Li Wei, mainly because when Midas was pursuing Levi, he encountered the obstacle of the legendary Lich. Therefore, in order to avoid encountering the legendary Lich again, the Light Cult sent such a powerful team to capture Levi. Otherwise, just being the first mage in the exchange competition among the 5 top mage towers would not allow the Light God religion to send out legendary paladins. A legendary paladin, plus 3 half-step legendary paladins, working together can deal with even a legendary Lich. As a Red Archbishop, Midas left the Temple of Light to pursue Levi after receiving the order from the saint when he was pursuing the sacred artifact, Tears of the Goddess. At that time, he was still not sure whose hands the goddess Tears belonged to. The saint's request was only for him to take back Levi, who might have the tears of the goddess. Now, it is clear that Levi has obtained the goddess Tears and has destroyed them. There is no need for Midas, the Red Archbishop, to take action himself. Without the saint's order, it would not be the Red Archbishop's turn to take action himself. After the 4 paladins left Maple Leaf City, they immediately summoned a sacred unicorn mount with snow-white wings and rushed towards Levi's direction. The sacred unicorn ran on the ground, flapped its wings and flew into the sky, turning into 4 golden streams of light and flying quickly towards the sky.
Huh? He turned a corner.
The leader of the paladins saw the pointer of the pendulum clock of destiny in his hand turning towards the northwest. Without communication, the 4 of them changed direction and chased after Li Wei. Hoo ho ho! Levi's fire escape spell was like a meteor streaking across the sky. When humans on the ground saw the fire flashing across the sky, they thought it was a shooting star, and subconsciously lowered their heads to make a wish. After making the wish, I looked up and saw 4 more golden shooting stars appearing in the sky. Levi felt something behind him. He looked back and saw 4 shining stars appearing on the horizon. Levi was a little strange.
What is that?
His speed subconsciously slowed down. After Levi slowed down, the paladin behind him quickly approached and saw the stars changing rapidly. His expression changed slightly, and he realized that it was not a star at all, but someone chasing him. Levi narrowed his eyes, trying to determine the identity of the other party through clues. It's a pity that they are too far apart, even though the distance between the 2 parties is still closing rapidly. Levi still couldn't see clearly what those 4 shining stars were. But it's definitely not a good thing. Levi didn't want to be caught up.
At this speed, the person coming is evil.
After Levi made a judgment in his mind, he immediately accelerated. Bang! The flames on Levi's body exploded violently, and his speed accelerated instantly. Maybe he sensed that Levi was speeding away. The 4 paladins also showed their true abilities.
Flying protection. Aura of speed. Holy charge.
Buzz! The speed halo unfolded, and a strong sacred aura emerged from the 4 sacred unicorns, and their speed suddenly increased by a large margin. The 4 hooves of the sacred unicorn ran hard, as if they could step on the air to accelerate, and the speed became faster and faster. Li Wei vaguely felt the pressure coming from behind. His eyes were focused, and he used more powerful acceleration capabilities regardless of consumption. Bang! The flames on Levi's body turned blue, and 9 blue rings of fire erupted from behind him, shooting him hundreds of meters away. The speed has exceeded Mach 9, approaching Mach 10. He couldn't care less that he might lose control if he continued to accelerate. The enemy behind him would not give him a chance. Quickly crossing the desolate northern land, Levi saw several low orc cities. The orcs noticed Levi flying by in the sky and wanted to attack him. Unfortunately, before the orc archers and slingers launched their attack, Levi had already flown out of their sight. I don't know how many cities he flew past, and Levi's mana had been consumed by more than half. A snow-white skyline finally appeared in front of him. That was the far north ice field, his destination. Levi did not slow down, but kept accelerating, and plunged into the Arctic ice field, which is called the Forbidden Land of Death. Chapter 463 Ice and Snow. Hoo ho ho! The Arctic ice fields are subject to freezing blizzards all year round. Even if an extraordinary professional gets lost in a snowstorm and loses direction, there is a high probability of being killed, especially when the blizzard stretches for hundreds of miles. Walking in the snowfield where you can't see anything clearly, you may encounter unpredictable dangers at any time. Bang! A bolide flew into the blinding snowstorm and plunged into the white snowfield. Bang! Sizzle! Levi fell into the snow, instantly creating a crater dozens of meters deep. The surrounding snow and ice melted into water and dripped under the burning flames on his body. Soon it was evaporated by the temperature of the flame and turned into water vapor that evaporated and rose. Before the rising water vapor floated out of the cave entrance, it had already been deprived of its temperature by the extreme cold, condensed back into water droplets and dripped down. In this continuous cycle, the hole created by Levi was shrouded in a layer of ice mist, and was soon covered with snow, turning it into a sealed space. Levi looked around, extinguished the flames on his body, kept the burning temperature at a minimum, and maintained his body temperature, to avoid excessive consumption and melting the surrounding snow and ice causing collapse. He glanced at the blocked entrance, and was not in a hurry. Levi has been able to completely transform into an elemental body, and air is not necessary for survival.
They should be dumped.
Levi recalled what he had just experienced in the snowstorm. Those who were chasing him should have some kind of device that locked onto his location. However, in the super blizzard that stretched for hundreds of miles, even Levi's mental perception range was greatly suppressed. Those people's props are also likely to lose their effectiveness and cannot lock Levi's position. Otherwise, Levi wouldn't have felt that the feeling of being tracked disappeared after the blizzard flew for a while. He planned to hide here for a while to see if those people had lost the ability to track him. Huh. Levi exhaled a breath of hot breath and rubbed his arms. He looked around and saw that the snow cave had expanded a lot due to the melting of his flames. The melted water droplets were quickly robbed of their temperature by the ice and condensed into ice cubes. The originally loose snow cave turned into an ice cave, so there was no need to worry that the snow would collapse and bury it. Even so, it's still very cold here. Levi needs to continue to consume mana to fight against the cold here. The fire element in the surrounding world was extremely scarce, and it was difficult for him to quickly recover his mana. He can absorb ice elements to restore mana, but the speed is far not as fast as absorbing the fire element. Levi made his decision quickly. He cast the spell,
Mistress Magic House,
and a space portal appeared in front of him. Levi quickly got through the door and returned to the magic cabin. The air around him became warmer. He breathed a sigh of relief and smiled.
It's still comfortable here.
Call. A white shadow rushed in front of Li Wei, and Li Wei quickly reached out to catch Shang-Chi, who was rushing towards him.
Wow. It's so boring here. I want to go out and play,
Shang-Chi said coquettishly. Levi shook his head and said,
You have to endure it for a while. You can't go out casually during this period.
The Illuminati cult is looking for Xingxi. Although Xingxi still had the magic left by Toresta that concealed the aura of the sacred dragon, Levi still didn't want Xingxi to leave the magic cabin just to be on the safe side. In order to appease Xingxi's restless mind, and also to appease his hungry stomach, Levi took out some ingredients and processed them in the magic cabin. After simple barbecue and some delicious seasonings, Xingxi's mouth watered. Levi was full, but Xingxi's stomach still seemed like a bottomless pit. He kept eating, as if he couldn't get enough at all. He was a little helpless. When he got to the back, he threw the raw monster meat directly to Xingxi to eat. Xingxi also welcomes everyone. When Levi saw Xingxi devouring the food, he realized that Xingxi was at the critical moment of growing body. Although Xingxi can maintain his life by absorbing divine power, he still needs to take in a lot of nutrients if he wants to grow and grow quickly. Levi couldn't help but smile bitterly when he thought about this.
It's not easy to raise a dragon.
After eating for 3 hours, Xingxi finally laid down with his swollen belly. The whole dragon had gained weight and looked swollen. Levi glanced at the food stored in the space ring. Eat like this earlier. If you eat one meal every day, you can eat it for up to 7 or 8 days. Xingxi's appetite was so big that he probably couldn't eat 3 or 4 bowls in one sitting. The ingredients in Levi's hands were collected from hunting monsters, and he rarely took the initiative to hunt monsters and collect monster meat. Moreover, most of the monster meat in your hands is the essence of certain monsters. He rarely directly puts the entire monster into the space ring. Warcraft is usually too big to fit into a space ring. Only the higher value part of it can be taken. Levi looked at Xingxi and realized that he couldn't waste any more money in the future. After eating, Levi rested for some time in the magic cabin. It felt like time was almost up before he left the magic cabin. Returning to the biting ice and snow, he released his spiritual perception to penetrate the snow and ice. Mental power can also sense the coldness around you. Penetrating through the dozens of meters of snow above his head, Levi discovered that the blizzard that covered the sky and earth outside had stopped. He quickly flew overhead. Call! A ball of flame flew out of the snow. Soon, the flame went out, and a figure fell into the floating snow, disappearing in an instant. After a moment, a figure radiating blue magic appeared on the snow. Li Weishu stepped on the snow and looked around. There was a huge mountain range stretching for thousands of miles in the direction he flew over. This mountain range isolates the cold winds and blizzards from the far north ice sheet from traveling southward. This left a breathing space for the orcs living in the north. In other directions there are endless white ice fields. Levi didn't know which way to go. However, the pursuers were not seen after waiting for a long time, indicating that they had indeed lost the ability to track them. Levi breathed a sigh of relief. He opened the magic cabin and released Xingxi.
Xingxi, where is the treasure of the time dragon?
Li Wei asked. At the moment, with a single glance smearing him, Levi could only hand over Xingxi and determine the direction before moving forward. As soon as Xingxi came out, he felt the coldness of the ice and snow and shivered suddenly. But soon, she got used to the coldness around her, rolling happily in the snow. After playing for a while, and under Li Wei's urging and questioning again, Xingxi took out the Time Dragon's reverse scale and sensed the Time Dragon treasure. After a moment, Xingxi raised his hand and pointed to the north.
Over there!
Levi glanced behind him and murmured.
Do you want to continue walking north? Is it in the deepest part of the Arctic ice sheet?
It was a no-man's land, a dead zone where no living thing had ever visited. To this day, no one knows what lies in the deepest parts of the Arctic ice sheet. Chapter 464 Snowfield Aboriginals. Levi and Xingxi headed in the direction of the Time Dragon treasure. In the vast white snowfield, it seemed that there were only 2 living creatures, Levi and Xingxi. Looking around, there was no sign of any living thing. This put an end to Levi's idea of hunting some monsters on the road as food for Xingxi. Gulyalu. Xingxi flew beside Levi with his head lowered, his tail dragging a ditch in the snow.
Levi, I'm hungry.
Levi heard the sound coming from Shang-Chi's belly. His face condensed slightly, and he glanced at Shang-Chi helplessly.
Didn't you just have a meal not long ago?
Xingxi raised his head, looked at Levi with wide cute eyes, and said,
But I'm hungry again.
Levi,
forget it. Let's eat.
Levi shook his head helplessly, like an old father looking helplessly at his child. What you create must be fed and raised no matter what. Levi took out the few remaining monster meat and fed it to Xingxi. He handed a space ring containing monster meat to Xingxi and said,
If you are hungry, Just eat it yourself.
Shang-Chi's eyes suddenly shone with light, his face full of excitement and joy. He rubbed Li Wei's face and made a purring sound. Levi quickly pushed her head away.
Don't rub it on me. There's still blood on your mouth.
Shang-Chi didn't care about Li Wei's disdain. She quickly devoured the monster meat. The monster meat was quickly dissolved by the gastric juice and turned into nutrients and energy to quickly fill her dragon cells, prompting Shang-Chi's body to develop and grow rapidly. It also takes a lot of energy for Shang-Chi to withstand the cold temperatures. This may also be one of the reasons for Shang-Chi's rapid hunger. Levi raised his head and glanced at the hazy white light on the horizon. He and Shang-Chi had been walking in the snow all night and didn't see any life. There seemed to be really no life here. Only the icy biting howling wind. Levi glanced at Shang-Chi and then at the remaining food in his hand.
You shouldn't starve to death if you're hungry. But if you continue like this, that's not an option.
Both he and Shang-Chi can survive by absorbing magical elements. But this is just the bare minimum to survive. Over time, it will also cause one's own strength to weaken. Levi now relies on the magic stone to restore his mana. It is too laborious to absorb the ice elements from the surrounding heaven and earth to restore mana. Fortunately, Alice gave him a lot of magic stones. Click, click, click. Shang-Chi chewed up a magic stone and swallowed it. She ate the Philosopher's Stone as dessert. Not to mention the magic stone that is rich in magical energy. When the dragons are in a hurry, dirt, rocks, and metals can be eaten as food. However, it is not easy to find a stone in the Arctic ice sheet. All you can see everywhere is snow and ice. There is no nutrition in eating these things. As Li Wei walked, he asked,
Shang-Chi, how far is it?
The time dragon reverse scales on Shang-Chi's chest shone brightly. And she replied,
It's still far away. I feel like I'm only a little closer.
Levi sighed. No one knows how big the Arctic ice sheet is. Just the information that Li Wei found in the St. Villia Library of the Tower of Elements. The deepest point that humans have explored so far has reached a depth of 18,000 kilometers inside the far north ice sheet. It's such a faraway place. I don't know how long it will take to reach it. Even if you rely on fire escape to fly, it is still a long distance. It is difficult to recover mana in the extreme northern ice field. So Levi does not dare to use fire escape flight wantonly. Levi stretched out his hand to catch a snowflake falling from the sky and saw the snowflake gradually melting in his palm.
This is the best place for ice mages.
Levi sensed that the ice element in the surrounding heaven and earth accounted for 90%. And the remaining 10% was other elements. Among them, the fire element does not even have 1%. The power of fire spells drop sharply here. Only 1/10 or even 1/100th of their normal power. If you rely on full mana to cast spells, you can cast fire spells with full power. But then the mana consumption will increase 10 times. Or even dozens of times. On the contrary, the power of ice spells here will be greatly improved. Levi casually cast a zero-level ice cone technique that he had learned at the beginning. Call out. The length of the ice cone created was more than 2 meters long. After being shot out, it penetrated the snow, leaving a bottomless snow hole. Even the weakest zero-level ice cone technique is as powerful as a first-level spell here. When Li Wei saw this, he thought, why didn't he learn more ice spells in the first place? Soon, he shook his head. It doesn't help to think this way. The reason why he doesn't learn ice spells and other spells is simple. Because he has a huge advantage in fire spells. Even under today's environmental restrictions, Levi's fire spells are not weaker than the ice spells of the same level that have received a huge increase in the environment. Spells. It just consumes more.
Ouch! Levi! There's something over there!
Shang-Chi said a word, flapped his wings, and flew forward quickly. Like a ferocious beast that has discovered its prey. It launches the fastest and most violent attack on the prey. Levi quickly caught up with Shang-Chi.
Don't mess around!
Call! Poof! A figure quickly crossed the snow, causing the vast white snow to fly in all directions, leaving an obvious ravine on the flat snow. Shang-Chi's pupils narrowed and locked onto the target. The sharp sight is 10 times sharper than that of an eagle. The target targeted by Shang-Chi soon sensed that a huge danger was coming. Without thinking, he turned around and ran out of the snow, turning into a white shadow and quickly escaping into the distance. In the vast white snow, the white shadow looks very inconspicuous. But Shang-Chi has already locked it. It cannot escape. Bang! Shang-Chi swooped down and plunged into the snow, pressing down on the prey with her powerful claws, and piercing the prey's body with her sharp dragon claws. A bright red color appeared on the snow-white ground. Levi fell down and saw the prey that had been killed by Xingxi. He sighed and said,
"Don't mess around next time."
He looked at the prey at Xingxi's feet. It was a fat snowshoe rabbit. This was the first native creature Levi encountered in the Arctic ice sheet. After hearing what Levi said, Xingxi said confidently,
"I want to become stronger. And I can only become stronger by fighting."
Levi shook his head, too lazy to say anything. He knelt down to examine the dead snowshoe hare. As soon as he squatted down, there was a noise from behind. "Call out." Levi's eyes condensed, and he mentally sensed something flying from behind. Slender and sharp. It moves very quickly.
"Arrows?"
Sonorous. Xingxi flew behind Levi and blocked the arrows flying from a distance. The arrows were unable to pierce Xingxi's strong dragon scales and failed to cause any harm to her. After being bounced away, it fell helplessly into the snow. Levi stood up and looked in the direction where the arrow flew. Chapter 465 City of Ice and Snow. Levi patted Xingxi's head next to him and said,
"You go back to the magic cabin and hide for a while."
Xingxi also knew that he could not be seen by others. She hummed, got into the portal opened by Levi, and disappeared into the cold ice and snow plateau. Levi stared into the distance, and he casually put the dead snow rabbit into the space ring. Although the snow rabbit is not big, it is at least a first-level monster. The creatures that survive in this harsh Arctic ice field are all extraordinary. At least it is a warcraft. And it is difficult for ordinary creatures to adapt to the environment of the Arctic ice field. Snowshoe hares are at the bottom of the Arctic food chain. Levi put back his messy thoughts and looked at the people walking in the distance. After getting closer, several people also discovered Levi's figure. They were a little surprised. One of the people holding a bow and arrow saw the bright red blood on the snow and whispered,
"The snow rabbit seems to have been killed by that person. But my arrow clearly hit something? Where is the snow rabbit?"
There was some confusion on the man's face. He uses a special skill that allows arrows to reach targets thousands of meters away. Use Eagle Eye to lock onto the fast-moving snowshoe hare, and then shoot a tracking arrow that locks onto the snowshoe hare. The arrow can automatically fly thousands of meters and hit the target even further. Levi and Xingxi just happened to be in the flight path of the arrow and were accidentally injured. The leading men glanced at Levi and found that the clothes he was wearing were completely unlike those worn by humans in the Arctic ice fields. Several people were wearing extremely thick snow bear sweaters and looked extremely bloated. However, Levi only wore a thin long-sleeved mage robe. It can be seen at a glance that the other party is not an aborigine of the far north icefield.
"Go and take a look. If the tracking arrow accidentally hurt someone, you have to apologize to them,"
the leading man said. The few people behind him heard this and did not refute. It is extremely difficult to survive in the Arctic ice sheet. So the human groups here, not just the human groups, but almost all biological groups are exceptionally united. If we don't unite, we won't be able to survive in the extremely harsh environment of the Arctic ice sheet. Helping each other is common. After several people approached, they entered Levi's mental perception range. Levi quickly determined the strength of several people and felt a little relieved. The person walking at the front is the strongest and should have reached level 3. The two people behind him were almost at the level of second-level extraordinary professionals. This strength is not weak. In Maple Leaf City, it is considered to be above average. Even in Maple Leaf City, which has become the Baishian Kingdom, the strongest person now is only at the 5th level. The number of 4th level masters can be counted on 2 hands. The 3rd level is already regarded as the high-end combat power in Maple Leaf City. However, for Levi, a professional of this strength basically poses no threat. They couldn't even break through the hundreds of layers of invisible armor shields on Levi's body. If there are some special means, Levi also has the body of a holy dragon, which can be immune to most abnormal conditions in the world. And there is no need to be afraid at all. Thinking of this, Levi started to talk. At least understand the current situation and the situation of the far north ice sheet. He couldn't continue to blindly follow Xingxi's induction.
"Hello. The tracking arrow just now didn't hurt you, right?"
said Lang Ri, the leader of the men's regiment. When Li Wei heard this, he was surprised for a moment, but he quickly came to his senses. The arrow just now was not aimed at him. Looks like accidental injury. However, against being able to hit Xingxi with an arrow from a distance beyond his perception range, this range is pretty awesome. Levi had never seen such an amazing range. Levi shook his head and said,
"No."
After hearing this, Langry of the regiment breathed a sigh of relief and said,
"Are you a mage from outside?"
He took a few glances at Levi's clothes and was a little unsure. The mage robe on Levi looked different from the mage robes he knew. Even the mage in the far north ice field. No one wears clothes as thin as Levi. Levi nodded and said,
Well, hello. My name is Levi. I come from Maple Leaf City. I came to the Arctic ice field to find something.
Hearing this, Tuanbu Langri said,
Hello, master. My name is Tuanbu Langri. This is Audie. And this is Mike.
Audie was holding a bow that was taller than a man, and Mike was holding a curved dog-leg knife. The occupations of the two men are obvious at a glance. One is a marksman, and the other is a swordsman. The leader of the regiment, Langri, could not tell what kind of professional he was. Levi saw no obvious traces of equipment on him. Langri from the regiment explained,
Just now, Audie used his eagle eye to spot a snowshoe hare. He used a tracking arrow to shoot the snowshoe hare from 1,000 meters away. I didn't expect that. I almost accidentally hurt you. I'm really sorry.
Levi smiled and said,
It's okay. That level of attack poses no threat to me.
As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the three people changed. There was a hint of surprise in Tuanbu Langri's eyes, and then his attitude became more cautious. Levi's strength seemed to be stronger than he imagined. It's true that if you are not strong enough, you will not be able to climb over the snowy mountains to get here. Audie showed an unconvinced look. He was unwilling to admit that the attack power of his arrows was pitifully weak. Audie said nonchalantly,
That's just to save some energy. Anyway, it's attacking a first-level snow rabbit, so it doesn't require much effort.
After hearing this, Langri from the regiment shouted in a low voice,
Audie, don't talk.
Audie snorted softly, turned his head and looked to the side, and said no more. Langri from the regiment looked at Levi and said a little embarrassedly,
It's great that you are not injured.
Levi asked,
Where do you all live? Is there a human city here?
When Langri of the regiment heard this, he knew that Li Wei had no idea about the situation in the far north ice field. He showed a gentle smile and invited,
If you don't know much, I can take you to Frederick, which is the largest city in the Arctic ice field.
Levi showed curiosity and quickly thanked.
Thank you very much.
Audie picked up the arrow and felt heartbroken when he saw that the arrow head was bent and the arrow shaft was almost broken due to the huge impact. It is not easy to find materials for making arrows in the Arctic ice field. Under the leadership of Regimental Commander Langri, the four of them walked in the direction of Fred. As he walked, he introduced Fred's situation to Levi.
Fred is also called the City of Ice and Snow. Its ruler is the Ice Queen of the far north ice field. Not only humans live in the city, but also residents of many other races. Apart from humans, the largest number are Ice Elves. It is rumored that the Ice Queen is the king of the Ice Elves. So you must not offend any Ice Elves in Frederick City, let alone do anything to harm the Ice Elves. But don't worry. The areas where Ice and Snow Elves operate usually have nothing to do with other races. It's not easy for you to see Ice and Snow Elves.
Chapter 466 Meeting Xiong'er again. Levi followed Langri, the regiment commander, to the ice and snow city of Fred. He stood outside the city and looked up. In front of you is an endless icy blue city wall. The entire city wall is made of ice. There is a blue and white snowflake flag flying on the city wall, which is the flag of the Snow Queen. Li Wei looked up and could see the figures of ice and snow elves occasionally appearing on the city wall. They are the masters of this city of ice and snow, and they are also the guardians of this city of ice and snow. Langri of the regiment took Li Wei towards the city gate. There are no guards at the door, and the city of ice and snow has not withstood attacks from outsiders for hundreds of years. Only occasionally will the city gate be closed when a monster approaches. There is no need to worry about a wave of warcraft in the Arctic ice field, because there simply cannot be that many warcraft gathered here. Once the monsters gather together, food becomes a huge problem. Levi walked into the city of ice and snow. In front of him was an empty and spacious street with igloos on both sides of the street. Whether they are humans, orcs, dwarves, or goblins, they all wear thick animal skins or cotton-padded jackets. Levi, who was dressed in thin clothes, attracted a lot of attention when walking on the street. Levi looked at Langri, the regiment commander, and asked,
Is there a magic association stationed in the city of ice and snow?
Langri of the regiment shook his head and said,
There doesn't seem to be such a thing. As for magicians, there are some, but it's hard to see them. I don't know where they are and what they are doing.
Levi nodded, indicating that he understood. Mage professionals have relatively few interactions with other professionals. It's normal for this to happen. If you are an academic mage scholar, it is normal not to take a step out of your home throughout the year. After Regimental Commander Langry returned to the city, many people greeted him along the way. Soon, someone called his name, as if there was something urgent. Langry of the regiment wanted to take Li Wei to visit the city of ice and snow. If I have something to do, I can only scratch my head in embarrassment and say,
well, I happen to have something to do. So you should visit this place by yourself first. If you want to find me, you can come to the residential area on the west side of the city.
Levi nodded.
Yeah. Thank you very much. You're welcome. See you later.
Langry of the regiment waved to Li Wei, turned around and walked away with the other two people. Levi stood still and looked towards the palace in the distance. The city of ice and snow is built on an iceberg, with a huge and magnificent ice blue palace at the top. That's where the Snow Queen lives. It is still quite far away from the lower city area where humans, orcs, goblins, and other races live. One at the top of the mountain, and one at the bottom of the mountain. Li Wei came to the ice and snow city to inquire about the Time Dragon treasure. Even if you don't know where the Time Dragon treasure is, you still need to at least understand what dangerous places there are in the far north ice field, to avoid running headlong into a dangerous zone with blind eyes. If you want to learn about a place, the best place to visit is the local library. Levi walked towards the city.
I wonder if there is a library in Fred City.
He asked passers-by for the location of the library.
Hello. Where is the library in Fred City? Library? What is that? I don't know. Why don't you ask other people? Excuse me then.
Levi turned around and left in disappointment. As soon as he turned around, he heard rapid footsteps coming from behind. He turned around and saw a short figure passing by his feet quickly. The speed was very fast, and the figure disappeared in the blink of an eye.
Stop! Stop the damn thief!
A burly figure rushed out from the corner of the street, watching the short thief pass by Levi and disappear around the corner of the street.
Hateful!
Levi was stunned for a moment when he saw the burly man appearing in front of him, and a memory emerged from his heart. The person in front of me looks familiar.
Bear too!
Levi shouted in surprise. The burly man heard Levi's voice and turned his head with some confusion. After seeing Levi's face, his eyes widened with disbelief on his face.
What are you, Li?
Xiong area I couldn't remember for a while, but he clearly remembered Li Wei, who had won first place in the Northern Young Mage Exchange competition held in Feihua City. Xiong Er has a profound memory. Levi laughed and said,
Levi.
He remembered Xiong Er's name simply because he looked a bit like the bear in the anime in his previous life. Xiong Er clapped his hands and shouted,
I remembered. Levi, why are you here?
He asked a little strangely. Levi said,
Come here to find something.
Xiong Er looked at him with wide eyes and asked,
Your things were also stolen by the damn goblin thief? Well, that's all right. I'll look for treasures that may be hidden in the far north ice sheet.
Levi said. Xiong Er was a little surprised.
Are you also here for that legend?
Levi asked doubtfully.
Legend?
Xiong Er nodded.
Well, there is an ancient legend circulating in the far north ice field. I almost forgot. I am here to catch the thief. I will talk to you when I have time. I have to get the thing stolen by the goblin thief first. Get it back, or the witch will be angry.
When Li Wei heard this, his heart moved and he said,
I will help you find the thief. After you find it, you tell me all about the legend.
Xiong Er looked at Li Wei suspiciously and asked,
Do you have a way to find the thief?
Levi laughed and didn't answer. He unfolded his mental perception, and the range of perception reached 600 meters, compared with before. After Levi's strength improved, the range of mental power perception has further improved. All disturbances within a range of 600 meters cannot be hidden from Levi's perception. There are not many 600 meters in the city of ice and snow. Soon, Levi spotted the goblin thief being chased by Xiong Er. It's in a shed on the next street. The goblin thief thought that everything would be fine if he got rid of Xiong Er and hid. But unexpectedly, he encountered cheating Levi. Levi glanced at Xiong Er, turned around and said,
Follow me.
Xiong Er followed Levi to the outside of an inconspicuous igloo with doubts. Levi said,
The person you are looking for is inside.
Hearing this, Xiong Er rushed forward without thinking and slammed the door vigorously.
Open the door! Open the door!
Levi was a little stunned by his reckless behavior. Is this how people are arrested? He shook his head. Forget it. The goblin thief couldn't escape with him anyway. Xiong Er forced open the door of the igloo and rushed in, but did not find the goblin thief. The goblin thief had already taken advantage of his size and escaped from a small hole. Xiong'er found the cave and beat his chest and stamped his feet.
Damn it! It was too late. I let him run away. If I had known better, I would have rushed right in.
Levi glanced at him silently and looked out the window. A giant mage's hand flew over holding the goblin thief. Chapter 467 The Legend of the Arctic Icefield. Xiong'er looked at the goblin thief caught in front of the mage. His face was full of surprise.
Levi, thank you so much. You are really helpful.
After saying that, Xiong'er grabbed the skinny goblin thief. Goblins look like skinny, hairless monkeys with grayish-dark skin. When Xiong'er caught him in his hand, he looked pitiful, and tears of fear flowed from his eyes.
My lord, have mercy on me. My lord, please spare your life. Don't kill me.
The goblin thief hurriedly begged for mercy. Xiong'er stared at him with wide eyes and said loudly,
Hurry up and hand over what you stole.
10 minutes later, Xiong'er got back the things stolen by the goblin thief. He looked at Levi with great gratitude.
Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would never have gotten these things back.
Levi smiled and asked,
Do you have time to tell me about that legend now?
Xiong'er glanced at the tall igloo next to him. The chimney on the igloo was still emitting misty white smoke. He said,
No problem. Of course. We can chat while eating.
The two of them walked towards the hotel. Food is extremely scarce in the far north icefield, and there are almost no people in any restaurant. But since a restaurant can be opened here, there must be a way to make money. Xiong'er said,
Anything you want. There are many things here that you can't eat outside. They are all specialties on the ice sheet. Oh, is it so?
Levi picked up the menu and took a look and found that the prices of the dishes were ridiculously high. The cheapest ones cost 1 silver coin. But for him, this is still affordable. He ordered a few randomly, and Xiong'er's face trembled and his heart trembled. When Li Wei handed the menu to Xiong'er, Xiong'er could only symbolically order a few cheap and delicious dishes. While waiting for the food to be served, Xiong'er and Li Wei talked about the legend spread on the far north ice sheet.
There is a legend that has been circulating for some time. There is a very magical area in the extremely cold abyss in the deepest part of the Arctic ice sheet. If you stay there for more than 10 years, only a few days will pass outside.
When Li Wei heard this, his heart moved slightly. Could this be the treasure of the time dragon? When it comes to time, it's hard not to think of the time dragon. Levi asked curiously,
Has anyone really seen that place?
Xiong'er shook his head and said,
No. If anyone has seen it, it won't be a myth. But I heard Wu Zhu say that there is indeed a very magical place in the extreme cold abyss. And it is also very dangerous. It belongs to the territory of the Ice Emperor, who is said to have lived for 100,000 years. Outsiders cannot approach it at all. Ice Emperor?
Levi asked doubtfully. He hasn't heard anything about it yet. Xiong'er said,
It's normal for you not to know that the Ice Emperor is a terrifying existence that only a very few ancient inheritors such as Wu Zhu know about. Before ancient times, the Ice Emperor had always been the ruler of the far north ice field. Until ice after the Emperor fell asleep. The Ice and Snow Queen built the city of ice and snow and became the new master of the Arctic ice field. According to Wu Zhu, no one has ever seen the Ice Emperor alive. Once the Ice Emperor wakes up, everything he goes will be flooded by blizzards, turning into ice that is difficult to melt for thousands of years, and all traces of people will be wiped out.
Li Wei remained cautious about the legends told by Xiong'er. Xiong'er always said that no one has ever been in or seen it. But if no one knew about it, how could the legend be passed down? Is it all based on rumors? False rumors cannot stand the test of time and will disappear sooner or later. The legends and stories that can be handed down have more or less some confirmation or evidence. Li Wei felt that it was just Xiong'er who didn't know. Not that no one knew. He became interested in the witchcraft mentioned by Xiong'er. If the legend Xiong'er told all came from Wu Zhu, then he must know some details.
Two distinguished guests. The food is here. Please enjoy.
Li Wei was planning to ask Xiong'er about Wu Zhu. The waiter came over with the last plate of food and said with a smile. Levi politely said to the waiter,
Thank you.
Xiong'er was also a little impatient. He picked up the tableware and urged,
Eat first. If you have anything to do, we can talk about it after eating.
No words are spoken when eating, and no words are spoken when sleeping. Li Wei and Xiong'er picked up the tableware and silently enjoyed the delicacies of the ice and snow city. After eating for a while, Xiong'er suddenly fell down on the table, and his face fell into the rice bowl filled with vegetable soup in front of him. The greasy vegetable soup smeared his face. Li Wei was stunned, stopped moving his hands, and looked at Xiong with a confused look on his face.
Did you fall asleep?
Li Wei checked on Xiong and found that he had fallen into a deep sleep. Soon, he reacted and realized something was wrong. This is not falling asleep, but coma. The food was poisonous. Xiong ate the poisoned food and passed out. Because Li Wei has the body of a holy dragon and the blessing of the flower god, he is immune to most toxins in the world. Therefore, the poison that could make Xiong unconscious had no effect on him. Levi calmed down and let go of his mental perception. I found that the waiter who had just served the food was standing behind the wall, listening and observing the movements of the two people. It seems that he is waiting for Levi to be poisoned and fall into coma. His mental perception spread deeper, and he saw several figures huddled on the ground in the kitchen. There were two people standing next to him, seemingly holding weapons in their hands. If he guessed correctly, the people squatting on the ground should be the original waiters and chefs of the hotel. The waiter hiding behind the wall, and the two people guarding the chef were probably the ones who poisoned the house. Levi looked at Xiong and fell into a brief silence. He doesn't know who the other party is coming for? Bear too. Or him? After hesitating for a moment, he chose to pretend to be unconscious and laid down on the table. Bang! Levi flopped down on the table and made a noise. After hearing the noise, the waiter cautiously looked over and saw that both of them were unconscious. With proud expressions on their faces, he stretched out his hand to greet his two companions in the kitchen. The three of them walked to Levi and Xiong table.
Is this the person the boss is looking for? It should be him. There should be no other outsiders in this city. Then take him away. What to do with the one next to him? Take them away together and hand them over to the boss. Okay.
One person took out a rope and a sack to tie up Levi. Put him in the sack and take him away. Levi suddenly sat up and looked directly at the three of them. The three of them were instantly frightened and froze on the spot, looking shocked.
You? Why didn't you faint?
Levi stared at the three of them and asked,
Who is the boss you are talking about? Why are you looking for me?
The three of them looked at each other, drew their weapons and said,
In that case, let's be tough and take him away.
One person said arrogantly,
Although the mage is very powerful, but at such a close distance, what's the use of being so powerful?
Chapter 468 Wanted Order. Bang bang bang. After failing to stun Levi with poison, the three of them prepared to knock him out by force and take him away. I thought that when a battle broke out at such a close range, the mages would be unable to exert their abilities and would be defeated by them. Unexpectedly, Li Wei slapped one by one, knocking all three of them unconscious. The three of them fell to the ground with red cheeks and looked at Levi in confusion. Is this a hacking mage? The strength is more terrifying than that of a snow yak. The three of them felt like their brains were being blown apart. Levi moved his right hand and felt that it was more comfortable to slap people with his hands than to hit them with magic. This feeling of punching the flesh is a refreshing feeling that magic cannot bring. Levi reached out to lift the chair and sat down facing the three of them. He glanced at their faces. Feeling his gaze, the three of them shifted their gazes, not daring to look at him. The three of them also realized that they had encountered a hard problem and capsized in the gutter. This man is far scarier than imagined. Levi lowered his eyes, looked at the man among the three, and said in a low voice,
Tell me, who came to me? What is the purpose?
Feeling Levi's strong pressure, the person he was staring at already felt that his bladder was about to move. He suppressed the strangeness and hurriedly replied,
It was the boss who asked us to come to find you. The boss only said that he would take you back and didn't say why.
Levi stared at him for a few seconds. The man's eyes trembled violently, as if he couldn't hold on anymore. Levi moved his eyes away and looked at the other two people. Soon, Levi figured out the current situation. The three of them are just minions, responsible for the operation, and do not know the purpose of the boss. One person provided a slightly more valuable clue. The reason why the boss is looking for Levi seems to be because of several people who visited the Ice and Snow City not long ago. After those people arrived at the Ice and Snow City, they went directly to meet the Ice and Snow Queen, the ruler of the Ice and Snow City. Then, the boss seemed to have received the order from the Snow Queen and looked for outsiders everywhere. Levi thought for a long time and guessed some possibilities. But the real thing will only be known after meeting the three bosses. Li Wei looked at the three of them and asked,
Do you have any antidote?
One person shook his head quickly and said,
No. The boss only gave us poison, but no antidote.
Levi glanced at Xiong'er, who was in a coma, and found that his vital signs did not change abnormally in his mental perception. The effect of the poison is simply coma. It has no other effect. There is no need to worry that Xiong'er will die from poisoning. But leaving the unconscious Xiong'er here seems to be no solution. Levi had no choice but to find a place to stay, throw Xiong'er in, and leave Shadow Waiter with Xiong'er. Then he took the three of them to find their boss. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door.
Boss, we are back.
The people inside used loud and rough voices to make a loud sound like gongs and drums.
You brought people back? If you don't do this little thing well, be careful I throw you outside to feed the bears.
The door opened, and the person who opened it froze in place when he saw what was happening outside.
What's going on? Where are the people?
The boss looked at the four people outside and asked in confusion. Logically speaking, they should come back carrying sacks. Why is there one more person? Levi looked at the man in front of him. His eyes moved slightly, and he was a little surprised. The boss of the three turned out to be an orc, somewhat different from Lilia. Lilia's only half-orc feature is cat ears. After going to the elemental tower, he also used special means to hide himself. The man in front of him was extremely hairy and looked like a black-haired orangutan, with quite obvious orc characteristics. The orc boss stared at the extra person and asked,
Who is this person? Why did you bring someone you don't know here?
Li Wei was speechless. Was the water in this half-orc's brain frozen? The response is so slow. Forget it. He didn't wait for the other party to react, pushing open the door and entering directly. The half-orc boss stared at Levi, who walked into the room with a calm expression, with a puzzled look on his face. Why is this human being so arrogant? Levi sat on his chair, waved his hand. A blue light flashed, and the door closed automatically. There was a loud bang when the door closed, making the orc boss jump up in fright. The orc boss stared at Levi and shouted,
That's my seat. Get out of my way.
A person next to him quickly whispered,
Boss, he is the person you are looking for.
When the orc boss heard this, he didn't react for a while. He glanced at his younger brother and then at Levi. I looked back and forth several times before I seemed to react. The half-orc boss took 2 steps back, shook his head and muttered,
No, no.
The younger brother quickly asked,
Boss, what's wrong?
The orc boss pointed at Levi and said,
If it's him, then why did he walk in by himself?
Brother. Levi was too lazy to listen to this half-orc fool, who couldn't figure out what to say. He asked directly,
Why are you looking for me?
When the half-orc boss heard this, he subconsciously said,
Of course it's to please the great Ice Queen.
This time he reacted quickly, snorted and said,
Human, just surrender and follow me to meet the great Ice Queen.
Levi shook his head and sighed.
It seems you still don't understand the current situation.
He stretched out his right hand, and a light blue right hand appeared above the head of the orc boss. Levi pressed lightly, and the huge mage's hand covered the top of the head of the orc boss, forcing him to kneel on the ground. He supported the ground with both hands to support himself so as not to fall down. The half-orc boss was extremely shocked and frightened. He wanted to raise his head to look at Levi, but the huge pressure on his head prevented him from looking up at all. He could only look down at Levi's shoes. Those are not the usual animal skin shoes in the city of ice and snow. At this moment, he finally understood what happened. The orc boss hurriedly shouted,
I will tell you. I will tell you everything.
His words were like beans poured out of a bamboo tube, and they quickly rolled all over the floor.
The Snow Queen said that we are looking for the wanted criminals of the light god religion. Let us pay attention to the outsiders in the ice and snow city. As long as we bring the wanted criminals to the Snow Queen, we can get rewards and rewards from the Snow Queen. Now everyone in the ice and snow city is looking for you.
Li Wei was not surprised when he heard this. He asked,
Who is the person from the light god religion who went to see the Snow Queen a few days ago?
Levi suspected that they were the people who had been chasing him. They were too far apart during the chase, and he didn't know who the other party was? The half-orc boss quickly replied,
Paladin. 4 Holy Knights.
Chapter 469 Valkyrie and Saint.
Paladin. Lord Paladin.
Levi was thoughtful when he heard the answer from the orc boss. It seems that the person who has been chasing him is the Holy Knight of the Light Religion. The news is good or bad. At least it would be 10,000 times better than chasing after the Red Archbishop himself. After Levi thought for a moment, he looked down at the orc boss and asked,
How many paladins are there? Are they still in the city now?
The orc boss quickly replied,
The 4 Holy Knights should still be in the city. I only saw them entering the city, not leaving the city.
Li Wei nodded, feeling like he couldn't ask anything more. To put it bluntly, the orc boss is only at the bottom, and he is already very powerful if he can recognize the paladin. After all, there is no way to contact the light god religion in the isolated city of ice and snow. Find help from the paladins in the Snow Queen. It can be seen that there is no temple of light in the ice and snow city. Otherwise, there is no need for the paladin to seek help from the Snow Queen. This is a place so remote that even the Illuminati cult has not yet settled. Despite this, the influence of the light cult is still effective, but it has been reduced a lot. When the Snow Queen saw that there was a legendary paladin among the visitors, she did not dare to refuse the request rashly, lest she offend the sect of light, the most powerful force on the continent. Levi asked some more related things, but the orc boss always gave vague answers, either because he heard about it, or because someone said that there was no one he could be sure of anyway. Li Wei didn't have much hope. After asking, he was about to leave. He keenly heard light footsteps coming from outside the door. My mental perception went out, and I found that I was surrounded by people outside. Levi frowned. This trouble is really endless. It seems that we can no longer stay in this city of ice and snow. It just so happened that Li Wei also wanted to follow Shilmir back to his tribe to meet the witch Zhu of their tribe, and ask about the extremely cold abyss.
Listen to the people inside. You have been surrounded. Just surrender. Give up resistance. Put down your weapons and come out.
When the half-orc boss heard this, his eyes trembled and he felt happy, feeling that the savior had arrived. He quickly turned around and shouted toward the door.
Lord Valkyrie, the wanted criminal you are looking for is right here.
Levi glanced at him. Isn't this guy afraid that he will kill him first? So arrogant. However, he probably didn't expect this. Valkyrie? Levi's eyes moved slightly. Are they the guards in the ice and snow city? Bang! The door was kicked open from the outside, and several fully armed Valkyries wearing ice blue armor appeared in front of Levi. Each one looks very powerful, and the powerful aura on them cannot be ignored. The Valkyrie's sharp eyes glanced at Levi through the slit in the helmet. After staring for a second, he was sure that the person in front of him was the person the Snow Queen was looking for. Brush! One of the men in the middle pulled out the long sword from his waist, pointed it at Li Wei, and shouted,
Obey! Surrender and stop resisting!
It was naturally impossible for Li Wei to surrender on the spot. If he were caught by these people and taken to see the Snow Queen, he would probably encounter the paladin who was chasing him. He is not willing to go head-to-head with the paladin now. Whether he wins or loses, it is not a good thing for him. If he wins, the Illuminati cult will send more powerful people to hunt him down. If you lose, the outcome can be imagined. Either be captured back to the cult of light, or be killed. Neither is a good thing. Levi glanced at the people around him, and looked up at the ice ceiling above his head. The Valkyrie felt a little strange as she watched Levi act strangely. Seeing that Levi had no intention of surrendering, Valkyrie didn't waste any time and rushed forward with weapons in hand to catch Levi. Bang! A ball of flames erupted from the house, flooding everyone's sight with a scorching red light. The orc boss and several of his younger brothers screamed. After a while, it was discovered that the firelight did not harm them. The fire mainly targeted the surrounding ice wall. Boom! The ceiling above his head was overturned, and Levi rose into the sky. The Valkyrie could not move forward due to the burst of flames, so she could only look up and watch Levi fly away. As soon as Li Wei flew 10 meters, he felt that the ice elements in the surrounding heaven and earth became extremely active.
Ice crystal coffin!
When Levi realized that it was ice magic, the magic had already been cast. Click, click, click. In an instant, Levi was wrapped in a large group of ice crystals. His whole body was like a bug wrapped in amber, and his movements were completely frozen. Square ice crystals like coffins fell to the ground. Not far away, a woman wearing an ice blue velvet mage robe took back her staff, looked at the frozen Levi, and breathed a sigh of relief. She just breathed a sigh of relief. The next second, an unknown voice came to my ears. Click, 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 click. The frozen crystal coffin that was supposed to be extremely sturdy actually had a lot of cracks. There was vague heat coming out of the cracks. The ice mage's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief.
How is this possible?
No one should be able to cast spells while frozen. With a loud bang, the extremely solid ice-covered crystal coffin exploded, turning into countless fragments and flying everywhere. Levi, whose body was steaming, slowly walked out of the exploding ice mist. There was still a trace of flame left at the corner of his mouth, after being frozen by the frozen crystal coffin. It is indeed impossible to cast spells. The frozen crystal coffin will block the trapped person's ability to perceive and mobilize external elements, make it a sealed state. However, there is nothing to stop the trapped person from using the power within themselves, unless it is a forbidden spell level, absolute zero, freezing spell. Levi used Dragon Flame to break the blockade of the frozen crystal coffin. The moment he got out of trouble, he locked onto the Ice Mage, who was casting the spell. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Levi appeared in front of the Ice Mage. The Ice Mage's eyes widened, and he was stunned. I never expected that a mage could be so fast. The Ice Mage's reaction speed was also very fast. Almost as soon as she saw Levi appearing in front of her, she subconsciously used the Resist Ice Ring spell to push Levi away. The casting speed is also amazingly fast. It can be seen that her strength is definitely not weak, and her talent is extremely high. However, the distance between the two sides is too close. No matter how fast she casts the spell, it is not as fast as Levi's action. Levi slapped the staff away from the Ice Mage with his right hand, interrupting the opponent's spell casting. A fireball appeared in his palm and hit the Ice Mage's head. Call! The strong wind caused by the fireball blew off the Ice Mage's hood, causing the Ice Mage's hair to fly around. When Levi saw the other person's face, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Seemed like seen somewhere? Subconsciously, he stopped attacking. Stop! Let go of the Holy Lady! The Valkyrie hurriedly found this way and rushed over. Saint? Li Wei was surprised for a moment and stared at the Saint for a moment, not knowing what he was thinking. He actually didn't kill her. Instead, he carried the Saint and flew directly into the sky, disappearing in front of several people. Several Valkyries were left messy in the cold wind. Chapter 470 Teacher. Long time no see. Let me go! The Saint was held on Li Wei's shoulders, and she beat Li Wei's back hard to make him let go of her. In the end, it didn't hurt Li Wei, but her own hand was sore from the shock of the invisible armor. After flying for a while, Levi left the ice and snow city. Seeing that there were no pursuers, he found an open space and landed. Leave the so-called Saint in the snow. Bang! The Saint sat down on the fluffy snow, half of her body covered in snow. She stared at Levi angrily, and the anger in her eyes made her want to kill Levi 10,000 times. Soon, she calmed down and realized her current situation. The opponent's strength far exceeds his imagination. However, in her opinion, she lost entirely because of the mentality of underestimating the enemy. She had no intention of killing Levi in the first place. She just wanted to trap him and take him back. That's why no powerful spells were used. Otherwise, Levi would have been killed by her in one blow. As long as she is given a chance, she can definitely defeat Levi. But the current situation is not optimistic. The staff has been lost. The distance between the two parties is too close, and she has no chance to cast the spell. The previous experience of being interrupted by Levi's spellcasting process was still vivid in his mind. Levi stared at her face for a moment. The Saint's originally calm mood became angry again. This person was too rude. She struggled to stand up, determined not to let his evil idea succeed even if she died. Levi stared at her face for a while, and suddenly remembered why it felt familiar. This woman's face is very similar to Mr. Furusawa's. Compared to Mr. Furusawa, his face is softer. This is normal. After all, the other party is a woman. Li Wei was confused. Why does this person look so much like Mr. Gu's? An idea flashed in my mind. Could it be? When the Saint saw Li Wei staring at her blankly and not responding, she shouted angrily. What on earth do you want to do? I won't let you succeed even if I die. Levi came back to his senses when he heard her shouting. He frowned and asked, What did you say? The Saint hesitated slightly when she heard the words. She turned her head and said, Nothing. Seeing this situation, Li Wei didn't care what she meant. He is more concerned about how to solve the current difficult situation. If the Snow Queen keeps chasing him, it will become troublesome to operate in the far north ice field. After all, it's hard for a strong dragon to defeat a local snake. The Saint came back to her senses, looked at Li Wei and asked, Why are you arresting me? Levi said, But you are here to catch me? The Saint's tone was stagnant. Even so, it was difficult for her to admit that she was caught by Levi because of her lack of strength. It's not like I'm arresting you. I'm just inviting you to see the Snow Queen. If I hadn't seen you running away, I wouldn't be in a hurry to use magic on you. Levi chuckled.
Ha ha. You also call this an invitation?
The saint recalled the Valkyrie's previous attitude and softened her tone, saying,
Okay, I admit that our attitude was a bit too strong, but we really have no intention of arresting you.
When Li Wei heard this, he frowned and asked,
What do you mean? Aren't you going to help the light cult arrest me?
The saint curled her lips and said,
The light cult did ask us to help find you, but the queen did not agree.
Levi was stunned. This was different from what he heard. The half-orc boss said that the Snow Queen wanted to help the light cult find him. Who is lying? Judging from the current situation, Levi feels that the Snow Queen is more likely to send someone to arrest him. But if the person in front of her is really the Saint of the Ice and Snow City, then she shouldn't have to lie. Levi thought for a moment and asked,
Why does the Snow Queen want to see me?
The Saint said,
I don't know the specific reason. I just know that the Queen may want your help. Help?
Levi became even more confused. As the current ruler of the far north Icefield, the Snow Queen still needs his help? Even if the Guangming cult is looking for someone here, they have to test her strength. Is there anything else that she can't do and needs help from outsiders? The Saint said,
You don't believe me even after saying so much. It will become clear if you follow me to see the Queen.
Levi glanced at her and didn't answer, although the face of the woman in front of him was very similar to that of Mr. Hughes in his memory. It did not allow Levi to believe her words unconditionally. Seeing that Li Wei didn't believe what she said, the saint bit her lip, stretched out her hands in front of her, and said,
If you are worried about being in danger, just treat me as a hostage.
Levi looked at her in surprise. Having said this, any further hesitation would appear to be indecisive. Levi shook his head and said,
No, I want to kill you. It's useless no matter how far you hide.
When the saint heard this, she suddenly felt angry and felt that she had been underestimated.
Damn it. Don't underestimate me, even if I lose to you once.
Levi was too lazy to argue with her, glanced at her and said,
Let's go. Take me to see your queen. You go ahead. I have a name. My name is Guthaway.
When Li Wei heard this, his heart moved slightly, and he said, Oh, without changing his expression. He didn't seem to care. Gu Sui glanced at Levi and walked towards the ice and Snow City in shame. After a few steps, she found that walking in the snow was too difficult. Cast magic.
Ice rail technique.
A moving block of ice appeared beneath her feet. Looking back at Li Wei, I found that Li Wei had clearly stepped on the snow, but he didn't even leave any footprints. She was stunned for a moment until Levi asked,
Why don't you leave?
She came to her senses and moved on. He became curious about the mysterious origin of Levi. What's going on with this guy? Why is he being hunted by the light cult? And why can I step on the snow without leaving a trace? The most important thing is that he looks young. So why is he so powerful? Under the leadership of Gu Sui, Levi returned to the ice and Snow City again. The city gate had been closed previously in order to capture Li Wei, and it has not been opened yet. A few hunters who were out hunting were waiting outside the door, complaining about when the door would be opened. When Gu Sui was about to ask someone to open the door, there was a bang and the city gate opened. A group of Valkyries wearing ice blue armor came out riding snow ponies. Behind a group of Valkyries was a man wearing a gray-white robe. The leading Valkyrie had just taken a few steps out of the city gate when she noticed Gu Sui not far away, subconsciously stopping in place, somewhat confused about the current situation.
Soon,
she reacted, brandished her rifle and shouted,
Surround!
Wow! In the blink of an eye, Levi was surrounded by Valkyries, but he didn't pay any attention. Staring directly at the man following the Valkyrie team, Levi showed a big smile.
Teacher, long time no see.
Chapter 471 Ice Jade Palace.
Teacher, long time no see.
Gu Zhe heard a familiar voice and subconsciously looked up. Seeing Li Wei, he was stunned for a long time, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Gu's never expected to see Levi here. More than half a year ago, Gu's followed Base's caravan to the ice field and returned to his former hometown. But the place where he used to live has disappeared, buried in a snowstorm. And the surrounding villages have also disappeared. Furusawa wandered around the ice sheet, looking for possible traces of the past, passing by many tribes and villages. I later learned that there was a huge city in the far north ice field, where many people gathered. Maybe those people from Furusawa's hometown village moved to the city of ice and snow. Therefore, Gu's traveled to the city of ice and snow to search for the past. After going through some twists and turns, he unexpectedly discovered that his sister had become a saint in the city of ice and snow. Originally, He wanted to write a letter to tell Levi the good news that he had found his sister. Unfortunately, the city of ice and snow is isolated from the rest of the world. And even BAS, the traveling merchant, will not come to this place. Guzay had no way to contact the outside world. So there was no news. He originally planned to go back to Maple Leaf City in a few years when he was stronger and could safely cross the ice field. I didn't expect Levi to come here at all.
Levi!
Guzay shouted in surprise. Hearing this, Gusui looked at Li Wei and Guzay in shock. Guzay told her about Levi. And Gusui knew that Guzay had a talented disciple who made him very proud. But according to Guz's description, Li Wei was only a first-level mage a year ago. How could it be this person? This speed of strength improvement is too outrageous.
Lord Saint, please come behind me and be careful of enemies.
The leader of the Valkyries interrupted Li Wei and Guz's recognition, stared at Li Wei with a serious face, and reminded Gusui. After hearing this, Gusui remembered what he wanted to do. She quickly said,
Monas, don't worry. He has promised me to see the queen.
When Monas heard her words, she did not relax her vigilance. Her rifle shook, and the snowflakes that fell on the gun were shaken off. Her sharp eyes locked on Levi through the gap in her helmet, and she said coldly,
This man openly abducted the saint in the city and has violated the laws of the ice and snow city. I will escort him back to face the queen's trial.
Gusui glanced at Monas helplessly. Her words meant that the matter was no longer whether Levi wanted to see the Snow Queen. What Monas wants to maintain is the legal dignity of the Ice and Snow City, the majesty of the Ice and Snow Queen, and the dignity of the saint. This has gone to another level. After hearing this, Levi looked at Monas and could feel her eyes as cold and biting as the cold wind. He laughed. His expression became cold, and he said,
Then try it if you have the ability.
When Monas heard this, she raised the spear in her hand and pointed it at Levi. Prepare to attack. Gusui took a step forward and stood between Levi and Monas. She didn't want things to get so rigid. It took a lot of effort for Li Wei to agree to her going back to see the queen. Although Monas is very strong, even if she defeats Levi and brings Levi back to see the queen, it would not be a good thing. Because what the queen needs is Levi's help. Monas' expression suddenly moved slightly, and the queen's voice sounded in her ears. After a moment, she put down her weapon and whispered,
I understand. Your Majesty the Queen.
She glanced at Li Wei, pulled the reins to turn the snow horse around, and ordered,
Escort the saint back to the palace.
Wow! The numerous Valkyries surrounding Li Wei listened to the order, put away their weapons, and spread out to form an escort formation. Gusui breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, although she didn't know why Monas suddenly changed her mind. Because Guzay was the elder brother of the saint. He was not blocked by the escorting Valkyrie, and walked to Levi and Gusui. He looked at Levi and Gusui with a strange expression.
What's going on with you two?
Guzay was also confused. Li Wei didn't meet him when he came to the Ice and Snow City, but instead met his sister first. How is this going? Gusui was a little embarrassed, and pushed Guzay's back to make him turn around and walk forward.
Let's talk about it when we get back.
Under the escort of the Valkyrie, the three came to the Ice Jade Palace. The Ice Jade Palace is located on the snowy mountains of the city of Ice and Snow, quite far away from the city at the foot of the mountains. The Valkyrie team escorted the three of them to the entrance of the Ice Jade Palace, and Monas asked the others to return to the city. She took Li Wei and others towards the Ice Jade Palace alone. The Ice Jade Palace is like a huge work of art carved from ice blue crystal. Every corner is filled with the carver's ingenious craftsmanship. Various beautiful patterns and carvings can be seen everywhere. Li Wei walked into the Ice Jade Palace and saw many ice crystal trees. But he didn't feel cold. He glanced around and saw no sign of any plants. There seemed to be only trees and flowers made of ice crystals in the Ice Jade Palace. And there were no plants in the traditional sense. Ice crystal trees, flowers and plants will also sway in the wind, looking lifelike.
Master Guz, please stay.
Mona stretched out her hand to stop Guz. Guzay nodded, looked at Levi and Gusui, and said,
You go in. I'll wait for you here.
He knew that the place ahead was where he would meet the Snow Queen. The Snow Queen and Levi might have something important to say, and it would be inconvenient for him to be there. Guzay was only summoned by the Snow Queen once after he met Gusui for the first time. I still couldn't see the true face of the Snow Queen clearly. At that time, the other party was standing behind the ice crystal bee curtain, and I could only see a blurry figure. After that, the Snow Queen was never seen again. Levi nodded.
Yeah.
For some reason, Gusui felt a little nervous. I was a little afraid that Li Wei would disappoint the Snow Queen. And I was also a little afraid that something bad would happen to Li Wei after he went in. It's not that she's worried about Li Wei's safety. It's just that she came because she felt that Li Wei believed in her. If something happened, she would also be responsible and betrayed Li Wei's trust. Gusui took a deep breath, opened the door and walked in. Levi followed behind and entered. As soon as I walked in, the door behind me closed with a bang. He glanced back, not paying attention, and looked ahead. This huge room only has 8 huge ice crystal pillars standing on the ground. At the end are smooth blue ice crystal steps, with a crystal seat placed on the steps. There was a figure sitting on it. A few dozen meters away, Levi's eyes collided with the person on the seat. Both sides are sizing up the other. Is she the Snow Queen? Is this the person wanted by the Illuminati cult? Gusui broke the silence and walked forward, his heels making a clicking sound when they collided with the ground. The noise, which was not loud at first, was particularly conspicuous in the empty and quiet room. It was like hitting Levi's heart. Chapter 472 Ice Queen. Gusui took Levi to the bottom of the steps. She saluted and shouted, "Your Majesty." After a brief thought, Li Wei performed a common hand gesture between mages. "Meet the Snow Queen. When in town, do as the Romans do." The Snow Queen raised her hand slightly and said, "No courtesy." Seeing that there was no paladin ambushing the room, Levi was quietly relieved. Although this poses no threat to him, the Snow Queen looked at Li Wei, showed a faint smile, and said, "Mr. Master, do you plan to keep using this magic body to talk to me?" "Oh?" When Gusui heard this, she looked surprised. She subconsciously turned her head and glanced at Levi. For a moment, I couldn't understand the meaning of the Ice Queen's words. She didn't react until Levi beside her turned into nothing and disappeared. The person next to him is not Levi at all. Just a phantom. She didn't even notice it at all. Gusui was confused. When did Levi switch to his real body and fake body? She was completely unaware. The palace door opens. Monas and Gyuz at the door looked at Levi, who walked into the room again with confused expressions. Bang! After the door closed, the two looked at each other and could feel the confusion in each other's eyes. Didn't Levi go in a long time ago? Why did another Levi appear? But now that the palace door is open, it means that everything is under the watchful eye of the Snow Queen. Since Her Majesty the Queen did not issue an order, Monas did not make any reaction. Just keep the doubts in your mind. Gusui looked at Levi, who walked in with a complicated face. Levi smiled, saluted again and said, "Your Majesty, the Queen has good eyesight." The Snow Queen didn't pay attention to Levi's little move. She looked at Levi and asked, "Oh, can you tell me what you did to make the Light Religion send legendary paladins to hunt you down?" When Li Wei heard this, his heart trembled. He was also very surprised. He did not expect that the Light God religion would send out legendary masters. Before that, he really didn't know that there were legendary powerhouses among the people chasing him. But this change also proves one thing. If he wanted to run away, even a legendary powerhouse might not be able to catch him. Although Levi was surprised in his heart, he did not show it on his face. He thought for a moment and said, "It's nothing. It doesn't matter if I tell you. I just borrowed the goddess tears of the light cult for a while, and then accidentally broke it. I couldn't return it, so they hunted me down." The Snow Queen fell into silence upon hearing this. Gusui stared at Levi, his mouth slightly open, unable to say anything. The Snow Queen looked at Levi and didn't understand why he could talk about such a big thing so indifferently, as if it was a small matter. Those are the tears of the goddess, holy relics of the Temple of Light. Even she has heard about it, and knows how powerful the tears of the goddess are. The most important thing is that this guy also ruined the tears of the goddess, although it is not clear how he did it. For this reason, it is not too much to think that the God of Light would send out legendary paladins to hunt him down. That is a sacred weapon. An idea flashed into the Ice Queen's mind. Should we hand over Li Wei to the Guangming cult? His troubles seem to be bigger than his own? She quickly put this idea out of her mind, with a look in her eyes that said, "I just need talents like you." It's better if Levi is in a lot of trouble, so that he won't be afraid of getting into more trouble. Anyway, no matter how big the trouble is, it won't be more serious than being chased by a legendary paladin. Looking at it this way, Levi is actually her ideal candidate. Levi was a little strange. He could feel the change in the Snow Queen's attitude from silence to admiration in her eyes. The Snow Queen no longer interfered with Li Wei's affairs. She was afraid of hearing more news that would hurt her little heart. The Snow Queen looked at Levi and said,
"You should know that I'm looking for you to ask for your help with something?"
Li Wei was shocked and became serious. This was getting to the point.
"My lady, the Snow Queen, has great magical powers in the far north ice field. Even the light cult relies on your power. Is there any other little thing you need help from someone like me?"
The Snow Queen said,
"This is not a trivial matter. It is related to the safety of all living creatures in the Arctic ice field."
Levi was slightly stunned. A little surprised and surprised.
"What?"
The Snow Queen asked.
"Have you ever heard of the Arctic Abyss?"
Levi nodded and said,
"I heard it."
He was also a little surprised. Did the Ice and Snow Queen entrust him with something related to the extreme cold abyss? The Snow Queen said,
"Then you must have heard about the Ice Emperor."
Levi nodded. The Ice Queen said,
"Thousands of years ago, the Ice Emperor slept in the extremely cold abyss. Now 1,000 years have passed. Someone wants to wake up the sleeping Ice Emperor. Once the Ice Emperor wakes up, it will bring destruction to the entire Arctic ice sheet. Even the areas south of the snow-capped mountains will be affected by natural disasters. If the Ice Emperor awakens, it will not be a good thing for the entire Northern Territory. What's more, the group of people who want to revive the Ice Emperor want to use the power of the Ice Emperor to fight for the world. If they succeed, it will be a disaster for the entire world. Fred City is bearing the brunt of this."
Gusui was also shocked when he heard this. He had never heard the Snow Queen talk about related things before. After hearing this, Levi was not too shocked. He is no longer interested in so-called world-destroying disasters and crises. The legendary Lich also said the same thing before when he caused the undead disaster. However, it didn't end in the end, and even the Great Storm Wall failed to break through. There are also reasons why some legendary Liches do not want to break through the Storm Wall and penetrate into the world of Middle-earth. Levi looked at the Snow Queen and said,
"In this case, shouldn't you tell the Light Cult of this news? Aren't they the force that specializes in dealing with world-destroying disasters?"
The Snow Queen smiled bitterly and said,
"I told those paladins, but they said they came specifically to hunt you down and had no intention of getting involved in this matter. They didn't even intend to report it to the Light God religion."
When Li Wei heard this, he wasn't too surprised. When he got along with Lancelot in Storm City, Levi had already seen through the nature of the Light Cult. Everything the Illuminati cult does is to please the gods. The Ice Emperor is far from touching the interests of the God of Light, and the two are completely incompatible. Therefore, from the perspective of the Light God religion, it is something that can be completely ignored. They didn't care that the entire Northern Territory was turned into ice and snow by the Ice Emperor. Levi said,
"Even if the Light religion doesn't care, can't you still report it to the Professionals Association, the Mage Association, and other extraordinary forces?"
The Snow Queen was silent for a moment and said,
"If the people who want to use the power of the Ice Emperor are among these people, what do you think will happen?"
Kill in silence? Chapter 473 New information about the extreme cold abyss. Faced with the Snow Queen's rhetorical question, Levi didn't know how to answer. It's definitely not going to be a good thing anyway. Maybe these extraordinary forces knew about the Snow Queen's plan to stop them. They may take the first step to attack the Ice and Snow City. Although the Snow Queen is powerful in the far north ice field, she is still too weak to face world-level extraordinary forces. The Light Cult, the Professionals Association, the Mage Association, and the Warriors Association are all world-class extraordinary forces. Any local power is just a small shrimp in front of such a behemoth. Precisely because these extraordinary forces are world-class forces, their internal relationships are also very complicated. The Snow Queen's worries are not without reason. She was willing to tell the news to the Holy Knights of the Light God religion, because the Light God religion did not need to engage in such tricks as
borrowing the power of the Ice Emperor.
The Light Cult has strong enough backing and power. After thinking for a long time, Levi said,
"I have a question. Why did you choose me?"
The Snow Queen stared at Levi, who looked directly into her ice blue eyes.
"Because you are being hunted by the legendary paladin of the Light God religion."
Levi, what reason is this? The Snow Queen explained.
"Although I didn't know the reason at the time, I thought that the person who could escape from the pursuit of the 4 paladins of the Light God must be very strong, especially when there is a legendary paladin among them."
Levi understood. To put it bluntly, the Snow Queen felt that she was strong enough to be qualified to intervene in this dangerous incident. Levi said,
"I'm sorry to obey, but in my opinion, rashly participating in this kind of time is no less than a moth flying into the flame. I'm not as powerful as you think. I was able to escape from the paladin just because I escaped quickly, the Snow Queen said. You are too humble. This cannot be explained by simply running away. She might still think so before meeting Levi. But after hearing Li Wei explain why he was hunted down by the Light Cult, the Snow Queen knew that Levi was definitely more powerful than imagined. Ordinary people cannot steal the sacred artifacts from the Temple of Light, let alone destroy the sacred artifacts. This all shows that Levi is powerful. Li Wei said that she would not believe it if he borrowed the tears of the goddess. If I really borrowed it, would I still be afraid of being hunted down by the Light Cult? Even if it is damaged, the most it will be is compensation. It's another thing to not be able to afford compensation. But it certainly won't cause the Guangming cult to mobilize so many troops to pursue him, the Snow Queen said. Of course. I didn't ask you to do things for me for free. I overheard that you seem to be interested in the legend of the mysterious time realm of the extremely cold abyss. Levi showed a look of surprise. This time he was really surprised. He only mentioned this matter when chatting with Xiong Er. There should be no one else present at that time. Even if the fake waiter who poisoned him was separated by a wall. Even if he heard it, he wouldn't be able to tell the Snow Queen. So, how did the Snow Queen know? Seeing the doubtful look on Levi's face, the Snow Queen explained. You should have heard about Fred City. People say that this is a city belonging to the Ice Elves. Levi nodded. I heard it. But I've basically never seen Ice Elves. When he first came to Fred City, he saw an Ice Elf guard on the city wall. But it was only a brief glimpse. From then on, I never saw any Ice Elves in the city. The Snow Queen smiled, raised her left hand, and a white fluffy snow ball appeared on her index finger. That's because you can't see them. When Levi heard this, he stared at the fluffy snow clinging to her index finger. After sensing it for a moment, I unexpectedly discovered that it was an Ice Elf. A very weak Ice Elf. Maybe the consciousness has just been born, and even the body shape has not been completely condensed. It is impossible to cause any harm to humans. Even if ordinary people encounter it, they will only regard it as snow falling from the sky. The Snow Queen said, Breed City is full of these young Ice Elves. They are my ears and eyes. I can see and hear everything that happens in the city. When Li Wei heard this, he suddenly realized. It turns out that he has been under the surveillance of the Snow Queen for a long time. No wonder he felt trouble came so quickly every time. I have to admit, this ability is really powerful. Within the scope of the Ice and Snow City, the Ice and Snow Queen is like a god, knowing everything. This may be the reason why her rule over the city of Ice and Snow has remained stable for hundreds of years. The Snow Queen said, If you are willing to help, I can give you some information about the secret realm of time, which I guarantee to be true and reliable. Besides, if you are looking for the secret realm of time, there is a high chance that you will run into the group of people who went to the extreme cold abyss to look for the Ice Emperor. I don't think you will get along peacefully after meeting, and they will never let strangers affect their plans. The Snow Queen did not continue speaking, and Levi also understood what she meant. Anyway, that is, if he wants to find the secret realm of time deep in the extremely cold abyss, he will inevitably run into someone who is looking for the Ice Emperor. A battle will inevitably come then. It's better to cooperate with her honestly. Levi thought for a moment, looked at the Snow Queen, and asked, What is the real information you said about the secret realm of time? The Snow Queen smiled and did not ask Levi if he agreed to help her. Li Wei's question already stated his attitude. She replied, There is indeed a secret realm of time in the extreme cold abyss. But the secret realm of time will only appear at special time points. Levi's expression changed and he asked, When? The Snow Queen said, The alternation of extreme night and extreme day. Levi frowned and blurted out, Doesn't this mean there is only one chance every year? The Snow Queen smiled and said, Yes, there should be only one opportunity every 33 years. The cycle of polar night and day in the Arctic ice field is 33 years. Li Wei was speechless, thinking of a very crucial question. He quickly asked, Then when is the next transition between night and day? The Snow Queen replied, 7 days later. Levi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait a few years. He was also glad that he had caught up. Otherwise, he would have had to wait another 33 years if he had missed it. The Snow Queen said, It's too early for you to breathe a sigh of relief. It will take at least 3 days to travel from here to the extreme cold abyss. It will take at least 2 days to get from the extreme cold abyss to the place where the secret realm of time is. That is to say, if there are no accidents along the way, it will take you 5 days and 5 nights just to travel.
Levi's expression froze slightly. Chapter 474 Legendary Weapon Frost Staff. After the Snow Queen's reminder, Levi also realized that time was urgent. We must leave quickly. Levi thought for a moment, looked up at the Snow Queen, and said,
I can help you stop those people from awakening the Ice Emperor, but only after I get to the secret realm of time.
The Snow Queen nodded and said,
Okay. Anyway, if that group of people see the secret realm of time, they will probably not be able to resist the temptation. They will choose to enter the secret realm of time first, and then awaken the Ice Emperor.
Levi was a little confused. He asked,
According to you, you can enter the secret realm of time every 33 years. So why are there so few legends about the secret realm of time?
The Snow Queen said,
Firstly, there are too few people who know about it. And secondly, not everyone can accurately grasp the moment when day and night alternate. I can only deduce that it will be about 7 days later, even if it is the alternation of polar night and polar day. But I don't know the specific time. The gap in other people's calculations is even greater. It could be a few days or a few months. It's more that the legend about the secret realm of time has been cut off, and only a few words are left to spread on the snowfield.
The Snow Queen can calculate such an accurate time because she has lived for countless periods of alternating day and night. The cycle time between day and night has been calculated all the time. Ordinary humans don't have her longevity. The alternation of 2 extreme nights and extreme days is almost the life of an ordinary human being. After Levi realized that time was urgent, he immediately considered getting up and heading to the extremely cold abyss. There isn't much time left.
According to what you say, I should also prepare to leave for the extremely cold abyss,
Levi said. The Snow Queen said,
In that case, let Guzwe accompany you. She can give you a lot of help in the extremely cold abyss. Ah?
Guzwe looked surprised. She didn't expect that the Snow Queen would let her go to the extremely dangerous and extremely cold abyss with Levi. The Arctic abyss has always been a forbidden area of death in the Arctic ice field, and almost no living being has ever stepped into that forbidden area. All the indigenous people of the Arctic ice fields are very aware of the horror of the Arctic abyss. Just the cold air escaping from the extremely cold abyss made the nearby area thousands of miles deserted. No living thing can survive in that extremely low temperature environment for a long time. Perhaps only the Ice Emperor, the master of the Arctic ice sheet, can endure the ultra-low temperature of the Arctic abyss. Hearing Guthaway's surprised cry, the Snow Queen turned to look at her. Guzwe saw the ice-blue beautiful eyes of the Snow Queen, and subconsciously lowered her head and said,
Your Majesty, as ordered.
The Snow Queen smiled slightly and said,
Don't be too nervous. You brought the Frost Staff with you on this trip, and with the Frost Staff in your hand, you can handle it even if you encounter danger. Ah? But the Frost Staff is your Queen's symbol of power. How could I?
Guthaway said in shock. The Snow Queen smiled and said,
You also said that it is just a symbol of my power. Do you think I still need the Frost Staff to maintain the rule of Fred City?
Guzwe said quickly.
That's not what I meant. Okay, just take the Frost Staff with you. Otherwise, I won't trust you to go to such a dangerous place as the extremely cold abyss. Bringing the Frost Staff at least gives you a guarantee.
The Ice Queen stood up, stretched out her right hand, and an icy blue light appeared in front of her. She stretched out her hand to grab the light, and the light gradually faded, revealing a staff of frost made entirely of blue ice crystals. The Ice Queen handed the Frost Staff to Guthaway, who took it with both hands.
I will definitely not disappoint Her Majesty the Queen's expectations.
Guthaway took the Frost Staff and swore an oath. The Snow Queen shook her head and said,
No. I hope you can put your own life safety first and come back safely.
Guthaway clenched the Frost Staff and looked up at the Snow Queen, seeing worry in her eyes for the first time. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit solemn, Levi said with a smile,
Don't worry. With me here, you will definitely come back safely.
Guzwe glanced at Levi and felt that he didn't know much about the dangers of the extreme cold abyss, so he dared to say such big words. Let alone him. Even if the Snow Queen goes to the extreme cold abyss in person, she may encounter dangers and mishaps. Guthaway didn't say anything. All she could do was hold the Frost Staff in her hand. The Frost Staff is the legendary weapon scepter of the Snow Queen. It can greatly enhance the power of ice spells. Its power is even more astonishing in the Arctic ice fields and Arctic abyss, far more powerful than ordinary legendary weapons. Holding the Frost Staff, Guthaway can fight even if he encounters legendary creatures. Her current situation is somewhat similar to that of the Fire Element Elder, who can only obtain legendary power through external objects. It's just that her own strength is much weaker than the fire element elder. Levi and Gusui left the palace and saw Guzei outside. Li Wei looked at Guzei with some emotion and helplessness. They had just met and were about to be separated again. However, if this trip goes well, I can stay with Guz as long as I want after returning to the Ice and Snow City. Monas looked shocked when she saw Guthabi walking out with a staff of frost.
Is this the frost staff?
She was a little unsure. Yuzaver nodded and said with a solemn face.
The queen has something important for me to do. I will be out for a while, so I will trouble you, Monas, during this time.
After Monas calmed down after hearing this, she nodded and said,
Yes, I understand.
Since Guthaway didn't say what he was going to do, the Snow Queen didn't tell him either. Monas did not ask. This is something you should understand as a subordinate. Guzei looked at Gusui in surprise, and then looked at what Levi had guessed. He asked,
Are you two together?
Levi nodded and said,
Yes, teacher. I'm really sorry. Not long after we met, we have to part ways again.
Guzei endured the reluctance and worry in his heart and said with a smile,
Don't say that. Just go ahead and go. When you come back, we will talk in detail about what happened to you after I left.
Levi smiled and said,
Okay, definitely.
He glanced at Gusui, looked at Levi and said,
Then please take more care of my sister. Brother, what are you talking about? I am obviously stronger, so I should take care of him.
Gusui said with some dissatisfaction. Guz knew that Levi's strength could not be seen from the surface. He looked at Gusui, smiled and said,
Yes, yes. Please take more care of my students. I'll keep a good eye on him.
Gusui glanced at Levi and said, Chapter 475 Extremely Cold Abyss. After Levi decided to set off, he didn't spend much time in the Ice and Snow City. After briefly explaining some situations to Guzei, he set out on the journey to the extremely cold abyss with Guzei's sister Gusui. After taking back the shadow attendant beside Xiong'er, Xiong'er asked Guzei to take care of the still sleeping Xiong'er.
I can only send you here. Any further ahead will not be a place where snow-walking beasts can enter,
Mona said to Levi and Guthaway, who were riding the snow-traveling beasts. Levi and Guzav jumped off the snow-walking beast and landed in the soft snow. He patted the snow-stepping beast that had sent him away for nearly 100 miles, and said,
Thank you very much. You can go back.
If you go any further, the snow-stepping beast may not be able to return to the Ice and Snow City. In order to save the physical strength and mana of the two of them, Monas proposed to use the snow-walking beast to send the two of them to the edge of the Ice and Snow City boundary.
Well, I wish you a safe journey.
Monas controlled the snow-walking beast and turned back towards the Ice and Snow City. Levi and Gusui used their own methods to move towards the extremely cold abyss. According to the Ice Queen, it would take the two of them non-stop walking for 3 days and 3 nights to reach the edge of the extremely cold abyss. This is a huge test for both of them. Gusui glanced at Levi and said,
It's hard to recover your mana here. Right. Why don't you come with me, and I'll take you away?
Hearing this, Levi thought about the ice cubes that fell at her feet and said,
Thanks then. Humph. I just don't want you to be unable to hold me back when I'm in danger.
Levi smiled and didn't care. Guthaway controlled the ice beneath his feet and headed towards the extremely cold abyss. The ice sliced a straight line across the snow. After a while, Levi said,
Can't you sit down? Aren't you tired of standing all the time? Oh, stand and have a higher view.
As he spoke, Guthaway also made 2 seats out of ice, and the two of them sat on the moving ice blocks. Leeway looked into the distance and asked,
What does the extreme cold abyss look like?
Gusui said without looking back,
I haven't been there either. But I heard Her Majesty the Queen say that the extreme cold abyss is a bottomless abyss with no end in sight.
Levi looked up at the sky, which was already dark. He said,
This is not the end of the day or the end of the night. Why did the Ice and Snow Queen say that 7 days later will be the time when the end of the day and the end of the night will alternate?
Gusui explained.
The city of ice and snow is still far away from the extreme cold abyss. The extreme day and night can only be seen within 1,000 miles of the extreme cold abyss. It should be the polar night now. That area has been dark for 33 years, and the temperature is much lower than here. I heard that after entering the era of extreme daylight, magical signs of the ice-free sea will appear outside the extreme cold abyss for a period of time. The sea doesn't freeze?
Levi asked doubtfully. Guthaway said,
It is seawater whose temperature is obviously far lower than the freezing temperature of seawater, but it remains in a liquid state. If the extreme cold abyss is surrounded by the ocean, it may be more troublesome for us to get there.
Oh, I know. The two of them hurried on without stopping. And there was still something to talk about ahead. When they got to the back, looking at the dark snowfield around them, neither of them wanted to talk anymore and moved forward silently in the darkness. That is to say, Gusui leads the way. Otherwise Levi would not be able to find the direction to the extremely cold abyss in the dark night. Gusui also relied on the frost staff to move straight towards the extremely cold abyss. Levi looked at the dark snowfield around him, and suddenly thought of the group of people who entered the extremely cold abyss in an attempt to awaken the Ice Emperor. How did they cross the Arctic ice sheet to reach the Arctic abyss? Being able to do such a thing, I'm afraid his strength is not weak. I don't know how much time passed, but there were signs of light in the sky, and the two of them had been moving forward all night. Levi glanced at Gusui and said,
"Let me do it next, and you can rest for a while."
Gusui looked at him with some doubts, with a tired look in his eyes.
"What are you going to do?"
Levi smiled and said,
"Simple."
As Guthavi looked on, Levi took over control of the ice beneath her feet. Levi cannot control the ice created by Guthavi, but he can use object control to push the ice forward. Guthavi looked surprised.
"How did you do it?"
Levi said.
"The hand of the mage." "Mage's hand?"
Guthavi looked at him with doubts in his eyes. She glanced at the ice at her feet, thought for a moment, shook her head, and did not continue thinking. Sit on the ice chair and rest with your eyes closed to restore your mental strength. Occasionally open your eyes to make sure Levi is heading in the right direction. The two took turns to rest and traveled day and night. Finally, we arrived at the edge of the extremely cold abyss at noon on the third day. Although it was noon, it was still dark after approaching the extremely cold abyss for thousands of miles. There was no sunlight, but relying on the strange aurora flashing in the sky, the two of them could barely see the way forward. Hoo ho ho! The cold wind is howling ahead. Even Guthaway couldn't help but shiver from the cold. She exhaled a breath of hot breath and clenched the frost staff in her hand, trying to gain immunity from the cold. The temperature here is already over 180 degrees below zero. It is no exaggeration to say that the breath Gusui exhaled would turn into ice slag and hit her face under the cold wind. Cold and stinging. Yuzavir lifted the mink-tail scarf around her neck, trying to prevent the cold wind from invading. She glanced at Levi, who was still wearing the thin mage robe and seemed not to feel the cold at all. Of course Li Wei would also be cold. After arriving near the extremely cold abyss, the fire element content in the surrounding heaven and earth is almost invisible. Even the fire element in his body became inert. Here, his strength will also be greatly affected. Levi glanced at Gusui. Maybe he really has to rely on her strength next. The two looked at each other, then looked away. Levi said,
"Let's go. There is an extremely cold abyss ahead."
Gusui nodded.
"Yes."
The two walked forward and approached the extremely cold abyss in the darkness. After getting closer, they saw the bottomless cliff. It was like the earth was cracking open. Standing on this side of the cliff, you can't see the other side of the cliff. Cliffs are not smooth, straight cuts. Hanging on the cliff are many ice edges and ice cones that are frozen by the cold wind and are harder than steel. However, these ice blocks are extremely slippery. If you want to get to the bottom of the extremely cold abyss through these ice edges and ice cones, you must be prepared to slip and fall to your death at any time. Fortunately, neither Levi nor Gus ever need to risk doing this. Both of them can fly directly down. The only thing to pay attention to is the extremely cold air currents that may be ejected from the extremely cold abyss at any time. If they were hit by the extremely cold air current, the two of them would be frozen into ice slag instantly and fall into the abyss. Chapter 476 Dive. Levi and Gusui flew hand in hand towards the bottom of the extremely cold abyss. He releases his spiritual perception at all times, and is alert to the appearance of extremely cold air currents. To this end, he has to endure the stimulation of mental perception caused by the extremely cold environment. Levi felt as if his spiritual sea was frozen by the cold. However, fortunately, there was another round of scorching sun in his spiritual sea, which could dispel the cold invasion on the spiritual level. Levi felt that it suddenly became extremely cold below, and he quickly pulled Gusui and flew towards the mountain wall next to him. No need for words. Gusui immediately cast a spell, and the ice crystals on the mountain wall extended to form a closed igloo. The two flew into the igloo, and the entrance and exit of the igloo were completely sealed. As soon as it was closed, the sound of cold wind whistling, like the wail of ghosts, could be heard outside. It is as if the remnants of the souls that died in the cold wind have never dispersed, and are still enduring the erosion of the cold wind day after day. Just thinking about it, the chill seems to freeze the soul. Even if he didn't think about it, Gusui felt that his soul was about to be frozen by the cold wind. The cold wind in the extreme cold abyss has already reached the level of damage caused by rules. The two took shelter in the igloo until the howling of the cold wind died down. Just as Guthaway was about to open the igloo and go out, Levi stopped her and said,
"Wait a minute. I will recover some mana."
He took out a magic stone and absorbed it to restore his mana. The magical energy in the fire bead necklace should be reserved for critical moments. When it's not urgent, you should still use the magic stone to restore mana, just as slowly as possible. Gusavi nodded, and she also began to meditate to absorb the surrounding ice elements to restore mana. After the two men's mana was full, they continued to fly downwards. After flying for a while, Guthaway asked,
"How deep have we flown?"
Levi said,
"It should be more than 10,000 meters.
Yusuf looked down and said,
"But we can't see the bottom of the extreme cold abyss yet."
Levi searched for information about the mantle in his past memories. He said,
"It's still early. The Earth is much deeper than we imagined. The depth of the Earth is even more amazing than the height of the sky."
For the planet, 10,000 meters has not even penetrated the Earth's surface. Although I don't know how deep the extreme cold abyss is. But Levi was ready to fly all the way down. According to the Ice Queen, even if you reach the edge of the extremely cold abyss, you want to reach the place where the secret realm of time is. We still have to move forward non-stop for 2 days and 2 nights. Levi would not be surprised if the extreme cold abyss was thousands of kilometers deep. Of course, if the place mentioned by the Snow Queen continues to move forward for some distance, the depth may be reduced a lot. Thousands of meters deep underground. The surroundings were completely dark, without any light. Even the auroras in the sky cannot penetrate deep here. Really blind. Levi and Gusui could only rely on mental perception to determine each other's position. After flying for a while, Yusui asked curiously,
"Why is your spiritual perception range so wide? Obviously my level is higher than yours, but my mental perception range is so much smaller than yours. How did you do it? I think my mental power is considered strong among 5th level mages."
Levi concentrated on sensing the extremely cold airflow and replied casually,
"Talent."
Hearing this, Gusui was quite disgusted. No one had ever been able to show off his talent in front of her before. Ever since she was picked up by the Ice Queen from a blizzard when she was 8 years old, Guthaway has shown her unique talent as an ice mage. That's why she became the Saint of the Ice and Snow City at a young age. Although the Snow Queen has a long lifespan, she does not need anyone to inherit her dominance. But the City of Ice and Snow still needs a saint. After all, she couldn't do everything herself. The saint is equivalent to her incarnation, helping her do things that are inconvenient for her to do in person. This must be someone she absolutely trusts. Gusui, who was raised by the Snow Queen since childhood, gained the trust of the Snow Queen in order to become a saint. Gusui couldn't help but feel a little lost when she recalled the past events. Suddenly, Levi's shout came to his ears.
"Be careful!"
Gusui was a little confused.
"What are you careful about?"
Soon, an extremely fast object appeared within the range of her mental perception. The moment the object appeared, she had no time to react. There was a loud bang from the side, and an ice blue ice magic shield appeared on his body. Click! The 5th level ice magic shield had obvious cracks under the impact of the mysterious object. This means that its power has reached the 5th level. Levi glanced around with solemn eyes. Although he couldn't see it, he knew that there were many around him.
"Mind you, there's more than one."
Gusui had some palpitations and asked in fear,
"What is that?"
When the mysterious object hit Yusuver's ice shield, it slid away and disappeared into the darkness. The speed was too fast, and Yusui had no time to intercept it. Nor did he see clearly what the attacker was. Levi's mental perception range is wider, and he can barely perceive the shape of mysterious objects. But because he couldn't see clearly, he didn't know what it was.
"It feels like something like ice cubes,"
Levi said. Gusui looked around, looked up and said,
"Is it the broken ice blown by the extremely cold air?"
Levi shook his head and said,
"Probably not. I feel like that thing is alive." "Alive?"
Gusui looked surprised. Levi's eyes narrowed and he shouted loudly,
"Here we go again! This time on the right!"
He reached out and pulled Gusui to help her avoid the attack path of the mysterious object. If it was a dead object, Gusui would have already avoided it at this time. However, in Levi's perception, the extremely fast-flying eye-shaped object drew an arc, turned and flew towards Gusui. Li Weigang wanted to help Gu Sui block it. In an instant, mysterious objects flew into the range of mental perception from all directions, flying towards him.
Oops!
Levi screamed secretly in his heart. He also saw the power of the attacker. If he was hit by so many things, he might lose his ability to fly and fall into the abyss. Guthaway also realized the seriousness of the matter. She quickly shouted,
"Let me come! Extreme cold! Frozen coffin!"
The frost staff in Guthami's hand emits ice blue light. A 6th level spell that originally took a long time to cast. He was released by Gu Sui instantly. The frozen coffin wrapped the two of them, firmly protecting them in the extremely strong frozen coffin. The 6th level frozen crystal coffin is countless times stronger than the 4th level frozen crystal coffin. The mysterious object hit the frozen coffin, causing the frozen coffin to swing from side to side and fly around in the air. Levi and Gu Sui also saw what the mysterious object was at the moment it collided with the frozen coffin. Gu Sui exclaimed,
"Bingso!"
Chapter 477, Catching Ice Soul.
"Bingpa!"
Levi heard Gu Sui's exclamation and asked curiously,
"What is that?"
Gu Sui said,
"Ice Soul is an extremely rare ice elf."
There was a look of longing in her eyes, and she whispered,
"It would be great if I could catch the Ice Soul. For ice mages, Ice Soul is the best material to improve their strength."
Levi looked at her with some doubts and said,
"Are you not from the Snow Queen's faction? Are you afraid of offending the Snow Queen by hurting the ice elves casually?"
Gu Sui explained,
"Ice Souls are special. They are different from ordinary ice elves. Even the Snow Queen cannot command Ice Souls. Only in extremely cold areas can rare Ice Souls be born. And the extreme cold abyss just meets this condition. Compared with the Ice Elves, the Ice Soul's sense of autonomy is much weaker, and it is more like a product of a natural disaster."
Levi almost understood what Gu Sui meant. He looked outside at Bingpa, who was still relentlessly attacking the frozen coffin. Levi said,
"The flying speed of the Ice Soul is amazing, and its attack power is also very strong. It is difficult to catch it."
Gu Sui nodded and said,
"So I just talked about it. I never thought about actually catching the Ice Soul. If the Snow Queen comes here, there may be a chance to capture the Ice Soul. It's good that we can survive the Ice Soul's attack."
Li Wei smiled slightly and said,
"Actually, it's not completely impossible."
Gu Sui's eyes lit up. He looked at Levi and asked,
"What can you do?"
Now both of them are trapped in the frozen coffin and are attacked by swarms of ice souls. There was no way out of the predicament for a while. Even if Levi was in a hurry to go to the secret realm of time, there was nothing he could do. In this case, it is better to find a way to deal with the attacker in front of you, Levi said.
"Use a net to catch it."
Hearing this, Gu Sui froze on the spot, not understanding what Li Wei meant. Even if he had a net that could withstand a 5th level attack, if he took it out in the extremely cold abyss, it would probably be frozen to ashes. It is impossible to catch ice souls. Levi looked at Gu Sui and said,
"Open the frozen coffin a little."
Gusabi shook his head and said,
"It can't be done."
Levi reached out and touched the frozen coffin, which sent a strong vibration. That was the vibration caused by the ice soul hitting the frozen coffin at high speed. Levi said,
"If I drill a small hole, won't it break the frozen coffin?"
Gu Sui frowned and said,
"No. The frozen coffin is the 6th level ice spell with the strongest defense. You cannot destroy the frozen coffin."
Levi raised the corner of his mouth and said,
"That's not necessarily the case."
His eyes narrowed and he concentrated, and a wisp of purple flame appeared on his fingertips. Purple flames approached the frozen coffin. The frozen coffin, known as the strongest 6th level ice defense spell, showed signs of melting under the burning of the purple flames. Levi controlled the melted area and used purple flames to melt through the frozen coffin, leaving a hole the size of a pinhole. The cold wind blew into the frozen coffin through the hole, and Gu Sui looked shocked.
"How did you do it? What's with that purple flame?"
She had never seen purple flames before. Levi didn't answer her question, and couldn't explain it clearly in a few words. He stretched out his hand and placed it on the hole of the frozen coffin, and the mana flowed out along the needle-sized hole. Under the influence of the object control spell, mana formed a net outside the frozen coffin. Under Li Wei's powerful control, the mana network continued to superimpose, becoming stronger and denser. Puff! An ice soul instantly penetrated Levi's mana net. The mana net cannot block Bingpa at all. Levi didn't give up, repairing the holes and building more nets. Puff puff. The net keeps getting torn apart. Gu Sui, who was next to her, couldn't stand it anymore. She advised,
"Don't try. You are just wasting your mana. After a while, Bingpa stops attacking, and we can take the opportunity to leave.
Levi put his index finger in front of his lips.
Shh! Don't talk.
He stared hard into the darkness ahead. Seeing his serious look, Gusui thought that some new monster had appeared, and quickly turned around to look. Suddenly, an ice soul flew from that direction. Gusui looked disappointed. The next second, a look of shock appeared on her face. Hoorah! After the ice soul penetrated several layers of nets, it was finally caught in the net and stopped in front of the frozen coffin. Puff puff. The surrounding ice souls can fly away through the mana net as easily as ever. Gusui looked at Bingpa, who was caught by Levi, showing confusion.
Why can you catch it?
She looked around and saw that other ice souls could easily penetrate the mana net. Could it be that this ice soul is special? Levi said with a smile.
It has broken through my mana net 38 times, and the speed has dropped to the point where the mana net can catch it.
Hearing this, Gusui showed a look of sudden realization.
That's it.
She finally understood why Levi persisted in repairing the broken net. It turned out that he had been using the net to weaken Bingpa's flying speed. When the flight speed dropped to a certain level, Bingpa could no longer break through the mana net, and was naturally caught by Levi. But this is too difficult. According to Levi, he failed 38 times before succeeding once. Levi's spirits perked up after he verified that his idea was feasible. He looked at the ice soul that was trapped in the net, shaking constantly and unable to escape from the surface of the frozen coffin, and smiled.
Okay, let's catch a few more.
Gusui watched quietly from the side as Li Wei repeatedly repaired the mana net. She suddenly realized that Levi's ability to control mana was so amazing. In addition to the extremely powerful ability to control mana, there is also the amazing willpower. Ordinary people may have given up long ago after failing a few times. Levi was able to endure failure until he succeeded. Gusui looked at Li Wei's side face, a little dazed, and didn't know what he was thinking about. I don't know how much time passed, but the surrounding ice souls finally stopped attacking. Levi also breathed a sigh of relief and put down his right hand that was attached to the frozen coffin. He moved his shoulders and turned to look at Yusuf.
Okay, we can go out.
Kasabi nodded and said,
Yes.
Unlocking the frozen coffin, the two stood in the darkness of nothingness. Li Wei reached out and made a move, and the 6 ice souls caught in the mana net flew into his hand. Gusui looked at the ice soul in his hand. Although she was extremely eager in her heart, she did not speak. She knew how much effort Levi spent to obtain these ice souls. That's not something she can get by just saying a few words. Levi put away the ice soul, looked at Gusui and said,
I will keep these ice souls first, and I will divide them when we get to a safe area.
Hearing this, Gusui was stunned for a moment, and then asked in surprise,
Why do you want to share it with me? You have worked so hard to catch these.
Levi laughed.
Without you, I wouldn't be able to catch these ice souls.
Chapter 478 Death by Falling.
Okay, I don't know how much time has been consumed by Bingpa. Let's set off quickly and don't miss the time.
Levi reminded him when he saw Gusui, who was still dazed. Hearing this, Gusui came back to his senses, grasped the staff of frost and nodded vigorously. She closed her eyes and relied on the frost staff to sense for a moment. Pointing to the lower left, Guthaway opened his eyes and said,
Over there. Let's move on.
Levi and Gusui continued to move towards the coordinates of the secret realm of time provided by the Snow Queen. When encountering extremely cold air currents on the road, stop and take a break. However, there were no further attacks from Bingpa in the follow-up period. Even in the extremely cold abyss, Ice Soul is an extremely rare thing. The probability of encountering it is like winning a lottery ticket, almost close to zero. The two of them kept flying towards the depths of the extremely cold abyss. The temperature of the surrounding environment is getting lower and lower, from minus 180 degrees at the edge of the extremely cold abyss to minus 240 degrees. Levi was afraid that the deepest part of the extreme cold abyss would approach absolute zero. I'm afraid even time will be frozen. Thinking of this, Li Wei not only thought, is it because of this reason that the treasure of the time dragon is left here? The power of frozen time? Levi shook his head and felt that it was useless to think so much. He would know it when he saw it. Gusui shouted with some surprise.
Levi, it seems that we have reached the end. Oh, so fast?
Levi was a little surprised. He thought it would take him a long time to fly to the end. Gusui glanced at Levi and said angrily,
How long do you want to fly? Anyway, I am almost exhausted.
Levi said calmly.
Speak less when you are tired.
The energy consumed to speak a word in the extremely cold abyss is several times that of a normal environment. The heat was taken away from the mouth by the cold almost the moment he opened his mouth. Gusabi glanced at him and shut up. Boom! The two landed on the frozen ground. Levi looked around and unexpectedly discovered that dirt could be seen at the bottom of the extremely cold abyss. Although it was frozen underneath by a thick layer of ice, it still surprised him. After entering the far north ice field, he seemed to have never seen soil again. All you can see is either snow or ice. Levi looked around and asked, "Which way to go?" Guthaway pointed forward. The two of them walked forward, and after walking a certain distance, Levi said, "Huh?" seeming a little surprised. Gusui glanced at him subconsciously and asked him what was going on with his eyes. Levi shook his head and said, "I don't know the specific situation. I will know if I go over and take a look. It should be a person. People?" Gusui couldn't help but speak. It is not easy to see people in the extremely cold abyss. The two quickened their pace, and after crossing hundreds of meters of frozen soil, they finally saw the person in Li Wei's mouth. Gusui looked at a pool of red ice crystals on the ground and looked at Levi speechlessly, with a look in his eyes that said, "You call this a human being?" Levi knelt down, picked up a piece of red crushed ice, rubbed it, put it in front of his nose and smelled it. A cold breath with the smell of blood penetrated his nose, making him want to sneeze. The chill was quickly resolved by the fire spirit in his body. Levi said, "It should be right. These are the remains left behind by a person after his death." He looked up and said, "It should have fallen from above, shattered into pieces, and was frozen into ice slag by the cold wind." Guthaway complained helplessly. "Sounds like a really bad way to die." Having flown down from above, she knew that it would take a long time before hitting the bottom after falling from the freezing abyss. After such a long time, I am afraid that the fallen person would have been frightened to death. Levi looked around, spread out his mental perception, and found that ice slag transformed from corpse fragments was everywhere. He said, "Look around and see if you can find his clothes and equipment. Maybe you can tell where this person came from." Gusui showed a look of disgust, looking for possible leftover clothes and belongings in the darkness, where the corpses were strewn on the ground. It sounded very revolting from the bottom of one's heart. Li Wei didn't care what Gusui was thinking. He had already started searching. Relying on mental perception can know the shape and simple properties of objects, hot and cold, hard and soft, liquid and solid, etc., but cannot know the real situation. Moreover, in the ultra-low temperature environment of the extremely cold abyss, any object is basically frozen into ice lumps. In mental perception, there is no difference between stones and ice cubes on the ground. Therefore, you must get closer and observe with your own eyes. Levi stood up in disappointment. The ground was just a piece of ice that looked like an object. Gusui's voice came not far away. "There is something here." After hearing this, Levi locked his mental perception on Gusui's position and walked over quickly. Guthaway found a piece of metal armor that had been smashed flat. The armor has been frozen on the ground by ice. Levi used flames to melt the ice before picking up the armor. If you touch metal armor with bare hands, your skin will probably stick to the armor. Levi held the armor in his mage's hand to observe from a distance. "There's a sign here. What does it mean?" Levi found a strange mark on the armor. Other than that, there seemed to be no more clues. He showed it to Gusev. Maybe Gusev would recognize it. Seeing the marks on the armor, Gusui looked surprised and said, "This is armor made by the orcs. Could it be that the guy who was thrown to death was an orc?" Levi thought for a moment, nodded and said, "It's possible. The Snow Queen has said that the guy who tried to awaken the Ice Emperor this time is probably related to the orcs." Kusami's face showed an excited look. "So, we are very close to them? Okay. Catch up with them at once and get rid of them," Guthaway said excitedly. Levi quickly interrupted her thoughts. "Hey, don't think about it. You don't even know the strength of the opponent. If you rush forward like this, you are looking for death," Gusui said. "You will be thrown to death. So your strength shouldn't be much stronger." "Right." Levi shook his head and said, "That's not necessarily the case. Even a legendary strongman will be killed if he falls down after being frozen by the extremely cold air." Having said that, Levi felt that the person who fell to death was definitely not a legendary powerhouse. It would only make people laugh to death if a legendary powerhouse fell to his death. This possibility only exists in the extremely cold abyss. The possibility is slim. The falling time is so long. The legendary powerhouse has some means to slow down and save his life. Levi said.
Don't worry about them for now. Let's go to the secret realm of time first. We don't know how long it has been since we entered the extremely cold abyss. Don't miss the time.
Hearing this, Gusui had no choice but to nod and said,
Okay.
She looked at Li Wei with some confusion and asked,
Why are you so obsessed with finding the secret realm of time?
Chapter 479, When the Extreme Day and the Extreme Night Alternate. Gusui asked Levi why he was so obsessed with finding the secret realm of time. Although there was accurate information provided by the Snow Queen, she knew the location and time when the secret realm of time appeared. However, Gusui did not have much confidence in entering the secret realm of time. Seeing the secret realm of time and entering the secret realm of time are two different things. The Snow Queen had already told Levi and Guthaway about this matter before setting off. Guthaway doesn't have high hopes. The Snow Queen has seen the secret realm of time more than once, but has never entered it. She did not hide this from Levi. Facing Gusui's question, Levi did not answer. He just urged Guthaway to move forward quickly.
You will know when the time comes.
Xingxi has the reverse scale of the time dragon in his hand, so there should be a high chance that he can enter the secret realm of time when he sees it. Levi could only think this way. After all, if he really couldn't get in, there was nothing he could do. Xingxi's identity cannot be exposed for the time being. After entering the secret realm of time, Xingxi's strength can be greatly improved. If Gusui knows about Xingxi's existence, the danger will be greatly reduced. The two of them continued towards their destination in the darkness. Gusui was vaguely worried that he would encounter enemies ahead. Levi just wanted to get to the location of the secret realm of time as soon as possible. The two walked in the extremely cold darkness with different mentality. Hoo ho ho! The extremely cold air blows across the bottom of the extremely cold abyss, taking away all the temperature in the world, making the already extremely cold world even colder. Levi and Gus ever hid in a closed igloo to avoid the extremely cold air blowing outside, listening to the howling of the cold wind outside. Li Wei was very curious about where the extremely cold air came from. They have all reached the bottom of the extremely cold abyss, but they still have not seen the source of the extremely cold air current. Wait until the howling of the cold wind outside weakens and gradually disappears. The two of them just walked out of the igloo. Gus Avi held onto the frost staff for a moment, and after confirming the direction, the two continued to move forward.
Light! Is there light ahead?
Levi whispered. Gusui also looked surprised. The bottom of the extremely cold abyss is unknown how far from the ground, and the aurora cannot penetrate the thick darkness and reach the bottom of the abyss. It can be described as a completely dark environment without light. Light becomes extremely rare. When the two of them walk, Levi will use the radiance technique to create a little light to illuminate the surroundings. Apart from this, there is no more light in the extremely cold abyss. Suddenly seeing the light, both Levi and Gusui looked cautious. Levi gestured and extinguished the radiance technique.
Go over and have a look. If anyone is there,
we may have been spotted.
If the light was artificially created, when Levi saw the other party would probably notice the light he created. The technique of extinguishing the light is just a cover-up. Gusui nodded and responded in a low voice. Yes. The two walked towards the light. After getting closer, Levi could clearly see the source of the light. A luminous crystal stone. He glanced around, looked at the luminous crystal stone from a distance, and said, "This thing doesn't seem to be a product of the extreme cold abyss. It was probably brought in by someone from outside." Kasabi nodded and said, "It's possible." Levi released his spiritual perception to search for traces of people around him. No one was found. This does not mean that it is safe to be around glowing crystals. There are many ways to evade detection by psychic senses, especially if the enemy team includes powerful mages. Li Wei's behavior not only failed to detect the other party's traces, but also exposed his own position. He waited for a moment, but did not detect any mental counter-detection. At least it means that there is no powerful mage in the enemy team who is far more powerful than Li Wei. Levi suggested, "Go around there and leave it alone." After Gusui thought for a moment, he nodded and agreed with Levi's suggestion. Indeed, it was too weird to have a glowing crystal lying alone on the ground. It's hard to tell that it wasn't a trap deliberately left by someone. Levi and Guzabear continued moving around the luminous crystal. After walking a few hundred meters, I saw another light in front of me. The two looked at each other subconsciously and seemed to understand something. Levi guessed, "That may be the signpost they left." Guthaway said, "Keep going forward and see if there is anything left." The two walked around the second luminous crystal and continued forward, and soon found the third luminous crystal. This time it can be determined that the glowing crystal is most likely a road sign left by the enemy. Avoid getting lost in the dark abyss of Arctic cold. The other party most likely does not have a magic item that records the exact coordinates, such as the frost staff in Guzever's hand. Therefore, it is necessary to rely on markers to determine the direction. Thinking of this, Levi breathed a sigh of relief. This means that they have an advantage in the extremely cold abyss. Levi said,
I feel like they are not far away. Be careful.
Good. For the next section of the road, Levi and Gusui were cautious and moved forward in a dark way, no longer using radiance to illuminate their surroundings.
The 12th.
Levi silently counted the number of luminous crystals he encountered. Starting from the third luminous crystal, Levi and Gusui have determined that the luminous crystal is not a trap. Its only function is to serve as a road sign. Levi and Gusui passed the 12th luminous crystal. After walking for a while, Levi suddenly saw a light appearing in front of him. This time it was light appearing out of nothing in the darkness. Levi instantly realized that there was an enemy in front of him. He took Guzever's hand and whispered,
They are right in front.
Gusui looked at him with a solemn expression and asked in a low voice,
What should I do? Follow us first and take a look. Then make any plans. The secret realm of time is in front.
Right? Gusui nodded and responded,
Well, it seems to be heading in the same direction as us.
Levi was a little confused. Are these people here to awaken the Ice Emperor? Or are they just here for the secret realm of time? Or perhaps, the location of the Ice Emperor is near the secret realm of time. The two of them walked forward faster. After approaching a certain distance, the enemy finally entered Levi's mental perception range. He did not dare to directly use spiritual perception to explore the strength of several people, retaining only the minimum perception ability. It can only perceive the existence of objects. Several moving objects are still very obvious compared to the surrounding fixed objects. Levi was afraid that his too strong perception would attract the enemy's attention. Keeping a safe distance and walking some distance behind those people, Gusui suddenly said,
Levi, the secret realm of time is just ahead.
Levi looked surprised. Are you here? The group of people continued to move forward,
with no intention of stopping. It seems that they really are not coming for the secret realm of time, until it was out of Levi's perception range. Levi and Gusui stayed at the place where the secret realm of time was, waiting for the turn of day and night. Chapter 480, The Secret Realm of Time. Levi and Guzever hid in the igloo, waiting for the turn of day and night. Because I don't know how much time has passed, Levi and Gusui could only wait, for fear of missing the critical moment. After waiting in the dark for a long time, Levi couldn't help but feel a little impatient. A terrible thought came to his mind. What if he missed the transition between day and night, being completely in darkness and losing the concept of time? If they really missed the time, they may not know. Levi shook his head and said secretly,
Probably not. If the polar night really turns into the polar day, at least some changes should occur in the surrounding environment.
He could only comfort himself in this way. Although I know this reason is untenable, because this is hundreds of thousands of meters deep underground. Even the darkness outside has disappeared into endless day. The light will not shine through the abyss of hundreds of thousands of meters to the bottom of the extremely cold abyss. This is still a dark area with no light. Levi had no choice but to suppress the anxiety in his heart, focus on other aspects, and wait for time to pass quietly. Guthaway also felt uneasy. She was afraid that the Ice Emperor would be awakened by that group of people during this period. If she and Levi failed to prevent the Ice Emperor from awakening, the Ice City of Fred may disappear completely. Guthaway is afraid of missing the chance to prevent the Ice Emperor from awakening. She looked at Levi from time to time, and every time the words came to her lips, she was a little unable to say them. On the one hand, he wanted to suggest that Levi follow him to see where the group of people had gone. On the other hand, I thought about going to see it by myself. This way Levi's affairs will not be delayed. But facing the boundless darkness and cold alone, she felt a sense of loneliness and fear from the bottom of her heart. If it weren't for Levi, she might have gone crazy for staying in this dark environment for so long. Both Levi and Guthaway's spirits were already swinging on the edge of madness. I don't know how much time had passed, but Levi suddenly said,
Isn't it a long time since the extremely cold air blew?
Hearing this, Gusui was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said,
It seems so.
Levi opened his eyes and looked up outside and said,
Let's go out. I feel the time is coming.
Hearing this, Guthaway opened the igloo. The two walked out of the igloo and found that the cold wind blowing outside had disappeared. Even if there is no extremely cold air blowing through, there will still be icy air flowing at the bottom of the extremely cold abyss. At this time, it felt like the cold air had completely disappeared. Levi looked up, staring up at the sky with his neck raised. Maybe the sky. There was only boundless darkness in his eyes. Suddenly, he felt that the darkness seemed to become lighter. Levi's eyes widened, and he saw a very thin white line appearing above his head. Then, like a curtain being pulled aside, the white line quickly occupied the field of vision.
This is? Ah!
Look! Guthaway exclaimed, pointing at the strange changes happening in front of her and shouting. Levi lowered his head, and resisted his eyes being stimulated by the light. He saw a dreamlike, distorted colored light appear before his eyes. Taking a step back, I found a beam of light shooting from the top of the extreme cold abyss to the bottom of the extreme cold abyss. This beam of light illuminates the location of the secret realm of time. Guthaway shouted.
The beam is disappearing. Please think of a way.
Levi has also discovered that the light beams shooting down from the top of his head are gradually weakening and disappearing. The only opportunity left for him was the moment when day and night alternated. Levi was already ready. He immediately released Xingxi, who had been hiding in the beast control ring for several days. It would be too slow coming out of the magic hut. Li Wei was afraid of missing the opportunity, and took Xingxi into the beast control ring in advance. After Xingxi came out, he immediately activated the reverse scale of the time dragon on his chest. Gu Sui was stunned when she saw what suddenly appeared next to Levi. She couldn't react for a while.
Is this a dragon?
The time dragon reverse scale on Xingxi's chest bloomed with colorful light. The colorful light merges with the dreamlike twisted light in the extremely cold abyss. Xingxi yelled.
Ouch!
The light bloomed and instantly enveloped the figures of Levi and Gu Sui. The beam of light coming from outside the Arctic abyss disappeared. The light that symbolized the secret realm of time also disappeared. Also missing were Li Wei, Shang-Chi, and Gu Sui. Call. Levi took a long breath and felt that the surroundings were no longer cold. He then knew that he had successfully entered the secret realm of time.
Ah! Is this the secret realm of time?
Gu Sui looked around with a look of surprise, and then gradually turned into a look of disappointment. There is nothing here. It's like an empty room. The surroundings and ceiling were emitting strange colorful lights, and the ground beneath their feet emitted a gentle white light. Levi quickly glanced around and saw a huge dragon egg as tall as a person not far away. He quickly walked over and found Xingxi sleeping inside the dragon egg. A strange force enveloped Xingxi's body. Levi could see that the dragon scales on Xingxi's body were changing at an alarming rate. He glanced at the strange power surrounding Xingxi.
Is this the treasure of the time dragon? The power of time?
Before Xingxi absorbs the power of time and completes his growth, Levi was unable to release Xingxi from his slumber. He and Gu Sui could only wait in this empty space for Xingxi to wake up. Levi only hoped that this time would not be too long. Gu Sui looked at Xingxi and asked,
Is this a dragon?
Levi nodded.
Yeah.
She glanced at Levi, not knowing what to say. Levi actually brought a living dragon with him. She was shocked. Gu Sui looked around and had to consider a very critical issue. She asked,
What's next? Do we have to stay here forever?
Levi spread his hands and said,
At present, it seems that this is the only way.
Gu Sui's expression changed drastically, and she grabbed Levi's collar and shouted loudly,
Are you kidding me? How long do you want me to stay here? I have to go back to stop those people from resurrecting the Ice Emperor.
Li Wei opened her fingers and said,
Don't worry. This is the secret realm of time. Several years have passed here, but only a few days have passed outside.
Guthaway could not accept Levi's statement.
Even if this is the case, I can't stay here for a few years. Damn it. Let me out.
Levi shook his head and said,
Sorry. There's nothing I can do. The only way out is to wait for her to wake up.
After saying that, Li Wei sat on the ground and started practicing by himself. Gu Sui stood there, staring at Xingxi, who was wrapped in the power of time. For a long time, she held the staff of frost and approached Xingxi, trying to wake up the sleeping Xingxi. Levi glanced at her and was not worried that she could affect Xingxi's growth. The power of time is one of the most powerful forces in the world. Even gods may not be able to break it.